Age 749. On a sunny morning a young boy was falling rapidly from the sky. Ah! Help! Ah! A moment later a thud was heard as the boy landed on a pile of straw. Clutching his head and shaking it, dizziness immediately set in. Ouch! My head is spinning. Where am I? After resting on the haystack for a while the boy jumped off it. The boy was named Han Yunfei. He only remembered reading his cousin's Dragon Ball comic when a flash of white light appeared before his eyes and then he fell from the sky to this place. Completely bewildered Han Yunfei looked around and found himself in a courtyard. Seeing the neatly stacked firewood and the small four-cornered stone hut nearby he fell into thought. This stone hut looks familiar. That's right. This must be Goku's hut. Could I have traveled to the Dragon Ball world? Excited Han Yunfei walked slowly toward the stone hut with a pounding heart. If this really was the Dragon Ball world then Goku must be inside. Seeing the door of the stone hut was not closed he pushed it open without hesitation. But what met his eyes left Han Yunfei dumbfounded. There was no sign of Goku in the stone hut. Instead there were three sneaky figures. Pilaf, Shu and Mai. It was actually the three of them. Shocked Han Yunfei stared intently at Pilaf and his gang and they noticed him too. The blue-skinned little man with bulging eyes was reaching for an orange ball on which 4 red stars were printed. It's the 4-star Dragon Ball. Seeing it Han Yunfei was shaken. He was now even more certain he had time-traveled. No mistake, this was the 4-star Dragon Ball left to Goku by his grandfather. Seeing the Dragon Ball with his own eyes Han Yunfei was stunned speechless. Pilaf meanwhile was just as delighted. Haha, the 4-star ball is finally mine. My great dream of becoming the ruler of the world is one step closer. Pilaf laughing wildly now held 2 Dragon Balls in his hands, the 4-star and the 7-star. So real. Pilaf, Shu and Mai. They are actually right in front of me. Shu looks like a ninja dog and Mai is a cute girl. Looking Mai up and down Han Yunfei revealed a playful smile while Mai stared at by the handsome Han Yunfei felt a little shy. Is she Trunks' wife? She really is pretty. Heh heh. Gazing at the mature beauty Mai Han Yunfei's mind was full of playful thoughts. He blew her a flying kiss and Mai immediately blushed, covered her face and shook her head shyly. Oh no, what should I do? That boy is so handsome. Just as Mai was flustered by Han Yunfei's teasing, Pilaf beside her became very displeased. There is actually someone in this world besides me who can make Mai blush. Pilaf, who thought himself irresistible, felt challenged today. Mai. Pilaf also blew her a flying kiss. Oh. Lord Pilaf, how naughty. Mai blushed even harder. See, pretty boy. I'm more charming, aren't I? Han Yunfei. Seeing that Mai was actually made to blush by Pilaf, Han Yunfei instantly regretted his flying kiss. Getting back to business, Pilaf and his gang had come to steal Goku's 4-star ball. Since Han Yunfei had caught them in the act he couldn't just stand by. Leave the Dragon Balls and get out. Looking at the tiny Pilaf before him Han Yunfei said unceremoniously. He had always been bold and adventurous since childhood, although he had come to the Dragon Ball world alone he felt no fear at all. However his combat power was only 5 points, a typical weakling. You've got a big mouth, kid. Although you're almost as handsome as me I won't negotiate about the Dragon Balls. Get out of here now. Pilaf frowned, waved his hand at Han Yunfei and said, do you think that's possible? Pilaf, anything Brother Fei has his eyes on I always get it. As he spoke Han Yunfei actually strode straight toward Pilaf. At 170 centimeters Han Yunfei seemed like an adult compared to the child-sized Pilaf and Shu. Seeing Han Yunfei approaching, Pilaf felt enormous pressure. What are you trying to do? Stay away. Shu. Mai. What are you waiting for? Take him down. Go. Receiving Pilaf's order, Shu and Mai immediately stepped forward. Shu, you. Step back or we won't go easy on you. Mai, you're so handsome. I really don't want to fight him. Ready to fight, Han Yunfei picked up a wooden stick and gripped it tightly with both hands. With the stick in hand his combat power was 7 points, still no match for Pilaf's gang. Attack. Teach that pretty boy a lesson. Pilaf commanded angrily. Shu and Mai immediately charged at Han Yunfei at high speed. Seeing they were really going to fight, Han Yunfei suddenly felt a bit of regret. But there was no turning back now. Clutching the wooden stick he steeled himself and charged forward. Ha! Does Brother Fei look scared? Back in the day your brother Fei armed with 2 cleavers chased the Flying Eagle gang boss for over 10 streets without even breaking a sweat. Come on Brother Fei will teach you a lesson. Just as Han Yunfei was about to show off a pleasant system voice echoed in his mind, Ding congratulations host for activating the Super God selection system. Ding detected that Pilaf's gang is about to steal the 4-star Dragon Ball. Option 1 turn and run, none of my business. Reward none. Option 2 raise your hands and surrender join Pilaf's gang. Reward 1 point. Option 3 stand your ground, the Dragon Balls are mine. Reward 1.20 combat power. Super God selection system. Could it even surpass the God of Destruction Beerus? Han Yunfei asked in confusion. The system replied, naturally. My power far surpasses the God of Destruction. As long as the host trains diligently you will one day be able to defeat him. Since this is the host's first activation a beginner's gift pack is awarded. Please check it. Beginner's gift pack. That's great. Open. Ding congratulations host you have awakened as a Saiyan. Ding congratulations host you have learned the sky dance technique. Ding congratulations host you have learned the Tenfold Kaio-ken no side effects version. Ding congratulations host you received Senzu Beans X99. The Kaio-ken actually has no side effects. Wait, Saiyan. Damn my tail. I actually have a tail. Ha ha ha. Let's rock and roll. After becoming a Saiyan Han Yunfei's combat power soared to 150 points. At that moment the system's urging voice returned, host please choose one of the 3 options. If you do not choose it will be considered a waiver. Oh I almost forgot. Since I'm a Saiyan now who do I have to fear? Option 3, fight head on. Damn it when has Brother Fei ever been afraid? Ding congratulations host for choosing option 3 stand your ground, the Dragon Balls are mine. Mission in progress. Just as the system notification ended Shu and Mai on the opposite side had already charged right in front of him. Shu drew the long blade from his back and slashed at Han Yunfei. Mai spun around and delivered a roundhouse kick striking Han Yunfei. Seeing Shu and Mai launching attacks Pilaf let out a cold laugh, boy daring to oppose me Pilaf. You must be tired of living. But the moment he finished speaking Pilaf's bulging eyes went wide. He saw Shu and Mai both lifted into the air, Han Yunfei had grabbed one arm of each and held them dangling. You're way too weak. How dare you two mess with Brother Fei? Get lost. With that Han Yunfei tossed Mai and Shu back in front of Pilaf. After becoming a Saiyan Mai and Shu were no match for Han Yunfei. Leave the Dragon Balls and get out. Han Yunfei glared at Pilaf scaring him into sitting down on the ground with a thud. Fine you win. Let's go. With that Pilaf threw the Dragon Balls on the ground and left sullenly with his underlings. By nature Han Yunfei had wanted to extort some money from Pilaf but since he was new here and didn't know what currency this world used and Pilaf had actually left behind 2 Dragon Balls before leaving he let it go. Picking up the 2 Dragon Balls Han Yunfei grinned, jackpot. In a distant forest Pilaf and his companions were fleeing desperately. When they realized Han Yunfei wasn't chasing them they let out a sigh of relief. Damn it. I didn't expect that pretty boy to be so tough. If I'd known I should have brought the humanoid combat machine. My Dragon Balls. This is a total loss, I didn't get the 4-star ball and I even lost a 7-star ball. You brat just wait. Someday I Pilaf will collect all the Dragon Balls and conquer the world. When that day comes I'll settle scores with you. Seeing Pilaf about to explode with anger Shu stepped forward and said honestly, Lord Pilaf I think that guy only told you to leave the 4-star ball. You didn't actually have to give him the 7-star ball. What? Why didn't you say so earlier? Pilaf jumped with rage and glared at Shu. Seeing Pilaf's fury Shu was so scared that he began trembling all over. Pretty boy remember this, I won't let you go. With a furious roar Pilaf disappeared into the depths of the forest filled with resentment. Meanwhile in Goku's room Han Yunfei had put the 4-star ball back in its place. After thinking it over Han Yunfei decided to return the 4-star ball to Goku. After all Goku would become incredibly powerful in the future. Seizing this chance to make friends with him was definitely the right move. I'm so clever. As he touched the 7-star ball in his pocket the pleasant system voice sounded again in Han Yunfei's mind, Ding congratulations host mission complete. Reward 1.20 combat power. Ding because the host has earned points the point shop is now open. A shop appeared in Han Yunfei's mind. There are so many things here. Fangs of the Wind Fist 2 points, Kamehameha 5 points, Solar Flare 3 points, Rock Paper Scissors 1 point, Super God Water 8 points, Magic Gum 2 points, Sky Cross Punch 2 points. Han Yunfei found that he could only buy items in the bronze area, the silver and gold areas were locked and couldn't even be viewed. System, can you explain why I can't view the silver or gold areas? Ding, unlocking higher area items requires the host to accumulate a certain number of points. Please don't be impatient. Fine. Good luck, host. The gold area has many great treasures such as instant transmission, final flash, full power, Kamehameha, super kamikaze attack, Kaio-ken X20. Stop, don't say any more, system. Brother Fei can't resist temptation. Damn it. I've got to work hard to earn points. But seeing his meager points, Han Yunfei sighed. He had wanted to exchange points for Goku's rock paper scissors technique, but after a moment's thought he decided not to. After all, that move has no attack power. Even if I exchange it, it's just a waste. Just as Han Yunfei was lamenting the shop's high prices, the pleasant system voice sounded in his mind once more. Ding, considering the host's limited purchasing power, this system will occasionally hold flash sale events on point items. Stay tuned. Flash sale. That's great. When does it start? Ding, this system has already said it's unscheduled. Please be patient, host. Alright, goodbye, system. Hearing this, Han Yunfei didn't want to waste more words with the system. He lay down on Goku's bed, crossed his legs, hummed a tune and waited leisurely for Goku to arrive. Meanwhile, a gunshot suddenly rang out from the distant forest. Could it be Goku and Bulma? Man, Bulma is my goddess. Filled with excitement, Han Yunfei rushed out of the house and sprinted toward the direction of the gunshot. High in the sky inside a floating temple, a strange-looking old man with green skin was watching below with a grave expression. God, a strange aura has appeared in the lower world. It is neither completely good nor evil, very unusual. The speaker with pitch-black skin and sausage-like lips was Mr. Popo. God, indeed. The arrival of this person, for the world it may be a blessing or a disaster. If he does evil, I will have no choice but to strike him down. Let's observe for a while longer. As you wish, God. The two stood on the temple watching Han Yunfei's every move. Han Yunfei, why do I feel like someone is watching me? Meanwhile, Bulma and little Goku met in the forest. With a gunshot, little Goku landed hard on the ground. Ow. That hurts, it really hurts. What kind of sorcery is that? Rubbing his head, little Goku glared furiously at Bulma in the car. Little Goku had been dragging a huge fish home for breakfast when to his surprise he ran into a monster with 4 wheels that could move on its own. Startled, little Goku hurled the monster away, sending it crashing to the ground. Ah. Mom. This thing just won't die. Inside the overturned car, Bulma aimed her pistol at little Goku and fired. Humph. My body is so tough, how could I die that easily? Monster. I'll deal with you. Having witnessed all this, Han Yunfei's eyes went wide. Seeing little Goku and Bulma up close for the first time, it was incredibly real. It seemed he had traveled back to the exact moment of their first meeting. With an excited look, Han Yunfei walked over to little Goku and ruffled his hair. Big brother, who are you? Run. There's a monster here. Saying this, little Goku held out his power pole and stood protectively in front of Han Yunfei. Tails. Why do you two both have tails? You two savages, stay away. Come any closer and I won't be polite. With that, Bulma picked up her gun and aimed at Han Yunfei and little Goku. Wow, the real Bulma is far more beautiful than in the manga. Gazing at her beauty, Han Yunfei couldn't help stepping forward. Flustered and without time to think, Bulma fired at Han Yunfei. Pong. The bullet struck his forehead and immediately bounced away. Heavens. I've been struck by love. Staring at the flustered Bulma, Han Yunfei stood rooted on the spot. Since his battle power had reached 170, ordinary firearms couldn't hurt him at all. Monster, what kind of magic did you just use? Seeing Bulma fire, little Goku grabbed his power pole and charged at her. Wait. I'm not a monster, I'm human. Terrified, Bulma saw little Goku was serious and raised her hands, shouting in surrender. Ha. A human. Really? Little Goku stopped attacking and stared at her in surprise. Of course. And I'm a girl, how can you be so rude to a girl? A girl? You're a girl. Little Goku was shocked, he had never seen a girl before. Hick. Haven't you ever seen a girl before? This is the first time I've seen a real one. My late grandpa told me to be gentle when I meet girls. Little Goku finally believed that Bulma was not a monster but a real living human. Don't girls have tails? Boys all have tails. Little Goku pointed at Han Yunfei beside him. They really all have tails. Do all boys have tails? Bulma's mind wandered, her cheeks as red as a ripe apple. When she saw Han Yunfei's handsome face, her heart blossomed with joy. What a handsome man. Could this handsome guy be the Prince Charming I've been searching for all these years? As Han Yunfei and Bulma locked eyes, the air seemed to freeze, both couldn't help gazing at each other. Hi Bulma. Hello, I'm Han Yunfei, smiling and waving. Han Yunfei put on what he thought was his coolest expression. Hello Han Yunfei. I'm Bulma. Oh, how do you know my name? Bulma lowered her head, stealing glances at Han Yunfei. Oh, I heard you say it just now. Realizing he had slipped up, Han Yunfei covered it with a laugh. By now Bulma had been completely won over by Han Yunfei's charm, so she didn't question his answer. With a lovesick look and hearts practically in her eyes, she dashed to his side and linked her arm around his. Miss Bulma, you're so enthusiastic. Hee hee. Feeling Bulma's arm against his, Han Yunfei's face flushed and his heart pounded. Han Yunfei, where are you going? Let's go together. Seeing Han Yunfei didn't mind, Bulma tightened her grip on his arm. Wherever you go Bulma, I'll follow, hee hee. As he spoke, Han Yunfei leaned into Bulma and the two snuggled together. Hey. Can't you two walk properly? Doesn't walking arm in arm get tiring? Seeing how closely they walked, little Goku couldn't understand it. Run along, kid. Bulma shot little Goku a fierce glare, then turned back and smiled at Han Yunfei. Looking back at the bewildered little Goku, Han Yunfei remembered saying the same words when he married Chi-Chi, then shook his head. It seemed little Goku still had much to learn. Since the three had met, little Goku suggested they all go to his home for grilled fish. Han Yunfei and Bulma had never eaten a grilled fish over 2 meters long, so they readily agreed. While little Goku was preparing the fish feast, Bulma spotted the 4-star Dragon Ball in the little hut. Ah! There's a 4-star ball here. Ho ho, it really matches what the radar showed. Bulma walked over and picked up the 4-star Dragon Ball. Hey! Don't touch Grandpa. This is my grandpa's keepsake. No one can touch it. Han Yunfei quickly told little Goku about Pilaf's gang coming to steal the 4-star ball, and little Goku was deeply grateful. Seeing little Goku ready to defend the 4-star ball with his life, Bulma had no choice but to patiently explain. Alright, I'll tell you. Look. As she spoke, Bulma took out another 5-star Dragon Ball from her bag. Ah. It's Grandpa. There are 2 grandpas. Little Goku was stunned. Hee hee, this is a Dragon Ball. I found one like it in my house's storehouse. I asked everywhere what it was, but no one knew. After great effort, I finally found the answer in an ancient text. These faintly glowing balls are called Dragon Balls. There are 7 of them in total. Each one contains 1 to 7 stars. Gather all 7 and you can summon the Dragon God and make a wish. Any wish is possible, but only one wish at a time. Listening to Bulma's words, Han Yunfei's heart raced with excitement. Yes. Gather the 7 Dragon Balls and summon Shenlong. He had only ever seen Shenlong in comic books, and now that he had been lucky enough to travel into the Dragon Ball world, Han Yunfei couldn't wait to see Shenlong with his own eyes. With that thought, Han Yunfei got excited and immediately took out his own 7-star Dragon Ball. Bulma, this is a little token from Brother Fei. Take it. He was never stingy toward the woman he liked. Oh. A Dragon Ball. Han Yunfei, you're so good to me. With that, Bulma kissed Han Yunfei on the cheek. After getting the Dragon Ball, Bulma turned to little Goku. Give me the 4-star ball too. No way. Absolutely not. It's Grandpa's keepsake. Little Goku refused at once. How stingy. What harm is there in giving it to me? Even Han Yunfei gave me his. Aha, I see. Hee hee, you little rascal. Bulma suddenly looked at little Goku and smiled knowingly. Little Goku was baffled. Humph. How about this, I'll give you money. Little Goku remained unmoved and looked at Bulma in confusion. What's money? Bulma and Han Yunfei. How about this? Let's search for the Dragon Balls together. What do you think? Search for the Dragon Balls. Anyway, you're free. A boy should travel around and see the world. Fine, but I won't just give it to you like brother Han Yunfei did. Alright. I only need you to lend it to me at the end. Bulma finally breathed a sigh of relief. Heh, but actually little Goku didn't know that once Shenlong granted the wish the Dragon Balls would scatter to every corner of the world. This kid can't even be killed by a gun, he'd be perfect as my bodyguard. Bulma looked at sturdy little Goku, her little scheme taking off. Now that she had her Prince Charming, Bulma wanted to stay young forever even more than she wanted expensive cosmetics. Bulma already had 2 Dragon Balls, with the one Han Yunfei gave her and the one little Goku carried there were 4 in total. Now only 3 were missing. Once all 7 were gathered they could summon Shenlong. Let's go. Onward to a pleasant journey. With that Bulma and the others walked out of the cabin. Taking out the Dragon radar, it showed that a Dragon Ball lay about 1200 kilometers due west. By the way, what's your name? Bulma asked, taking out a hoi poi capsule from her small bag. My name is Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong. What a nice name. Please take care of me from now on. As she spoke, Bulma took out a No. 10 capsule. With a popping sound, a brand new luxury car appeared before them. Get in. Bulma said as she stepped into the car. Wow wow wow. A monster. You really are a monster. Little Wukong was astonished again. Having grown up in the mountains, he had no idea what a hoi poi capsule was. Meanwhile, Han Yunfei, watching from the side, clicked his tongue in wonder. His original world had no such miraculous thing as a hoi poi capsule. In other words, the technological level of the Dragon Ball world was far higher than that of his original world. Get in, little Wukong. This isn't sorcery, it's science. As he spoke, Han Yunfei immediately sat in the back seat, and only then did little Wukong get into the car, still half doubting. Hearing Han Yunfei mention science, Bulma cast him an appreciative glance. Hold tight. We're driving off. With a roar of the engine, the car instantly levitated and shot forward. Amazing. It's even faster than I can run. 20 minutes later, the car stopped at the roadside. Wait for me a moment. I'll be right back. Bulma said with a smile, then got out of the car. Where are you going? Little Wukong asked, puzzled. Idiot. When a girl says that she's going to the restroom. With that, Bulma stormed off into the nearby woods. Han Yunfei, on the other hand, shook his head and smiled without a word. It seemed little Wukong truly lacked common sense. Just as Han Yunfei was sighing to himself, a scream suddenly came from Bulma in the woods. Help. Just as the scream rang out, a system notification sounded in Han Yunfei's mind. Ding. Bulma's life is under threat. Option 1, stay in the car and enjoy the air conditioning, little Wukong can handle it anyway. Reward none. Option 2, seize the chance to take the Dragon Balls and wish for your own desire. Reward 1 point. Option 3, get out immediately and save Bulma, she is my woman. Reward 1.20 combat power. Is there even a need to choose? Saving Bulma, Brother Fei won't shirk it. System, I choose option 3. Ding. Congratulations host for choosing option 3, get out immediately and save Bulma. Mission in progress. But just as Han Yunfei was about to get out, little Wukong had already made the first move. Leaping out through the car window, little Wukong dashed toward Bulma with the Rui staff on his back. A giant humanoid bird was clutching Bulma. Seeing little Wukong approaching, it immediately soared into the air, leaving the ground. Damn you. Stop right there. Rui staff, extend. Seeing the bird flying away, little Wukong sprinted with the staff in hand and at the edge of the cliff launched into a high-speed pole vault. Stop right there. Little Wukong flew toward the bird at breakneck speed, but just as he was about to grab it, he lost his momentum and plummeted downward. Whoa. As little Wukong fell, a handsome youth soared up from the sky. The youth glanced in the direction the bird had flown, flashed a grin and vanished in a blink. Haha, it's been ages since I've tasted a woman's flesh. The last one I ate was a middle-aged woman who came here as a tourist 10 years ago. I never thought I'd get to eat such a young pretty girl this time. The giant bird flew swiftly through the air, drooling at the sight of Bulma. Let me go. I won't taste good, don't eat me. Help. Bulma was scared half to death while little Wukong down below remained rooted to the spot, dumbfounded. Go ahead and scream. No one's coming to save you even if you scream your throat out. Ha ha ha. The giant bird had now soared high into the sky. Looking down, little Wukong had become a tiny speck. You bird-faced fiend. Let Bulma go. Just as the giant bird was gloating, Han Yunfei flickered into existence and blocked its path. What? How did you catch up? You can fly. The giant bird stared in disbelief at Han Yunfei hovering in front of it, utterly confused. Seems you can't understand me, so don't blame Brother Fei for blowing your head off. Han Yunfei said, then flashed right in front of the bird. Wretched bastard, you're asking to die. Seeing Han Yunfei closing in, the giant bird immediately lashed out with its sharp claws at his neck. The 3 claws slashed through the air, but a loud clang sounded. The 3 claws seemed to strike a steel plate and bounced right off. The attack actually failed. What in the world are you? The giant bird instantly had second thoughts about fleeing, but the next moment Han Yunfei grinned and threw a punch at its belly. That seemingly ordinary punch erupted with terrifying force. With the force of that punch, a bloody hole immediately appeared in the giant bird's body. After a resentful roar, the bird dropped dead on the spot. As it died, it and Bulma plunged rapidly toward the ground. Ah! Help! Bulma, now almost in tears, screamed in despair as the ground rushed nearer. At the critical moment, Han Yunfei flew past, caught her in his arms and descended steadily to the ground. With a heavy thud, the giant bird's corpse crashed to the ground not far away, sending up a cloud of dust. Bulma, are you okay? Holding Bulma in his arms, Han Yunfei struck the classic pose from an idol drama. So handsome. Really so handsome. Handsome and strong, what am I supposed to do? Bulma was swooning again. Seeing her flushed cheeks, Han Yunfei couldn't help closing his eyes and slowly leaning in. Bulma too blushed and closed her eyes. Meanwhile, on a distant planet beyond Earth, a boy with an extremely proud expression was standing on a crag gazing into the distance. Lord Vegeta, it's cold out here, please don't catch a chill. A strange-looking frog beside the boy handed him a green cloak. Humph, mind your own business. Vegeta then sneezed again. My lord, you really must take care of yourself, Lord Frieza thinks very highly of you. With that, the frog placed a green hat on Vegeta's head. Vegeta had a nagging feeling that something was off, but he couldn't quite say why. At the same time, somewhere on Earth, Han Yunfei and Bulma were still holding the classic idol drama pose. I'm so glad you two are safe. Little Wukong had chosen the worst moment to barge in, forcing the two who were locked in a passionate kiss to stop. Brother Han Yunfei, you're so amazing, you can fly. Little Wukong looked at Han Yunfei with adoration. It was his first time seeing a human being fly through the air. Little Wukong. What is it, Brother Han Yunfei? Why don't you go over there and play for a while? Your big brother and sister Bulma have some important things to take care of. What do you mean? I don't get it. There was no denying that little Wukong was too bright a third wheel, and in utter helplessness Han Yunfei could only stop his actions. At that very moment, in a nearby dense forest, a young girl with curly red hair was crouching in a pile of weeds holding a precise detection instrument. Data collection successful. Hee hee. After a faint smile, the girl flickered and disappeared. A soft chime echoed. Congratulations, host. Mission complete. Reward 1 points, 20 combat power. Having rescued Bulma, Han Yunfei had also completed his system mission. He now possessed 2 points in total. Another pleasant chime resounded. Congratulations, host, for saving a key Dragon Ball figure. Title earned, Early Promise. Early Promise 70 combat power. Han Yunfei's base combat power was 190. With the title bonus, it astonishingly reached 260. With a mere thought, Han Yunfei's information panel appeared before his eyes. Name Han Yunfei. Combat power 260. Title Early Promise. Combat skills Sky Dancing Technique Tenfold Kaio-ken side effect free version. Item Senzu Bean X99. Points 2. He knew that at this stage young Goku's combat power was only 42. This meant Han Yunfei far exceeded young Goku. Of course, if young Goku transformed into an Oozuru, his combat power would increase tenfold. After all, it was in that form that young Goku had trampled Grandpa Gohan to death. Thinking about it made him shudder with terror. Gazing at the young Goku before him, Han Yunfei's mind wandered. Brother Han Yunfei, why are you staring at me? Is there something on my face? Young Goku regarded Han Yunfei with a puzzled expression, asking curiously. Oh no. I was just deep in thought. By the way, son Goku, didn't you fall from a cliff when you were young? And suffer a severe head injury? Han Yunfei suddenly recalled that in the original story young Goku had been gravely injured in the head. If that were true, then the fact that son Goku had trampled Grandpa Gohan to death could be explained. Generally speaking, Saiyans would still retain their original nature after transforming into an Oozuru. But Han Yunfei remembered Grandpa Gohan saying that when he had found young Goku the child had been fierce-tempered. It wasn't until one day when young Goku had accidentally fallen from a cliff during play in the mountains and suffered a severe head injury that he had become an obedient and well-behaved child. Thus the innate Saiyan nature still resided within young Goku's mind. When he transformed into an Oozuru, the Saiyan's combative and bloodthirsty instincts immediately surfaced, overpowering that innocent and pure-hearted boy. This was what had led to the tragic scene of Grandpa Gohan perishing beneath the feet of the Oozuru. Yes, brother Han Yunfei, how did you know? I did fall from a mountain once and I still have a scar on my head. As he spoke, young Goku lifted his hair to show Han Yunfei the gruesome scar. Fortunately, young Goku had been injured in that fall, otherwise Earth would have been in grave danger. Gazing at the deep scar on young Goku's head, Han Yunfei thought to himself. What are you two doing? Get in the car. Let's continue. Go. As Bulma spoke, she waved her delicate hand and Han Yunfei and young Goku promptly scrambled into the vehicle. As night fell, the three stopped their journey and found an open area nearby. Bulma threw out a transform capsule and a house instantly appeared out of thin air. Witnessing the house materialize before his eyes, Han Yunfei marveled once again at how convenient transform capsules were. If only such things existed in his own world. While young Goku was marveling at the electric light, Han Yunfei had already settled comfortably in a chair reading a magazine. Hey! Why do you smell so bad? Take a bath before eating. Bulma regarded young Goku with disgust, pinching her nose as she spoke. What is a bath? Young Goku gazed at Bulma innocently, a puzzled expression on his face. Oh my! No wonder you stink so badly. Go take a bath right now. In the bathroom, Bulma was helping young Goku wash. Meanwhile, Han Yunfei, overcome with drowsiness, closed his eyes and fell into a deep slumber. Just as Han Yunfei was drifting off, a loud scream erupted from inside the room. What are you doing? Bulma discovered that young Goku was currently examining her underwear. Girls' clothes are so strange. Why are there only two round parts? With an innocent expression, young Goku held Bulma's bra and said curiously. You're already interested in this at such a young age. That's too early. By the way, son Goku, how old are you? Me. 14. Wah, wah. Pervert. Put those clothes down this instant. You're only 2 years younger than me. Completely bewildered, young Goku received a scolding from Bulma. Strange woman. Rubbing his head, young Goku approached Han Yunfei and found him already fast asleep. Brother Han Yunfei, brother Han Yunfei. Young Goku gently nudged Han Yunfei. What is it, son Goku? Han Yunfei, half asleep, was somewhat annoyed at being woken up. Brother Han Yunfei, what does pervert mean? Young Goku looked at Han Yunfei with an innocent, puzzled expression. Son Goku, why are you asking about this suddenly? Because I was holding Bulma's underwear just now and she suddenly flew into a rage and cursed me as a pervert. What? Son Goku, you have some nerve. As he spoke, Han Yunfei immediately tapped young Goku on the head. If I hadn't seen you were just a kid, I would have strangled you long ago. Young Goku. Remember, son Goku, never touch a girl's underwear without permission from now on. People will think you're a freak. Upon hearing this, young Goku nodded in a half-understanding manner. Girls' things are really strange. Watching young Goku's bewildered expression, Han Yunfei shook his head. It seems he still hasn't understood. Due to the long journey by day, everyone fell asleep early. As soon as dawn broke, young Goku got up. Under Grandpa Gohan's careful guidance, young Goku had developed the habit of waking up early for exercise. Noticing that Han Yunfei was already awake beside him, young Goku immediately walked to the door. Mr. Turtle, are you lost? Outside the house, Han Yunfei was crouching down chatting with a sea turtle. If it were his original world, Han Yunfei would never have done such a foolish thing. But this was the Dragon Ball world and Han Yunfei knew that some animals here could talk. For instance, the turtle before him, he recognized it at once as Master Roshi's pet. Here, little buddy. Come drink some salt water to quench your thirst. Because Han Yunfei knew this sea turtle had come ashore to search for Matsutake mushrooms but had accidentally gotten separated from the group wandering here unintentionally. After draining the salt water in one gulp, the turtle looked thoroughly satisfied. Ha! Why is there a turtle here? Just then Bulma came to the doorway, stretching lazily. Upon seeing the turtle, she immediately grew puzzled. Upon learning of the turtle's plight and despite Bulma's protests, young Goku hoisted the turtle onto his back and headed straight for the ocean. Son Goku, come back here. Bulma watched young Goku disappear into the distance furious. Bulma's son Goku seems to have actually left. Han Yunfei knew that Bulma had taken advantage of her school vacation to search for the Dragon Balls and time was of the essence. That's why she didn't want to waste time meddling in other people's affairs. Let him go. I hope he never comes back. Yet as she watched young Goku grow farther away, a worried look crossed Bulma's face. He still has a Dragon Ball on him. And will he even come back? After all, if even one Dragon Ball was missing, the Eternal Dragon could not be summoned. After a 3-second hesitation, Bulma immediately chased after young Goku alongside Han Yunfei. However, they failed to notice that they had been spotted by a bear monster wielding a broadsword. Hee hee. The prey has come right to us. Hey! Stop right there. The bear monster, towering over 2 meters tall, was drooling as it eyed the turtle on little Goku's back. Boy, if you know what's good for you, hand over that turtle. I might even consider letting you live. Seeing the fearsome bear monster, Bulma was utterly terrified. Ah! Little Goku, quickly give him the turtle. I'm not giving it up. Little Goku stuck out his tongue at the bear monster. You fool! Just give it to him. What are you thinking? Bulma was furious. She couldn't understand why he'd risk angering the bear monster over a mere turtle. You little brat, you're asking for it. Hi. The bear monster swung its blade down at little Goku, but to its surprise he dodged it effortlessly. Han Yunfei, what are you doing? Hurry and help. Seeing Han Yunfei sitting lazily on the ground with no intention of assisting, Bulma called out to him. Han Yunfei, what are you thinking? Go help little Goku fight that bear monster. Watching the anxious Bulma, Han Yunfei merely smiled and said, Bulma, don't worry. Little Goku will win. That bear monster is very weak, don't let its size fool you. Its combat power is only 30. Han Yunfei had long sensed the opponent's feeble aura. Since becoming a Saiyan, he had mastered the art of controlling his ki. What does combat power mean? Bulma was completely bewildered. Looking at the handsome Han Yunfei before her, she suddenly felt he had become profoundly enigmatic. Combat power is a person's overall displayed strength. A combat power of 5 is like a farmer holding a gun. Well, back then the farmer's combat power would be 5. Han Yunfei suddenly recalled that pitiful farmer killed by rabbits. Oh, so that's how it works. Han Yunfei, you really know everything. Bulma had already begun regarding Han Yunfei as her idol. Young, beautiful and intelligent Bulma naturally possessed her own pride. But the boy before her was not only remarkably powerful but also profoundly knowledgeable. She had never encountered a 15-year-old so outstanding. Haha. This is nothing really. Han Yunfei grinned broadly. Meanwhile, as little Goku executed a rock-paper-scissors technique, the bear monster collapsed instantly. See? Little Goku won. Han Yunfei said nonchalantly after rising. It really worked out. Han Yunfei, you're amazingly perceptive. Bulma gazed at him with pure admiration, yet Han Yunfei's expression suddenly turned grave. The bear monster that had fallen was getting back up. Little Goku dodged quickly. Han Yunfei shouted and launched himself forward. Meanwhile, little Goku was walking toward them with a smile, completely unaware of the danger behind him. The bear monster, its aura surging dramatically, rose to its feet once more. It swung its long blade down toward little Goku's head. Danger! Rushing toward little Goku with all his might, Han Yunfei lifted him into his arms. At the same moment, the bear monster's chilling blade came down directly at Han Yunfei. It's over. Seeing the blade strike Han Yunfei directly, Bulma immediately covered her eyes in terror. But the next moment there was nothing beneath the blade. The bear monster stared ahead, utterly bewildered. Where did this guy go? I clearly hit him. Idiot, over here. As the bear monster stood confused, Han Yunfei was floating above it, cradling little Goku in his arms. Ding, you have been attacked by the bear monster. Please make a choice. Option 1, turn and flee. You can fly anyway, so it cannot catch you. No reward. Option 2, let little Goku fight the bear monster while you take Bulma and leave, hehe, no reward. Option 3, face it head on and kill the bear monster. Reward 1.30 combat power. After hearing the system prompt, Han Yunfei desperately wanted to choose option 2, but for the sake of points and combat power he reluctantly selected option 3. Ding, congratulations on choosing option 3, face it head on and kill the bear monster. Task in progress. Gazing down at the bear monster, Han Yunfei's brows furrowed immediately. Could it be because I transmigrated that I unintentionally altered the balance of the Dragon Ball world, thereby causing certain things in this world to change? Han Yunfei knew the bear monster was not originally this strong. It must be the butterfly effect brought about by his transmigration. If estimating combat power, the bear monster's strength had already reached 50 points. No wonder little Goku couldn't handle it. Kid, if you've got guts, come down here. I'll chop you to pieces. The bear monster boasted arrogantly. Though it desperately wanted to kill Han Yunfei, it could not fly and could only watch helplessly in frustration. You little bear cub, just wait, Brother Fei will be down there to tear you apart. After saying this, Han Yunfei gave the bear monster below a gesture of utter contempt. Go for it, Han Yunfei. Beat that monster bear to death. Watching his dear Bulma cheering him on from below, Han Yunfei set little Goku on the ground, grinned broadly and charged straight at the bear monster. Arriving before the bear monster, Han Yunfei gave it a scornful glance and barely bothered to lift a finger. So I'll give you two options, either I slit your throat or cut your stomach open. Choose for yourself. After saying this, Han Yunfei stood calmly wearing a smug expression as he looked at the bear monster before him. After a 3-second silence, the bear monster finally snapped out of it. You're playing with me. You little punk, you're asking for death. Enraged, the bear monster immediately raised its chilling blade and swung it at Han Yunfei. A sharp sound rang out. Han Yunfei had actually blocked the massive sword with a single finger. What is going on here? Am I dreaming? Unable to believe what was happening before its eyes, the bear monster immediately swung its blade again at Han Yunfei, but each strike was blocked by a single finger. I think that's enough. Brother Fei still needs to find the Dragon Balls. As soon as the words left his mouth, Han Yunfei's fingertip lightly tapped the blade, and then an incredible sight unfolded. That seemingly indestructible blade actually crumbled into powder in an instant. This. Realizing Han Yunfei's overwhelming power, the bear monster finally understood and turned to flee. Think you can run? With a blur of motion, Han Yunfei closed the distance at an unbelievable speed and appeared right in front of the bear monster. Ha! With a thunderous shout, Han Yunfei stepped forward with his right foot and drove the back of his hand straight into the bear monster's abdomen. Struck, the bear monster froze mid-motion before crashing heavily to the ground, its eyes filled with unwillingness. Ding! Congratulations, host. Mission complete. Reward points 1, battle power 30. After killing the bear monster, Han Yunfei had accumulated 3 points. Opening the system panel, Han Yunfei inspected his stats. Name: Han Yunfei. Battle power 290. Title: Budding Talent. Skills: Sky Dance Technique, Tenfold Kaio-ken, no side effect version. Items: Senzu Beans 99. Points 2. What just happened? Han Yunfei actually felled the bear monster with one blow. Beside him, Bulma blurted out in astonishment, and her eyes instantly became 2 twinkling stars dancing with excitement. Actually, brother Han Yunfei had struck 3 times just now. It merely appeared to be a single blow because his movements were too swift. Little Goku, however, had seen that move of Han Yunfei's with absolute clarity. He knew that Han Yunfei had unleashed a fierce attack in an instant, and he suspected that the bear monster's internal organs had already been shattered. After disposing of the bear monster, little Goku hoisted the sea turtle onto his back again, and the 3 of them walked toward the sea. When they arrived at the beach, Han Yunfei was rendered speechless. Isn't this Penguin Village? Where is Aral? Just as Han Yunfei was marveling that every tree and blade of grass here was identical to Penguin Village, little Goku returned the sea turtle to the sea. Thank you all so much. Please wait for me a moment, I will definitely repay your kindness. With these words, the sea turtle swam into the depths of the ocean. Could it be that Master Roshi was about to appear? At the thought, Han Yunfei's heart stirred with excitement. In the original story, Master Roshi was hailed as the greatest under heaven. Sure enough. Before long, an old man stood atop the sea turtle's shell, drifting slowly closer across the waves. Hi! With a yell, a flamboyantly dressed old man leaped down from the turtle. Hello there, was it you who saved my sea turtle? Master Roshi asked hastily, looking at Han Yunfei and the others. Old man, who are you? Little Goku asked, utterly puzzled. I am Master Roshi. As he announced himself, a rainbow glow flared behind him. As expected of the turtle hermit, he truly stands apart from everyone else. By now, Han Yunfei was gazing at Master Roshi with wholehearted admiration. Even though he had not yet taken Goku as a disciple, before long both Goku and Krillin would become the turtle hermit's closed-door disciples. Who saved you? Master Roshi asked, turning to the sea turtle. This little boy carried me here, the sea turtle answered at once. Is that so? Thank you very much. In return I will give you a gift, and a splendid one at that. With that Master Roshi raised his staff toward the sky and shouted, Come out. Immortal Phoenix. Come out. Immortal Phoenix. Master Roshi struck a cool pose pointing his staff at the heavens. Yet nothing happened. Didn't the Immortal Phoenix already die from food poisoning? The sea turtle quickly reminded him. Oh. I'd forgotten all about that. Master Roshi seemed to remember. Beside him Yunfei could not help but snicker. So an Immortal Phoenix can die? Bulma was quick to question. Well. I meant to grant it eternal life, so I named it the Immortal Phoenix, but. Then I'll choose another. Come out. Flying Nimbus. At Master Roshi's shout a cloud unexpectedly drifted down from the sky. That sight left Bulma and little Goku beside him utterly stunned. Yunfei however already knew why the turtle hermit had obtained the flying nimbus long ago. He had climbed Korin Tower and won Korin's approval. Yunfei resolved that once he was strong enough he too would climb Korin Tower and meet that old cat face to face. This is called the flying nimbus. It's yours then. Master Roshi said, staring at the golden cloud before him with a pained look. This flying nimbus is a real treasure. If the turtle hermit had been able to use it himself he would never have given it to little Goku. Sure enough, as soon as he leaped onto the cloud his foot found nothing but air and he tumbled to the ground. Ouch! My poor old back. Seeing the turtle hermit stumble through the air everyone looked utterly confused. To ride the flying nimbus one must have a pure untroubled heart. Seeing everyone's confusion Yunfei stepped forward to explain. You seem to know quite a bit. What's your name? The turtle hermit got up, walked over to Yunfei and studied him closely. Strange. I've never seen this boy before. Could he be a disciple of that old coot the crane hermit? Very likely. Otherwise how would he know about the flying nimbus? At that thought the turtle hermit immediately became wary. Hello turtle hermit. My name is Yunfei. Yunfei. The turtle hermit looked at him with suspicion after hearing the name. What's wrong turtle hermit? Asked the sea turtle beside him in confusion. Yunfei, what is your relationship with the crane hermit? Are you his disciple? The turtle hermit voiced the doubt in his mind directly. If Yunfei truly had any connection to the crane hermit he would never give the flying nimbus to them. Crane hermit. That name sounds so familiar. Oh right. The crane hermit and the turtle hermit are fellow disciples of the same school and they are as irreconcilable as fire and water. The turtle hermit actually thinks I'm his disciple. At that thought Yunfei immediately shook his head indicating that he knew no such person as the crane hermit. Alright, I'll believe you, for now. Even so the turtle hermit remained half convinced, for he had already sensed that Yunfei was extraordinary in strength. I hear that old crane hermit recently took on 2 prize disciples. It seems I need to find apprentices of my own as soon as possible. The turtle hermit sank into deep thought while little Goku looked at the flying nimbus beside him eager to try it. Old grandpa, can I go up and try it? Little Goku cared nothing about the crane hermit. All he wanted right now was to leap onto the flying nimbus. Oh, all right. Go ahead, the turtle hermit said with a nod. Ha! With a light leap little Goku actually landed steadily on the flying nimbus. Whoa! I'm up here. I'm up here. Seeing little Goku standing on the flying nimbus everyone immediately turned skeptical eyes toward the turtle hermit. Why are you all staring at me? I'm just not in top form today. The turtle hermit explained quickly, though his gaze kept drifting toward the lovely Bulma. Wow! Riding the flying nimbus little Goku soared through the sky like a runaway horse, wild and free. This flying nimbus is incredible. Thank you. Overjoyed as if he had found a priceless treasure little Goku thanked him again and again. While little Goku roamed the heavens Yunfei dashed forward and dove into the sea. Having rarely come to the seaside he simply wanted to swim to his heart's content. The sensation of using the air dance technique to glide through the sea was utterly wonderful. Yunfei felt like a little fish in that moment, he had never experienced anything so delightful. The sea of this world was a pure flawless blue untouched by industrial pollution. The creatures beneath the waves were so varied and colorful that Yunfei could hardly take them all in. Then inside a shell Yunfei was astonished to discover a Dragon Ball. Just as he reached for the Dragon Ball the shell snapped shut. Swimming over quickly, Han Yunfei knocked on it only to find helplessly that the shell ignored him. Little shell, don't blame me. For the Dragon Ball I'll have to split you in two. So saying, Han Yunfei picked up the shell and raised it for a single decisive chop. But in the next instant something shocking happened. A shell as huge as a small mountain suddenly charged straight at Han Yunfei. With a loud boom, Han Yunfei, caught off guard, was sent flying. After tumbling head over heels through the water, he lost the shell in his hand. Whoa! That thing is huge. Could it be the little shell's father? Warily eyeing the giant shell, Han Yunfei swam a few strokes. Seeing that the huge shell showed no sign of leaving and feeling his oxygen gradually run short, he immediately swam swiftly toward the surface. With a sharp crack, Han Yunfei felt a jolt of pain at his foot. He looked down and saw that his left leg had been clamped firmly by the giant shell. Damn it! So painful. Once caught, his upward speed slowed dramatically and the oxygen in his body was draining fast. If he did not get fresh air soon, Han Yunfei would suffocate to death in the water. You blasted shell! Let me show you Brother Fei's power. Kaio-ken times 10. Han Yunfei's power level was now 290. After unleashing the Kaio-ken times 10, his power level directly increased tenfold, soaring to an astonishing 2900. With the giant shell still attached to his leg, Han Yunfei burst out of the sea like a cannonball. Huff huff. Finally he was above water. That was way too close, I nearly suffocated. Han Yunfei was so furious at the shell that his teeth itched with rage, but on second thought the creature had only been protecting its child. So he held back and tried to communicate with it instead. To Han Yunfei's surprise, the giant shell could actually understand him. After learning that Han Yunfei had not meant to harm the little shell, it immediately released his left leg and sank back down into the depths. A moment later the giant shell surfaced again and a Dragon Ball rested atop its head. A Dragon Ball. Wonderful. Thank you, shell. Dragon Ball in hand, Han Yunfei nodded his thanks and the shell opened wide as if responding to him. After bidding farewell to the giant shell, Han Yunfei returned to Bulma and handed her the Dragon Ball. To his disappointment, however, the turtle hermit had already left. Little Goku's kindness was rewarded. He had saved the sea turtle and received the flying nimbus in return. Meanwhile, with Han Yunfei's help, Bulma found a Dragon Ball. Dragon Ball in hand, the group wasted no time and set out at once for the location of the next one. Yet a sinister deathly aura was erupting at the Dragon Ball's resting place. Faced with that deathly aura, would Han Yunfei and the others manage to obtain the next Dragon Ball? 3 days later. Bulma, according to the Dragon Radar, the 6th Dragon Ball lies just ahead. The car sped along the desert highway, kicking up a cloud of dust. Danger! Bulma, stop at once. At that moment Bulma was steering with one hand while her attention was riveted on the Dragon Radar, failing to notice the refugees walking along the road ahead. Thanks to Han Yunfei's timely warning, they narrowly avoided a collision. Curious about why so many refugees had gathered here, Bulma immediately stepped out of the car and approached them. These people were covered in blood. Had something terrible happened to the village ahead? Still full of doubt, Bulma walked toward a frail old man. Elder, may I ask what has happened here? Ah, do not go near there. There are demons, demons. Upon mentioning demons, the old man trembled uncontrollably, clearly terrified out of his wits. Demons. Upon hearing this, Han Yunfei also came to stand beside Bulma. Elder, could you please explain in detail? What demons? Demons. Demons. They are all dead, all of them. Watching the half-mad old man muttering incoherently, Han Yunfei was utterly bewildered. Big brother, please stop asking grandma, she is already terribly frightened. You would do well to stay away from that village, for the people there have become dreadful undead. We are survivors who escaped from that village. I cannot stay here any longer, for those undead will be upon us soon. As the little girl spoke, she immediately helped the old man to his feet and rejoined the migrating crowd of refugees. Undead. Bulma is the 5th Dragon Ball in that village. Han Yunfei confirmed once more. Indeed. Bulma glanced again at the Dragon Radar and verified the direction. They are but mere undead. Give me the radar, Brother Fei. I shall retrieve the Dragon Ball for you in no time. Little Wukong, stay here and protect Bulma. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Han Yunfei soared into the sky, hurtling straight toward the village. Little Wukong, rest assured, brother Han Yunfei, I will protect Bulma. Bulma, be careful, Han Yunfei. If it becomes too dangerous, do not push yourself. A mere trifle, leave it to me. With a thunderous shout, Han Yunfei vanished into the horizon. Within the undead village a squad of warriors was locked in a desperate struggle against a horde of undead. The warriors wore armor and carried long swords, clearly disciplined and battle-hardened. At their helm stood a figure clad in a grey robe wielding a greatsword radiating formidable prowess. "Lord, there are too many enemies, we fear we cannot prevail." As relentless waves of undead surged forward, the warriors could not conceal their growing dread. After prolonged combat their stamina was nearly exhausted, only sheer determination kept them standing. "Once we slaughter these undead we shall reach the burial ground, and the treasure will be ours. Charge!" The grey-robed warrior raised his great sword high and plunged headlong into the undead ranks. "Kill!" Others followed suit, raising their blades and charging in. They were merely mercenaries drawn to this graveyard by rumors of the burial ground's treasure. Yet among these warriors one remained motionless. Instead of charging, he found a sand pit and slipped inside to hide. No one noticed. "Let them fight to the death and I shall transform and claim the treasure once and for all." Hee, what fools, they should know the treasure belongs to me alone. Within the heavy armor a pair of greedy eyes gleamed with golden light. Indeed, beneath that armor lay none other than little Beiji. At this moment he had successfully infiltrated the mercenary corps, intending to reap the benefits of others' labors. But to his astonishment the mercenaries were being soundly defeated by a green-skinned youth. Meanwhile Yunfei, flying at tremendous speed, could already see the outline of the village in the distance. The vile aura emanating from within the village made him feel deeply unsettled. This aura of evil belonged to the king of the undead Olacy. With his appearance the majority of the warriors were instantly slain. The remaining warriors in a panic scattered in every direction. The grey-robed warrior at their head however fought valiantly against the king of the undead. Olacy prepared to die. The grey-robed warrior raised his great sword high and brought it crashing down upon the king of the undead. But in the next instant Olacy casually blocked the blow with a single hand as though it were nothing. "Emily, it has been too long." After deflecting Emily's strike, Olacy casually reached out and tore away her grey robe. Beneath the robe a breathtakingly beautiful woman's face was revealed. "Olacy, it was my own compassion that led to the downfall of the entire castle. This time I shall kill you. I should have realized the truth long ago, you have been dead for years. What stands before me now is nothing but a vessel of darkness." Emily roared, yet tears swam in her eyes. "After all these years you remain as sentimental as ever. My beloved Emily. Emily. Is it Emily?" Little Zhu Beiji, hiding in the pit, overheard their conversation. Upon hearing that name he immediately leapt out of the pit. Emily was the woman little Zhu Beiji deeply loved. Though his affection was unrequited, he had once sworn that once he became wealthy he would marry her. Over the years Olaf had absorbed the life essence of countless living beings, significantly boosting his power. Emily, once his equal, now seemed utterly powerless against him. With a single swipe of his razor-sharp claws Olaf split Emily's great sword into several pieces. In the next instant he darted forward and grabbed her by the throat. "My dear Emily, we're together again." A cold sneer curled Olaf's lips as he turned his hand and a purple crystal sphere appeared. As the crystal sphere radiated, light threads of Emily's life essence flowed continuously into it. Seeing her in danger, little Zhu Beiji charged toward Olaf without regard for his own safety. "You monster! Let Emily go!" As he shouted, little Zhu Beiji transformed into a tall knight wielding sword and shield and rushed toward Olaf at full speed. "Deluding yourself." Seeing little Zhu Beiji charge, Olaf flicked his hand casually, sending him flying. "Damn it!" Though severely injured, little Zhu Beiji struggled back to his feet. He had reverted to his pig-headed form. "Quick! Run, little Zhu Beiji. You can't defeat him." Emily had long known of his feelings, but her heart belonged to another. "No. Miss Emily, I will save you." Little Zhu Beiji forced himself up and charged toward Olaf again. "How troublesome. Truly. Now that the crystal sphere has absorbed all of Emily's life essence, my dear Emily is dead. Ha ha ha. With that no one can stop me anymore. This world shall be shrouded in darkness." As the crystal sphere blazed with light, Olaf's power grew once more. By this time Yunfei had arrived at the village, his eyes wide at the devastation before him. Corpse lay upon corpse. Mothers shielding their children with their own bodies collapsed in pools of blood, clutching their children even in their final breaths. "This is too terrible." Yunfei's eyes narrowed as he charged toward the undead horde nearby. A group of undead was currently surrounding the remaining warriors. Those warriors had long exhausted their stamina, no match for the undead. Under the relentless assault of numerous undead they could fall at any moment. No. Those undead are too powerful. Are we to die here? Look, Lady Emily is dead. We're done for. Even Lady Emily couldn't withstand the undead. Someone save us. Help. Just as the warrior's hope began to fade, a handsome youth charged into the undead horde. With overwhelming combat prowess, Han Yunfei smashed each undead with a single punch, easily harvesting them. Han Yunfei's combat power had reached 290, while the undead possessed but 30. In an instant the once ferocious undead were reduced to fragments. Ah! We're saved. Hero, thank you for saving us. But as the warriors cheered, the undead King Olaf slowly approached. Upon seeing Olaf, the warriors' faces turned pale and they scattered in terror. Run! It's Olaf. Young man, run too. No one can defeat Olaf. Though you are strong, all power is futile before him. A warrior grabbed Han Yunfei's arm, urging him to flee. Hey uncle, do not be afraid. Leave this to me. Han Yunfei grinned and walked calmly toward Olaf. Oh. You are the first who has not feared seeing me, Olaf. What is your name, boy? Olaf regarded Han Yunfei with a hint of appreciation. The great Han Yunfei, who never changes his surname or given name. I hope you remember, you ugly wretch. Raising his eyebrows, Han Yunfei replied. Boy, do you know that those who previously dared to provoke me are all dead? It seems you are tired of living. With a cold flash in his eyes, Olaf's hands transformed into claws and lashed toward Han Yunfei. Dodge it. You'll lose your life. A fleeing warrior, seeing his savior in danger, shouted urgently. But the next moment came a sharp crack, the claw broke off and blood trickled from Olaf's fingers. Is that all? Han Yunfei sneered. He had already seen that Olaf's combat power was only 70, far below his own. Noticing the shock upon Olaf's face, Han Yunfei spotted a dragon pearl glowing brightly among the treasure pile behind him. A dragon pearl. Seeing it, Han Yunfei flashed forward and shoved Olaf aside effortlessly. The warriors watched in stunned silence. What is happening? Why is this man so powerful? I feel as though Olaf is quite weak. Meanwhile, the heavily injured little Zhu Beiji managed to rise. Spitting blood, he gazed at Emily's corpse and struggled step by step toward her. Little Zhu Beiji. So this guy has such a devoted side. Seeing his injuries, Han Yunfei immediately supported him. Emily. Emily. Emily is dead. Wah! Little Zhu Beiji fell to his knees and wept uncontrollably. Meanwhile, Olaf, having been knocked away, let out a frustrated roar in the distance. The crystal sphere in his hand blazed brightly, then fired a purple shockwave. Undead flash. Han Yunfei die. Fierce light filled Olaf's eyes. Undead flash was his trump card. No one could survive it. Seeing the undead flash, Han Yunfei grinned and casually swatted it away. What? My undead flash was ineffective. How is this possible? Boy, remember this. I, Olaf, will not let you live. Pale with fear, Olaf spat those words, then waved his hand and made all the treasure vanish. The next moment he fled like a frightened rat. What nonsense! I thought he had some formidable technique. As Olaf disappeared, the surrounding undead followed. The surviving warriors erupted in jubilant cheers. After giving little Zhu Beiji a Senzu Bean, he regained his vigor. With tears in his eyes, he buried Emily. Han Yunfei then suggested little Zhu Beiji join their party to search for the dragon pearls. With Emily gone, little Zhu Beiji had no attachments left. Heartbroken that the treasure had been taken by Olaf, in utter despair he joined their quest. Though his combat power was weak and his courage even weaker, his ability to transform into various objects made him a useful tool after all. The four traveled southwest by yacht. Upon learning they were heading to Flame Mountain, little Zhu Beiji's face drained of color. Why so afraid? Little Yukon looked at him in confusion. Don't you know? There is a terrifying demon king of Ox. He lives at Flame Mountain. Little Zhu Beiji panicked, looking at everyone as though they were fools. Do not worry. With Han Yunfei and little Yukon here, nothing bad will happen. Bulma listened calmly. She believed that no matter how powerful the opponent, as long as Han Yunfei and little Yukon were present, everything would be fine. Hearing Bulma's words, little Zhu Beiji fell silent. He acknowledged Han Yunfei's strength. Yet his fear of the demon king of Ox remained undiminished. Watching the terrified little Zhu Beiji and the innocent little Wukong and Bulma, an image of the Demon King of Ox's colossal figure surfaced in Han Yunfei's mind. Thinking of the Demon King, Han Yunfei suddenly glanced meaningfully at little Wukong and chuckled. "Brother Han Yunfei, what's wrong with you? Is there something on my face?" Little Wukong touched his cheek, bewildered. "Oh, nothing. It's just that your luck is about to come." Little Wukong. Grinning, Han Yunfei patted him on the shoulder. "Brother Han Yunfei is acting strange today." Little Wukong scratched his head in confusion. As the yacht drew closer to Flame Mountain, anticipation filled Han Yunfei's eyes. For Flame Mountain not only housed the fearsome Demon King of Ox, it was also home to his lovely daughter Chi-Chi. Amidst the mountains and rivers a speedboat raced past. Han Yunfei and his companions drove the speedboat, pressing onward toward the final Dragon Ball. "Oh no, we're out of fuel." Little Beiji turned into an oar. "Once we row ashore, I'll check the Capsule Corp capsule for gasoline." "Transform." With a bang, little Beiji turned into an oar. Watching this, Han Yunfei thought the transformation technique was flawless apart from its short duration. System: is the transformation technique in the shop also limited to 5 minutes? Yes, host. 5 minutes is still too short. Han Yunfei had intended to use points to purchase the transformation technique, but then realized 5 minutes wasn't enough to accomplish much. Ding, the flash sale has begun. This flash sale item is the Kamehameha. The flash sale has begun. Hearing the system's voice, Han Yunfei couldn't wait to enter the points shop. He saw the Kamehameha radiating a dazzling 7-colored light in the bronze zone. 1 point. It really is a flash sale, how amazing. System, I want to buy the Kamehameha. Han Yunfei said excitedly. Although his strength was formidable, he was sorely lacking in techniques. Ding, congratulations host on successfully redeeming the Kamehameha. You now have 2 points remaining. As the pleasant system chime sounded, the knowledge of the Kamehameha flooded into Han Yunfei's mind. So this is the Kamehameha. With a thought, the status panel appeared before his eyes. Name: Han Yunfei. Battle power 290. Title: Emerging Talent. Techniques: Kamehameha Bukujutsu Kaio-ken X10 side effect free version. Items: Senzu Bean X98. Points 2. Han Yunfei suddenly stood up. Little Goku was still paddling desperately with the oar transformed from little Beiji. Despite little Goku's efforts, little Beiji was too weak, making the oar so fragile that it was impossible to use properly. Standing at the stern, Han Yunfei took a deep breath. He brought his hands together in a cup-like shape and slowly lowered them to his waist. Ka. Me. Ha. Han Yunfei murmured, and then a glowing orb appeared in his palm. As his aura surged, the sphere grew larger and larger. Me. Ha. Me. Ha. With a mighty shout, Han Yunfei thrust his hands forward and a powerful energy wave shot forth. Wow. Under the tremendous thrust, the speedboat rocketed toward the shore at an incredible speed, and Bulma, sitting in the driver's seat, screamed in terror. In the blink of an eye, the speedboat reached the shore and everyone stared at Han Yunfei in disbelief. Brother Han Yunfei, what was that just now? Little Goku asked in confusion. Although it was his first time seeing the Kamehameha, he was deeply captivated by it. Well. This. Han Yunfei let out a long breath, lowered his hands and jumped off the speedboat. This is the Kamehameha Master Roshi's secret technique. Han Yunfei demonstrated the Kamehameha movements again as he spoke. Wow, so that old man is really that amazing. Little Goku said, suddenly enlightened. Thanks to you, Han Yunfei, we were able to reach the shore so quickly. As a reward, I'll give you a Capsule Corp capsule. As she spoke, Bulma reached into her pocket. It's gone. The capsule case is gone. Arg. It must have fallen into the river just now. The capsules were Bulma's entire livelihood, and losing them in this desolate wilderness would be a huge disaster. Don't worry, Bulma, I'll help you find them right away. With that, Han Yunfei soared into the air and plunged into the river. But the river was too vast, and despite giving his all, Han Yunfei came up empty-handed. How embarrassing. My noble reputation as Brother Fei. Han Yunfei looked at Bulma with an apologetic expression. Damn it. The boat is out of gas again. No house, no vehicle, what are we supposed to do? Bulma fell to her knees and wailed in despair. Then let's walk. Little Goku said, puzzled, standing on the flying Nimbus. Easy for you to say, you have the flying Nimbus. Little Beiji can turn into a motorcycle. Little Goku immediately came up with a brilliant suggestion. Clever. I almost forgot we still have little Beiji to use. Hee hee. Little Beiji. Bulma turned to little Beiji with a sweet smile. Ha. Where is he? That little brat, he ran away. Little Beiji. Where are you? Little Beiji. While everyone was searching for him, the little rascal was hiding behind a rock. Humph. There's no way I'm going to that terrifying place. Even Han Yunfei is no match for Ox King. Han Yunfei and little Goku were searching hard for little Beiji, but the little guy was so small that finding him was no easy task. What a pity. Since little Beiji is gone, he'll never know that our school has plenty of pretty girls. I was even planning to introduce him to them. Bulma deliberately raised her voice. Pretty girls. Hearing this, little Beiji couldn't contain himself and came out on his own. Oh, I just went to take a dump. Bulma, I'll turn into a motorcycle now. Transform. With a poof, little Beiji transformed into an old-fashioned motorcycle. Bulma was clearly less than satisfied, but under the circumstances she had no choice but to make do. At least it's better than walking. Bulma thought to herself, but the moment she sat down the motorcycle collapsed. What the hell? It collapsed the moment I sat on it. Bulma glared at the flattened motorcycle in annoyance. Wah! What can I do? I can transform, but I can't increase my strength. And each transformation only lasts 5 minutes. Then I need to rest for 1 minute. Little Beiji transformed back to his original form and patted his body. Bulma was speechless. But I can turn into a pair of shorts, no problem. Didn't your shorts get soaked in the river? I'm the best at turning into shorts. Don't be shy, go ahead and wear them. With that, little Beiji immediately transformed into a pair of shorts, staring lecherously at Bulma. I don't want your crappy shorts. Slap. Bulma threw the shorts to the ground. And so the group had to proceed on foot. Since they were already nearing Mount Flame Mountain, the climate in this area was unbearably hot. It wasn't long before Bulma and little Beiji were drenched in sweat. I'm dying. Huff. Huff. They found a rocky outcrop for shade and sat down on the spot. Huff. Huff. Why isn't Han Yunfei back yet? Didn't he go to look for food? I'm thirsty and hungry. I want a bath. And I want to sleep in a bed. Bulma rolled around on the ground by herself, and before long, exhausted, she dozed off. Outside a stone house not far away named Hammersmithy, a small blue-furred creature was peering through a telescope at little Goku and little Beiji. Hee hee. After letting out a burst of laughter, the little creature dashed into the stone house. Yamcha, we've got customers. The little one climbed down the stairs happily and said to a handsome young man who was eating nearby. Oh. It's been a long time. The young man wiped his mouth, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. Only a young boy and a pig. They didn't look like wealthy folks. The boy walked outside the stone house and picked up a telescope to examine the surroundings. They might have capsules. The little one quickly reminded from the side. All right, Pure, get the car ready. Yes, Lao Ping. So the boy's name was Lao Ping, a notorious bandit in this area, while the little one beside him was called Pure, Lao Ping's companion. Meanwhile, little Beiji was so hungry that his head was spinning. Hasn't brother Han Yunfei returned yet? I'm starving to death. Little Beiji lay on the ground, his stomach growling loudly. How about I go find some food too? Wait a moment, little Wukong, what's that? Suddenly little Beiji spotted a man riding a flying motorcycle from afar, approaching them at high speed. After the flying motorcycle stopped, Lao Ping slowly dismounted. Who are you? Little Wukong asked, looking at Lao Ping in confusion. Hey. I'm Lao Ping, the manager of this area. I don't wish to bully children. Hand over your money and capsules obediently and I'll let you go. Holding a broadsword, Lao Ping looked down at them as he spoke. I'm Pure. A creature resembling a small cat beside Lao Ping said. It turned out that Pure and little Beiji were classmates, and Pure's transformation ability was considerably stronger than his. Little Beiji had been expelled from school because he stole the kindergarten teacher's shorts. That was why Pure didn't have much goodwill toward little Beiji. Alright, hand over your money and capsules if you know what's good for you. Lao Ping seemed quite impatient beside them. Upon hearing about having to surrender the capsules, little Beiji panicked. Because he was hiding an exceptional capsule on his person. Lao Ping, I'm telling you, you'd better leave quickly. This little Wukong is quite formidable. As little Beiji spoke, he ducked behind little Wukong. And then brother Han Yunfei is even more of an opponent you can't defeat. Oh. Is that so? Lao Ping observed the two before him without committing to a response. Heh. You're full of nonsense. Seems like you'd like to take a stroll in heaven. Saying this, Lao Ping drew his broadsword, gazing confidently at both little Wukong and little Beiji. Seeing this, little Beiji immediately hid behind a stone pillar while Bulma continued to sleep soundly. With a loud shout, Lao Ping and little Wukong immediately clashed in battle. The two fought fiercely in an intense back-and-forth exchange. Extend the Rui Bang. With a mighty cry, the Rui Bang in little Wukong's hand suddenly lengthened and Lao Ping, caught off guard, was struck in the abdomen and fell to the ground injured. Waha! Little Wukong, you're really amazing. Looks like we don't need to hand over the capsules after all. Little Beiji, watching from the side, burst into joyful laughter. Lao Ping boy. Where did you get that staff? Little Wukong, my grandfather gave it to me. Lao Ping, only one person possesses a Rui Bang that can extend and retract freely. Could your grandfather be Sun Wufan? Little Wukong, you know my grandfather. Lao Ping, so your grandson Sun Wufan's grandson, no wonder. Seems I have no choice but to use that technique. Saying this, Lao Ping's eyes narrowed, his aura surging dramatically as his movements became as agile as a wild wolf's. Wolf Fawn Wind Fist. Lao Ping shouted loudly, and a phantom image of a wild wolf appeared behind him, his strength and speed rapidly increasing. Behind a large boulder in the desert, a girl with red curly hair couldn't contain her excitement as she looked at the device in her hands. Dar. Jero, I've collected some very useful combat information this time. I'll transmit it to you right away. You've worked hard, Mandy. Collect as much useful combat data as possible. Yes, Dar. Jero. Not far away, Han Yunfei was picking wild fruits when he suddenly sensed Lao Ping's power surge. His eyebrows rose and he immediately flew rapidly toward where little Wukong was. At this point, little Wukong, having traveled such a long distance, stood no match against Lao Ping. After a few exchanges, he was beaten to the ground. If you want to live, hand over your money and capsules quickly. Lao Ping approached little Beiji and held out his hand, saying. Understood. This is my personal stash of capsules, here you go. To survive, little Beiji handed over his best capsule with a gloomy expression. Humph, that's more like it. It seems you lot only have this much strength. Giving up resistance would be the wise choice. Lao Ping had great confidence in his Wolf Fawn Wind Fist, having used this unique technique to defeat many skilled fighters before. Little Beiji, you bastard. You had capsules but didn't show them, causing us to waste so much time. Suddenly a handsome youth descended from the sky, hovering in mid-air and examining Lao Ping with considerable interest. You can fly. Although Lao Ping was a bandit, he was well-traveled and knowledgeable. He knew that only Immortal Crane and his disciples could perform the flying leap. Are you Immortal Crane's disciple? Hearing this, Lao Ping felt a desire to retreat, for he did not wish to offend Immortal Crane. I am not Immortal Crane's disciple, but Lao Ping, you attacked us without reason and I am extremely displeased. Han Yunfei looked down at Lao Ping before him and said calmly. Oh. So you're not Immortal Crane's disciple. That changes things. Boy, you seem quite arrogant. Let's see if you can handle the beating. That fellow is already broken. Next will be you. Saying this, Lao Ping immediately assumed a combat stance, speaking with utter confidence. Go Lao Ping, defeat that kid. Pure immediately cheered him on from the side. Humph boy, if you have any guts, come down. It'll only take me 1 minute to deal with you. Looking at the not-so-muscular Han Yunfei before him, Lao Ping spoke confidently. I never expected that Lao Ping, so famous in Dragon Ball, would turn out to be someone without any discernment. Very well then. I'll give you 1 minute. If you can touch me, Fei Gu will immediately concede defeat. Han Yunfei said confidently. Having observed earlier, he learned that Lao Ping's combat power was only around 34 points. Even using the Wolf Fawn Wind Fist, his combat power would merely reach 40 points. Little Wukong was defeated because he was both hungry and exhausted. If little Wukong had eaten his fill, he certainly would not have lost. Arrogant brat, take this Wolf Fawn Wind Fist. At this moment Lao Ping was already furious and desperate. In his anger he immediately unleashed his ultimate technique, charging toward Han Yunfei. Seeing Lao Ping's rapid approach, Han Yunfei grinned and adopted a nonchalant attitude. Hey! Ha! Hey! Lao Ping quickly closed the distance to Han Yunfei. Empowered by the Wolf Fawn Wind Fist, he was like a wild wolf, constantly lashing out at Han Yunfei. However, those seemingly ferocious techniques were easily evaded by Han Yunfei. and prolonged use of the Wolf Fong Wind Wind Fist consumed considerable stamina. Huff. Impossible. How can he dodge my Wolf Fong Wind Fist? Huff. Lao Ping was now panting heavily. He never expected this man before him to be so powerful. The Wolf Fong Wind Fist is nothing special. Having easily dodged the Wolf Fong Wind Fist, Han Yunfei grinned mockingly and said. Then he brought his hands together in a lotus bud shape and slowly lowered them to his waist, muttering something under his breath. Came. Ha. Me. Impossible. Could it be the Kamehameha? Upon hearing this, Lao Ping's expression immediately changed drastically. Came. Haim. Ha. Hearing Han Yunfei mutter under his breath, Lao Ping immediately panicked. Could it be the Kamehameha? Wasn't this technique only known to Master Wu Tian? How could this young man have mastered such a powerful move? Impossible. It must be a bluff. Watch me knock you flying with the Wolf Fong Fist. Lao Ping stared at Han Yunfei, who was charging his attack, and with a sharp glare he unleashed the Wolf Fong Fist, dashing toward him at full speed. Seeing Lao Ping charging at him, Han Yunfei grinned, then thrust his hands forward, unleashing a powerful shockwave. Boom. What? When Lao Ping saw the powerful shockwave rushing toward him, he was scared out of his wits. Using all his strength, he hastily dodged to one side. The shockwave grazed his shoulder and struck a huge boulder behind him. A violent explosion erupted, and under the force of the blast the boulder shattered into pieces and vanished in the blink of an eye. Incredible. Lao Ping stared at the boulder behind him that had vanished, so frightened that he collapsed to the ground. Lao Ping, are you all right? Pure, who was nearby, rushed over to Lao Ping and immediately examined his injuries. I'm fine, Pure. That bastard, let's get out of here. Lao Ping gasped for breath as he got up, then he and Pure fled on their flying motorcycle. Han Yunfei naturally had no intention of killing Lao Ping, he only wanted to teach that fellow a lesson. Now that everyone had discovered his capsule, Xiao Beiji could no longer keep it hidden. Inside a 2-story motorhome, Xiao Beiji was reluctantly pulling a turkey out of the oven. Since you have such a great capsule, why didn't you take it out earlier? Annoying. Ma took a sip of coffee and said discontentedly. I saved up for a long time to buy this. I wanted to keep it for myself. Xiao Beiji said with a pained expression, watching Xiao Wukong devouring food like a whirlwind nearby. Do you have a bathroom here? After walking all day, Ma urgently needed a bath. Let me show you. Saying that, Xiao Beiji immediately led Ma into the bathroom. The bathroom is so small. I guess I'll have to take a shower. Ma, don't be so particular. Xiao Beiji said with a dissatisfied expression. This capsule car had originally been custom-made for himself, and he never intended for others to use it, so the bathroom size had been designed to fit his own dimensions. Xiao Beiji, you must not peek. Ma had already seen through Xiao Beiji's intentions and immediately frowned in warning. Yes. I promise. Xiao Beiji replied with a serious face. Peek. You underestimate me. I'll do far more than just peek. With such lewd thoughts in his mind, Xiao Beiji left the bathroom. Meanwhile, not far away at Lao Ping's residence. Lao Ping, are we really giving up on seizing the capsule? That capsule house is worth a fortune. Pure took a sip of tea and said with reluctance. It is indeed valuable, but that guy is too strong. I'm no match for him. After witnessing Han Yunfei's terror, Lao Ping immediately wanted to back out. Yeah, it seems a direct fight won't work. Pure fell into deep thought. Wait, Lao Ping, I have an idea that might get us the capsule car. Pure suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Lao Ping, here's what we'll do. Like this. Listening to Pure's plan, Lao Ping kept nodding in agreement. It was late at night. Outside the capsule car, Lao Ping and Pure were ambushing behind a nearby rock. Lao Ping, act according to the plan. As he spoke, Pure transformed himself into a beautiful young woman. The woman had red curly hair and heavy makeup, looking quite charming. It had to be said that Pure's transformation technique was far superior to Xiao Beiji's, and the woman he transformed into was remarkably lifelike. Knock, knock, knock. The woman knocked on the door of the capsule car. Xiao Wukong opened the door. Hello, I'm looking for Xiao Beiji. I'm his friend. Xiao Beiji, someone's here for you. She says she's your friend. After saying that, Xiao Wukong went back to his seat and continued eating. Ha! My friend. With a puzzled expression, Xiao Beiji walked toward the door. Xiao Beiji, do you still remember me? Staring at the young beauty, Xiao Beiji's face instantly turned red. I remember. Aren't you Xiao Lan? Although Xiao Beiji clearly did not know her, how could he miss out on a beautiful woman who came to him on her own? It seems your memory is not bad. With that, the woman patted Xiao Beiji's pig head with her fair jade-like hand. Come with me, I have something to tell you. Oh, all right. Xiao Beiji stared at the woman's graceful figure and followed her, drooling. The two walked to a rock and stopped. So what do you want to talk about? Xiao Beiji was drooling, and under the moonlight he felt an urge to do something impulsive. The thing I want to talk about is... The woman's red lips paused as if about to speak, and suddenly a dark silhouette flew out from behind her. Xiao Beiji felt a pain in his shoulder and immediately passed out. Humph, well done, Pure. We finally took care of Xiao Beiji. Let's proceed with the next step of our plan. Leping stood in front of Xiao Beiji and said with a smile to Pure. Alright, Leping. Watch me. Transform. With that, Pure transformed into the likeness of Xiao Beiji. Good, proceed according to plan. Leping then hid back behind the rock. At that moment Xiao Beiji walked back into the motorhome looking nonchalant. Xiao Beiji, what did that woman want with you? Bulma had already finished showering and asked casually while blow-drying her hair. Oh, nothing. She just asked to borrow money. I said I had none, so she left. Xiao Beiji quickly made up a lie and answered rather nervously. Oh, I see. Bulma didn't have time to bother with Xiao Beiji's romantic affairs, she just wanted to have a good night's sleep. By the way, I specially made some juice. Everyone have a taste. Saying this, Xiao Beiji placed the juice laced with sleeping pills on the table. In fact, this was Pure and Leping's plan. First lure Xiao Beiji out and knock him out. Then Pure transforms into Xiao Beiji to make everyone drink the sleeping pill-laced juice. Finally Leping strikes and robs them all. It had to be said, this was a perfectly crafted plan. I didn't know you had such a careful side, Xiao Beiji. Well, I won't stand on ceremony. Bulma picked up the juice and drank it all in one gulp. Xiao Wukong, however, didn't seem to like the juice, finding it too sweet. Han Yunfei, would you like some too? Saying that, Xiao Beiji handed the juice to Han Yunfei. This juice. Picking up the juice, Han Yunfei suddenly recalled that in the original story this juice was laced with sleeping pills. Pretending to take a sip, Han Yunfei smiled and said, not bad, this juice is delicious. Thank you, Xiao Beiji. Then he set the juice aside and continued reading a fashion magazine. According to this, after everyone drinks the juice with sleeping pills, Leping and Pure will come here to rob the place. I'll pretend to fall asleep first, and when they come in, hehe. Han Yunfei, reading the magazine, suddenly felt his eyelids growing heavy and then collapsed onto the table fast asleep. Hee, the plan succeeded. Xiao Beiji, who was nearby, snickered upon seeing this. Leping, come quick, it's done. At Puer's call, Leping immediately rushed into the capsule car. Seeing that everyone was sound asleep, he let out a hearty laugh. So this was your plan? First you tricked Xiao Beiji outside and knocked him out, then had Puer transform into Xiao Beiji to slip me a sleeping pill. I have to say, Leping, you're quite clever. Han Yunfei said, slowly getting to his feet and flashing a grin at Leping and Puer in front of him. Ah. Why, you didn't drink the juice? How cunning. Puer was stunned as he stared at the young man before him. He had never imagined that his meticulous scheme could be seen through at a single glance. Strong and intelligent, just who are you? As a desert bandit who had robbed and plundered for more than 10 years, Leping had never encountered such a formidable opponent. Looking at the handsome young man before him, he immediately regretted it. I'll go all out. Wolf Fong Fist. Gritting his teeth, Leping charged straight at Han Yunfei. A short while later, a battered and bruised Leping left the capsule car supported by Puer. No way. That Han Yunfei is too powerful. We have to change our battle plan. Ouch, it hurts. Leping, pull yourself together. Leping. Early the next morning everyone woke up one after another, unaware of what had happened the night before. If not for Han Yunfei, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Seeing that everyone was awake, Han Yunfei went upstairs to call Bulma. When he pushed open the door, he found Bulma still fast asleep. He walked over quietly and, watching Bulma sleeping so sweetly, couldn't help but gently stroke her forehead. So adorable. Noticing the drool at the corner of Bulma's mouth, he gently wiped it away. Who is it? Do I have to go to class? Let me sleep a little longer. Bulma slowly opened her eyes and the first thing that met her gaze was an incredibly handsome face. My Prince Charming. You've finally come. Half awake Bulma immediately grabbed Han Yunfei and pulled him into her arms. Ah! With a stumble Han Yunfei's lips landed on Bulma's rosy cheek and a sweet fragrance instantly rushed into his nostrils. My prince. Kiss me. As she said this Bulma pressed her warm lips against Han Yunfei's and their red lips became tightly intertwined. Bulma. At that moment Han Yunfei's last shred of reason vanished completely. He lost himself in the young woman's passionate affection, unable to break free. Hey Han Yunfei, is Bulma up yet? Just then Xiao Wukong and Xiao Beiji also came upstairs. When they saw Han Yunfei and Bulma kissing passionately, the coffee cups in their hands fell to the floor. Xiao Beiji, what's wrong? Seeing Xiao Beiji completely dumbfounded, Xiao Wukong immediately looked over at Han Yunfei and Bulma. Brother Han Yunfei, what are you and Bulma doing? How strange. Xiao Wukong said, scratching his head and looking at the two with a clueless expression. Xiao Wukong, stop looking. Ahem. Han Yunfei will wait for you downstairs. With that Xiao Beiji quickly led the curious Xiao Wukong downstairs and started the capsule car. Good. They're off. Lu Ping was holding a pair of binoculars watching the capsule car's every move. Pu'er had said that last night he overheard Han Yunfei and the others talking about having the Dragon Balls and that these magical orbs could grant any wish. Lu Ping immediately thought of making a wish, to no longer be afraid of girls. No matter what, we have to get those Dragon Balls. But that Han Yunfei is too powerful, we can only follow them for now and act when the moment comes. Yes. But don't worry Lu Ping. I've already installed a micro-tracker on their capsule car so we can track them steadily. Pu'er, you're the one who thinks of everything. With the micro-tracker, Lu Ping and the others followed Han Yunfei's group all the way to Huiyan Mountain. But Huiyan Mountain was too hot and everyone in the car was soaked in sweat. Wow, it's so hot. That's strange, this is the north, isn't it? Bulma, sweating profusely, looked around the car in confusion. You all don't know this, but Huiyan Mountain used to be called Liangjing Mountain and it was a very cool place. But 10 years ago fire fell from the sky onto the mountain and it started burning, so it became hot. Look. It's that mountain. Xiao Beiji pointed at the place not far away that was blazing with a roaring fire. Wow. No wonder it's so hot. What a massive fire. Han Yunfei and Xiao Wukong were both stunned at the sight of Huiyan Mountain. Maybe we shouldn't go after all, the Bull Demon King is really terrifying. Xiao Beiji looked around warily, afraid that the Bull Demon King might appear at any moment. Bulma asked, who is the Bull Demon King? Xiao Beiji replied, you don't know. People call him the Demon King, he's terrifying. If anyone dares to approach that mountain, they'll be snap, done for. The castle at the top of the mountain is the Bull Demon King's home. That's where he keeps the gold and silver treasures plundered from all around. But with the Bull Demon King guarding it, no one dares to get close. Bulma said, according to the Dragon Radar, the last Dragon Ball should be in this castle. Han Yunfei said, it's fine Bulma. Leave it to me, no problem. Bulma said, Han Yunfei, be careful. Don't do anything reckless. Don't worry Bulma. Han Yunfei thumped his chest and immediately flew up into the air. I'm going with brother Han Yunfei too. Xiao Wukong said, sitting on the somersault cloud, and the two flew swiftly toward Huiyan Mountain. You two really aren't afraid of death. Come back. If the Bull Demon King finds you, it's over. Seeing this, Xiao Beiji immediately shouted, but by then Han Yunfei and Xiao Wukong were already far away. Meanwhile, a kilometer away, Leping and Pu'er were tracking Han Yunfei and the others through their devices, listening to their conversation. Pu'er, Leping, we are in serious trouble now. Leping, if our opponent is the Bull Demon King. Pu'er, with fire added to the Bull Demon King's power, I see no hope at all. Leping, that being said, Han Yunfei is quite strong. He might stand a chance against the Bull Demon King. Moreover, that little Son Wukong's grandfather is none other than Son Gohan. From what I know, both Son Gohan and the Bull Demon King were disciples of Master Roshi. In my opinion, their chances of obtaining the Dragon Balls are quite high. Pu'er, let us follow and investigate. Just as Leping made his decision, a little girl was desperately running in the distance with a fearsome T-Rex chasing close behind her. Stay back. Don't come any closer. The little girl suddenly screamed, then flung a throwing knife from atop her head, severing the vicious T-Rex's head clean off. Seeing the decapitated T-Rex, the little girl let out a terrified scream. Papa! Save me! This is too terrible! With another piercing scream, the little girl fired a strange ray from her helmet. The ray struck the T-Rex and blew it to pieces. Wow! I'm so scared! The little girl ran crying toward Leping. At that moment both Leping and Pure beside her were stunned speechless. That was right, this little girl was none other than Chi-Chi, the daughter of the Bull Demon King. Although she was only 12 years old, she was already quite formidable in combat. Upon seeing Leping, Chi-Chi, still overwhelmed with terror, fired her strange ray directly at him. Leping immediately dodged aside, then charged at Chi-Chi and punched her unconscious. You brat! Let's go, Pure! We head to the Flame Mountain. After knocking Chi-Chi out, Leping dusted off his hands and spoke. If the Bull Demon King had witnessed this scene, Leping's life would surely have been forfeit. Meanwhile, above the Flame Mountain Castle, Han Yunfei and little son Wukong were attempting to enter from above. No good, brother Han Yunfei. The fire is too intense, we cannot get in. Little son Wukong said helplessly, riding the somersault, cloud beads of sweat dripping from his forehead. Indeed, this fire is far beyond ordinary. Let me think. We can use the Kamehameha to blow away the flames. I'll give it a try. Remembering this, Han Yunfei took a deep breath and muttered me. Just as Han Yunfei was gathering his energy below, a bull-headed giant wielding a massive axe appeared before Bulma and little Baji. Are you here to steal my treasure as well? Speak up. The bull-headed giant snarled, terrifying Bulma and little Baji so much they nearly wet themselves. Suddenly he spotted a shockwave shooting toward the castle from the sky, a wave he knew all too well. Could it be Master Roshi has arrived? The bull-headed giant looked up in astonishment toward Han Yunfei's position. It seems it won't do. The Kamehameha is too powerful. If I cannot control it precisely, I might destroy the castle along with the fire. By now Han Yunfei's strength had long surpassed Master Roshi's. Extinguishing the great fire was no problem for him. Flying above the castle, the two of them heard Bulma and little Baji's cries and immediately descended to face the bull-headed giant. Who is this, uncle? Little son Wukong asked in confusion, looking at the bull-headed giant. Bulma, shut up. That is the Bull Demon King himself. Little Baji, we're done for. We're dead. Just when Bulma and little Baji believed all was lost, the Bull Demon King suddenly shed his ferocious demeanor and asked little son Wukong anxiously, do you have a somersault cloud? Tell me quickly, who gave it to you? Little son Wukong, Grandpa, Master Roshi gave it to me. Are you the Bull Demon King? You look incredibly powerful. Bull Demon King, Master Roshi. You mean Master Bude? Hearing that little son Wukong knew Master Roshi, hope immediately rekindled in the Bull Demon King's heart. Because only Master Roshi could extinguish the castle fire. Seeing that the fierce Bull Demon King was actually a disciple of Master Roshi, Bulma was utterly dumbfounded. She never imagined that lecherous old man was so formidable. Bull Demon King, little one, where did the Rui Bang behind you come from? Little son Wukong, it was left to me by my grandfather. Bull Demon King, your grandfather? Is it son Wukong? Little son Wukong, yes. Bull Demon King, what? Really? Are you son Wukong's grandson? Little Sunong, you know my grandfather. Bull Demon King, of course I know him. Your grandfather was Master Roshi's senior disciple and I am his junior disciple. How nostalgic. Witnessing the Bull Demon King's sudden warmth toward little son Wukong, everyone was instantly stunned. Leping, I never expected that kid to have forged a connection with the Bull Demon King. Pure, it seems he isn't so extraordinary after all. Bulma, I never would have guessed that old pervert was the Bull Demon King's master. Little Baji, wow. Little son Wukong is amazing. But there is something I have never understood. As the Bull Demon King spoke, he abruptly shifted his tone and turned his gaze toward Han Yunfei. Why do you know the Kamehameha? I have never heard that Master Roshi took any other disciples. The Bull Demon King looked at Han Yunfei with utter bewilderment. This bull-headed fellow is such a headache. If he claimed it was self-taught, the bull-headed giant would never believe him. After all, the Kamehameha is no ordinary technique that one could grasp casually. What should he do then? Han Yunfei suddenly thought of an excellent excuse. After a brief pause, Han Yunfei continued, I usually enjoy reading martial arts manuals. One day while strolling, I accidentally came across a book titled The Kamehameha from Beginner to Master at a small market stall, and I immediately purchased it. I still recall the author was written as Master Wu Taidu. Han Yunfei lied with great conviction while the Bull Demon King across from him listened completely bewildered. Because the Bull Demon King knew that Master Wu Taidu was Master Roshi's master, his own grandmaster. Although Master Wu Taidu had died long ago sealing the Demon King Piccolo, it was highly possible he had written books before his passing. With that thought, the Bull Demon King was somewhat reassured. However, upon seeing Han Yunfei also knowing the void flight technique, his expression immediately darkened once more. "Boy, tell me honestly, are you a disciple of Lord Slug? I have already heard that Lord Slug took 2 disciples, one tall and one short. You must be the taller one, correct?" Since Lord Slug and Master Roshi were bitter rivals, the Bull Demon King naturally held no fondness for Lord Slug's camp. "Damn it. It seems this void flight technique, though convenient, has brought me nothing but trouble." Master Roshi had once asked him the same question before, but that old man's suspicions were not as heavy as the Bull Demon King's. What should he do now? Seeing Han Yunfei remain silent, the Bull Demon King immediately flew into a rage. "A disciple of Lord Slug does not deserve to be here. Get out." Without further explanation, the Bull Demon King raised his axe and swung it fiercely toward Han Yunfei. "Hey! Hold on. You bull-headed oaf, can you just listen to me explain? I truly have no connection with the Crane Master. Is there even a need for explanation? Across this entire world, only those of the Crane School can perform the air dancing technique. Get lost, kid." The Bull King was clearly exerting his full strength, his massive axe whirling so fast that not even a thread could slip through. Han Yunfei had no choice but to retreat. Ding Host is currently under attack by the Bull King. Choice 1, turn and run. If you can't beat him, you can at least flee. Reward 1 point. Choice 2, have little Goku mediate. No reward. Choice 3, stand your ground and fight back. Saiyans are a warrior race by nature, whom do we fear? Reward 1 point, combat power 30. With the pleasant chime of the system, Han Yunfei decisively chose the third option. Ding, congratulations host for selecting choice 3, stand your ground and fight back. Saiyans are a warrior race by nature, whom do we fear? Task in progress. Under the Bull King's full force assault, Han Yunfei merely sidestepped with casual ease. After all, if he were to fight seriously, even a Bull King would not be his match. But he knew the Bull King, though hot-tempered, his heart was not a bad one. Quick kid, surprisingly agile. Let's see if you can handle this. Massive axe strike. The moment the words left his lips, the Bull King's giant axe flew from his grasp, hurtling toward Han Yunfei at tremendous speed. Yet in the next instant Han Yunfei casually caught it. Han Yunfei is amazing, said Lopak. Looks like the Bull King can't beat him either. He truly is my idol, remarked Bulma. His strength is unmatched across the world. With a grin, Han Yunfei tossed the massive axe back to the Bull King. Humph. You do have some skill. Let's see how you handle this. A cold snort escaped Han Yunfei's lips, and suddenly an image of the Bull King appeared behind him. With a thunderous crash, Han Yunfei was struck by an iron fist forced backwards several steps in surprise. It turned out the Bull King had just deployed Master Matato's signature technique, the afterimage fist. This martial art allows the user to create an illusory duplicate through instantaneous high-speed movement, confusing the opponent. He wasn't even scratched. Upon witnessing this, the Bull King's forehead broke into a cold sweat. You unreasonable bull-headed brute. I truly am not from the Crane School. Besides, I wouldn't lower myself to respect that scheming old Crane Master. Whether you believe it or not, I discovered the air dancing technique through my own understanding. In truth, it's not particularly difficult. You simply channel your ki throughout your entire body and manipulate it with your will. For instance, the afterimage fist you just employed is essentially an illusion created through high-speed movement. Han Yunfei possessed an intimate knowledge of the Dragon Ball world. The reason the Bull King and the others could not perform air dancing was simply because Master Roshi himself did not know it and therefore never taught it. Moreover, a technique as straightforward as air dancing was nothing for Han Yunfei, who had inherited the legacy of a Saiyan. Even without the system's gift, he could have grasped it through his own comprehension. Bull-headed fool, watch closely. As Han Yunfei spoke, his figure darted forward, reappearing behind the Bull King while his original form remained unchanged. How about that? I've learned the afterimage fist too, said Han Yunfei with a toothy grin from behind the Bull King. Impossible. You actually mastered the afterimage fist after merely glancing at it once. Impossible. In sheer panic, the Bull King immediately swung his fist at Han Yunfei, but to his astonishment his iron fist struck only empty air. Where are you aiming? In the next instant Han Yunfei's figure flashed and he found himself standing atop the Bull King's head. What the? Everyone present was thrown into shock. That terrifying Bull King has actually been toyed with by Han Yunfei, exclaimed Lopak. This is truly remarkable. Brother Han Yunfei is so awesome, said little Goku. I guess I need to work harder too. What? The Bull King has been stepped upon by Han Yunfei, said little Beiji. This is truly extraordinary. Han Yunfei grinned broadly, then leapt gracefully from atop the Bull King's head. Well. Bull-headed fool, do you believe me now? In truth, Han Yunfei knew the Bull King's nature was not evil, only impulsive. Therefore he had no intention of fighting him to the death. Furthermore, the Bull King was also a disciple of Master Roshi, and Han Yunfei did not wish to make an enemy of him. After all, in this world Master Mateto still held sway. Han Yunfei also harbored ambitions to become Master Mateto's disciple and rapidly strengthen his own abilities. Ding! Congratulations, host. Task completed. Reward 1 point, combat power 30. Since Han Yunfei had already overwhelmed the Bull King through sheer aura, the system judged the task complete. It was a triple afterimage fist. Very well, I believe you now. Han Yunfei, it seems you are truly a martial arts prodigy. The Bull King added, but I noticed you were also attempting to extinguish the great fire at Flame Mountain. Did you come here seeking the treasures in my castle? Over the years the Bull King had guarded his riches fiercely, and in his fury he had slain many thieves who dared to covet his wealth. That is precisely why I acquired such a fearsome reputation. Actually, we did not come here for treasure, said Bulma. We are searching for the Dragon Balls which happen to have landed inside your castle. Speaking which, Bulma produced a Dragon Ball and handed it to the Bull King. The Bull King took the Dragon Ball and examined it closely. Finding nothing extraordinary about the orb, he patted his chest and said, Is that so? Then I'm relieved. As long as you can extinguish the great fire in the castle, I shall gift you this Dragon Ball. Upon hearing these words, everyone cheered immediately. But a problem arose. How could they extinguish such a massive fire? Even Han Yunfei's Kamehameha could not blow it out. Who among them could possibly quench such flames? Just as everyone was at a loss, the Bull King glanced at little Goku's flying nimbus and inquired, Do you know where Master Mateto currently resides? If there is anyone in this world capable of extinguishing such a fire, it must be Master Mateto. I still refuse to believe that perverted old man possesses such power. Muttered Bulma. Are you talking about old Gue Xianren? I think I've heard of him. He seems to live across the sea. Little Wukong sat on the flying nimbus, recalling how they had met Gue Xianren on the beach when they sent the sea turtle back to the ocean. Ha ha ha. Great. I can finally go back to the city. Hearing this, Niu Moang danced with joy, showing just how important the treasure in his castle was to him. Niu Moang, little Wukong, it seems I need to ask you for another favor. Little Wukong, what is it? It was said that the flames on Huiyan Mountain could only be extinguished by Master Wu-Tian's banana leaf fan. Would you go borrow the banana leaf fan for me? Niu Moang even made a pleading gesture toward little Wukong. Sure. Of course. Little Wukong smiled. And little Wukong, I didn't expect you to come, so I sent my only daughter Chi-Chi to find Master Wu-Tian. I think she should still be on the way. Why don't you take her with you? She is a gentle girl, just a bit timid. I can entrust her to you. You are Sun Wufan's grandson, so this will make us twice as close. Niu Moang said excitedly to little Wukong. Marry me. Little Wukong, however, looked utterly bewildered. The innocent little Wukong had no idea what marriage was. Here is her photo. Got it. When Niu Moang took out Chi-Chi's photo, Leping, who was standing nearby, was scared out of his wits. Pure, Leping, that girl is the one you just knocked out. Leping, she is actually Niu Moang's daughter. I'm done for her. Niu Moang will definitely kill me. What should I do? Saying this, Leping quickly drove back with Pure to the place where Chi-Chi lay unconscious. It's right there. Leping immediately lifted Chi-Chi and shook her anxiously. Wake up, young lady. Ahem. Chi-Chi let out a soft sound and slowly opened her eyes. Key. The moment Chi-Chi opened her eyes, she found a strange man trying to kiss her. She immediately moved aside and prepared to unleash that strange light wave at him. Ah. Please wait, Miss Chi-Chi. Seeing this, Leping waved his hands and quickly tried to explain. Ha. How do you know my name is Chi-Chi? You don't need to ask. Actually, I struck you just now because I love you too much. Leping suddenly transformed into a heartthrob, feeling pretty good about himself. You love me. You're not lying to me. Chi-Chi asked skeptically. Of course it's true. Can't you see how serious I look? With that, Leping flashed what he thought was his most charming smile. It's a very funny face and you're missing a tooth. Chi-Chi said bluntly, but her words dealt a heavy blow to Leping. Oh no, little Wukong is here. Pure retreat. While Chi-Chi was still lost in her own fantasies, Leping fled at lightning speed. After little Wukong briefly introduced himself, the two boarded the flying Nimbus and flew straight to Guo Xianren's residence. The blazing fire on Huiyan Mountain was still burning endlessly. At this moment Han Yunfei stood beside the fire and tried once more to extinguish it with the Turtle School Chi Wave, but failed again. Damn, it's so close. After the fight with Niu Moang just now, Han Yunfei could clearly feel that his combat power had increased. With a single thought, an information panel appeared before him. Name Han Yunfei. Combat power 320. Title showing initial promise. Skills Turtle School Chi Wave Sky Dance Technique Tenfold Kaio-ken No Side Effects Version. Item Senzu Bean 98. Points 3. It seems I can only wait for Guo Xianren to come. Half a day later, little Wukong arrived at Huiyan Mountain with Guo Xianren. With Guo Xianren's arrival, everyone immediately focused their attention on him. Seeing Guo Xianren again, Han Yunfei carefully probed the qi in the old man's body. The qi that appeared plain and unremarkable on the surface actually contained immense energy. Such a powerful qi. Han Yunfei suddenly felt that Guo Xianren's body held an enormous amount of qi, and this powerful qi was something he could never match. Master, I'll leave the firefighting to you. Niu Moang was filled with hope as soon as he saw Guo Xianren. Niu Moang. Yes, I'm here. Your reputation isn't too good, you know. Although it was to protect your treasure, you've killed people too, haven't you? Guo Xianren asked seriously. Seeing Guo Xianren's serious expression, Han Yunfei immediately felt admiration rise in his heart. He knew that Guo Xianren was very different from He Xianren. Guo Xianren valued friendship and righteousness, completely unlike the sinister and cunning He Xianren. Yes. You already know about that. I was blinded by greed and I won't dare do it again. Once you put out the fire, I can donate the treasure. Hearing this, Niu Moang fell to his knees in fright. Guo Xianren, no need to donate it. That would be a pity. Xiao Beiji, Even Niu Moang kowtows and apologizes to him. That old man is really amazing. Alright then, I'll start putting out the fire. With those words, Guo Xianren took off his robe, revealing his skinny body, and jumped onto the stone platform. Bulma, so skinny. Xiao Beiji, he looks so weak. Little Wukong, be careful, old man. Chi-Chi, Dad, can that old man do it? Everyone looked on and underestimated Guo Xianren's strength. Only Niu Moang and Han Yunfei beside him had grave expressions. What astonishing qi! When Han Yunfei saw Guo Xianren begin to gather his qi, his face instantly filled with terror. He felt that if he exchanged blows with Guo Xianren, he would definitely be slain in seconds. Hey! Following a loud shout, a shocking surge of energy burst out from Guo Xianren's body. Boom! 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 Then Guo Xianren's originally skinny body began to swell up immensely. Everyone was stunned, jaws dropping. Niu Moang, Master Wuqian is about to unleash the Turtle School Chi Wave. Han Yunfei, what a powerful Chi. This combat power must be over 180 points. Cold sweat broke out on Han Yunfei's forehead. He had never dreamed that Guo Xianren could instantly raise his strength to such a level. Tli. School. Chi. Wave. As a massive shockwave rushed toward the castle, the great fire was extinguished in an instant. At the same time, on a sand dune a kilometer away from the castle, Pilaf and his gang were sitting on the sandy ground looking troubled. Xiaowu, Lord Pilaf, it's too hot here, we can't get any closer. Axiu, Lord Pilaf, let's go back. Pilaf, useless fools. The Dragon Ball is right before us and we're almost there. Axiu, but with such a huge fire there's no way we can get the Dragon Ball. Xiaowu, Lord Pilaf, look. What is that? Following Xiaowu's finger, a huge shockwave blasted directly into the fire, and in an instant a thunderous explosion sounded. After a moment, the great fire was actually blown away by the shockwave, while the castle was completely unscathed. A glass bead fell from the sky into Pilaf's hand. Pilaf gaped at the Dragon Ball in his hand, stunned. A Dragon Ball? It's really the Dragon Ball. Excellent. It seems I Pilaf am destined to be the master of this world. Xiaowu Axiu retreat. We've got the Dragon Ball. By a stroke of fortune Pilaf and his gang managed to seize the Dragon Ball through the immense power of the Kamehameha wave. Meanwhile Bulma searched among the castle ruins but found nothing. Bulma, where did the Dragon Ball go? Why can't I find it? Han Yunfei, don't worry Bulma. Let's keep searching. Bulma, it's gone. Gone. Where has the Dragon Ball vanished to? As Han Yunfei and his companions searched desperately, Bulma's dragon radar revealed that the final Dragon Ball was hurtling through the sky. Could someone have taken the Dragon Ball? Watching it zoom across the radar, Bulma's heart pounded with anxiety. Meanwhile little Wukong was attempting to wield the Kamehameha. Surprisingly, he actually managed to fire a miniature version of the technique. Upon witnessing this, Master Roshi stood nearby lost in thought. Long ago, Gohan once told me about finding a child with a tail. He must be Grandpa Gohan's grandson. Lost in thought, Master Roshi slowly approached little Wukong and asked, Boy, is your grandfather well? Little Wukong, grandfather has passed away. Master Roshi, what? Passed away? What a pity. Would you like to learn martial arts from me and become a distinguished warrior just like your grandfather? Little Wukong, wonderful. After I gather all the Dragon Balls I'll come find you. Little Wukong said with delight. That boy is extraordinary. Master Mateto doesn't take disciples lightly. Whoever he chooses will surely. Yamcha, concealed in the shadows nearby, said with astonishment. Ah, little Wukong, what are you still doing here chatting? The Dragon Ball has been stolen. Let's hurry and chase them. Han Yunfei has already given pursuit, we must go as well. Seeing Bulma's anxious demeanor, Bull King immediately tossed out his prized SVC supercar. Drive this to chase them. Bull King said with a smile. Since they were all allies, he naturally would not stint. Excellent. Thank you. Bulma exclaimed and immediately climbed into the vehicle. Little Pawan stowed away the RV capsule and promptly joined little Wukong in the car. The Dragon Ball was speeding westward. We must pursue it at once. Farewell. Thank you all. Farewell. After bidding adieu to everyone, Bulma's party immediately raced westward. Above the desert, 3 humanoid robots soared through the sky at tremendous speed. Xiao Wu, Lord Pilaf, pursuers are gaining on us. Pilaf, engage acceleration mode full thrust. Leave them in our wake. Once we reach the castle, the Dragon Ball will be secure. Xiao Wu and Axie, yes Lord Pilaf. In an instant the 3 humanoid machines activated their high-speed mode, and in the blink of an eye their velocity multiplied manyfold. Incredible. Such astonishing speed. Han Yunfei, hot on their heels, could only watch helplessly as Pilaf and his companions vanished over the horizon. Bulma. Spotting Bulma and her companions racing below, Han Yunfei dove swiftly and returned to his vehicle. Han Yunfei curses, I actually lost them, this is utterly humiliating. Bulma, it's alright. As long as they carry the Dragon Ball I can track them down. Everyone hold on tight. Through the desert Bulma piloted the SVC supercar, leaving a long trail of dust as it disappeared into the distance, while Yamcha followed close behind. For the sake of not growing nervous around beautiful women in the future, Yamcha was equally determined to claim the Dragon Ball. Far across the desert within Pilaf's palace. Pilaf stroked his chin, wearing a wicked grin as he gazed at the Dragon Ball radar before him. It seems they already possess 6 Dragon Balls. Add the one I hold and all 7 shall be complete. The day of Pilaf's dominion over the world draws ever nearer. Axiu Xiao Wu, keep a sharp watch. When they enter the minefield zone, trigger the trap immediately. Yes Lord Pilaf. After Axiu and Xiao Wu replied, they immediately rushed to the display screen and observed intently. Meanwhile Han Yunfei and his companions had no idea they had driven straight into Pilaf's trap. The SVC supercar thundered down the highway at incredible velocity, stirring up clouds of dust. According to the Dragon radar, the Dragon Ball lay just ahead, we're nearly there. Bulma gripped the Dragon radar and pointed forward, declaring, everyone hold fast, I'm accelerating. At the wheel was Han Yunfei. Though he lacked a driver's license, the intelligent vehicle's AI protection system ensured that even a complete novice could operate it safely. How dashing, Han Yunfei. I never imagined you drive so brilliantly on your very first try. Witnessing this, Bulma's eyes turned to heart shapes, her adoration evident. He merely a trivial matter. Han Yunfei was thoroughly enjoying himself. He had never expected driving a car in the Dragon Ball world would be so straightforward, it felt remarkably similar to riding bumper cars in his childhood. Just as Han Yunfei basked in his triumph, a devastating explosion erupted from beneath the vehicle, hurling the entire car skyward. Ha! What on earth is happening? Tumbled from the wrecked vehicle, Han Yunfei and his companions lay scattered on the ground. Staring at the ruined car, he was utterly bewildered. Could we have struck a rock? It seems my moment of glory was brief indeed. Just as Han Yunfei pondered this, the ground nearby suddenly ruptured, sending sand and debris flying in all directions. Shock seized the group. Inside Pilaf's palace at that very moment. Pilaf, Axie, you imbecile. You pressed the wrong detonation button. Shall we watch this? Pilaf, my two useless subordinates, when will they prove capable? As explosions continued to rock the area, Han Yunfei finally realized his car had not struck any rock, but rather that someone had secretly planted bombs along the route. Everyone evacuate this area immediately, there are bombs. With a loud shout, Han Yunfei scooped up Bulma and little Pawan and launched into the air, while little Yukong swiftly fled aboard the Nimbus cloud. Boom boom boom. Boom boom boom. The explosions echoed continuously. In the blink of an eye, smoke blanketed the area below. When the haze finally cleared, numerous deep craters marred the ground. Damn it! That thief who stole the Dragon Ball is responsible. My car, give me back my car. Han Yunfei, go eliminate those despicable scoundrels at once. Clutched against Han Yunfei's waist, Bulma roared with fury. Rest easy, Bulma, this matter is in my hands. Saying this, Han Yunfei descended to the ground and set down Bulma and little Pawan. Wait. Don't act rashly. Just as Han Yunfei prepared to move, Yamcha's voice rang out from behind. They spotted Yamcha speeding toward them in a supercar. Do not act rashly. If you charge in with such reckless abandon, you will pay dearly. Yamcha declared with a grave expression. He had met Pilaf on several occasions. Though their territories in the desert were different, they had clashed more than once, so he knew full well the strength of Pilaf and his crew. Pilaf again. The instant Han Yunfei heard those words, he recalled the scene of his first encounter with the Pilaf trio after arriving in the Dragon Ball world. Han Yunfei, you know Pilaf and his men too? Yamcha asked, looking at him in astonishment. We crossed fists once. They truly are weak. Han Yunfei knew that the Pilaf trio was extremely weak. It seemed Yamcha's warning was not without reason. But why would that fellow Yamcha be here? Strange. Could he have come for the Dragon Balls as well? Han Yunfei thought to himself, casting a suspicious glance at Yamcha. Bulma, for her part, was nestled in Han Yunfei's arms. The explosion moments earlier had filled her with rage, but now that she had calmed down, fear had taken its place. It had to be said that young Bulma was truly adorable. Though she would become a mature woman after giving birth to Trunks, that too would have its own charm. Watching Bulma in Han Yunfei's embrace, Yamcha felt a hollow ache in his chest. Yamcha, were you following us? Han Yunfei was no fool. He knew Yamcha had once been a desert bandit, and tailing someone was child's play for him. Of course not. There are still some old scores between Pilaf and me that I have yet to settle. It seems Pilaf is your enemy as well. As they say, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. I think we can fight side by side. Hearing this, Yamcha immediately racked his brain and fabricated a story. I'll trust him for now. If this guy tries to turn on us later, I'll just knock him down. He's no match for me anyway. After weighing the matter, Han Yunfei agreed to Yamcha's request. Yamcha breathed a sigh of relief, knowing full well how powerful Han Yunfei was. As long as he stayed with this group and wiped out Pilaf's gang first, then seized the Dragon Balls when the chance arose, his wish would be fulfilled. For Yamcha, his greatest wish was to stop feeling nervous around beautiful women. And so everyone climbed into Yamcha's luxury sports car and sped toward Pilaf's palace. Inside Pilaf's castle. Pilaf, you two worthless fools. It seems I will have to handle this myself. Shu and my forgive us, Lord Pilaf. Pilaf, never mind. At least not a single Dragon Ball was lost. Those 6 Dragon Balls are heading straight toward this place. Heh, come to me, Dragon Balls. The Dragon Balls will all be mine. After driving for a while, a colossal palace appeared before the group. This is the place. It's enormous. The group marveled at the palace before them. After entering, they came to a stone-walled passage. Faced with stone walls on every side, Han Yunfei immediately wore a suspicious look. He felt he had seen these stone walls somewhere before, but he could not recall exactly where. After all, when he had watched Dragon Ball in the past, he had never paid much attention to such details. Inside the stone passage, the group advanced cautiously, hugging the walls. Ha! An arrow here. Little Goku, walking at the front of the group, suddenly spotted an arrow at his feet. Yamcha, that's an arrow. How strange. Bulma, maybe there is something in that direction. Let's go take a look. Following the arrows, the group walked straight into a dead end. Little Goku, huh? It's a dead end. Seeing the dead end, Han Yunfei suddenly remembered something. Not good, it's a trap. This is Pilaf's trap. Han Yunfei suddenly recalled that Pilaf had used exactly this trick to seal Goku and the others away. But by then it was too late, the stone walls had already shut tight and everyone was locked inside. Yamcha, we're done for. Bulma, we're trapped in here. Han Yunfei, damn it, I remember now. This is Pilaf's trap. Damn it. I won't wait here to die. Watch me. Ka. Me. Ha. Me. Ha. As Han Yunfei began to gather his energy, countless streams of smoke burst out of the stone walls all around. What is this? What is this smoke? After breathing it in, the group began to feel drowsy. Curse. It. Han Yunfei's limbs went weak as an overwhelming drowsiness swept through his entire body. The Kamehameha, only half-charged, could no longer be unleashed. His legs gave way and he collapsed into a deep sleep. Once everyone had fallen asleep, the stone walls slowly slid open. Pilaf and his two underlings walked in. Pilaf, ha ha ha. They're all asleep. Good. Now find the Dragon Balls. Dragon Balls. Because he had not brought a gas mask, Pilaf himself plunged into a deep sleep as well. Shoo ah. Emperor Pilaf. My, he forgot to wear his gas mask. I'll go find the Dragon Balls. You take Lord Pilaf away. My smoothly found the remaining 6 Dragon Balls on the group. The moonlight on that full moon night was exceptionally bright. Pilaf's head was still groggy from inhaling a great deal of poisonous smoke and he remained quite dazed. Pilaf, ugh. I still feel a little dizzy. Just as Pilaf was in a daze, Mai and Shu presented all 7 Dragon Balls before him. Heh heh. At last all 7 Dragon Balls are gathered. I, Pilaf, am about to become the master of the world. Pilaf's face was alight with excitement. He could hardly wait to summon Shenlong. At this moment the others who had woken up realized that the Dragon Balls were gone and immediately began pounding against the wall. Yamcha, no use. This wall is too solid, I can't break it. Kid Goku, kicking won't work either. Bulma, Han Yunfei, wake up. Wake up. At this moment Han Yunfei was still deep in slumber. Because he had inhaled a large amount of poisonous gas while gathering his chi earlier, he still could not wake. Bulma, think of something fast. What if they've already made their wish? Yamcha, I've got it. Goku. Quick, use Master Roshi's Kamehameha. Kid Goku, alright, I'll try. Meanwhile, outside Pilaf's palace, the 7 Dragon Balls lay neatly on the ground. Alright. I'm going to summon Shenron now. Pilaf stared at the Dragon Balls in front of him, his voice trembling with excitement. Mai and Shu, standing nearby, were so nervous that their hearts pounded wildly. Behind the stone wall, Kid Goku was charging his energy. Ka. Me. Ha. Me. Ha. With a boom, a miniature energy wave shot out. Even though the miniature wave was not big, it punched straight through the stone wall. No help for it. I haven't trained enough, so I could only make such a small hole. Kid Goku pointed at the hole in the stone and smiled helplessly. Yamcha, ah. They're outside. Great. It looks like Shenron hasn't been summoned yet. Puar quick, turn into bats and fly out. Get the Dragon Balls back. Pong. Pong. Puar and Oolong instantly transformed into bats and flew out through the hole. Come out, Shenron. Grant my wish. Just at that moment Pilaf summoned Shenron. As the incantation was spoken, the 7 Dragon Balls immediately began to shine with dazzling light. An instant later a colossal dragon materialized out of thin air. Seeing the enormous dragon bearing its fangs and claws before them, Pilaf and his 2 companions were instantly struck with fear. Pilaf, so amazing. My, it's much bigger than a crocodile. Shenron, state your wish. I can grant any wish but only one. Yamcha, damn it. Is this world really going to fall into that little runt's hands? Kid Goku, whoa. He's huge. So that's Shenron. Bulma, after all the trouble I went through to collect the Dragon Balls, this is how it ends. Just as the others were shouting in fury, Han Yunfei slowly opened his eyes. My head hurts so much. Bulma, Han Yunfei, you're awake at last. Hurry, smash this stone wall. Shenron has appeared. Pilaf and the others are going to take the wish away. Ah. Is Pilaf about to make his wish? That won't do. Bulma, don't worry. With me, brother Fei here, none of this is a problem. With that, Han Yunfei immediately began charging his power. Ka. Me. Ha. Me. Ha. Han Yunfei's Kamehameha was far more powerful than Kid Goku's. Under the impact of the powerful energy wave, the stone wall instantly shattered. Seeing the stone wall shatter, everyone immediately ran at full speed toward Shenron. Incredible. In the night sky, a colossal sparkling Shenron hovered in the void. Han Yunfei had previously only seen Shenron in comic books or animated shows. Seeing it in person this time gave him an entirely different feeling. So this is Shenron. This is way more exciting than a 3D movie. While Han Yunfei was marveling, Pilaf not far away was also about to speak his wish. My wish is Wolf Fong Fist. Seeing that Pilaf was about to have his wish granted, Yamcha immediately used his signature move and charged at Pilaf with explosive speed. Ah! Pilaf was startled at the sight. He knew all too well how terrifying Yamcha's Wolf Fong Fist was. If that hit him, he would surely die. My Shu, quick, stop them. At Pilaf's command, Mai and Shu each pulled a capsule from their pockets and threw it. Pong! Pong! Two loud sounds rang out and two humanoid robots appeared out of thin air. Leaping up, the two of them climbed into the humanoid robots. Wolf Fong Fist. Power pole extend. By now Kid Goku and Yamcha had rushed in and immediately became locked in battle with the humanoid robots. With a pong, Yamcha's claws raked across the humanoid robot, but what looked like a wild attack only left light scratches on the machine. Damn it, this machine is tough. Meanwhile, Kid Goku kept hammering the humanoid robot with the power pole, and for the moment the fight was evenly matched. Bulma, Han Yunfei, hurry up and stop Pilaf. Quick. I almost forgot the real task. Han Yunfei had been staring at Shenron in a daze, but now he snapped back to reality and darted toward Pilaf. That damn pretty boy is coming to mess things up again. Shenron, my wish is. Just as Pilaf was about to say his wish, Oolong off to the side suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Ha! This is a great opportunity, I can bring Emily back to life. With that thought, Oolong dashed over to Shenron and shouted his wish. Pilaf, I wish. For the entire world. Oolong, I want Emily brought back to life. At his shout, the air seemed to freeze and everyone turned to stare at Oolong in unison. Shenron, your wish has been granted. And now farewell. With those words, Shenron vanished at once. As Shenron disappeared, the 7 Dragon Balls shot into the sky and in a flash flew in all directions across the world. Ha! Is Emily really back to life? Oolong looked at the vanished Shenron and asked in confusion. At that moment in the cemetery, a long-haired girl climbed out from inside a grave. Emily, how strange. How did I come back to life? Didn't I die? Pilaf, ah. Ah. My wish. Don't go, Shenron. Watching the Dragon Balls fly in all directions, Pilaf completely exploded in rage. My Shu, activate the missiles and shoot them dead. As he spoke, Pilaf also summoned a humanoid robot and joined the battle. Boom. Boom. 2 thunderous explosions rang out. Kid Goku and Yamcha were each struck by a missile and seriously wounded. Pilaf, you damn brats. These are my improved particle missiles, they're so powerful they can blast even a tank to pieces in an instant. Now I'll hit you with another one. Pilaf's mind was clouded with rage. All he wanted now was to wipe out every single one of those despicable pests. At that moment, Kid Goku and Yamcha lay on the ground unable to stand. They could only watch helplessly as the missile flew toward them. The two were already so weak that if they took another missile hit, death would be certain. Ding detected that Kid Goku and Yamcha are in critical danger. Please choose. Choice 1, your own life comes first, stand by and do nothing. Reward none. Choice 2, to face it head on and block the missile. Reward 1.30 combat power. Choice 3, take this chance to run away with Bulma and live in a world meant just for the two of you. Reward 1 point. Han Yunfei, I choose choice 2. Ding, congratulations host. You chose choice 2 to face it head-on and successfully block the missile. Quest in progress. At the critical moment Han Yunfei flickered and appeared in front of the two of them. Seeing the missile speeding toward him, Han Yunfei dashed toward it without the slightest hesitation. He braced both arms before his chest faced the onrushing missile, and actually blocked it with his bare hands. With a tremendous explosion the missile precisely struck Han Yunfei. Haha, we hit him. What an audacious fool. Even if you're powerful, no one can withstand a particle missile. Pilaf gazed at the billowing smoke and concluded that the pale-faced youth before him was either dead or mortally wounded. Xiao Wu A Xiao, execute the rest of them. Why yes, Lord Pilaf. Xiao Wu and a Xiao immediately maneuvered their humanoid machines, aiming their weapons at Bulma and the others. Ha! Han Yunfei can't even defeat them. We're doomed. We're doomed. Bulma broke down in desperate tears. She was merely a student who had used her vacation time to search for the Dragon Balls. She had never dreamed she would find herself in such a dire situation. If she had known, she would never have left to seek the Dragon Balls. Just as Bulma and the others were succumbing to despair, Han Yunfei emerged from the smoke and actually blocked the missiles. What? Impossible. Is this guy even human? He actually withstood a missile. Pilaf's face paled as he saw that Han Yunfei had only sustained minor injuries from blocking the attack. Xiao Wu A Xiao, attack that pale-faced youth. Hurry. No sooner had Pilaf spoken than several missiles immediately launched toward Han Yunfei. Damn it, they're attacking again. He was about to turn and rescue little Goku and Krillin behind him when the missiles came flying in once more. Damn. No choice. I have to take this head on. Han Yunfei knew that if he fled now, little Goku and Krillin behind him would surely die. Gah. Under the relentless missile assault, Han Yunfei's pressure mounted continuously. Forced into a corner, he could only unleash the Tenfold Kaio-ken. Upon unleashing the Tenfold Kaio-ken, Han Yunfei was immediately engulfed in crimson flames and his combat power surged tenfold to an astonishing 3,200 points. Boom. 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 The missiles continued to detonate against Han Yunfei's body, yet he felt absolutely nothing. Boom. 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 Successive missiles kept hammering Han Yunfei and deep craters immediately formed across his front. Haha, fire. Pilaf laughed. Fire. Blow all three of them to hell. Ah. I don't want to kill anyone. Obey Lord Pilaf, attack. Boom. 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 Han Yunfei. Bulma was now clutching oolong and pu'er, her face drenched in tears. The weaklings could only watch helplessly, unable to offer any assistance. After an eternity, Pilaf's crew finally ran out of ammunition, and to their shock they saw Han Yunfei still standing untouched right where he was. Indeed, Han Yunfei had blocked every single missile, successfully protecting both Krillin and little Goku. Xiao Wu A Xiao, run for it. Pilaf shouted. Run. This guy's a monster. The astute Pilaf knew that all three of them stood no chance against Han Yunfei, so he immediately ordered his subordinates to retreat. Seeing Pilaf's crew flee, Han Yunfei lunged forward in a single bound and delivered 3 devastating kicks that sent the trio flying into the distance. With a deafening roar, the 3 humanoid machines exploded simultaneously, leaving Pilaf and his companions with their fate unknown. Ding, congratulations host. Mission complete, successfully rescued little Goku and Krillin. Reward 1.30 combat power. As the melodic system chime echoed, Han Yunfei smoothly completed his mission. He suddenly remembered that today was the night of the full moon. Han Yunfei dared not look at the moon, for he didn't know whether he would lose his reason like little Goku when transforming into an Oozuru. Transforming into an Oozuru is a battle technique unique to Saiyans. Just as Zarbon can transform into his grotesque toad form and Frieza has his 3-stage transformation. Saiyans also possess their own unique methods of boosting combat power. But there's one crucial difference: transforming into an Oozuru requires the fruit's wave energy to reach 17 million. That is sunlight from Earth that reflects off the moon. Only this lunar-reflected sunlight contains the fruit's wave. During a full moon, the fruit's wave on the moon reaches exactly 17 million, which is why Saiyans on Earth can transform into Oozuru under the full moon. Though the conditions for transforming into an Oozuru are stringent, Saiyans gain a tenfold increase in combat power upon transformation. Han Yunfei's combat power was 350 points. After transforming and combining it with the Tenfold Kaio-ken, his combat power astonishingly reached a terrifying 35000 points. Without exaggeration, Han Yunfei's combat power was now the highest on Earth. Meanwhile, little Goku and Krillin awakened from their unconsciousness, and upon seeing the full moon they immediately recalled the stories their grandfather had told them in childhood. Monsters emerge on nights of the full moon. Grandpa said we mustn't go out on full moon nights or we'll encounter terrifying monsters. Little Goku said this while looking up at the bright full moon in the sky. It's so beautiful. Grandpa always told me not to look at it before, but now I can see it again. Hee hee. Little Goku smiled as he looked at everyone. But at this moment, upon hearing Han Yunfei's words and glancing at little Goku's tail, everyone suddenly felt a chilling realization dawn on them. Krillin, Goku, are you alright? Bulma, Goku, don't tell me you're going to transform into a great ape too. Oolong, Goku, you have a tail too. Could you be a Saiyan as well? Puar, no way. Goku is so tiny, how could he turn into such a massive monster? Han Yunfei. Oh, the round moon is so beautiful tonight. Goku said with a calm smile, acting as if nothing had happened. Krillin, phew. What a false alarm. Puar, I told you so. Goku wouldn't turn into a monster. Oolong, you scared me to death. Bulma, phew, Goku really didn't transform. Goku. Bulma was wiping sweat from her brow when she suddenly noticed Goku's expression turn vacant. In an instant his body swelled to tremendous size, transforming into a colossal great ape. Roar, roar, roar. Having transformed into a great ape, he had become nothing but a bloodthirsty Saiyan driven purely by killing instinct. Spotted Han Yunfei, the great ape immediately charged toward him at full speed. I never expected our first duel to take such a form. Very well, Goku. Let us have a fight then. But I'll go easy on you. With the power of the Multiply Kaiser Kamehameha X10 amplifying his strength, Han Yunfei's combat power reached 3500. Meanwhile, even transformed into a great ape, Goku's battle capability was only 500. As expected, the great ape charged at Han Yunfei only to be sent flying by a single punch. Krillin is so strong. As a martial artist, how could Krillin fail to recognize the devastating power behind that punch? Filled with overwhelming destructive force, the blows sent Goku crashing into a nearby hillside. With a thunderous crash, the entire hill was flattened. The great ape's massive gorilla head bore visible injuries. On a distant island, Master Roshi was sound asleep when he suddenly sensed two tremendously powerful energies colliding. Too hurried to dress, he sprinted out of his hut wearing nothing but his signature swim trunks, bare-chested. Gazing toward the overwhelming energy radiating from afar, his brows furrowed deeply. What immense power! 1. 2. Master Roshi stared into the distance, his expression growing increasingly grave. Both of these energy signatures exceed my own. What in the world is happening? Upon the island, Master Roshi stood awkwardly in his swim trunks, fluttering in the wind. Meanwhile, high above in the heavens within a floating divine palace, a dark-skinned man with sausage-like lips suddenly paused from his cleaning. King Kai, these. What are these two energy signatures? From within the palace gates an elderly figure cloaked in green stepped forth. Though advanced in years, he radiated an aura of astonishing power. Supreme Kai, you have sensed it as well. Indeed. That young one's growth in power has been astonishing. The Supreme Kai spoke with a grave expression, then leaned on his staff and gazed downward from the edge of the palace. With a sharp focus of his eyes, he immediately locked onto the two figures battling near King Kai's palace, Han Yunfei and the Great Ape. Enough. Goku, let us fight properly when you grow stronger. Han Yunfei waved his hand dismissively at the roaring Great Ape in the distance. Right, I almost forgot. You lose your sanity when transformed into a Great Ape. It seems I must cut off your tail first. Oolong, transform into scissors right away. Once you sever Goku's tail, he will revert to his human form. Han Yunfei gestured toward Oolong beside him. Oolong, me. Tell Puar to do it. She's far more capable than me. You lazy oaf Oolong. Try making excuses again and I'll have Goku eat you. Terrified upon hearing this, Oolong shivered and immediately without hesitation transformed into a gigantic pair of scissors. Hee hee, much better. Han Yunfei grabbed the scissors and darted forward in a flash, appearing behind the Great Ape Goku. Snip. With his tail severed, Goku instantly reverted to his human form. Beneath the starry night sky beside a crackling campfire, the group chatted merrily. Han Yunfei openly confessed to being a Saiyan alongside Goku. Though Grandpa Gohan was accidentally crushed by Goku, everyone kindly decided not to tell him about it. Happy moments always passed too quickly, and before they knew it, dawn had broken. Since his clothes had been shredded after transforming into the Great Ape, Oolong his own pants to Goku. Bulma Goku here, this dragon radar is for you. The Dragon Balls will reappear 1 year from now. When that time comes, follow the radar and you'll find Grandpa's 4-star ball. Goku, thank you. Han Yunfei, Goku, what are your plans from here on? Goku, I want to train at Master Roshi's island. Will you come too, senior brother Han Yunfei? Han Yunfei, I actually had the same intention. Let us go together. Goku, yes, senior brother Han Yunfei. Bulma, Han Yunfei, really won't you come back to the city with me? I wish to learn from Master Roshi. Don't worry, sweetheart. You're the one I love most. Saying this, Han Yunfei embraced Bulma and kissed her forehead tenderly. Alright then, Han Yunfei. But you'd better come see me, alright? And don't go flirting with other girls, if I find out you're dead meat. The cute Bulma immediately issued her warning. Rest assured, I pledge on my honor, I shall never so much as glance at another girl. Han Yunfei solemnly patted his chest in assurance while his other hand discreetly formed 2 fingers behind his back. And so with reluctant farewells Bulma parted ways with Han Yunfei and returned to the city alongside Krillin and Oolong to continue her studies. The group went their separate ways. Goku and Han Yunfei set off together toward Master Roshi's island. With his current strength far surpassing Master Roshi's, the sole reason Han Yunfei came to apprentice was to experience the joy of delivering milk with a turtle shell on his back and tilling fields, the quintessential training of a true martial artist. It would be a shame to miss such an experience in this Dragon Ball world. Is that so? So both of you wish to become my disciples? Goku and Han Yunfei, yes, Master Roshi. With overflowing enthusiasm. Very well. Becoming my disciple is no simple matter. You must. Witnessing Master Roshi's earnest expression, both Han Yunfei and Goku immediately leaned in to listen carefully. You must go find me a lovely young woman. Only then will I agree to teach you. Upon hearing this, both of them collapsed to the ground in utter disbelief. Well then, if you lack the confidence, you may return home. Master Roshi said with a completely straight face. A mere trifle, Master Roshi, look at this. How could Han Yunfei not know Master Roshi's particular tastes? He promptly withdrew a mobile phone from his pocket. Master Roshi, what on earth is this thing? Boy, do not think to deceive me. Since the Dragon Ball world had no such device as a mobile phone, Master Roshi had never seen anything like it before. Han Yunfei, hee, Master Roshi, do not jump to conclusions. This device contains quite a number of lovely young ladies. Since the Dragon Ball era had no mobile phones, Master Roshi initially thought this was just a strange stone. But when Han Yunfei swiped the screen, a photo of a girl from the island nation immediately caught Master Roshi's eye. The girl was a certain teacher Han Yunfei liked best. At the sight, blood instantly gushed from Master Roshi's nose. Heh, Master Roshi, that's just an appetizer. I have more, if only you'll take me as your disciple. As he spoke, Han Yunfei opened a video in which that teacher was having class with students. Ah! Master Roshi had never watched such a racy little film. The blood gushed without stopping and he collapsed on the spot. Master Roshi, are you satisfied? Han Yunfei squatted down, looked at the flush-faced Master Roshi and grinned. Satisfied. All right. I'll take you as my disciple. Master Roshi slowly rose and looked at Han Yunfei with great approval. Young man, you have great potential. Seeing you reminds me of when I was young. Master Roshi patted Han Yunfei on the shoulder and cast an approving glance. Little Wukong standing nearby was utterly baffled by the two. What are you two doing? Was that a cat's meow coming from that phone? Brother Han Yunfei, do you like little cats too? Little Wukong looked at the two with an innocent face, puzzled. Little Wukong, I think you truly lack training. From now on you must learn more from Han Yunfei. Master Roshi looked at little Wukong's innocent face and said seriously, the so-called cultivation of the martial path is above all cultivation of the heart, and the greatest inner demon is lust. The reason I have attained such a realm in martial arts is entirely because I train hard every day. As he said this, the sound of a fitness girl dancing immediately came from the room. The reason I watch these every day is solely to strengthen my mind. Master Roshi looked at Han Yunfei and little Wukong and declared in a righteous tone. Little Wukong, so that's it. Grandpa, you're amazing. Han Yunfei, admirable, admirable. As expected of Master Roshi. Although Han Yunfei said that out loud, his heart was as clear as a mirror. You lecherous old man, I still have many teachers on my phone. I'll make you cultivate every day, hee. Han Yunfei thought privately. Master Rashi, alright little Wukong, for the sake of your being Sun Wufan's grandson I'll take you as a disciple too. Little Wukong, really? Really? Great. Thank you Grandpa. Master Rashi, don't be too happy just yet. My training is extremely strict. Han Yunfei, I will definitely work hard. Little Wukong, Grandpa, look, someone is coming this way. Someone. Could it be a lost girl? At this thought Master Rashi immediately looked excitedly toward the sea. Out on the sea a bald-headed child was rowing a boat toward them, his face full of confidence. The bald child confidently docked the little boat by the shore, then leaped up and jumped straight toward the group. Hey! The bald kid turned several somersaults in midair, looking every bit a martial arts expert. But when he landed his head hit the ground first and buried itself in the sand. Everyone was left speechless. Han Yunfei walked over and lifted the bald kid up in one motion. Hey, are you all right? He set the bald kid down. Thanks, said the bald kid. You must be Master Rashi, right? That's right. Looking at the little bald kid before him, Master Rashi still couldn't figure out what game this fellow was playing. He had originally thought it would be a pretty lost girl. Still, from the kid's movements he must have trained in martial arts. Master Rashi had lived for several hundred years and had seen all kinds of people, so he could almost tell at a glance how skilled the other party was. My name is Shaolin. I made a special trip from the Far East. Please Master Rashi, you must take me as your disciple. Hearing this, Han Yunfei immediately looked at Shaolin as if he were an idiot. Didn't he know that Master Rashi did not easily take disciples? Oh right, I remember. This guy must have brought his trump card too. Sure enough, Shaolin actually pulled a fashion magazine full of pretty young ladies out of his bundle. This book is my gift of introduction. Please accept it, Master Rashi. Taking the magazine, Master Rashi immediately examined it with great seriousness. Master Rashi, hee. Shaolin, do you still like it? Seeing Master Rashi absorbed in a fashion magazine with complete concentration, Shaolin turned to look at Han Yunfei and little Wukong. Are you also Master Rashi's disciples? Shaolin squinted and asked arrogantly. Yes. I'm Sun Wukong and that big brother is Han Yunfei. Let me tell you, brother, Han Yunfei is really amazing. Little Wukong immediately replied with a smile. Oh. I don't see how amazing that guy is. Isn't he just handsome? What's the big deal? Humph. Shaolin had practiced martial arts at Duolin Temple since he was young, so he was extremely confident in his kung fu. An ordinary person would definitely be no match for Shaolin. But was Han Yunfei an ordinary person? When he heard that he had been mocked by Shaolin, he immediately walked over to little Wukong's side and patted Shaolin's bald head. I heard your name is Shaolin, right? With that outfit, are you a monk? From a distance that bald head of yours really looks like a glass marble. Han Yunfei rubbed Shaolin's round head and grinned. Little Wukong, ha ha ha, brother, Han Yunfei's metaphor is so vivid. It really does look like a glass marble, ha ha ha. With a smack, Shaolin knocked Han Yunfei's hand away. Nonsense. How is it like a glass marble? People who practice martial arts all shave their heads so they can concentrate their minds. Look, isn't Master Rashi also one? The clever Shaolin immediately directed the topic to Master Rashi. Mine is baldness. Master Rashi looked up from the fashion magazine and replied. Hearing that, Shaolin fell silent. Damn, you wait. I'll make you look bad one day. Shaolin narrowed his eyes and studied Han Yunfei from head to toe, already planning his future revenge. Meanwhile, Master Rashi quickly finished reading the fashion magazine and nodded in satisfaction. Master Rashi, your name is Shaolin. Shaolin, yes Master Rashi. Master Rashi, if you want to learn martial arts under me, a fashion magazine alone is not enough. You must bring a lovely girl here. Do you know what my hobby is? Master Rashi said with a perfectly straight face, while little Wukong remained utterly confused. Heh, I understand. Something like this, right? Look, she has to be round in front and perky in the back. Shaolin whispered in Master Rashi's ear while outlining a girl's figure with his hands. Master Rashi, good. The lad is teachable. Shaolin, you flatter me. Master Rashi, Han Yunfei, Xiao Wukong, Shaolin, bring a girl back with you three. If I'm satisfied, I'll teach you my arts immediately. With that, Master Rashi turned around and went back into his room. This Master Rashi is indeed old but vigorous. However, I don't know much about this world yet. Suddenly having to find a pretty girl. That's a bit troublesome. Just as Han Yunfei was feeling at a loss, gunshots suddenly rang out over the distant sea. A blonde girl was speeding away on an airship. Behind her, 2 policemen were chasing her furiously on their own airships. Lan Chi, you're under arrest. Stop now and surrender or we'll open fire. The policeman behind her shouted through a megaphone. Over my dead body. The blonde girl Lan Chi immediately drew a pistol and turning around fired at one of the policemen. With a bang, the bullet struck the airship and it exploded instantly. Both policemen were blasted away. Amazing. The crowd was stunned by Lan Chi's fierceness. Lan Chi, who dares to chase me? This is what you get. Steering her airship to the island, Lan Chi faced Han Yunfei and the others, drawing her pistol and aiming it at Han Yunfei. If you know what's good for you, hand over your valuables. Otherwise. Looking at the fierce and irritable Lan Chi before him, Han Yunfei suddenly remembered that with a single sneeze she would turn into a docile and kind girl. Isn't this exactly the beauty that Master Roshi was looking for? Although she has a few flaws, as long as she doesn't sneeze it should be fine. With that in mind, Han Yunfei moved swiftly to Lan Chi's side and tickled her nose with a straw. Achoo! As expected, Lan Chi sneezed at once and her golden hair immediately turned blue. Blue-haired Lan Chi was indeed no longer fierce, she became a well-behaved girl. Where am I? Who are you? Seeing the 3 strangers before her, Lan Chi retreated in fear. Why is it so noisy outside? Han Yunfei, haven't you gone to find a girl yet? Master Roshi said impatiently, then pushed the door open and walked out. The moment he saw Lan Chi's curvaceous figure and adorable face, blood spurted from his nose. So beautiful. You 3 have done well. Good job. Excellent. Seeing Master Roshi so satisfied, Xiao Lin stepped forward immediately. Master Roshi, I'm so glad you like her. Xiao Lin said smugly, his eyes narrowed. Are you guys bad people? No, we're definitely not bad people. Master Roshi, Xiao Lin and Han Yunfei spoke lecherously on the side. Xiao Wukong. Is that so? Then I'm relieved. But you'd better watch out, my personality changes drastically when I sneeze. Master Roshi, I know girls are bound to be a little willful. Han Yunfei, you 3 did a great job this time. Worthy of praise. With that, Master Roshi turned and walked over to Lan Chi, saying lecherously, Miss Lan Chi, would you be willing to stay here for a vacation? This island has beautiful scenery and is perfect for a holiday. Lan Chi, if it's no trouble, I'd love to stay here. Master Roshi, no trouble at all. Stay as long as you like. Lan Chi, old grandpa, you're such a kind person. Meanwhile, a fly buzzed past Lan Chi. Buzz. 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 Ha. Ah. Chew. After the sneeze, Lan Chi's hair immediately turned yellow. In the meantime, Han Yunfei and Xiao Lin had already fled the scene. Han Yunfei, Xiao Lin, you little rascal, you're pretty fast. Xiao Lin, likewise. Han Yunfei, you're clearly a sensible one. At the moment, Han Yunfei and Xiao Lin were hiding behind the house, not wanting to be killed by the transformed Lan Chi. Only the bewildered Xiao Wukong and Master Roshi remained standing in place. Blonde Lan Chi, huh? Where is this? Doesn't look like a prison. Who are you? With that, blonde Lan Chi whipped out a machine gun and opened fire at the 2. Ah! Xiao Wukong and Master Roshi were instantly riddled with bullets. Ah! Chew! While firing, Lan Chi sneezed again and her hair turned blue. She had turned back into a cute and gentle girl. Ah! What did I just do? Lan Chi looked at the machine gun in her hand, then at the bullet-riddled Xiao Wukong and Master Roshi, and suddenly realized what had happened. I'm so sorry. Whenever I sneeze, my personality drastically changes, hee. I didn't do anything bad, did I? Lan Chi looked innocently at the blood-soaked Master Roshi and Xiao Wukong. Thanks to his 3 disciples' excellent performance, Master Roshi decided to begin teaching them martial arts. Upon hearing that Master Roshi would teach them, Han Yunfei and the other 2 immediately rubbed their hands together in eager anticipation. Let me first see how fast the 3 of you are. From that tree to this rock is exactly 100 meters. Run over here at full speed. Who's first? Master Roshi stood beside the rock looking at the 3. Hee, I'll go first. I'm famous at Duolin Temple as a speedster. Xiao Lin without hesitation took off first. Ready. Go. As Master Roshi waved his hand, Xiao Lin dashed forward instantly. It must be said Xiao Lin was indeed very fast, far exceeding the level of an ordinary person. 10. 4 seconds. I didn't expect you to have such solid basic skills, Xiao Lin. Master Roshi was also surprised, since 10. 4 seconds for 100 meters is quite impressive. Just as so. My personal best is 10 seconds. Phew, I'm not called the Duolin Temple Speedster for nothing. Xiao Lin was clearly very pleased with his performance. Duolin Temple Speedster. Could it be that this guy Xiao Lin was bullied at Duolin Temple, which is how he developed that lightning speed? Han Yunfei thought with a slight smirk as he watched the panting Xiao Lin. Grandpa, I'll go next. Xiao Wukong said, getting into a starting stance. Ready, go. With Master Roshi's loud command, Xiao Wukong shot off and finished the 100 meters in an excellent time of 8.5 seconds. So fast. Xiao Wukong, how did you train? Xiao Lin looked at Xiao Wukong in disbelief, his jaw dropping. The last to run was Han Yunfei. Han Yunfei. Master Roshi grew displeased when he saw Han Yunfei lying on the ground with his legs crossed. Han Yunfei, get up. It's your turn. Oh, coming. Han Yunfei immediately jumped to his feet when called. Han Yunfei, Xiao Wukong and Xiao Lin both ran well just now. Don't disappoint me. As the saying goes, the older the ginger the hotter it is. Master Roshi had long seen that Han Yunfei was extraordinarily skilled. Is Master Roshi getting senile? Can Han Yunfei possibly beat Xiao Wukong? Xiao Wukong ran 8.5 seconds, that must be the limit of human capability, right? Seeing Master Roshi place such faith in Han Yunfei, Xiao Lin thought resentfully. Alright Master Roshi, I'll do my best. Han Yunfei curved his lips into a smile and flashed an OK sign. That guy is definitely bluffing. When he comes in last, I'll really mock him. Seeing Han Yunfei's confident expression, Xiao Lin grew very displeased. Then start running. Ready. Run. Under Kuririn's contemptuous gaze, Han Yunfei moved. With a light tap of his foot, he shot forward like a sharp arrow, streaking toward the finish line. With a whoosh, Han Yunfei transformed into a phantom blur, flashing past Kame Sennin. 2.6 seconds. Kame Sennin stared at the stopwatch in his hand in disbelief. Meanwhile, young Son Goku and Kuririn stood frozen in shock. What? Just what kind of speed was that? It reached 2.6 seconds. My best time is only 5 seconds. Kame Sennin looked at the handsome Han Yunfei before him, cold sweat immediately beading on his forehead. Son Goku, brother Han Yunfei is amazing. His speed is far beyond mine. Kuririn, is Han Yunfei even human? Can a human possibly reach such speed? Kuririn felt that even the masters of Doran Temple could never achieve such a speed. Not bad. That speed is already very fast. Kame Sennin forced himself to stay calm, then put away the stopwatch. Son Goku, Kuririn, we have to work hard too. Look how strong brother Han Yunfei is, someday I'll definitely surpass him. Kuririn, Son Goku, are you serious? Son Goku, of course. Oh grandpa, what's your best time? Caught off guard by Son Goku's question, Kame Sennin's face instantly showed an awkward expression. Oh well. About the same as Han Yunfei. Anyway, let's move on to the next training. Kame Sennin quickly laughed it off and changed the subject. If his disciples ever found out that his speed was actually no better than Han Yunfei's, it would be utterly humiliating. During training, Kame Sennin suddenly felt thirsty and had Kuririn fetch him some beer from the house. Kame Sennin, Kuririn, I'm a bit thirsty. Go grab me a bottle of beer. Kuririn, right away Master Mateto. With that, Kuririn scurried gleefully into the house. Just then a thunderous sneeze rang out. Lunch was chasing Kuririn wildly with a cleaver in hand. Blonde Lunch, I'll kill you. You little bald runt. Kuririn, help. Seeing Lunch go berserk, the others wisely stayed out of the way. They had no desire to become another victim. Look, Kuririn's speed has already reached the limits of human potential. The others watched Kuririn with sympathetic looks, cold sweat trickling down their foreheads. In the evening it was time for dinner, but Kame Sennin arranged a special training exercise instead. Kame Sennin, the reason for today's special training is to gauge your true strength. The rules are simple. Whoever is the first to find the stone marked with the character turtle gets to eat dinner. In other words, only one of the three of you will have a meal tonight. Understood? Kame Sennin casually picked up a stone from the ground and drew the character turtle onto it. Kuririn, so it's just a stone finding game. Doesn't seem that hard. Son Goku, is the old man going to hide the stone? Seeing the two of them puzzled, Han Yunfei immediately guessed that Kame Sennin would throw the stone down the cliff. Han Yunfei glanced at the dense forest below the cliff and gulped. He thought if that stone falls down there, finding it will be no easy task. While he was mulling it over, Kame Sennin indeed hurled the marked stone over the cliff. Now go find it immediately. And remember, only the first one to retrieve the stone gets to eat. Go. Son Goku and Kuririn. Why yes sir. The moment those words were spoken, Han Yunfei soared into the air and shot toward the cliff at an inconceivable speed. With a whoosh he streaked through the air like an arrow, snatched the turtle-marked stone and grabbed it firmly. Got it, that was way too easy. Han Yunfei grinned, then flew back to Kame Sennin's side and handed him the stone. Master Potato, is this the stone you just threw? Kame Sennin. Fine, since Han Yunfei found the stone first, Son Goku and Kuririn will have no dinner tonight. Son Goku, brother Han Yunfei is amazing. I envy that he can fly. Kuririn. Han Yunfei, you're the worst. Flying is just cheating, it's not fair. That night lunch prepared a lavish feast for everyone, but Han Yunfei suddenly remembered the fugu poisoning incident. He immediately put down his chopsticks and gave his dinner spot to Kuririn. Since the three of them were poisoned by the bad fugu, training was temporarily halted. 5 months passed in the blink of an eye. Whether it was delivering milk or tilling the fields by hand, they had all gradually grown accustomed to the grueling training. Kame Sennin also promised to take the three of them to the World Martial Arts Tournament 3 months from now. Han Yunfei was brimming with confidence in his current strength. He intended to use the World Martial Arts Tournament as the stage to prove whether he was truly the strongest man in this world. While the three were training with fiery intensity, 3 uninvited guests arrived at the castle of the Ox Demon King thousands of miles away. Lord Ox Demon. We have trouble, 3 strange fellows have shown up outside. They started attacking without a word, we can't hold them off any longer. Inside the castle hall, a fully armed soldier holding a spear was kneeling before the Ox Demon King, panting heavily. Who are these wretches daring to break into my castle? The Ox Demon King rose at once and seized the great axe beside him. Father, let me deal with them. Chi-Chi immediately knelt in the great hall, pleading to join the fight. Chi-Chi, you stay here. Those fellows have hostile intentions, you're no match for them. But, Father, I want to fight too. Be a good girl, Chi-Chi. Your father will be back before you know it. Fine. Father. Come take me to meet those 3 bastards. With that, the Ox Demon King strode out of the castle with heavy footsteps, clutching his great axe. Outside, soldiers lay strewn across the ground while a group of warriors desperately fought around 3 intruders. Who dares invade the castle of the Ox Demon King? You've hurt my men, I'll tear you limb from limb. With a fierce glare he charged at the 3, his axe raised high. As the Ox Demon King charged forward, the soldiers quickly parted to make way. But when the furious demon caught sight of one man among the crowd, he suddenly ground to a halt. Why, you're Jim. The Ox Demon King's face filled with shock, and he eyed the man with growing caution. That name, Jim, was all too familiar to him. Ever since becoming Kame Sennin's disciple, he had often heard his master speak of Jim. This Jim had once been Matato's strongest disciple, a martial prodigy yet utterly bloodthirsty. In the end, Master Matato, left with no other choice, severed Jim's tendons and crippled him before expelling him from the school. Never did he expect to see this man here. Looking at Jim's gray skin and bulging eyes, the Ox Demon King sensed a tremendous power lurking within his body. Strange. Didn't Master Matato say Jim was already a cripple? Why does his body radiate such a powerful aura? Overwhelmed by Jim's immense pressure, the Ox Demon King's massive frame instinctively stepped backward. So you're one of that old turtle's disciples? Jim sneered at the Ox Demon King, wearing a haughty, condescending air. And what if I am? Humph. The Ox Demon King forced himself to appear calm, watching Jim warily as the great axe in his hand glinted with a cold, murderous light. Hey, you little calf, are you thinking of laying hands on your senior uncle? Jim stepped forward as he spoke, and the 2 figures beside him immediately parted to clear a path. Let my disciples teach you the proper respect a junior owes a senior. Saying this, Jim stepped back and his 2 disciples immediately charged toward Nyo Moang at great speed. These 2 are incredibly powerful. Seeing them charge, Nyo Moang swung his enormous axe horizontally, and a chilling glow immediately slashed through the void. But in the next instant both disciples vanished simultaneously. In the blink of an eye they appeared behind Nyo Moang, each delivering a kick to his sturdy legs. With a thunderous crash the towering Nyomoang was forced to his knees. That's more like it, you little calf. Didn't that old Goesian teach you any manners? Jim approached Nyomoang, a hint of mockery in his eyes. Back in the day I was Master Wu Taidu's most prized disciple. Neither Master Goesian nor Hexianren could ever be mentioned in the same breath as me. Seeing Jim approach, Nyomoang tried to rise and resist, but his hands were firmly pinned by the two disciples. Why you? What do you want? Nyomoang exerted all his strength trying to break free but was utterly unable to move an inch. I came here for one purpose only, to find out where that old Goesian is. Compared to Hexianren, Jim naturally found the arrogant self-righteous Goesian the most detestable. What do you want with Master Wu Tian? That's none of your concern. Just tell me what I need to know. No, I will never tell you. Give up that idea. The irritable Nyomoang knelt on the ground roaring in anger, while Chi-Chi inside the castle heard this and immediately rushed out. Father! Let go of father! Chi-Chi hurled the flying knife above her head directly at a burly male disciple. Seeing the knife coming, the burly disciple instantly flashed aside to dodge the attack and in the next moment appeared right in front of Chi-Chi. Seeing the burly disciple before her, Chi-Chi's face immediately showed panic. Jim, Harry, bring me this girl. She must be Nyomoang's daughter. Harry, don't be afraid, little girl. I'll be very gentle. As Harry spoke, drool immediately began to drip. Looking at the cute petite Chi-Chi before him, his coarse large hand reached out to grab her. Ah! Don't come closer. Light wave shot. In her panic, Chi-Chi fired a beam of light from her head. With a smack, Harry casually swatted the light beam away with a single wave of his hand. You're quite something, little girl. Harry grabbed Chi-Chi in one move. In her fluster, Chi-Chi kicked her legs wildly trying to break free, but Harry's strength was too great, she was utterly powerless. Chi-Chi. Jim, if you dare hurt Chi-Chi, I will kill you. At this moment Nyomoang's aura surged dramatically and he actually broke free from his bindings and stood up. Die. Roaring loudly, Nyomoang brought his enormous axe down directly on Jim's head. With a clang, the giant axe shattered instantly, but Jim before him was completely unharmed. What? Nyomoang stared at Jim in disbelief, his whole body trembling. That strike had been his full strength, yet the other man hadn't been harmed in the slightest. You little calf, I'll give you one last chance. Tell me where that old Goesian is, or I'll have Harry twist your daughter's head off. Jim said coldly, looking completely confident. With his daughter captured, Nyomoang ultimately gritted his teeth and revealed Gixianren's location. With a dull thud, Jim's fist slammed into Nyomoang's abdomen. In excruciating pain, Nyomoang collapsed to the ground, unable to rise. You little calf made me waste so much time. Not killing you is already your luck. Manti, Harry, let's go. Go see my lovely junior brother. It's been truly too long. Saying this, the three figures of Jim and his companions flickered and they instantly disappeared from the spot. Father. Father. Are you alright? Seeing Nyomoang lying on the ground motionless, Chi-Chi immediately rushed forward and embraced him tightly. Cough cough. Damn Jim. I'm sorry. I failed you, Master Wu Tian. Watching Jim and the other two gradually disappear into the distance in the sky, a look of guilt appeared in Nyomoang's eyes. Meanwhile, outside Master Goesian's residence, Xiao Wukong and Xiaolin sat on the sandy ground chatting, completely unaware that danger was approaching. Having just finished a day of training, Han Yunfei, Master Goesian and Lanqi were shopping for groceries on a nearby island. Xiaolin, Xiao Wukong, do you think we'll be eliminated in the first round of the World Martial Arts Tournament in 2 months? No way, Xiaolin. We've been training so hard under Grandpa Goesian, we're sure to do well. Xiao Wukong said with a smile. Sigh, Xiao Wukong, you're really optimistic. Actually, when I was at Duolin Temple I was always bullied by my fellow disciples, so I didn't have much confidence. Although Xiaolin had initially pretended to be a skilled fighter, it was actually to cover up his inner lack of confidence. Xiaolin, you're actually a good person. Your fellow disciples must just like picking on people. Don't worry, if there's a chance I'll go teach your fellow disciples a lesson. I'm not afraid of them at all. Xiao Wukong said indignantly. After spending several months with Xiaolin, their friendship had grown very strong. Thank you, Xiao Wukong. It's really good to know you. Xiaolin looked at Xiao Wukong beside him gratefully, but in the next moment he noticed 3 strangers rapidly flying toward them from the distant sea surface. That's right. They can fly. Xiao Wukong, look. Someone's coming from over there. As the three drew closer, Xiaolin could feel their powerful aura. They can fly too. I don't know any of these three people. Could they be Grandpa Guaxian's friends? Xiao Wukong was completely puzzled at the moment. It's possible. But Xiao Wukong, we still need to be careful. These three might not come in peace. Having experienced much of the world, Xiaolin naturally had more sense than Xiao Wukong. He watched the approaching trio vigilantly, his brows furrowed tightly. Swish swish swish. The three landed smoothly after arriving at the island. This little island has a nice environment. This old Guaxian really knows how to enjoy himself. A figure with grayish skin and bulbous eyes was seen walking with his hands clasped behind his back, looking around. This person was none other than Jim. The man and woman beside Jim were his favorite disciples, Mantai and Harry. Mantai: strange, I don't sense Master Guaxian's presence on this island. Master, did we come to the wrong place? Jim: we shouldn't be wrong. Within tens of kilometers around here, this is the only inhabited island. Harry: there are people over there, let me go check. Jim: Saying this, Harry strode with heavy steps toward a farmer who was weeding. Harry: hey old man, do you know where Master Guaxian is? Farmer: I don't know. Oh. Then die. Harry said with an evil smile. He punched the farmer's head, bursting it, then turned and walked toward Xiao Wukong and Xiaolin. Murder! Murder! The bystanders were so frightened that they scattered in all directions. Seeing the burly muscle-bound man approaching him, Xiaolin immediately clenched his fists and stared at him vigilantly. You two little brats, do you know Guaxianren? Harry looked down at Xiao Wukong and Xiaolin from his towering height, his face savage and fierce. What business do you have with Grandpa Guaxianren? Xiao Wukong asked without the slightest fear, the words tumbling out. Beside him, Xiaolin immediately clamped a hand over Xiao Wukong's mouth, but it was already too late. Oh. Looks like I found the right people. Little one, tell me quickly, where is he? Harry's voice was low as he clenched his fist, producing sharp crack after sharp crack. Hey, we're just Guaxianren's neighbors, not all that familiar with him. Sensing the man's overwhelming chi and murderous intent, Xiaolin pulled Xiao Wukong behind him and said with knitted brows. Is that so? With a single sweep of his hand, the hot-tempered Harry sent Xiaolin flying. Ah! Xiaolin slammed heavily into a boulder, his head bloodied. He's not dead. Just as I thought, you're no ordinary people. I hate lying kids the most. Harry clapped his hands and turned his gaze to Xiao Wukong. In truth, Harry had only guessed that Xiaolin was Guaxianren's disciple, so he threw that punch to test him. If the other party died, it meant he had guessed wrong. Killing was already second nature to him. Xiaolin. You actually dared to hit Xiaolin, you villain. Seeing Xiaolin wounded, Xiao Wukong immediately shouted in fury. Hell, little brat, so what? You actually want to hit me? Harry looked down at the diminutive Xiao Wukong with contempt. Standing 1.9 meters tall, he naturally wouldn't take Xiao Wukong seriously. I will defeat you. Xiao Wukong bellowed at Harry. You'll defeat me. Did I hear that right? You. A little brat. Harry had always been an outstanding martial artist. After apprenticing himself to Jim, his strength had risen to an even higher level. Let alone one little brat in front of him, even 10 grown men wouldn't have been worth a second glance from Harry. Yeah. With a great shout, Xiao Wukong leaped high and threw a punch. With a thunderous boom, his small fist instantly smashed into Harry's head. The force of that single punch sent Harry staggering backwards several steps. That punch was for what you did to Xiaolin just now, now I'm returning it. Xiao Wukong stood before Harry, fist clenched, and said coldly. What? You little brat actually managed to hurt me. I'll kill you. With blood streaming from his nose, Harry flew into a rage and drove his enormous iron fist at Xiao Wukong. With a crack, Xiao Wukong blocked his huge iron fist with one hand. Impossible. Harry stared at Xiao Wukong in utter disbelief, horror dawning in his eyes. Ha! Xiao Wukong shouted, leaping high and sending a flying kick into Harry's chin, which sent Harry crashing onto his back. The red-haired girl beside Jim stared at Xiao Wukong in astonishment. Master Jim, Harry was actually knocked down. This is simply unbelievable. The red-haired girl beside Jim was staring at Xiao Wukong in amazement. This kid is strange. Mandy, go give Harry a hand. Yes, Master Jim. Mandy clasped her hands in salute, then instantly flew to Harry's side and helped him up. Harry, you damn little brat, I'll take care of you. Mandy, Harry, calm down. Don't judge people by appearances, this kid is really strong. Let's attack together. Harry, stay out of this, Mandy. I don't need your help. Harry shoved Mandy aside and flew straight at Xiao Yukong. Humph. If Master Jim hadn't ordered me, I wouldn't bother with you. Harry, you idiot. Seeing Harry rush off alone, Mandy gave a displeased snort and then charged at Xiao Yukong too. Under the two of them attacking together, Xiao Yukong gradually began to lose. Mandy lashed her long whip at Xiao Yukong's head. Seeing the whip coming, Xiao Yukong instantly sprang to the side, but the next second Harry's fist slammed into his face and blasted him away. Xiao Yukong. Xiaolin rose to his feet, dashed into the fight and charged Mandy, tangling with her. You little baldy sure are tenacious, but too bad you're not strong enough. Mandy lashed her whip around Xiaolin's neck and yanked him close. Little baldy, tell me, where is Gue Xianren? Mandy was alluringly beautiful, her slender phoenix eyes fixed on Xiaolin as her seductive red lips released a sweet fragrant breath. Damn you, let me go. I won't tell you anything. Xiaolin gripped the whip with both hands and tried to break free, only to find it completely useless. Little baldy, if you don't speak, I'll strangle you to death. As Jim's disciple, Mandy was naturally ruthless. With a tightening of her hands, Xiaolin immediately couldn't breathe. Extend Rui staff. At the critical moment, Xiao Yukong's Rui staff struck Harry and sent him crashing into Mandy, knocking her down. Xiaolin, are you all right? Xiao Yukong rushed over to Xiaolin and untied the whip from his neck. Cough cough. Xiao Yukong, thank you, I'm fine. That woman was too strong, I really couldn't beat her. And look at that person, he's been standing there without moving all along. Xiaolin pointed at Jim, who was watching from the side. There is an astonishing qi radiating from him. Xiao Yukong, didn't you sense it? Astonishing qi. During the 5 months Xiao Yukong and Xiaolin had trained under Gue Xianren, they had not only grown stronger in battle but had also initially learned to sense the presence of qi. That middle-aged man's qi. Xiao Yukong concentrated, sensing Jim's qi, and immediately turned pale with shock. Such powerful qi. Meanwhile, Gue Xianren's party of 3 had just finished their shopping and were flying back to the island in an airship. We really returned with a full load this time. Haha, Lanchi, I want braised pork when we get back. As Gue Xianren spoke, he groped Lanchi's backside. Startled, Lanchi nearly sneezed. Master Wujian, please restrain yourself. Han Yunfei quickly reminded him in a low voice upon seeing this. Oh, look at this hand of mine, so unruly, ha. Just as everyone was laughing and chatting, a powerful qi suddenly came from afar. Master Wujian, this qi is... It's Xiao Yukong. What happened? Is he fighting someone? Han Yunfei suddenly felt Xiao Yukong's qi in the distance growing stronger and stronger. 1, 2, 3. Master Wujian, 3 uninvited guests have arrived on the island. Han Yunfei had long since mastered qi sensing techniques. After becoming a Saiyan, he could learn anything at a speed far beyond ordinary people. Lanchi, go at full speed immediately. Xiao Yukong is in danger. Gue Xianren sensed that among the 3 enemies one of the qi signatures was none other than his senior brother Jim. How is that possible? Hadn't Jim lost his combat ability long ago? Han Yunfei, you're the fastest flyer, hurry over and rescue them. I'm afraid Xiao Yukong and Xiaolin are in danger. Gue Xianren felt as though a great enemy was descending. Unfortunately, he couldn't fly, so he could only send Han Yunfei ahead to rescue them. Gue Xianren greatly admired Han Yunfei's martial arts talent. If he had to grade them, Xiaolin would be a C, Xiao Yukong an A, and Han Yunfei was undeniably an S rank. He had lived for hundreds of years and met countless people, but he had never seen a martial arts prodigy like Han Yunfei. Don't worry. Master Wujian, leave it to me, no problem. Han Yunfei flashed a grin and rose into the air. Don't get cocky, kid. Your job is to hold them off, understand? Gue Xianren's usual lecherous expression had completely vanished, replaced by solemnity. Ha. Don't worry, Master Wujian. Brother Fei is out of here. Lanchi, go for it, Han Yunfei. Don't worry, sweetheart, when has your brother Fei ever let you down? With that, Han Yunfei winked at Lanchi, flashed a grin, and with a flicker flew off into the sky. On the island at this moment, little Goku was gathering power. Came. Ha. Me. Little Goku cupped his hands in a calyx-like shape and slowly lowered them to his waist. Instantly his entire aura surged dramatically. It's the Kamehameha. You really are that old turtle's apprentice. Manty Harry, capture this kid alive for me. Jim grinned maliciously, eyeing little Goku with ill intent. Came. Haim. Ha. Me. Ha. Seeing Manti and Harry charging toward him, little Goku let out a mighty roar and a massive energy wave shot forth, immediately heading toward the two of them. Nothing special. Upon seeing this, Harry and Manti instantly fired two energy waves of their own. In an instant the two shock waves collided head-on. Boom boom boom. With continuous roaring sounds between the two energy waves, a spherical energy ball formed due to the pressure. What? This kid's Kamehameha is somehow evenly matched with ours. At this moment both Harry and Manti were already exerting their full strength, yet neither could have ever dreamed that little Goku would be so powerful. Ha! With little Goku's fierce shout, his energy wave surged even stronger. The balance of power began to shift and the spherical energy ball between the two shockwaves started moving slowly toward Harry and Manti. What? This kid can actually grow stronger during battle. Harry murmured in disbelief, his face showing astonishment. Manti, Harry, it seems we can no longer hold back. Activate the energy furnace and eliminate this kid. Harry, hehe, I never expected to need the energy furnace here. Take a good look, kid, this is our true power. As he spoke, both Harry and Manti's auras surged dramatically. Meanwhile Han Yunfei was speeding toward them. That evil aura had intensified again. Little Goku, hold on. Brother Fei is almost there. At this moment the island where they trained was gradually coming into view for Han Yunfei. He'd arrive in just a few minutes. Meanwhile on the island little Goku was still in a fierce struggle. Due to the significant power boost from Harry and Manti, little Goku's Kamehameha was overpowered and he was instantly blasted backward by their shockwave, crashing into a massive boulder before collapsing motionless. Little Goku. Upon seeing this, Krillin immediately cried out, wanting to rush to little Goku's side, but Harry blocked his path. Hehe, where do you think you're going, Baldy? As Harry spoke, he launched a punch straight at Krillin. Poor Krillin stood no chance against Harry, just one blow sent him flying, leaving him severely wounded. After throwing that punch, Harry seemed quite satisfied with his own strength. Hehe, who would have thought that after Dr. Gero transformed us into androids we'd be able to unleash such incredible power. Unfortunately this energy furnace only lasts for 3 minutes. Hearing this, Harry showed some disappointment. So Harry and Manti were androids created by Dr. Gero. They were No. 3 and No. 4 respectively. It's a pity that the early androids manufactured by Dr. Gero, unlike Nos. 17 and 18, didn't possess infinite energy furnaces. Moreover, since their bodies weren't yet fully mature, they frequently malfunctioned. Meanwhile Manti walked over to little Goku and immediately grabbed the fallen boy. Little one, there's still fighting spirit in your eyes, you're the kind of kid I absolutely can't let grow up. Master, can I kill this brat? His potential is truly astonishing, if left alive he'll surely become a disaster in the future. Manti was evidently much smarter than Harry. After their brief engagement she had already recognized how remarkable little Goku's potential was. Do as you wish, Manti. Just keep that bald kid alive and interrogate him for Master Matato's whereabouts. Jin waved his hand dismissively and said. Kid, you can only blame your bad luck. Die. As Manti spoke she tossed little Goku into the air and the whip in her hands suddenly crackled with lightning. Ha! Lightning whip. With Manti's fierce cry the lightning whip immediately wrapped tightly around little Goku. Ah! Ah! Instantly little Goku felt pain as if millions of needles were piercing his entire body. Under the severe agony his consciousness began to fade. Humph, not dead yet. You're the first one to last more than 5 seconds in my lightning whip. Manti's eyes gleamed with ferocity as she gritted her teeth. Ah! Little Goku was on the verge of death, struggling to survive through Saiyan resilience. At this moment little Goku resembled a giant ape roaring toward the heavens. At the critical moment Han Yunfei appeared beside little Goku and firmly gripped the lightning whip. Ah! With a tremendous shout Han Yunfei actually tore the lightning whip apart. My lightning whip! Why you? Who exactly are you? Manti looked at Han Yunfei in front of her with disbelief and asked in confusion. Meanwhile Han Yunfei didn't respond to Manti. He gently helped little Goku up and placed a Senzu Bean in his mouth. Swallow it. Once you swallow it you'll recover. Han Yunfei said softly as he looked at the dying little Goku. Gulp. Little Goku swallowed the Senzu Bean. The next moment he actually stood up and his wounds inexplicably healed. Brother Han Yunfei. You finally came. Be careful, these guys are very strong. Little Goku warily looked at Manti while Manti at this moment stared at little Goku in utter disbelief. What on earth is going on? Why did this kid who was about to die come back to life? Manti angrily threw a punch at Han Yunfei, but the next moment she missed entirely. They saw Han Yunfei flash forward in an instant and reach Krillin's side, helping him up. Jim, such speed. Haha, are you this pretty boy one of their companions too? None of you will leave here alive today, die. Seeing Han Yunfei carrying Krillin, Harry immediately hurled a powerful punch at the back of his head. Die. Harry roared angrily. Without even looking, Han Yunfei had already sensed Harry's attack behind him through his ki. With a backward swing of his arm he immediately struck Harry's head. After being struck by the heavy punch, Harry was sent flying backward and crashed heavily to the ground. After feeding Krillin a Senzu Bean, his injuries also instantly recovered completely. Han Yunfei, you finally arrived. You need to be careful, those two guys are very strong. Krillin said warily, looking at Harry in front of him. Hee hee. Very strong. Leave these two to me, Krillin. You and little Goku just watch from the side. Han Yunfei patted Krillin's bald head and grinned. Then turning around to face Harry and Manti behind him. Dare to cause trouble here, don't you know this is Brother Fei's territory? That guy covered in muscles, you're nothing but a paper tiger. Harry, what did you say, kid? You're asking for death. Girl, you're actually not bad looking, it's just a pity your chest is so flat. Manti, I'm going to kill you. After hearing Han Yunfei's arrogant words, Harry and Manti flew into a rage. You bastard, Harry, let's attack together. Kill this guy. Mandi's beloved whip had been destroyed and she was grinding her teeth with hatred toward Han Yunfei. Fine. But I get the final blow, I want to twist off his head. Harry clenched his fists and bared a cruel smile. Seeing the two rushing at him at top speed, Han Yunfei rubbed his chin, his eyes narrowing into slits. Combat power 95, combat power 90. Is that all? Are you here to throw away your lives? With a grin, Han Yunfei immediately charged at Harry and Mandi. Bastard, die. Harry's massive body lunged directly at Han Yunfei in an attempt to hug him. Disgusted that the idiot Harry would try to embrace him, Han Yunfei flickered and vanished from the spot. Where is he? Harry immediately looked around when Han Yunfei disappeared. Idiot, where are you looking? Han Yunfei suddenly appeared behind Harry and kicked out, sending him sprawling face first into the dirt. Harry, I'll help you. Mandi charged at Han Yunfei, throwing a punch. With a pong, her fist slammed into Han Yunfei's cheek. Got him. Ha. After taking a heavy punch to the cheek, Han Yunfei felt absolutely nothing. What? Impossible. We are the latest androids developed by Dr. Gero. Impossible. Seeing that even her full power strike could not harm him, Mandi lost her mind and frenziedly attacked Han Yunfei. Facing Mandi's frantic attacks, Han Yunfei dodged with ease. Mandi, I'm here to help. After pulling his head out of the dirt, Harry immediately joined the fight. Boom. 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 With soaring momentum, the two launched a relentless series of well-coordinated attacks at Han Yunfei. But to their astonishment, their attacks didn't even touch a single hair on his head. Pant. Pant. This is impossible. Pant. Pant. If this keeps up, our energy reactors are going to run out of time. We have to finish this guy off soon. Mandi, use a shockwave to force this guy back and I'll grab him while I have the chance. Once I've got him trapped, he's dead, said the muscular Harry with confidence. In no time he and Mandi had devised a battle plan. Alright, let's do it, Harry. Mandi's aura surged and a shockwave blasted from her hand. Just as they expected, Han Yunfei leaped into the air to avoid the incoming blast. Great chance. Harry instantly charged at Han Yunfei, opening his arms wide for a hug. Ha! Han Yunfei sneered, showing no fear as Harry's massive frame was about to engulf him. I've got you now, kid. Harry laughed, then wrapped his arms tightly around Han Yunfei, but the next second he was stunned to find himself hugging nothing but thin air. What he saw was merely an afterimage left by Han Yunfei's high-speed movement. Afterimage fist. Jim, standing nearby, also looked astonished. Although the afterimage fist was not an advanced technique, it was not easy to use flexibly in battle. Yet this young man before him used it with such ease despite his youth. Could this young man be a martial arts prodigy? Jin clasped his hands behind his back, watching the fierce battle with a puzzled expression. Idiot, I'm behind you. Han Yunfei kicked Harry in the back, sending him crashing heavily to the ground. What? Witnessing this, Mandi's face filled with terror. But the next moment Han Yunfei appeared before her and snatched her up. Get off this island. Han Yunfei hurled Mandy toward Jim. Seeing Mandy flying at him, Jim casually swung his arm and knocked her away. At that moment the energy reactors of Harry and Mandy had run out of time. Once their reactors were depleted they had to return to Dr. Gero's lab to recharge before they could fight again. Thus the two had reverted to their initial states, powerless. Useless trash, you forced me to step in myself, Jim said, and in a flash he appeared before Han Yunfei. Oh. Finally someone decent. Were those two your disciples? Han Yunfei said, indifferently looking at Jim with disdain. Heck kid, don't be so arrogant. Don't think that merely injuring my two useless disciples means you can talk nonsense to me. I know you must be that old turtle's disciple. That old turtle is getting worse with age. Too cowardly to fight me himself, he sends his disciples to die. Jim proclaimed arrogantly, his words dripping with mockery. He bug eyes, someone like you doesn't require Master Wu Tian to deal with you. I alone am more than enough. As he looked at Jim, Han Yunfei suddenly realized this guy looked a lot like someone. Who is it exactly? Right. This guy looks too much like Jiren. Could Jim and Jiren be related by blood? With that thought Han Yunfei began scrutinizing Jim. Oh. Interesting. Kid, let me see whether you're all talk. Jim am Master Wu Taidu's strongest disciple, far stronger than that old turtle and that sly old fox the crane hermit. As he spoke, Jim's combat power began to surge higher and higher. Combat power 100. Combat power 120. Combat power 140. Watching Jim's steadily intensifying aura, Han Yunfei only smiled faintly. Moments later Jim's combat power stopped rising, eventually settling at 160. Indeed strong, his combat power has exceeded Master Wu Tian's. But you're out of luck, running into me is your own misfortune. Grinning, Han Yunfei slowly walked toward Jim. Ding detected the host encountering a formidable enemy. Jim. Please make a choice. Option 1, turn and run, prioritize survival. Reward none. Option 2, confront him head on and send this old geezer flying. Reward 1 point, combat power 50. Option 3, beg for mercy on your knees, maybe you'll live. Reward 1 point. Do I even need to choose? System, I pick option 2. Ding, congratulations host for choosing option 2, head-on confrontation. Mission in progress. Seeing Jim charging at him at full speed, Han Yunfei immediately surged forward to meet him. With a thunderous punch, Han Yunfei struck right at Jim's bulging bubble-like eyes. Jim dared not underestimate the incoming iron fist. He dodged by a hair's breadth with all his might. The next moment he grabbed Han Yunfei's arm and hurled him forcefully, flinging him into the air. Gazing at Han Yunfei in the air, Jim vanished from the spot in a flash. Seeing Jim disappear, Han Yunfei grinned and casually tossed out an energy sphere. A thunderous boom rang out as the energy sphere exploded in midair. Jim, struck by the blast, was now glaring at Han Yunfei with gritted teeth. Who the hell are you, kid? Jim, now disheveled and humiliated by the explosion, had never imagined that the young man before him could be so astonishingly powerful. Brother Fei stands by his name, never changed, never hidden. My surname is Han, my given name Yunfei. Han Yunfei. Upon hearing the name, Jim immediately scoured his mind for the names of all the powerful figures across the world. To his disappointment, the name Han Yunfei was truly something he had heard for the first time. Heh, old man, looks like you're scared. Don't worry. I was just playing around with you a moment ago. With a grin, Han Yunfei said, nonchalantly looking at Jim, who was fuming with bulging eyes and bristling beard. You mean you weren't even using your full strength? Impossible. I'm an android created by Dr. Gero. How could I lose to you? With a roar, a fierce gleam flashed in Jim's eyes as he lunged at Han Yunfei. Die. Mustering all his strength, Jim threw a punch aimed straight at Han Yunfei's chest. A thunderous impact rang out, the iron fist landed solidly on Han Yunfei's chest. Humph. Arrogant brat, now do you know how powerful I am? Jim sneered coldly, but in the next instant he was frozen in shock. Han Yunfei was smiling at him, seemingly completely unharmed. Startled, Jim quickly retreated, watching the young man with a wary expression. Is that all you've got? How disappointing. Brushing the dust off his chest, Han Yunfei let out a sigh. Meanwhile, on the ground below, little Wukong was fighting single-handedly against Harry and Mandy. After breaking free from the brink of death, little Wukong's power had risen to another level. His battle power had now reached 125 points. Every time a Saiyan claws back from the brink of death, their battle power surges to a new realm. Harry and Mandy, with battle powers of only 90 and 95, were no match for little Wukong now. Despite their full force assault, they couldn't even touch a single hair on little Wukong's head. Since when did little Wukong become so formidable? Beside them, Shaolin was dumbfounded. He could see that little Wukong's strength had improved remarkably, but he still couldn't figure out what had caused it. Harry's massive iron fist was easily blocked by little Wukong, who then leaped high into the air and brought down his ruddy staff with a heavy blow to Harry's head. A metallic clang rang out as Harry fell flat on his back. His head had been split open, exposing a mass of metal wiring inside. It turned out that Dr. Gero had modified humans as the base to create androids. So Harry and Mandy could now be considered a fusion of half human and half machine. Harry. Seeing Harry knocked down by little Wukong, Mandy immediately screamed. "Take this, you damn brat." With that, Mandy launched a full-powered attack at little Wukong. Rock. Little Wukong shouted, his iron fist colliding with Mandy's attack and instantly cancelling it out. Scissors. The next moment, little Wukong's hand turned into a pair of scissors and stabbed directly into Mandy's eyeballs. "Ah, my eyes." Struck, Mandy felt excruciating pain in both eyes and immediately covered them. Paper. The scissors transformed into a palm and little Wukong slammed it toward Mandy. Under the tremendous force, Mandy was sent flying backward, crashing through several large trees before collapsing to the ground. Rock, paper, scissors might not be a powerful technique, but in a real fight it can catch the enemy off guard. After defeating Harry and Mandy, little Wukong and Shaolin looked up at the sky and saw that Han Yunfei was in a heated battle with Jim. Little Wukong, brother, Han Yunfei is truly amazing. He can actually match Jim blow for blow. Shaolin, they're moving too fast, I can't even see what they're doing. Little Wukong, don't worry Shaolin. Calm your mind and slowly sense the aura of those two. Upon hearing this, Shaolin took a deep breath and slowly closed his eyes. Once Shaolin closed his eyes, the auras of the two became amplified. At that moment he could clearly sense the traces of Han Yunfei and Jim's fight. I can sense it. Opening his eyes, Shaolin was thrilled to discover that he could now follow their fighting movements. Up in the sky, Jim was panting heavily while Han Yunfei remained completely at ease. Kid, I admit you're strong. Let's see if you can take this move. As he spoke, a fierce glint flashed through Jim's eyes and he extended one finger toward Han Yunfei. Seeing that stance, Han Yunfei immediately thought of one move. Could this be the Dodone Wave? Han Yunfei knew that all members of the Crane School could use the Dodone Wave, which meant it was probably a martial skill created by Master Mateto himself. By now Han Yunfei had grown weary of fighting the feeble Jim, but seeing that classic stance instantly reignited his interest. Come on, old geezer, hit me right here. If I blink even once, you're my grandson. Grinning, Han Yunfei beckoned with his hand, signaling Jim to hurry up. Little Wukong, oh no brother, Han Yunfei is in danger. Shaolin, is Han Yunfei crazy? Can't he see how dangerous that move is? Jim, you idiot kid, today you'll die because of your own arrogance. Die. Dodone Wave. With a mighty shout, the Dodone Wave shot toward Han Yunfei at breakneck speed. Die, boy. Jim regarded Han Yunfei with cold disdain, a mocking smile curling his lips. With a thunderous crash, the Dong Wave struck Han Yunfei's cheek. I've got him. Humph, boy, let's see you survive that. The Dong Wave was tremendously potent. Jim had used this very technique to slay numerous formidable foes before. And now Han Yunfei, caught off guard, had been struck by his own hand. Even if he lived, he would surely be grievously wounded. But the next moment Jim's bulging eyes widened in shock. Because he discovered the youth before him bore only minor injuries. How was this possible? All fighting spirit drained from Jim at that instant and his body retreated repeatedly. It's about time this ended. I'm rather bored now, brother Fei. As he spoke, Han Yunfei struck Jim with a single punch, sending him flying. With a cry of unwillingness, Jim shot toward the distant horizon, transforming into a glimmer of light before vanishing in an instant. Seeing Jim defeated, Harry and Mandy immediately scurried away in disgrace. Hearing the system voice, Han Yunfei smiled knowingly and opened his status panel. To be honest, aside from the super divine water, the world quaking palm and the Senzu Beans, Han Yunfei found nothing else in the bronze area worthy of his attention. The world quaking palm was Master Roshi's signature ultimate technique, incredibly powerful but regrettably far too expensive, requiring no fewer than 7 points. The super divine water was equally unaffordable at 8 points. What a robbery! As though hearing Han Yunfei's complaints, a pleasant system voice resounded in his ears once more. Flash sale has begun. The featured item is instant transmission. The flash sale is at it again. Instant transmission, truly that divine skill. Instant transmission did not belong to the bronze area. Beholding a golden area, an icon shimmered with multicolored radiance. Since the golden area remained locked, Han Yunfei could only view this single technique. Only 3 points for instant transmission. System, you are truly impressive. I'll take it. Congratulations, host, on learning instant transmission. Just like that, he had learned it. Information about instant transmission flooded Han Yunfei's mind instantly. This technique had originally been mastered by Son Goku from the Yardrat people after his battle with Frieza. This skill allowed instantaneous travel to any location where a living being's ki existed. Though slightly inferior to the Supreme Kai's instant transmission, it remained a divine technique of the highest order. Having learned instant transmission, Han Yunfei naturally thought of another divine skill, the fusion dance. Through a peculiar dance sequence, this technique enabled two individuals to merge, causing their combat power to skyrocket. System, is the fusion dance also a product of the golden area? Your guess is correct, host. Please continue your efforts to unlock the higher tier shop areas. Indeed, it was in the golden area. As Han Yunfei had surmised, the golden area undoubtedly held many treasures, but he had not yet unlocked even the silver area. How could he speak of the golden? Why didn't this wretched system inform me of how many points were required to unlock the silver area? Never mind, instant transmission was already in hand. With this skill, Han Yunfei could instantly travel to anywhere where ki existed. When Master Roshi arrived, the island lay in ruins, yet what brought him solace was that all three disciples remained unharmed. Little Goku, Grandpa, you're finally back. Did you know? That villain Jim came here earlier, and it was brother Han Yunfei who inflicted his wounds. Is that so? Han Yunfei, I never expected your strength to have grown further. Master Roshi too could not fathom it. Throughout the 5 months of training, both little Goku and Han Yunfei had been growing stronger at an extraordinary pace. And the pace of that youngster Han Yunfei had actually surpassed little Goku's. A monster. Truly a monster. Fortunately, this monster is my disciple. This was Master Roshi's sole comfort. Having learned instant transmission, the first person Han Yunfei wished to see was naturally Bulma. After requesting several days' leave from Master Roshi, Han Yunfei immediately locked onto Bulma's ki. Here I come, my dear. In the city where Bulma was located, she sat in a bank listening to her earphones, waiting in line. Since she had achieved the top rank in her school, the school had specially awarded her a scholarship as encouragement. Although Bulma's family was not short of money, this amount held special significance for her, so she planned to treat Lu Ping and Xiao Bajie to an extravagant meal. Number 0110 to counter 9. Number 0111 to counter 6. Bulma sat in the bank hall listening to her earphones and waiting patiently, but suddenly gunshots echoed from the bank entrance. Everyone stay the fuck still. Anyone who dares call the police gets their head blown off. 3 robbers burst through the entrance, and the security guard at the door lay sprawled in a pool of blood, his revolver fallen to the ground. Robbery. Bulma immediately removed her earphones and dropped to the ground with everyone else hands clasped behind her head. Fill this bag with money, now. The lead robber approached the counter, tossing a black travel bag to the clerk, and pressed his gun against the man's head, barking orders. Why, yes. The bank employee was just a working man with no desire to lose his life over this. He obediently stuffed all the cash into the black travel bag. Fuck. What the hell is this? You think you can bullshit me? Furious that the bag was less than a third full, the robber slammed his pistol against the employee's temple and roared. I'm sorry, that's all the money we have. The armored truck came this morning and took most of the cash. Terrified out of his wits, the employee raised his hands and told the truth. A gunshot rang out and the employee's head exploded as he collapsed into a pool of blood. Damned luck. Let's go, brothers. As the leader grabbed the black travel bag and prepared to leave with his 2 companions, another shot rang out. He felt a searing pain in his thigh and a bloody wound appeared. Fresh crimson blood poured from the wound. Who fired? Who fired the gun? The leader and his 2 companions scanned the area frantically, and when they spotted a young girl, they charged straight at her. Go away. Bulma fired several shots from behind a chair as the robbers closed in. Fuck. Boss, this girl's tough. Looks like she won't go down easy. Seize her. How dare she wound me, I'll never forgive her. Don't worry, boss, I've got this. The second robber, a large burly man, lunged toward Bulma and rolled across the floor to reach her. Ah! Stay back. Bulma kept firing, but the robber had already dodged close to her and grabbed her in one motion. Let me go. Let me go. You bastards. Bulma kicked desperately as she was seized. Hey, this kid's pretty cute. Boss, mind if I take her along for some fun? The robber grinned at Bulma. Your call, we're leaving. The police are coming. The three robbers dragged Bulma out through the bank doors. Let me go, you criminals. You'll regret this. My boyfriend is incredibly powerful, he'll wreck you. Bulma struggled helplessly as the robber held her by the waist, her delicate hands pounding uselessly against his grip. Boyfriend. Fine, let him come, I'll stomp him to death. I could smash his head in with one punch. Don't tell me he's a cop, Even if the police show up, we're not afraid. These hardened criminals armed with heavy weapons and accustomed to robbing anywhere were ready to fight back. Han Yunfei, come save me. So your boyfriend's named Han Yunfei, let's see how long he survives. If I run into him, I'll turn him into a pincushion. Ha ha ha. Armed with a heavy machine gun, the leader and his two companions headed for an armored vehicle. In a blur, Han Yunfei appeared before Bulma through instant transmission. Bulma hung suspended with her wrists bound, struggling desperately, then froze when she saw Han Yunfei. Han Yunfei. You actually came. Save me quickly. These are bank robbers. Bulma cried out in relief and alarm. Bank robbers. Without hesitation, Han Yunfei vanished and reappeared beside the second robber. One punch to the gut sent the massive robber crashing to the ground, releasing Bulma as he clutched his abdomen. Lao air. Damn it. Kill him. The remaining two robbers opened fire with heavy weapons. Hide behind me, don't move. As bullets rained down, Han Yunfei shielded Bulma behind him, his eyes narrowing as his hands moved through the air, catching each projectile. Take this. Even if you're strong, what can you do? Become a pincushion. The machine guns roared, sending terrified bystanders scattering. Haha, finally dead. Smoke curled from the overheated barrel as the last magazine emptied. W8. Boss, look, he's not even scratched. Stunned, the robber realized Han Yunfei stood completely unharmed, something beyond anything he'd witnessed in all his crimes. When Han Yunfei opened his clenched fists, bullets clattered to the ground like rain. To the two robbers' horror, Han Yunfei had caught every single bullet with his bare hands. He's not human. Retreat. Quick retreat. The leader hauled the fallen robber to his feet and all three escaped in the armored vehicle. Bulma, are you okay? Seeing the robbers flee, Han Yunfei turned and asked with concern. Meanwhile, Bulma, who had been hiding behind him, was too shocked to speak, her eyes wide as she stared at the shells scattered across the ground. I'm fine. Han Yunfei, how did you catch bullets with your bare hands? Han Yunfei chuckled. It's nothing, bullets just move so slowly I didn't even think about it. Han Yunfei. When I thought I might die, all I could think about was you. I knew you'd come save me. Anne. Her cheeks flushed crimson as she hesitated, too shy to finish. And what? Han Yunfei looked at her blankly, completely missing her meaning. Anne. I just told the robber that you're my boyfriend. Though Bulma and Han Yunfei had shared several intimate moments, the two had yet to define their relationship. The moment she uttered the word boyfriend, Bulma buried her face in her hands, her cheeks blushing as red as an apple. Ha! Boyfriend. Seeing the look of confusion on Han Yunfei's face, Bulma's temper instantly flared. What, Han Yunfei? Are you trying to deny it? I'm telling you, at school. Seeing the adorable Bulma throwing her little tantrum, Han Yunfei couldn't resist scooping her into his arms and pressing a kiss upon her lips. Sensing the softness of his lips, a tingling numbness surged through Bulma's entire body while Han Yunfei's own heart pounded like a startled deer. Han Yunfei knew that despite Bulma's outgoing appearance, she was actually quite a conservative girl at heart. Moreover, based on his knowledge of Dragon Ball, Bulma should have never been with a man before. Having the honor of being Bulma's first man, Han Yunfei soared up with joy. He carried Bulma into the blue sky, the two of them flying through the heavens without a care. Holding Han Yunfei, gazing upon his handsome profile, Bulma felt at that moment that she had become the happiest woman in the world. Han Yunfei, I'm so glad I met you. Blushing, Bulma planted a kiss on his cheek. Meanwhile, on a distant planet in the far reaches of the universe, Vegeta was locked in battle with a group of frog-like aliens. His foot slipped and he nearly tumbled to the ground, but his companion beside him quickly caught him. Are you alright, Vegeta? Humph, of course I'm fine. Nappa. If you have time to support me, go kill more enemies. Mind your own business. With that, Vegeta shoved Nappa aside and with a casual energy wave obliterated a charging frogman. Oddly enough, my eyelids have been twitching lately, my sleep has been poor, and there's a mysterious tightness in my chest. What in the world is going on? Puzzled Vegeta gazed into the distant starry sky as if searching for an answer. Meanwhile, on a highway on Earth, an armored car was recklessly careening along, pursued closely by several police vehicles. Boss, the cops are closing in. Step on it. What's there to panic about? Blow them away. The robber inside the car then produced a rocket launcher and fired a blast at one of the police cars behind them. A thunderous explosion echoed as the rocket struck a police car, which immediately blew apart. The chain reaction sent another nearby police car tumbling and overturning. Haha. Damn cops, that's what you get for chasing us. Haha. Got that one. Piece of cake, hahaha. The second robber grinned broadly, then began reloading a fresh shell into the rocket launcher. Meanwhile, high above the sky, Han Yunfei and Bulma were lost in their blissful embrace. Han Yunfei, look. Isn't that the robber's car from the bank robbery down there? Pointing at the vehicle recklessly charging along below, Bulma exclaimed in surprise. It's definitely that car. Han Yunfei's eyes narrowed as he locked onto the target. He remembered those thugs had intended to harm his woman earlier. If he hadn't learned instant transmission, Bulma might have suffered a cruel fate by now. Bulma, want to come with me to catch those robbers? A grin spread across Han Yunfei's face as he eagerly prepared to dive down for some fun. Alright. Han Yunfei, let's go. Bulma immediately raised both hands in enthusiastic agreement. And so Han Yunfei brought Bulma swooping down to the highway below. Robber 1, boss, look. There are two people standing in the middle of the road. Robber 2, damn it, run them over. Seeing people blocking their path, the ruthless robbers only accelerated instead of stopping. Seeing the armored car charging toward them at full speed, Han Yunfei didn't dodge, he rushed straight at it. Robber 1, boss. This guy is that freak who caught bullets with his bare hands at the bank entrance. Robber boss, damn it. I don't care. Run him over. I refuse to believe he can outmuscle an armored car. With that, the boss floored the accelerator even harder. With a deafening crash, the seemingly sturdy armored car was smashed inward by Han Yunfei's charge. The three robbers inside were all injured from the violent impact. Ripping the car door open with his bare hands, Han Yunfei yanked the second robber out of the vehicle and viciously kicked him square in the face. Damn bastard, you dare touch my woman. You're asking for death. Han Yunfei rained down punches and kicks upon him, terrifying the other two robbers, who trembled uncontrollably at the sight. Han Yunfei had no intention of letting them escape in the first place. As long as he had instant transmission, those bastards could flee to the ends of the earth and he would still drag them back. Robber 1, is he even human? Robber boss, mommy, I'm scared. Seeing the police cars approaching in the distance, Han Yunfei immediately scooped up Bulma and soared into the sky, vanishing into the billowing black smoke. After spending a day in the city with Bulma, the two arrived at her luxurious apartment in the city center. This is truly amazing. Bulma really was the beautiful and wealthy heiress of the Dragon Ball world. Looks like my life is about to take off. Han Yunfei glanced at the beautiful Bulma beside him and his heart blossomed with joy. Bulma took Han Yunfei's arm as they walked in, but just inside the door stood a military vehicle. A guest. Bulma had never known that her father Briefs had any ties to the military. Entering the room, she saw her father deep in conversation with a man in military uniform. Beside the soldier stood 4 or 5 armed guards, all radiating an unmistakably hostile air. Mr. Briefs, Commander Black's orders are clear. You must complete the Dragon Radar within 6 months. The man who spoke was none other than the young, handsome and fiercely imposing General Blue. 6 months. That's impossible. The Dragon Radar is a highly precise instrument. Even given a year, I might not be able to finish it. Upon hearing this, Briefs quickly put on an expression of utter helplessness. Hey, that's none of my concern. If you fail to produce the Dragon Radar within 6 months, Mr. Briefs, you will face a military tribunal. And all your assets will be confiscated. You'd best weigh the consequences carefully. After General Blue finished speaking, his gaze fell upon Bulma standing at the doorway. And who might this be? Your daughter. General Blue said with a smile, his eyes appraising Bulma intently. General Blue, what are you planning? Don't you dare have designs on my daughter. Briefs immediately stepped in front of Bulma. So she is indeed your daughter. Then this makes things simpler. With that, General Blue shoved Briefs aside and reached out to grab Bulma. Commander Black placed great importance on the Dragon Balls, so he had given General Blue a strict order: within 6 months Briefs must complete the Dragon Radar. As a soldier, General Blue naturally obeyed Commander Black's orders without question. He believed that following orders was the sacred duty of a soldier, so no matter how many atrocious acts Commander Black committed, General Blue obeyed unconditionally. So when General Blue laid eyes on Bulma, he immediately decided to take her hostage, ensuring that Briefs wouldn't dare pull any tricks. Bastard, what do you think you're doing? Seeing General Blue shove her father aside, Bulma erupted in fury. Shut up, you wretched woman. General Blue raised his hand to slap Bulma, but the very next moment he felt his wrist seized in an iron grip. His arm locked in Han Yunfei's grasp. His overwhelming strength left him completely unable to move. Who are you? General Blue asked in shock. But then, catching sight of Han Yunfei's strikingly handsome features, his heart suddenly began to flutter with delight. So handsome. Handsome, you're hurting me. Upon seeing Han Yunfei, General Blue's tone abruptly shifted, becoming unexpectedly effeminate. Han Yunfei noticed General Blue gazing at him with amorous affection and was thoroughly startled. I've never seen anyone so gorgeous. Handsome, what's your name? Looking at Han Yunfei, General Blue actually began to blush. Everyone was rendered speechless by the sight. Han Yunfei had originally expected a fierce battle with General Blue, but never imagined things would turn out like this. What business is it of yours what my name is? Get out of my way. With that, Han Yunfei shoved General Blue aside and stepped in front of Bulma. He was every inch a real man, and he had no interest in that kind of homosexual nonsense. Recalling Dragon Ball, General Blue really was gay. Fine, I'll go. But I'll be back, don't you forget me, dear. Shoved aside by Han Yunfei, General Blue was not in the least angry. Instead, he cast a flirtatious wink at Han Yunfei and left with his men. After Dr. Briefs explained General Blue's purpose to everyone, Bulma jumped to her feet. Dad. The Black Ribbon Army is infamous, we absolutely must not give them the Dragon Radar. Relax, Bulma. Your father knows that, of course. That's why I lied and told them the Dragon Radar hasn't been finished yet. If the Black Ribbon Army gets the Dragon Balls, Marshal Black will surely wish to rule the world, and then the end of the world will be upon us. At that thought, Dr. Briefs felt his scalp tingle. He absolutely could not allow such a thing to happen. Just then Mrs. Briefs brought out some delicious refreshments and everyone chatted while they ate. Bulma also introduced her boyfriend Han Yunfei to her parents without any reservation. As the saying goes, a mother-in-law grows fonder of her son-in-law the more she looks at him. Seeing that her daughter had found such an outstanding boyfriend, Mrs. Briefs kept gazing at Han Yunfei, grinning from ear to ear. When the conversation turned to the Black Ribbon Army, everyone's faces turned solemn again. Apparently they all believed Marshal Black wanted the Dragon Balls in order to rule the world. Little did they know that the short man's only purpose in seeking the Dragon Balls was to make himself taller. At first Han Yunfei thought about telling them Marshal Black's real reason, but on second thought he realized no one would believe him. Everyone, don't worry. The Black Ribbon Army is rotten through and through, I will uproot them completely. Seeing Han Yunfei make such a bold boast, Dr. Briefs and his wife exchanged faint smiles and took no notice. Only Bulma's eyes were shining at that moment. She looked at Han Yunfei with adoration and planted a kiss on his cheek. That's right, Han Yunfei. This is my man. I believe in you. After Bulma kissed him, a smile spread across Han Yunfei's face. It seemed that in this world only Bulma truly understood him. The Black Ribbon Army had already lost Colonel Silver and General Blue. Now that they were severely weakened, they probably would not come to harass Bulma and the others again for some time. I'd better climb Korin Tower first. After all, the ultra-divine water is a great treasure. Han Yunfei grinned to himself at the thought. After much deliberation, Han Yunfei decided to temporarily put aside his training with Master Roshi and climb Korin Tower, as getting the ultra-divine water took priority. After 3 days of fun at Bulma's place, Han Yunfei met Yamcha and the others again. They chatted about the Dragon Balls and reminisced about the past. The atmosphere was warm and harmonious. But every time Yamcha saw Bulma and Han Yunfei being so intimate, a dejected look appeared on his face. Happy times are always so brief. 3 days later, Han Yunfei reluctantly said goodbye to Bulma and went back to Master Roshi's place. He told young Goku and the others about his encounter with the Black Ribbon Army and mentioned his plan to climb Korin Tower. Han Yunfei's combat power had now reached 400, so he was fully capable of taking young Goku and Krillin up Korin Tower. He was also determined to obtain the ultra-divine water atop Korin Tower. Though the process would be painful, it could instantly raise his strength. Since Han Yunfei was capable of taking young Goku and Krillin up the tower, Master Roshi immediately nodded in agreement. After all, if they could climb the tower, their training would advance far faster than if they stayed with him. Sigh. It seems the age of Master Roshi as the world's strongest has already passed. Master Roshi thought helplessly. He had always felt that his title as the strongest should last a while longer, but the cruel reality told him otherwise. After ending the training session, Master Roshi led Han Yunfei and the others to the foot of Korin Tower. The tower stood in the Korin sanctuary deep in the forest. The local tribesmen had guarded Korin Tower for generations. Standing before Han Yunfei and the others was none other than Bora, the native warrior charged with protecting the tower. Bora was tall and powerfully built, holding a wooden spear. He watched Han Yunfei warily with a fierce, threatening expression. "Who are you people? How dare you trespass on sacred ground? Get out of here before I make a move." With a mighty aura, Bora pointed his spear at Han Yunfei, who was walking in front. "Oh. You want to fight?" Han Yunfei's eyes narrowed as he spoke. Since the other man gave no room for discussion, the only language left was fists. Just as the atmosphere between them grew tense, Master Roshi hopped in. "Hi there." Master Roshi was wearing a checkered shirt and looked as if he were on vacation. "Young man, don't be so impulsive. I know you are the guardian warrior of Korin Tower. Your people have guarded the tower for generations, you have my utmost respect." Master Roshi walked up to Bora with his back hunched and said slowly. "Old man, since you know that we are the warriors of Korin Tower, I'll ask you to leave at once. The sanctuary cannot be violated." Bora was taken aback by the strange old man before him. After all, very few people knew that they were Korin Tower's guardian warriors. We are not here to cause trouble. On the contrary, we have come to climb Korin Tower." Master Roshi dropped his playful expression and spoke gravely. Seeing that the old man was clearly not joking, Bora immediately lowered his spear. "You may try to climb Korin Tower, but remember, you can't use any tools or aids. You can only rely on your own strength. If the hermit Korin catches you cheating, you'll be punished." Bora's duty was to keep Korin Tower from being damaged. If someone wanted to attempt the climb, he would not stop them. These old bones of mine probably can't climb it anymore." Master Roshi looked at Korin Tower rising into the clouds as old memories surged back. 300 years ago I also came here and climbed Korin Tower. 300 years have flown by, how time flies. I still clearly remember the warrior who guarded this place back then. His name was Paula. Master Roshi said calmly while leaning on his cane. "What? You actually knew the honored ancestor? Then I have been gravely discourteous." Hearing this, Bora was stunned, and then he knelt down on one knee. Enough, it's all in the past." Master Roshi was lost in memories. Krillin, Master Roshi is amazing, even that huge warrior knelt down. Young Goku, so even old Master Roshi climbed Korin Tower. Han Yunfei, I know the sky dance technique, so I'll definitely be the first one up. Meanwhile, Upa, who had been hiding in the bushes nearby, came over to Bora after realizing that these people were not bad. "This is my son Upa." With that, Bora lifted little Upa high up and sat him on his shoulders. "No time to lose, let's go. Young Goku, Krillin, I'm heading up first." The moment he finished speaking, Han Yunfei floated into the air and flew toward Korin Tower like the wind. "This is way too easy." Laughing as he spoke, Han Yunfei flew up along the tower without stopping. Sigh. That Han Yunfei is great at everything except he's too cocky. Master Roshi clasped his hands behind his back and watched Han Yunfei soar into the sky, speaking with a solemn expression. The next moment a shockwave broke through the clouds and struck Han Yunfei directly. Ah! Completely caught off guard by this sudden twist, a stricken Han Yunfei plummeted through the air and crashed to the ground. Shaolin, Han Yunfei, looks like you can't just fly up after all. Xiao Wukong, brother Han Yunfei, why don't you climb with us? After saying this, Xiao Wukong and Shaolin immediately bounced and hopped their way up the Korin Tower. Wait for me. Seeing this, Han Yunfei sprang to his feet and chased after the other two. The Korin Tower soared into the clouds. After climbing with all their might for a full day and night, the three finally spotted the top. Just as victory seemed within reach, Shaolin's strength suddenly gave out. His hand slipped and he fell from the tower. Ah! Shaolin, no. He's fallen. Without a moment's hesitation, Han Yunfei and Xiao Wukong jumped off the Karen Tower to rescue Xiao Lin. Wow! Xiao Lin was plummeting at terrifying speed, and though he stretched out his hands to catch hold of the tower, his arms were simply too short. If this keeps up, all our efforts will be wasted. There's no other way, at worst I'll just get knocked down again. With that thought, Han Yunfei gritted his teeth and immediately unleashed the sky dance technique. In a flash he vanished from his original spot. The next moment he flew at incredible speed toward Xiao Lin, caught him in his arms and set him down on the tower. Above them, Xiao Wukong saw that Xiao Lin was safe and immediately hooked his tail around the Karen Tower, halting his own fall. Phew! That was close. Han Yunfei, thank you for saving me. Xiao Lin was clinging to the Karen Tower pillar with both arms for dear life. He had no intention of falling again. It's nothing. Let's keep climbing, we're almost there. As he spoke, Han Yunfei stopped using the sky dance technique and climbed onto the tower pillar as well. He knew that using the sky dance technique just now to save Xiao Lin was against the rules. If you want to hit me, then hit me, you old cat. Don't think Brother Fei is afraid of you. At worst I'll just climb up again. Han Yunfei clung tightly to the pillar. He swallowed hard and glanced at the churning clouds below. Even though his words were bold, he truly did not want to be beaten down again since he had struggled so hard to climb this far. He shut his eyes tightly, waiting for the shock wave to descend. 1 minute passed. 2 minutes passed. To Han Yunfei's delight, the shock wave he had imagined never arrived. Ha! He didn't hit me. It seems this old cat is reasonable after all. Thinking this, Han Yunfei immediately leaped upward and rejoined the group climbing the tower. An hour later the three finally climbed to the top of the Karen Tower. Huff huff huff. As soon as they reached the top, all three collapsed from exhaustion. At that moment a cat holding a cane appeared before them. This cat was none other than the Karen Hermit. The Karen Hermit squinted and smiled at them with great approval. When his gaze fell on Han Yunfei, his admiration became even deeper. Of the three, Han Yunfei was the first to recover. He found the Karen Hermit looking at him with a smile. Not bad, not bad. Young man, what's your name? Meow. The Karen Hermit walked up to Han Yunfei leaning on his cane and smiled. My surname is Han and my given name is Yunfei. Greetings, Karen Hermit. Han Yunfei answered obediently, suppressing his usual arrogance. After all, since he was asking someone for a favor, he had to be polite. Besides, the old cat had just let him off the hook, so Han Yunfei's opinion of the Karen Hermit soared. Oh, so you are Han Yunfei? Meow. You performed well just now, risking yourself to save your companion. Weren't you afraid that I might knock you down again? Meow. As the Karen Hermit spoke, he kept his eyes fixed on Han Yunfei, awaiting his reply. It seems this old cat is already testing me. But saving Xiao Lin had come from pure instinct, so all he had to do was answer honestly. Han Yunfei thought this and then said seriously, actually the situation was urgent and I didn't think much about it. My only thought was to save Xiao Lin. Han Yunfei told him exactly what had happened. Not bad, not bad. To risk his life for a companion, even Master Mutant might not necessarily be able to do that. Han Yunfei, you pass. Meow. As the Karen Hermit said this, he glanced down below the tower where the Turtle Hermit was playing with Yupa. After Han Yunfei and his companions had climbed the Karen Tower, the Turtle Hermit had waited quietly at its base. Sitting on a stone stool, he recalled how full of vigor he had looked when he climbed the Karen Tower 300 years ago. He began to hum without realizing it, I am still that same youth from before, with not a single trace of change. May Han Yunfei and the others safely make it up the Karen Tower. The Turtle Hermit looked up at the sky-piercing Karen Tower and thought this. His gaze pierced through the clouds and in the blink of an eye reached the top of the Karen Tower. At this time Han Yunfei and the others were sitting around the Karen Hermit. Oh, so you mean to defeat the Black Silk Army and came here to improve your strength? Since none of the three of you has any evil in your heart, I'll speak frankly. Meow. This ultra-divine water is poisonous, ordinary people who drink it will die. Meow. When he finished, the Karen Hermit looked solemnly at the three before him. Ah. It can kill. How terrifying, I don't dare drink it. Xiao Lin's face instantly showed fear and he unconsciously stepped backward. Xiao Wukong on the other hand was still hesitating. After all, he had never seen the Black Silk Army or Tao Bai Bai and he did not know just how powerful they were. Karen Hermit, please let me drink it. As the saying goes, wealth is won by braving danger. If you want to become stronger, you must take risks. Han Yunfei had long known that the ultra-divine water was poisonous, an ordinary person who drank it would surely die. But now that he was a Saiyan, his vitality far exceeded that of ordinary people and he believed he would definitely survive. Moreover, he still had his last point. If worst came to worst, he could exchange it for a Senzu Bean to prolong his life. I never imagined you would be so brave, Han Yunfei. Meow. Why don't you think it over for a bit? I still have some ultra-sacred water here, that one is not poisonous. Meow. The Karen hermit had great admiration for Han Yunfei, so he didn't want him to take the risk. Ultra-sacred water. Isn't that just a sham? Still, this old cat means well, so I won't expose him for now. Han Yunfei glanced at an exquisite flask pointed to by the Karen hermit's cane and thought to himself. No, Karen hermit. I think the ultra-divine water suits me better. Please let me drink it. Han Yunfei looked firmly at the Karen hermit. Now that the Black Silk Army had set its sights on Bulma's family, he had to become stronger as quickly as possible in order to protect Bulma. Since you insist, I'll let you drink it. But don't push yourself. If you truly cannot bear it, spit it out. As he said this, the Karen hermit took out a flask with the word divine written on it. Han Yunfei, do you want to reconsider? Meow. No, Karen hermit. I've made up my mind. Come on, let's get wild. Master Korin, seeing Han Yunfei so persistent, could only helplessly pour the ultra-divine water from the kettle into the cup. Watching the ultra-divine water in the cup, Krillin, curious, dipped his finger in and put it into his mouth. Wah! Tui tui tui. What is this stuff? Han Yunfei, you mustn't drink it. It'll really kill you. Although Krillin had only drunk a single drop, he already felt unimaginable agony. Don't worry, Krillin. Your big brother Fei will never die. Then Han Yunfei immediately gulped down the divine water in one go. With a single gulp he swallowed the whole cup of ultra-divine water in one breath. Ah! Ah! After swallowing the ultra-divine water, Han Yunfei instantly felt as if 1,000 steel needles were churning in his throat. Soon intense pain erupted throughout his entire body. But the next moment Han Yunfei pushed his power to the limit. Tenfold Kaio-ken. His body was instantly enveloped in crimson flames and his power level rocketed to 4000. Empowered by his formidable strength, the pain-racking Han Yunfei's body immediately diminished. Though still agonizing, it became bearable. A night passed. The morning sunlight spilled over Korin Tower. A new day had begun. Han Yunfei's breathing gradually steadied and his roars began to subside. Could it be? Could this kid have actually absorbed the ultra-divine water? Master Korin's face filled with shock, he stared at the young man before him in disbelief. Countless martial arts geniuses had climbed up this Korin Tower, but every one of them had died without exception after drinking the ultra-divine water. Just as Master Korin was wondering about this, Han Yunfei slowly opened his eyes. Krillin, brother Han Yunfei, you're awake. Goku, brother Han Yunfei, are you all right? After waking, Han Yunfei immediately stood up. At that moment his heart was unusually calm. Han Yunfei, how do you feel now? Meow. Master Korin knew that the side effects of the ultra-divine water had completely vanished by now. He looked at Han Yunfei with great expectation and sensed that this young man's inner power was beginning to awaken. What is this power? Han Yunfei clenched his fists and abruptly a terrifyingly immense force erupted from him. My power is growing endlessly. Power level 450. Power level 500. Power level 550. Feeling the power ceaselessly surging within him, Han Yunfei was overjoyed. In the end his base power level settled at 600. And that was only his base power. If he used the Kaio-ken to amplify it further, his power level would reach 6000. Sensing the overwhelmingly powerful strength he now possessed, Han Yunfei broke into an excited grin. After gaining such mighty power, the first thing Han Yunfei wanted to do was tell Bulma the good news. But in the Dragon Ball world there were no cell phones, which was extremely inconvenient. Fortunately Han Yunfei had already learned instant transmission. With a single thought he could appear beside Bulma. Placing 2 fingers on his forehead he began searching for Bulma's key. Master Korin, Goku, Krillin, I'm worried that the Black Ribbon Army will cause trouble for Bulma again. I'll head over there to check things out. You guys keep training. Good luck. Goku and Krillin, brother Han Yunfei will definitely train hard and catch up with you. Master Korin, kid, do you intend to take on the entire Black Ribbon Army all by yourself? Meow. Hearing Master Korin's question, Han Yunfei flashed a grin and gave a look of certainty. Keep at it, kid. The Black Ribbon Army has committed every kind of evil. If you can tear them up by the roots, drinking this ultra-divine water won't be in vain. Master Korin looked at Han Yunfei expectantly, his eyes filled with admiration. He then handed a pouch to Han Yunfei. Here are 3 Senzu Beans. I'm sure you'll need them someday, meow. Senzu Beans. Thank you, Master Korin. Though Han Yunfei already had 96 Senzu Beans, these beans were definitely the kind of thing where more is always better. I'll be off now. Bulma's key. Found it. As he spoke, Han Yunfei vanished from where he stood. Everyone was stunned. Han Yunfei disappeared. What kind of technique is that? I've never seen it before. Master Korin said, turning to look at Goku and Krillin. Krillin, Master Korin, don't look at me. I have no idea either. Goku, brother, Han Yunfei is too amazing. I must work even harder. That kid Han Yunfei's potential is astonishing. I've realized that the ultra-divine water only stimulated the tiniest sliver of his potential. I'm very much looking forward to what he'll achieve in the future. But since the 2 of you climbed Korin Tower, I'll also give you the ultra-divine water, meow. However, there's a prerequisite: you must snatch it from my hands. And so, under Han Yunfei's influence, Goku and Krillin began their training at Korin Tower. While Han Yunfei was training, the Black Ribbon Army happened to find out that Bulma was in possession of a dragon radar. Thus Commander Black immediately dispatched his ace subordinate General Blue to Bulma's home once again. Dar. Brief, how dare you deceive the Black Ribbon Army? You must be sick of living. General Blue in his crisp military uniform walked toward Bulma's father with murderous intent in his eyes. Sir, I think you're mistaken. We really don't have a dragon radar. Now that it had come to this, Dr. Brief could only steel himself and keep denying it. He knew that once the Black Ribbon Army found out he had deceived them, the result would surely be tragic. He didn't mind dying at his age, but his daughter Bulma was still in the bloom of youth, she absolutely could not be harmed. Misunderstanding. Search the place. Turn it upside down if you have to, but find the dragon radar. General Blue was experienced in judging people, and when he saw Dr. Brief's nervous, panicky expression, he immediately concluded that the old man was lying through his teeth, definitely deceiving him. Sure enough, it wasn't long before one of his men found a round device and handed it to General Blue. Sir, this device looks highly suspicious, it might well be the dragon radar. Taking the device, General Blue pressed the switch on its top and the dragon radar began to work. To his confusion, however, the radar didn't show even a single Dragon Ball. Seeing this, Dr. Brief heaved a sigh of relief and quickly explained. General Blue, as I've told you before, the dragon radar is still under development. What you're holding is merely a prototype, please give me some time. Dr. Brief played it by ear, knowing that after Shenron appeared once, the Dragon Balls would turn into stone, and those stones would need another year before turning back into Dragon Balls. So even if what General Blue held really was a dragon radar, it wouldn't show any Dragon Ball locations. Is that really so? Mr. Brief, why is it that I see panic in your eyes? Are you lying to me? As he spoke, General Blue took out a strange little ball from his pocket and pressed the switch on it. An unbelievable scene unfolded. When the switch on the little ball was pressed, it began to emit a glow, and the dragon radar unexpectedly displayed the ball's location. Dr. Brief, you've got some nerve. Men, arrest all 3 of them. At General Blue's command, Bulma and her parents were bound by armed soldiers standing nearby. You old fool. Dare you deceive the Red Ribbon Army? Do you think I won't shoot you on the spot? As he spoke, General Blue pulled out a revolver and pointed it at Dr. Brief's. Of course he was only bluffing, after all he still needed the dragon radar to be built. Yet fearing Briefs might play tricks, he decided to apply some pressure. Since you figured it out, just do it. I will never cooperate with the Red Ribbon Army. Dr. Briefs looked at the dark muzzle without a trace of fear. Looks like you old man aren't afraid of death. Good. Then I'll send you on your way. Though General Blue said such things, he would never actually pull the trigger. He was merely testing Dr. Brief's limits. Please don't hurt my father. General Blue, the dragon radar was actually made by me. My father only helped as an assistant. Don't hurt my family, I'll help you build the dragon radar. Seeing her father's life threatened, Bulma could no longer bear it and immediately shouted out. Bulma! Don't say that. Dr. Briefs had hoped to protect his daughter, but never expected that once she saw him in danger, Bulma would blurt out everything. Oh. Is that so? You old fox truly are cunning. With those words, General Blue brought the hard butt of his gun down hard upon Dr. Brief's head. Thud. Blood immediately seeped from Dr. Brief's head and he collapsed into a pool of blood unconscious. Father. Bulma rushed over to embrace him but was held firmly back by red ribbon soldiers behind her. Let me go. Let me go. Bulma roared angrily, but as a mere weak woman she could not break free from the red ribbon soldier's grip. After knocking Dr. Brief's unconscious General Blue slowly approached Bulma, grabbed a handful of her green hair and lifted her up. I'd always heard that Dr. Brief's daughter was a genius but never thought she could also build dragon radars. It seems I've always underestimated you. Miss Bulma, if you cooperate with the Red Ribbon Army I guarantee your family will live in peace forever. You'll also receive rewards from the Red Ribbon Army. General Blue, still gripping Bulma's hair with one hand, smiled with a curled lip. You bastard, let me go. Bulma screamed in anger and kicked General Blue right in the stomach. In pain, General Blue released her. You bastard. As she spoke, Bulma quickly drew her personal weapon and aimed it at General Blue. You ungrateful woman. General Blue, who already disliked women, found her violent temper utterly detestable. In a flash, General Blue appeared right in front of Bulma so fast that she couldn't react in time. Smack. With a single swing of his hand, General Blue knocked Bulma and her weapon to the ground. If you won't cooperate with the Red Ribbon Army, then I'll kill her first. As he spoke, General Blue grabbed Bulma's mother and pressed a short blade against her throat. Don't. Mom. Let her go. You terrible person. I agree, I'll help you build the dragon radar. Bulma had no choice. Her father was injured, her mother was hostage, and the only path left was to cooperate with the Red Ribbon Army. Hey, it would have been better if you just obeyed from the start. Look how dirty you've made me. General Blue took out a handkerchief from his pocket and wiped dust and sweat from his face. Someone tie up Miss Bulma and take her away. No sooner had General Blue finished speaking than a muscular man with a buzz cut immediately bound Bulma tightly and hoisted her over his shoulder. Let me go, you guy, you're hurting me. Tightly bound with hemp rope, Bulma struggled endlessly on the man's shoulder. Slap. The man patted Bulma's bottom and chuckled, behave yourself, little girl, or else. Halfway through his sentence, a handsome young man suddenly appeared before him. Who are you? Move aside and don't block my way or I won't be polite. The buzzcut man glared viciously at the unfamiliar handsome youth. Han Yunfei had used instant transmission expecting to see the cute Bulma, but was surprised to find a muscular man with a buzz cut instead. Could instant transmission have a bug? Just as Han Yunfei was bewildered, he noticed a young woman tightly bound on the man's shoulder. Oh hell. Wifey. Han Yunfei shouted aloud. Han Yunfei. What are you standing there for? Save me. Seeing Han Yunfei arrive, Bulma's heart leaped with joy and she shouted loudly. Humph, are you kidding? You think this kid can save you? With such a puny frame. The buzzcut man stood nearly 190 centimeters tall, his body packed with muscle making Han Yunfei look like a child beside him. Buzzcut, you have guts to touch my Feiji's woman. You're asking for death. In a flash, Han Yunfei moved like lightning and delivered a punch straight into the man's abdomen, caving it in with a single blow. You. With just one punch, Han Yunfei sent the man to his knees, foaming at the mouth. After rescuing Bulma, Han Yunfei used brute strength to snap the ropes binding her. Han Yunfei. Do you know I almost got taken by these thugs if you'd arrived any later? Bulma leaned against Han Yunfei's chest like a shy girl. Don't worry. As long as I'm here, everything will be fine. Cradling Bulma, Han Yunfei surveyed the surroundings. Including General Blue, there were 10 enemies in total. However, their combat strength was very weak. Dr. Briefs was injured and needed urgent medical attention. The most troublesome part was that Bulma's mother was still held hostage by General Blue. These pressing problems gave Han Yunfei a headache. Han Yunfei, I didn't expect to see you again so soon. Since you keep obstructing the Red Ribbon Army's business, I'll have no choice but to kill you. Sigh. What a pity. With regret flashing in his eyes, General Blue waved his hand and 9 subordinates immediately surrounded Han Yunfei and Bulma. They all held firearms and could fire at any moment. Is this it? General Blue, are you serious? Looking at these worthless soldiers with combat power of only 5, Han Yunfei scoffed disdainfully. However, the situation demanded a swift resolution. Briefs' injuries had to be treated at once. Meanwhile, those reckless underlings were closing in with guns in hand and menace in their eyes. All who dare oppose the Black Silk Army are already dead. Kid, go to your grave in peace. We brothers will take good care of the woman beside you. With that, one Black Silk Army soldier aimed his gun at Han Yunfei's head and fired. Bang! The bullet struck Han Yunfei square in the forehead. Did I hit him? The soldier stared at Han Yunfei in disbelief. With Han Yunfei's power level now at 600, bullets had become utterly meaningless to him. Bulma, wait for me a moment. With that, he moved and vanished in an instant. The next moment Han Yunfei reappeared beside Bulma, one arm around her slender waist. Han Yunfei, what did you just do? Bulma looked at him in confusion. Hey, it's already handled. Han Yunfei snapped his fingers and the 9 soldiers around them instantly crumpled to the ground dead. Han Yunfei would never show the Black Silk Army an ounce of mercy. Ha! They're all dead. Bulma stared at the young man in sheer disbelief. What? He wiped out my subordinates in a single instant. General Blue couldn't believe his eyes. Dragging Bulma's mother along, he kept retreating. A veteran of countless battles, he saw from Han Yunfei's earlier strike that the young man's strength was utterly extraordinary. Since a fight was unwinnable, flight was the only option, and fortunately he still held this pawn to guarantee his escape. Bulma, feed the Senzu Bean to Briefs. This bean can heal any wound, hurry. With that, Han Yunfei gave Bulma one of his precious Senzu Beans without the slightest reluctance. Oh right, I'll do it at once. In the past, Bulma would never have believed that such a tiny green bean could possess such miraculous power. But if it came from Han Yunfei, she was certain it would work wonders. After helping her father up, Bulma put the Senzu Bean into his mouth without hesitation. Dad, swallow it quickly, once you eat it you'll be fine. By now Briefs had lost so much blood he was on the verge of blacking out. In a haze he heard his daughter calling and immediately swallowed the Senzu Bean. With a single gulp the bean went down. A few seconds later Briefs snapped his eyes open. I seem to be healed. Briefs clearly remembered how he had just been badly wounded, bleeding without end. But when he touched the back of his head he was stunned to find no trace of a wound at all. This is miraculous. Watching from the side, General Blue was shaken. What's going on? That Briefs is actually alive again. Didn't I already gravely wound him? Just who is this kid Han Yunfei? The more he studied Han Yunfei, the more mysterious the young man became. He immediately whipped out a capsule and a helicopter materialized out of thin air. Don't any of you come closer. You there, get on the helicopter now and behave. I'm warning you, Han Yunfei. If you follow, I'll put a bullet through her head. As he spoke, General Blue yanked Bulma's mother into the helicopter. Watching the helicopter shrink into the distance, Han Yunfei flashed a grin. Han Yunfei, what are you smiling about? They're already far away. Think of something. Seeing that Han Yunfei really wasn't going after them, Bulma cried out in alarm. Don't worry, dear. Trust Brother Fei's judgment. If I had made a rash move just now, General Blue might have been driven into a corner and truly killed Auntie. General Blue wants to leave here safely so he won't harm Auntie in the short term. After hearing Han Yunfei lay out his analysis, Bulma nodded rapidly in agreement. But Han Yunfei, how are you going to save my mother? That horrible villain said that if you followed he would kill her. Bulma watched the helicopter growing ever more distant in the sky, frantic with worry. That's easy. Wait for me, Bulma, I'll go and be right back. With a grin, Han Yunfei placed 2 fingers on his forehead. Closing his eyes, he focused on General Blue's energy. Found it. A whoosh, and Han Yunfei vanished from before Bulma and Briefs. The next instant he was inside the helicopter, where General Blue sat in the pilot's seat with Bulma's mother beside him. Grabbing Bulma's mother by the hand, Han Yunfei jumped straight out of the helicopter. What? Only after Han Yunfei had jumped did General Blue realize the hostage had been taken from him. Meanwhile, Han Yunfei, holding Bulma's mother in his arms, began gathering energy in his hand. Go. With a casual wave, a sphere of light shot toward the distant helicopter. A thunderous explosion rang out. The helicopter was struck and exploded instantly, then drifted downward and finally crashed in a valley. Damn it. Damn it. Remember this, Han Yunfei, General Blue will never let you off. His whole body battered, nursing one arm, General Blue left the valley. Sensing Han Yunfei's overwhelming strength, a flicker of blue light flashed in his eyes as he made a quick decision. Han Yunfei did not care whether General Blue lived or died. After rescuing Auntie, he returned to Bulma's side at once. Bulma's home was now in a shambles, trees in the yard had been knocked down and bloodstains dotted the ground. Fortunately, the smart robots had already cleared away the Black Silk Army soldiers' bodies. Brief stared at the bloodstained traces on the ground, heavy with unease. He knew the Black Silk Army would never let things end here. But he was nothing more than a minor scientist. How could he possibly fight the formidable Black Silk Army? While Briefs wallowed in worry, Han Yunfei at his side read his thoughts. Uncle, don't worry. I'll deal with the Black Silk Army. Since I've gotten involved, I'll see this through to the end. Do you know roughly where the Black Silk Army is? Though Han Yunfei had mastered instant transmission without an exact location, it was like searching for a needle in a haystack. The Black Silk Army. One of their units is stationed in a suburb not far from here. I hear the man in charge there is quite formidable. He's called Colonel Silver or something like that. They say he's an extremely formidable boxer. Han Yunfei, you're not planning to take on the entire Black Silk Army alone, are you? Briefs initially thought Han Yunfei was joking, but after witnessing his strength he began to believe that Han Yunfei might truly have the capability to dismantle the entire Red Ribbon Army single-handedly. Leave it to me, no problem. Rest assured, uncle and aunt, it is merely a trivial Red Ribbon Army. There is no need to worry too much. Once I wipe out their stronghold, you can live in peace without being disturbed. Han Yunfei grinned and said. Dear, I believe you can do it. Upon hearing this, Bulma immediately planted a kiss on Han Yunfei's cheek and flashed a brilliant smile. Witnessing Bulma kissing Han Yunfei, Briefs showed a hint of surprise before letting out a relieved laugh. Meanwhile, his mother maintained her charming smile throughout. It seems the elders are quite impressed with me. With such a favorable impression, marrying Bulma and reaching the pinnacle of life seems all but guaranteed, doesn't it? At this thought, Han Yunfei grinned broadly, longing to annihilate the Red Ribbon Army instantly. Moreover, the Red Ribbon Army would forever remain the greatest obstacle in his quest to find the Dragon Balls. Han Yunfei planned to summon the Dragon Ball once more and wish for an ability like Majin Buu's infinite regeneration. So long as even a single cell remained unextinguished, he could regenerate. After all, he only had one life. Having somehow come to the Dragon Ball world, it would be far too unfortunate to be killed. In a camp at the suburban outskirts, Han Yunfei's figure flickered into existence. Who are you? This is a Red Ribbon Army military base. How did you get in? A soldier with a fox's head patrolling with a rifle in hand immediately cried out in terror upon seeing Han Yunfei. Oh, looks like I've found the right place. Looking around, Han Yunfei did not spot Colonel Silver. Where is Colonel Silver? I wish to see him. As Han Yunfei spoke, he walked steadily toward the fox-headed man. Don't come any closer or I'll shoot. Seeing the youth approaching with ill intent, the fox-headed man immediately raised his rifle, aiming it at Han Yunfei. A gunshot erupted and the bullet immediately shot from the rifle, hurtling toward Han Yunfei's head. Catching the bullet effortlessly, Han Yunfei grinned and flicked his finger, sending the bullet flying back. The next moment, the fox-headed man felt a sharp pain in his thigh as a bloody wound appeared, blood slowly seeping out. Ah! You monster, how could you catch a bullet? Someone! Help! An intruder! As the fox-headed man shouted, soldiers from the surrounding Capsule Corp houses emerged one after another. Colonel Silver himself also stepped out slowly, wearing a blue trench coat. Tall and muscular, standing at about 180 centimeters, he looked heroic and formidable. Damn, this guy is handsome. This Colonel Silver truly deserves the title of the most handsome man in the Red Ribbon Army. He could rival my own charm. What a pity that his fate in Dragon Ball was so unfortunate, executed by General White. Facing Colonel Silver, who was half a head taller than him, Han Yunfei shook his head with an expression of regret. Damn it. What bad luck. Boy, I don't know why you're making that face when you see me, but trespassing in Red Ribbon Army territory is a capital offense. Kill him. With a wave of his hand, a group of soldiers immediately surrounded Han Yunfei. How laughable. Are these fifth-tier fighters really meant to stop me? Are you serious, Colonel Silver? After saying this, Han Yunfei glanced at Colonel Silver as if looking at a fool. This kid dares to mock us. Damn it, get him. Let him know the might of the Red Ribbon Army. Every one of those soldiers had a hot temper and slaughtered without blinking. After being so insulted by Han Yunfei, they immediately charged at him in a swarm. Stop right there. Just as the soldiers were about to tear Han Yunfei apart, a young girl stood atop a nearby hill. The girl had golden hair and wore a white cape that made her look majestic and awe-inspiring. She was Emily, the daughter of Holy Light. Ever since Emily was revived by little Baji, she had become somewhat unhinged. The girl who once detested evil with all her heart now intensified her zeal. She could tolerate not a single speck of impurity in her eyes. After several confrontations with the Red Ribbon Army, Emily harbored deep hatred for these scum. She viewed them as demons wearing human skin, and as the daughter of Holy Light she believed it was her duty to purify all evil in this world. Upon hearing Emily's loud cry, everyone's gaze turned sharply toward the hillside. Oh no, it's that white devil. It's her. Run everyone, run. Upon seeing Emily, the soldiers actually dropped their weapons and fled in panic. Why is everyone running? Han Yunfei looked utterly confused. Hey, don't leave. Weren't you so cocky just now? Watching the departing soldiers, Han Yunfei was left speechless. Ha ha. As expected, evil cannot withstand testing. None of you filthy scum shall escape. With that, Emily leaped down from the hill wielding a holy light hammer taller than a person and charged toward the fleeing crowd. Ah! Ah! Save me! In an instant those red ribbon soldiers fell dead on the ground, the scene gruesome beyond description. Ha ha! Now you see the power of holy light, don't you? Demons must die. Placing the holy light hammer behind her back, Emily crossed her arms and laughed loudly. Hey! Aren't you the demon here? Seeing this, cold sweat dripped from Han Yunfei's forehead. Didn't this girl die at the hands of Oroth? How is she alive again? Right. Little Baji revived her. Is she always this unhinged? Or did something traumatize her? Seeing Emily approach, Han Yunfei hastily retreated, accidentally bumping into Colonel Silver. At this moment Colonel Silver's eyes were filled with terror and his whole body trembled. The White Devil Emily had once single-handedly wiped out several Red Ribbon Army squadrons, so her notorious reputation within the army was extremely well known. The Red Ribbon Army must die. Without giving Colonel Silver time to react, Emily's massive holy light hammer crushed him into the air. Poor Colonel Silver's head exploded as he died on the spot. Phew, finally got rid of them all. Seeing that the Red Ribbon Army had been completely eliminated, Emily breathed a sigh of relief and walked toward Han Yunfei. Young man, do we seem to have met somewhere before? As Emily spoke, she began to scrutinize Han Yunfei, making him feel extremely uncomfortable. Young man. Hey girl, you should be about my age, right? Glancing at Emily, who stood petite and flat-chested before him, Han Yunfei was left utterly speechless. Never mind these details. I seem to remember seeing you before I died. I saw you save little Baji, but after that I have no recollection. Placing the holy light hammer behind her back, Emily brushed off her hands and said. In that village earlier I saw you being killed by Oroth. Little Baji wished upon the Dragon Ball to bring you back to life. So it was little Baji who saved me. I can't believe he's so kind to me. However, I'm superficial, I simply cannot accept a pig as my boyfriend. Next time you see little Baji, please thank him on my behalf. He is my eternal good friend. Emily spoke bluntly. Han Yunfei. This Emily is far too straightforward. Poor little Baji unfairly rejected without cause. But I always believe that since heaven has granted me another chance at life, I must seize it. I will purify all evil in this world. Ah! As Emily spoke, she raised her holy light hammer toward the sky, her gaze filled with unwavering determination. Han Yunfei. He actually wanted to say, with just you it's impossible to defeat the Black Silk Army. You've already died once, aren't you afraid of dying again? But seeing how confident Emily was, Han Yunfei swallowed his words. Just as Han Yunfei was about to leave, Emily immediately asked, Young man, are you also looking for the Black Silk Army? I just learned from other sources that they have a huge military base in the north. Han Yunfei, a military base. In the north. Emily, right. Are you interested in coming with me? Judging by your appearance, you must also be a person of justice. As a righteous person, one must shoulder the mission and responsibility of upholding justice. Since childhood my parents taught me that with great power comes great responsibility. A person is born to make some contribution to society. My parents also said that when one grows up one must. Stop, hold it there. Listening to Emily's endless chatter, Han Yunfei felt like a fly was buzzing around him. He just wanted to strangle that fly right now. Taking a deep breath, Han Yunfei barely suppressed the urge to kill. Miss Emily, please tell me the approximate location of the northern military base. We'll split up and act separately. What do you think? Split up? Good, you're such a clever young man. Splitting up is indeed a good idea. This way we can divert the Black Silk Army's attention and attack from two directions. Even if one side fails, the other can still rescue them. I've actually traveled to the north before. Let me tell you, it's freezing there. Speaking of traveling, besides the nice north, the coastal areas are also very fun. Young man, are you listening? Huh, why is your face so red? Are you suffering from internal heat, young man? Young people love staying up late, and staying up late inevitably causes heatiness. Actually, you could drink some. Enough. Han Yunfei finally couldn't help but shout, I just want to know the exact location of the military base. Oh, so that's what you wanted. Why didn't you say so earlier? If you had said so earlier, I'd have told you. The base is right next to Tianshan Mountain, it's easy to find. Emily was startled when Han Yunfei lost his temper. She didn't understand why ever since she had been revived everyone she talked to would lose their temper. Alright, I got it. With that, Han Yunfei flew up without looking back, heading north. Take care, young man. I'll see you at the Black Silk Army base soon. Emily also produced an aircraft and boarded it. This young man is too impatient. Meanwhile, Han Yunfei was flying north at high speed. Since he didn't know the exact location of Tianshan Mountain, he couldn't use teleportation. After finally finding the northern military base, Han Yunfei was astonished to discover that there wasn't a single guard here. What on earth was going on? Could Emily have done this? After entering the base, Han Yunfei found many Black Silk Army soldiers lying scattered around. The huge Iron Sergeant also stood motionless, its batteries drained. Based on my observation, Emily's combat power can't exceed 50. How could she possibly defeat the Iron Sergeant? There's something strange going on. Reaching the third floor, Han Yunfei saw an old acquaintance. Isn't that Sergeant Purple, the ninja who fooled little Wukong with a false clone technique? Why is he packing his luggage? Seeing Sergeant Purple, Han Yunfei approached him cautiously. After all, Sergeant Purple was a member of the Black Silk Army. Han Yunfei dared not be careless. Sergeant Purple ignored Han Yunfei as he approached. After leisurely packing his luggage, he walked downstairs without looking back. Emily is right. Filial piety is the greatest of all virtues. Because of work, I haven't returned home to visit my parents in a long time. I'm truly an unfilial son. With tears in his eyes, Sergeant Purple shouldered his bag and left the military base. Han Yunfei was full of question marks. This is completely different from the original story. Climbing all the way to the top floor, Han Yunfei saw Android No. 8 sitting upright on the ground, listening seriously to Emily. Android No. 8, Miss Emily, you know so much. I admire you so much. Meanwhile, General White was severely injured and lying on the ground. Han Yunfei. General White, damn Android No. 8. You betrayed me. I'll make you all die horribly. With that, he struggled to his feet and pressed a red button. The next moment, the ground beneath Han Yunfei and the others split apart and all three fell into a secret chamber. General White, all of you die. Big Fat Dragon will kill you and devour all three of you without leaving a single bone. Heh, this is what happens when you oppose the Black Silk Army. General White was now lying on the ground, staring coldly at the three below. As the stone door in front of them slowly opened, a fat monster with a long tongue appeared before them. Big Fat Dragon. I remember now, isn't this the creature that couldn't be killed no matter what? In the end, little Wukong blasted through the wall, froze it and shattered it. Seeing the Big Fat Dragon approaching slowly, Emily and Android No. 8 were so frightened that they immediately hid in the corner. The Big Fat Dragon didn't hold back, it lashed its tail at Han Yunfei. Seeing this, Han Yunfei grinned, leaped high into the air and punched the fat-covered face of the dragon with full force. It felt as if Han Yunfei's fist had hit cotton. After its face caved in, the Big Fat Dragon actually rebounded Han Yunfei's force back at him. Your body is indeed very soft. But Fatty, you're still too inexperienced to fight me, Brother Fei. Han Yunfei leapt backward, landed squarely and grinned at the dragon. As if reading the provocation in Han Yunfei's eyes, the Big Fat Dragon's antennae immediately fired a high-pressure beam, striking Han Yunfei directly. Seeing this, Emily and Android No. 8 immediately cried out in shock. Emily, young man, are you all right? Android No. 8, what should we do? He's too powerful. At that moment, however, Han Yunfei grinned and said calmly, that's all. Fatty, is this your trump card? How disappointing. But as a reward, let me show you the true power of Brother Fei. As he spoke, Han Yunfei took a deep breath and his aura began to burst forth. Han Yunfei, whose combat power had already reached 600, could easily crush the enemy before him even without using the Kaio-ken. Slowly walking toward Big Fatty Dragon, he rotated his arm ready to strike. Haha, it's useless. Big Fatty Dragon's body is incomparably soft, any attack will bounce right back. Above, General White lay sprawled on the ground watching the show, his face beaming with smiles. He was very much looking forward to Big Fatty Dragon's performance. But just as General White thought victory was certain, Han Yunfei casually sent Big Fatty Dragon flying with a single punch. The knocked away Big Fatty Dragon bounced off the wall and came right back to Han Yunfei. Ding, you have encountered Big Fatty Dragon. Please make the following choice. Choice 1, use Little Goku's method, break the wall, freeze Big Fatty Dragon, then kill it. Reward 2 points. Choice 2, have Android 8 deal with this monster. Reward 1 point. Choice 3, take it head on and blow it apart with your fists. Reward 3 points. 30 combat power. Good. System, you arrived just in time. I choose 3. I'm going to blow its head off. Ding, congratulations host for choosing choice 3, take it head on and blow it apart with your fists. Mission in progress. After making the choice, Han Yunfei grinned at the Big Fatty Dragon before him, then his figure flickered and he appeared right in front of it in an instant. Facing Big Fatty Dragon's round bulging belly, Han Yunfei didn't even think, he threw another thundering punch. Against such overwhelming combat power, Big Fatty Dragon was sent bouncing away once more. Boom. 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 At this moment, Big Fatty Dragon was like a rubber ball batted back and forth by Han Yunfei. The onlookers around them gasped in shock. None of them had ever dreamed that Han Yunfei's strength could be this formidable. Ha! Han Yunfei then turned his fist into an open palm and an energy wave blasted out at once. With a thunderous boom, the energy wave pierced straight through Big Fatty Dragon's belly. How is this possible? Big Fatty Dragon was actually killed. At this moment, General White was truly panicking. Big Fatty Dragon was his final trump card. If it lost, his entire base was finished. How boring. General White, your time of death is at hand. Looking up at General White above, Han Yunfei grinned and said. Ding, congratulations host, mission complete. Rewards 3 points. 30 combat power. This mission actually gave 3 points, looks like the system does have a conscience sometimes. With that thought, Han Yunfei opened his status panel and took a look. Name Han Yunfei. Combat power 630. Title Rising Star. Skills Kamehameha Bukujutsu Tenfold Kaio-ken side effect free version. Items Senzu Beans X98. Points 2. Wow. Young man, you really are incredible. Emily have never seen such an impressive young man. Emily then leaped onto Big Fatty Dragon's shoulder and brought a hammer down on its head. Big Fatty Dragon immediately collapsed and died. Purple blood kept pouring from the bull-sized hole in its belly. Could you not call me young man? My name is Han Yunfei. Han Yunfei, what a lovely name. Don't you long to soar freely in the sky like a cloud? Actually, I also love a free and unrestrained life. Once the Black Silk Army is wiped out, I plan to travel around and take in the scenery of every place. I heard Tibet is pretty nice. I really want to go. Though I heard the altitude is quite high there. Just as Emily was chattering on endlessly, Black Silk Army headquarters had already received the emergency distress signal sent by General White. Marshal Black quick switched the display to General White's location. Adjutant Ching, yes Marshal. When Marshal Black saw that General White's military base was in ruins, he immediately flew into a rage. Who on earth dares to challenge our Black Silk Army? In his fury, Marshal Black dropped the cigar in his hand to the ground. Adjutant Ching, Marshal, look, this brat seems to be called Han Yunfei. And that girl, her name is Emily. These two are the ones who destroyed General White's military base. Adjutant Ching said nervously while watching the video replay. What? Just 2 people? How could a mere 2 people possibly do all this? Marshal Black was also utterly incredulous at this moment. Hurry up and contact Tao Pai Pai. Have Tao Pai Pai go over and get rid of those 2. What? Contact Tao Pai Pai. Marshal, maybe you should reconsider. Tao Pai Pai is an assassin with an astronomical price. I know. Isn't it just 100 million? A mere 200 million, I can still afford it. Contact Tao Pai Pai now. Ever since founding the Black Silk Army, Marshal Black had never suffered such a heavy blow. Watching the handsome young man in the replay, he gnashed his teeth and wanted to devour him alive on the spot. Tao Pai Pai, is that so? Kill 2 people. No problem. I happen to be nearby, wait for my good news. Adjutant Ching, then I'll trouble you. I've sent the photos to your display screen, please take a look. Hearing this, Tao Pai Pai gave a cold sinister smile, then switched off the communication device in his hand. Since the Dragon Ball world had no mobile phones, this communication device had been built in-house by the Black Silk Army. Its functions were similar to a mobile phone's. It could make calls and send image messages. Oh. So it's these two. Tao Pai Pai muttered to himself and walked over to a large tree. With the tip of his toe he lightly kicked the tree's root and the huge tree came crashing down. Ha! After letting out a loud shout, Tao Pai Pai hurled the tree straight into the air, then leaped up and landed on the rapidly flying tree, shooting off toward General White's base like a meteor. Meanwhile, inside the military base, Han Yunfei was holding General White up and demanding the address of Black Silk Army headquarters. To save his own skin, General White was forced to reveal where the headquarters was located. General White: Han Yunfei, you said that as long as I told you where the headquarters was you wouldn't kill me. General White: I did say I wouldn't kill you, but that doesn't mean Emily won't make a move. Han Yunfei glanced at Emily, who was standing by holding the holy light hammer, and said helplessly. Actually, whether to kill General White or not no longer mattered. Now that the military base had already been destroyed, the next step was simply to go to Black Silk Army headquarters, wipe them all out in one fell swoop and settle the matter once and for all. However, knowing Emily's personality, she probably wouldn't let General White off. As Han Yunfei expected, Emily truly could not spare the utterly wicked General White. She raised the holy light hammer in her hand high, preparing to smash it down at General White with all her might. With a thunderous crash, a huge hole instantly appeared in the military base's wall. As the wall was destroyed, a rush of cold outside air blew straight into the room. And a middle-aged man standing on the huge tree with his hands clasped behind his back was scanning everyone with an icy gaze. Tao Pai Pai. It's actually him. The moment he saw Tao Pai Pai, Han Yunfei recognized him at a glance. You are the world's #1 assassin, Tao Pai Pai. Emily, standing beside them, was equally pale with shock upon seeing Tao Pai Pai. She had heard of his terrifying reputation. Once he locks onto a target, there is no possibility of survival. Indeed, it seems you all know me. Then I shall be direct. The Black Silkworm Army hired me. They paid a hefty sum to have you killed. Tao Pai Pai sneered coldly. So we are on the same side. Tao Pai Pai, I am General Bai. Finish them quickly. General Bai's face lit up with delight, and he immediately stepped behind Tao Pai Pai for cover. Same side. Heh, General Bai, I think you are mistaken. I am an assassin. I kill whoever pays the most, that is all. As Tao Pai Pai spoke, his chilling gaze swept over General Bai, causing him to retreat in terror. You must be Han Yunfei. Tao Pai Pai narrowed his eyes regarding Han Yunfei coldly, as if already viewing a corpse. The world's #1 assassin, Tao Pai Pai, his aura was truly intimidating. Too bad you ran into me, Brother Fei. Your luck has run out. Han Yunfei sighed and replied. Oh. This kid certainly talks big. I will start by cutting out your tongue and see if you can still talk so arrogantly. Tao Pai Pai took a step forward and assumed a combat stance. Ding system alert, the world's #1 assassin Tao Pai Pai has identified the host as a target to eliminate. Please make a quick choice. Choice 1, turn and run. I will use instant transmission and Tao Pai Pai will not be able to catch me. Reward 1 point. Choice 2, offer Tao Pai Pai a huge sum of money to spare us. Reward 0 points. Choice 3, fight head on and destroy Tao Pai Pai's head. Reward 3 points. Spirit ring slash. System, you really do appear at the critical moment. I choose 3. Ding, congratulations host for choosing option 3, fighting head on. Tao Pai Pai's head has been successfully destroyed. Mission in progress. Han Yunfei, let's run. He is Tao Pai Pai. We are no match for him. Run quickly. Emily grabbed Han Yunfei's arm but found him utterly immovable like a stone statue. With a terrified expression, Emily now saw a smile on Han Yunfei's face. Is this guy crazy? That is the world's #1 assassin Tao Pai Pai. He is still smiling. Emily felt her mind go blank, though only briefly, before fear quickly flooded her thoughts. Lao Ba, we need to run. We will be dead if we do not move. Just as Emily prepared to flee, Han Yunfei suddenly charged toward Tao Pai Pai and the two immediately clashed in combat. With his hands clasped behind his back, Tao Pai Pai launched a flying kick straight at Han Yunfei's face. Seeing this, Han Yunfei grinned, then swiftly seized Tao Pai Pai's attacking leg, spun his body rapidly and hurled him away. With a thunderous crash, Tao Pai Pai smashed through a stone pillar and tumbled against the wall. Wiping blood from the corner of his mouth, his expression turned wary. In combat, Tao Bai had not used his full strength. From the way he kept his hands behind his back from the very beginning, it was clear he had underestimated his opponent. He assumed Han Yunfei was merely another young martial artist with some skill, the type he had killed countless times before, so he naturally grouped him among them. Meanwhile, Emily watched in utter astonishment as the renowned #1 assassin was sent flying by Han Yunfei's throw, her mouth hanging open in disbelief. This is too incredible. Facing Tao Bai, how did Han Yunfei manage this? Perhaps Tao Bai is not as powerful as legend claims. Emily decided to give it a try, hoisting her holy light hammer and charged toward Tao Bai, aiming to deliver a fatal blow. Little girl, you are courting death. Seeing Emily attack with full force, Tao Bai dodged to the side, and the next moment he extended his tongue, aiming it toward Emily's temple. Witnessing this, Han Yunfei immediately recalled that General Blue had also been killed by this same technique in the Dragon Ball. To save Emily, Han Yunfei did not hesitate for a moment, his figure moved, instantly appearing before Tao Bai. At that moment, Tao Bai's tongue actually grazed Han Yunfei's temple. My tongue. It hurts. The instant he struck Han Yunfei, Tao Bai felt as though he had hit a steel plate. His razor-sharp tongue could not inflict the slightest harm. Han Yunfei was also overcome with disgust. Damn it, you freak. Die. With a devastating punch, Han Yunfei struck Tao Bai's cheek and sent him flying. Blood oozed from Tao Bai's forehead. That blow from Han Yunfei had dealt him serious injury. Looking at Han Yunfei before him, Tao Bai's expression suddenly turned grave. Pushing Emily aside, Han Yunfei turned to face Tao Bai and grinned. The world's #1 assassin Tao Bai is nothing special. You. Since becoming an assassin, Tao Bai had sailed through life without a single setback, never having suffered such humiliation. Fine kid, you are good, aren't you? Let us see if you can withstand this move. As he spoke, Tao Bai's veins bulged as he pushed his aura to its absolute peak. Combat power 120 points. Tao Bai, with only this combat power you think you can fight me? Anyone could guess what technique Tao Bai was about to unleash. Standing confident, Han Yunfei smiled. Tao Bai extended a single finger and a massive surge of energy instantly gathered at its tip. Dadanpa. An energy beam shot toward Han Yunfei at breathtaking speed. Emily, Han Yunfei, run. What are you standing there for? Android #8, is he planning to tank it? No way, you will die. Hearing their pleas, Han Yunfei grinned and raised a single finger. Humph. Do not make me laugh. Do you really think you can withstand Dadanpa? Die. Tao Bai's face twisted in a grimace. Dadanpa was his final trump card and he had poured all his power into it. Ya. With Tao Bai's roar, the Dadanpa reached Han Yunfei. Meanwhile, atop King Kai's tower, Goku and Krillin lay gasping for breath after failing to claim the super sacred water. Suddenly a powerful aura entered King Kai's tower. Sensing it, King Kai's aged face contorted. Such immense combat power. I never expected this kid Han Yunfei to have such astonishing potential. Seeing King Kai's shocked expression, Goku sprang to his feet in one fluid motion. Goku, brother, Han Yunfei's aura is so powerful. Krillin, are you kidding? How can Han Yunfei be this strong? Is he even human? Just as little Goku and his companions were marveling, the battle continued within General White's military base. As Tao Bai let out a fierce roar, the Dodon Ray struck Han Yunfei at lightning speed, but the next moment an incredible scene unfolded. The Dodon Ray actually came to a halt on Han Yunfei's fingertip, condensing into a sphere. What? My Dodon Ray? Why is this happening? Pale with shock, Tao Bai couldn't believe the truth before him. Tao Bai, I'll return your Dodon Ray to you. As he spoke, Han Yunfei flicked his finger, instantly bouncing the Dodon Ray back. Seeing it incoming, Tao Bai swiftly dodged, barely managing to evade it. Damned brat. I'll kill you. By now Tao Bai's eyes were bloodshot with murderous intent, as if he had lost all reason. With a furious roar, the capsule in his hand transformed into a 9-ring broadsword. Ya. Frantic with rage, Tao Bai charged straight at Han Yunfei, wielding the 9-ring broadsword. It must be said that Tao Bai's swordplay was airtight, but regrettably the gap in their combat power was too vast. Tao Bai was quickly overwhelmed. After Tao Bai's sword swing missed, Han Yunfei leaped backward. He pressed his hands together in a calyx shape and slowly brought them to his waist, where a massive surge of energy gathered between his palms. Ka. Me. Ha. Me. Ha. Han Yunfei was charging his energy. Hearing this, Tao Pai Pai turned around. When he saw the Kamehameha he was instantly reassured. I thought it was some special move, it's just the Kamehameha. Do you really think the Kamehameha can hurt me? How naive. Tao Pai Pai said contemptuously. Meanwhile Han Yunfei had finished charging. Tao Pai Pai, sorry to keep you waiting. Kamehameha wave. With a mighty shout from Han Yunfei, a colossal energy wave blasted straight toward Tao Pai Pai. Haha, it's useless. You can't kill me. Ha. But when the blast struck Tao Pai Pai his laughter came to an abrupt halt. In an instant his body was obliterated by the Kamehameha. It seems Tao Pai Pai was nothing special after all. After dispersing the Kamehameha, Han Yunfei said calmly. In truth, the people of the Crane School had a misconception about the Kamehameha. Tien Shinhan and Tao Pai Pai, for example, believed the Kamehameha was nothing to fear, so they underestimated its power from the very beginning. What they failed to realize was that the Kamehameha is merely a way of concentrating chi, and its power grows with the user's strength. Once Han Yunfei's combat power soared, the might of his Kamehameha rose accordingly, so Tao Pai Pai's instant defeat was inevitable. Ding! Congratulations, host. Mission complete. Reward 3 points. Ding! Congratulations, host. Mission complete. Reward skill Destructo Disc. Han Yunfei happily opened the system panel to check. Name Han Yunfei. Combat power 630. Title Budding Talent. Skills Kamehameha Flight Technique Tenfold Kaio-ken No Side Effects Version Destructo Disc. Item Senzu Bean 98. Points 5. Hearing the pleasant chime of the system, Han Yunfei grinned. Nice, nice. This title is decent, it even adds 50 points to base combat power. While Han Yunfei was savoring his victory, General White off to the side produced a missile launcher and fired at him. A thunderous blast rang out. Han Yunfei was struck by the missile and smoke immediately filled the building. Haha. So what if you beat Tao Pai Pai? In the end, aren't you still dying at the hands of General White? Anyone who dares to oppose the Black Silk Army must die. Ha ha ha. Seeing his attack hit home, General White burst into laughter. But when the smoke cleared, he could laugh no longer. A young man stood calmly in the smoke, rubbing his chin as if pondering something. General White's eyes widened in disbelief. He couldn't believe that someone could emerge completely unscathed after being hit by a missile. Meanwhile, Han Yunfei seemed very pleased. Previously, even at his maximum combat power, he couldn't have survived a missile strike without injury. He still remembered his battle with Pilaf's gang when a missile had nearly killed him. But now he felt nothing at all. It seems that as my combat power grows, so does my defense. And just now the system gave me a new skill. Destructo Disc. Han Yunfei murmured softly, raising one hand high. In an instant a circular blade of energy formed above his palm. It really is the Destructo Disc. Han Yunfei was quite excited to use this skill for the first time, for although it looked simple, its power was astonishing. The Destructo Disc was a technique created by Krillin. He had once used it to slice off Frisia's tail, proof of how devastating it could be. Gazing at the rapidly spinning Destructo Disc above his hand, Han Yunfei grinned and stared straight at General White as if looking at a dead man. What are you going to do? Regret flooded General White, but with his life hanging by a thread he quickly drew a pistol from his waist and fired at Han Yunfei repeatedly. Clang clang clang. The bullet struck Han Yunfei's body as if hitting steel plates, then dropped to the ground. Why, you're a monster, aren't you? General White was utterly despairing and collapsed onto the ground. Han Yunfei had no mercy for the Black Silk Army. Without hesitation he swung the Destructo Disc at General White. The next moment, with a swish, General White's head and body were separated. The Destructo Disc then sliced through the stone wall, flew out of the military base and vanished into the distant horizon. Well done, Han Yunfei. The Black Silk Army must die. Standing nearby, Emily walked up to Han Yunfei, happily patted him on the shoulder and smiled. Now that General White is dead, Marshal Black is still alive. To uproot the Black Silk Army entirely, we must destroy their headquarters. With his greatly increased strength, Han Yunfei, being impulsive, wasn't one to think of strategic plans. Anyway, just charging in and raising hell would be enough. Although Emily was also impulsive, she wasn't nearly as bold as Han Yunfei. When she heard that he planned to storm the Black Silk Army headquarters alone, she immediately hesitated. Having found a like-minded partner, she planned to stay with Android 8 in a nearby village for now, wiping out the remaining Black Silk Army forces in the area before making further plans. Android 8 also abhorred the atrocities committed by the Black Silk Army, so he unhesitatingly told Han Yunfei the location of their headquarters. With the exact location in mind, Han Yunfei pressed 2 fingers to his forehead and began to sense the Black Silk Army's energy. Found it, they're a large concentration of evil energy. You little bastards of the Black Silk Army, your bro Fei is coming. Han Yunfei grinned and vanished from the spot. With a flash of movement, Han Yunfei instantly appeared inside the Black Silk Army headquarters. Looking around, he realized he had somehow arrived at the first-floor lobby of the base. North Wind. Pair of twos. I've got it, Hyuni say pay up. A group of soldiers nearby were gleefully playing mahjong. These Black Silk soldiers truly lived a leisurely life, even playing mahjong. Han Yunfei saw over a dozen tables in the lobby, nearly every one of them packed with people. This ridiculous scene instantly reminded Han Yunfei of a gaming room. The only difference was that each Black Silk soldier was armed and everyone wore a fierce and menacing expression. Spotting the stranger, Han Yunfei suddenly appear, a fox-faced soldier who had just lost everything with a rifle slung over his back immediately stepped forward to confront him. In the past hour alone he had lost his entire monthly salary, and frustrated and looking for someone to vent on, he raised his rifle the moment he saw the stranger aiming the dark barrel straight at Han Yunfei. Who the hell are you, kid? I've never seen your face before. The fox-faced soldier's shout immediately drew the attention of the other Black Silk soldiers, all of whom turned their gazes toward Han Yunfei in unison. I'm your father. Disdainfully Han Yunfei sneered at the fox-faced man, then kicked him with a single blow. The soldier flew through the air, crashed into the wall, and was done for. Seeing this, all the soldiers sprang to their feet and grabbed their weapons. Soldier A, intruder. Sound the alarm. As the siren blared, the soldiers surged forward together. Soldier B, open fire. Kill the invader. An endless barrage of bullets rained toward Han Yunfei, yet he simply stood motionless amid the storm of lead. After several minutes the soldiers finally ceased their firing. Soldier A dares to infiltrate the Black Silk headquarters. Let's see how he survives that. Cigarette in mouth, Soldier B said, brothers, let's keep playing. Someone toss his corpse outside and feed it to the dogs. As the smoke cleared, everyone saw Han Yunfei still standing exactly where he had been, completely unharmed. After his combat power had been enhanced, ordinary weapons could not even scratch Han Yunfei. Is that all? Han Yunfei glanced at the soldiers with disappointment. He had originally expected the garrison troops of the Black Silk Army headquarters to be stronger, but they were nothing but trivial opponents. Grinning broadly, Han Yunfei began to slowly walk toward them. Meanwhile, on the roof above, Marshal Black and Adjutant Green were watching the surveillance feed from the first-floor lobby. Marshal Black, damn it. Can no one stop him? Adjutant Green, Marshal, all the soldiers have given their all. The enemy is far too strong. You must evacuate immediately. Nonsense. Would I, Marshal Black of the mighty Black Silk Army, fear a mere boy? Marshal Black punched the table in fury, his mustache bristling and eyes blazing with anger. By the way, where is Dr. Gero? Hasn't General Blue's transformation been completed yet? Suddenly remembering his trump card, Marshal Black calmed somewhat. At that moment the office door was thrown open. Dr. Gero slowly walked in with General Blue following behind him. After the transformation, 80% of General Blue's body had been replaced with machinery. Dr. Gero had only preserved his head and other vital organs. Marshal, do not panic. I have already collected all of Han Yunfei's past combat data. Every technique he has used has been uploaded into the android chip, including the data from his battle with Tao Bai Bai. The speaker was the legendary Dr. Gero, an elderly man with a white beard and a chilling expression. The mechanical General Blue was no longer the same as before. The new energy furnace not only extended operational time to 1 hour but also provided far greater stability than before. Oh really? How powerful is General Blue now? Adjutant Green asked, puzzled. He had thought General Blue was already extremely strong, so how much could mechanical enhancement really improve him? Since Adjutant Green has doubts, General Blue just demonstrate for him. Although Android 8 was a failed project, his personality was far too timid, making him afraid to fight despite his immense power. General Blue is different. He was the strongest android Dr. Gero had ever created. Dr. Gero designated him Android 9. The mechanical General Blue differed from all previous androids created by Dr. Gero. Those earlier models were modified from human beings, meaning their bodies still retained a human appearance. However, the mechanical General Blue was 80% machinery, a true milestone in Dr. Gero's android development. Hearing this, a faint smile curled at the corner of General Blue's mouth as he walked toward a stone pillar. What was he planning to do? Was he going to shatter the pillar bare-handed? Even Marshal Black thought it would be difficult for General Blue to destroy the pillar by force. General Blue stopped in front of the pillar, his blue eyes flashing intensely. Then with a sudden glare the massive pillar instantly shattered. What? What just happened? Seeing the enormous stone pillar destroyed so effortlessly, Marshal Black's face displayed sheer shock. Well, Marshal, the mechanical General Blue has not even shown his full strength. Seeing this, Dr. Gero seemed deeply satisfied. The greatest difference between Android 9 and Android 8 was that General Blue would never feel fear. Ha ha ha. Well done, Dr. Gero. My investment was absolutely worth it. Overjoyed by General Blue's power, Marshal Black laughed heartily. He had truly believed the Black Silk Army was doomed. General Blue, then I leave this to you. Marshal Black looked at him with a mix of awe and reliance, his tone carrying a hint of entreaty. Rest assured, Marshal. I will go and kill that boy Han Yunfei. With a faint curl of his lips, General Blue vanished from sight. At the same time, Han Yunfei had effortlessly eliminated all the soldiers in the lobby. Just as he was about to head upstairs to find Marshal Black, the roof above suddenly shattered. The mechanical General Blue burst through the floor directly toward Han Yunfei's head with a devastating stomp. Dangerous. Han Yunfei flashed aside at the last moment, barely dodging. General Blue. No, this feels completely different from the previous General Blue. What on earth is going on? General Blue's transformation into an android exceeded Han Yunfei's understanding. Perhaps because he had crossed into this world as Han Yunfei's strength continued to grow, it had also caused certain disruptions to the world's balance. Figures such as Mechanical General Blue, Android 9, Android 3 Harry, Android 4 Mandy and Android 5 Jim did not exist in the original Dragon Ball timeline. Han Yunfei, I did not expect to meet you again so soon. Mechanical General Blue's blue eyes locked onto Han Yunfei, a cold sneer curling at the corner of his mouth. Could this truly be General Blue? Why could he not sense even a trace of aura from him? Han Yunfei was deeply puzzled as he saw General Blue gazing at him with such confidence. I must say I rather admire you, Han Yunfei. However, since you have opposed the Black Silk Army again and again, I can no longer spare you no matter what. As he spoke, General Blue's eyes showed a hint of regret before he assumed a fighting stance. You can't spare me. Han Yunfei sneered. I think you haven't figured out the situation, General Blue. With just you. Han Yunfei looked at General Blue as if he were a fool. But in the next instant General Blue's lips curved into a smile, and with a light step he charged straight at Han Yunfei with terrifying speed. Such incredible speed. In the blink of an eye, General Blue was before Han Yunfei, sending a vicious kick hurtling at him. Quick to react, Han Yunfei raised his arm to block. Ha! After stopping General Blue's attack, Han Yunfei drove a kick at his lower abdomen, but General Blue twisted aside and dodged with ease. So fast. Han Yunfei was alarmed. The next instant General Blue's long leg swept toward him in a devastating arc. Although Han Yunfei crossed his arms to block, the force still blasted him into the air. General Blue's lips curved upward. With a light step he chased after Han Yunfei and engaged him in aerial combat. The two exchanged dazzling blows, putting on a spectacular fight. After drinking the super divine water, Han Yunfei's battle power had reached 630, yet he was still outmatched against the mechanical General Blue. After a brief exchange, General Blue knocked Han Yunfei away with a single punch, and the two of them leaped back at the same time, landing face to face. Han Yunfei, is this the extent of your strength? General Blue looked at Han Yunfei with disdain, as if victory were already in his grasp. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Han Yunfei showed not the slightest fear, instead his face lit up with excitement. General Blue, I know you haven't used your full power, but I haven't gone all out either. Oh. General Blue looked at Han Yunfei in surprise, paused, then went on. So your battle power can still rise. Interesting. But you're still no match for me. General Blue declared confidently. The reason he was so confident was that he truly had something to rely on. In their earlier exchange, General Blue had suppressed Han Yunfei completely without even using his energy furnace. General Blue felt that even if Han Yunfei used all his strength, there was nothing to fear. He was extremely satisfied with this new mechanical body. As a hardened soldier, he should have such a steel-like indestructible body. The image of the two facing each other was being transmitted to a monitor. In Marshal Black's office, Marshal Black and Adjutant Ching stared at the screen with tension. When they saw General Blue getting the upper hand, they were immediately relieved. Dar. Jero, you are a true genius. Marshal Black marveled. I never expected you could raise General Blue to such a level. The day the Black Silk Army unifies the world, I will give you half of it. Marshal Black looked at Dr. Jero approvingly, took a deep drag from his cigar and said excitedly. Compared with wealth and power, what he valued more was his height. Although he had a heroic handsome face, his short stature had always been a pain in his heart. This time, once he collected the 7 Dragon Balls, he would make a wish to Shenlong and make himself a towering 180-centimeter man. Haha, Marshal, you are too kind. Developing androids has always been my duty, Dr. Jero said with a modest smile. Good. Dr. Jero, I have great faith in you. Marshal Black praised. Adjutant Ching, how many times have I told you? Don't stand so close to me. It makes me look short. Facing Adjutant Ching, who stood 190 centimeters tall, Marshal Black wore an envious expression. Yes, I'm sorry, Marshal. Adjutant Ching immediately stepped aside upon hearing this. Meanwhile, Han Yunfei unleashed the double Kaio-ken. Wreathed in red flames, his battle power finally steadied at 1260. A shocking aura erupted from Han Yunfei's body. With a casual wave of his hand, he stirred up a gust of wind that sent nearby desks and chairs flying backward. Humph, you are indeed powerful. Only then are you worthy of being my opponent. As he spoke, General Blue activated the energy furnace in his body and an unimaginably immense power burst forth instantly. Come on, Han Yunfei. I'm going to kill you. After igniting his energy furnace, General Blue felt his whole body brimming with strength. With a thunderous shout, he charged straight at Han Yunfei. Meanwhile, atop Korin Tower, Goku was attempting to seize the super divine water while Krillin lay collapsed to the side exhausted. What? Just as Goku was about to leap forward and seize the super divine water again, he suddenly felt an incredible aura coming from the distance. Sensing that aura, Goku instantly stopped. You feel it too, Goku? Meow, Korin the Hermit said solemnly, looking into the distance with a complex expression. Korin the Hermit, brother, Han Yunfei's aura is so powerful. During Goku's days of training on Korin Tower, his battle power had increased, but he was still far behind Han Yunfei. Huff huff. Yeah. Korin the Hermit, Han Yunfei's strength has grown too fast, I can never catch up, Krillin said. With Han Yunfei's strength, getting rid of the Black Silk Army should be as easy as turning over his hand. Sitting on the ground drenched in sweat, Krillin was gasping as he said this. On hearing it, Korin's face turned solemn. The cat's eyes narrowed into slits, and as he fixed his gaze, a look of terror appeared in them. What's wrong, Korin? Goku and Krillin asked in confusion. I'm afraid it's not that simple. Han Yunfei may have run into a powerful enemy. Though Korin could not sense the mechanical General Blue's aura, he, like the gods, possessed a certain ability to see through everything in the lower realm. Korin's expression was grave. Through the thick clouds he saw Han Yunfei locked in a desperate life-and-death battle with General Blue at the distant headquarters of the Black Silk Army. Not bad, Han Yunfei. I didn't think you would be able to keep up with my speed. But in a full-power battle your stamina will keep declining. As an android, my strength is eternal as long as my energy furnace does not go out. Saying this, General Blue threw a punch at Han Yunfei's abdomen. Badly struck, Han Yunfei was sent flying into the air. Dodon Ray. Seeing such a golden opportunity, General Blue unleashed the Dodon Ray at once, and a beam of energy shot toward Han Yunfei at an inconceivable speed. Disappear now, Han Yunfei. General Blue roared, murderous light blazing in his eyes. Just as General Lon was about to savor the thrill of victory, the Dodon Ray pierced through Han Yunfei's body and blasted into the stone wall behind him. In an instant a violent explosion rang out. Under the tremendous force of the Dodon Ray, the stone wall vanished without a trace, and the entire Black Silk Army building shook from the impact. In a flash, Han Yunfei appeared behind General Lon. Having long since learned everything about Han Yunfei, General Lon knew his battle patterns like the back of his hand. Humph, Han Yunfei, I knew you would use the afterimage fist. General Lon thought, spinning around and launching a razor-sharp flying kick at Han Yunfei. But to General Lan's astonishment, his kick met nothing but air. Not good. As General Lon let out a roar, Han Yunfei appeared above his head in an instant. Han Yunfei clasped his fists together and hammered them down on General Lan's head. Pong! General Lan's head split open and the world immediately spun before his eyes. Triple afterimage fist. General Lon, it seems you're still one move short. After landing his attack, Han Yunfei grinned. General Lon. General Lon stared at Han Yunfei with a grave expression, unable to understand why he still couldn't defeat the other man despite his superior battle power. This guy's combat experience is far too extensive. I have to seize the chance and settle this quickly. Looking at Han Yunfei's composed demeanor, General Lon was secretly alarmed. Half the time had already passed. If I keep dragging this out, the energy furnace will eventually be drained. At that thought, General Lon gave a cold snort and his blue eyes gleamed without pause. After the blue glow faded, Han Yunfei found his body suddenly unable to move. Humph, got you now, Han Yunfei. Seeing that his psychic power had taken effect, General Lon smirked and slowly walked toward Han Yunfei. Damn it. I can't move at all. Trapped by General Lan's power, Han Yunfei suddenly recalled that the general still had the psychic trick up his sleeve. Back then he had trapped little Goku with that same psychic power and almost sent him to the grave. Heh, didn't you think you were really something just now, kid? What's the matter? You can't move now, can you? After saying that, General Lon raised one finger and aimed it at Han Yunfei's head. Since you can't move, just die. Dodon Ray. General Lon pointed with one hand and a sphere of light slowly took shape at his fingertip. Tenfold Kaio-ken. With a thunderous shout, Han Yunfei's aura kept surging. In a single instant his battle power reached 6300 points. Once his battle power had risen, Han Yunfei immediately broke free from the binding. What? He actually broke free from my psychic power. A sharp stabbing pain suddenly hit his eyes. Under the agony, General Lon covered his eyes and kept staggering backward. I didn't expect you to force me to use my full strength. I have to admit your psychic power is rather formidable. But Brother Fei has lost interest in you now. Now die. As a Saiyan, Han Yunfei was passionate about battle, which was exactly why he hadn't used his full power from the start. Saiyans take pleasure in battle and revel in it. Ka. Me. Ha. Me. Ha. Now at peak battle power, Han Yunfei unleashed the most powerful Kamehameha of all time. By a rough estimate, his battle power at this moment had reached around 13000 points. As for General Lon, his maximum battle power was a mere 1500. The Kamehameha, a full twice as large as before, slammed directly into General Lon. Wah! Struck by the Kamehameha, General Lon was sent flying, smashed through the stone wall, then became a speck of light in the sky and vanished without a trace. Meanwhile, Marshal He pounded the desk in front of the monitor. Impossible. General Lon actually lost. I won't accept this. Damn it. As long as I get the Dragon Radar, collecting all of them with the Black Silk Army's strength would be a piece of cake. Why did this brat have to come ruin my plans? Marshal He was now furious. Seeing this, Dr. Gero slowly backed off and left Marshal He's office. Marshal, we should retreat immediately. As long as the Green Hills remain, there's no shortage of firewood. As long as you keep your life, Marshal, everything is still possible. Seeing this, Adjutant Qing immediately began to urge him. You damned brat, I will definitely kill you. No one can stop me from becoming tall and mighty. No one. Marshal He, having lost all reason, had blurted out his innermost thoughts. What did you say? Marshal He, weren't you collecting the Dragon Balls to rule the world? Hearing this, Adjutant Qing's face was instantly filled with confusion. All this just to get taller? Are you serious? Adjutant Qing was now thoroughly disappointed in Marshal He. Shut up. You're so tall, how could you understand how miserable it feels to be short? Say one more word and I'll have you executed. Marshal He was raging, but the next moment a gunshot rang out. Adjutant Qing had shot Marshal He square in the heart. You're not fit to be marshal at all. From this day forward I am the Marshal of the Black Silk Army. Adjutant Qing sneered as he looked down at the fallen Marshal He. But the very next moment, to Adjutant Qing's utter astonishment, Marshal He suddenly stood up again. A gunshot cracked through the air. The Black Marshal's gun barrel, black and menacing, still smoked. His gaze was cold as he stared at Subaltern Qing before him. Subaltern Qing. I never expected you to dare shoot me. Now die. A furious roar erupted as the Black Marshal opened fire on Subaltern Qing again. Bang. 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 Gunshots rang out continuously. Subaltern Qing collapsed instantly. Blood poured from his wounds, his face contorted in excruciating pain. He had been so close to becoming the commander of the Red Ribbon Army. Over the years serving under the Black Marshal he had been diligent and devoted. But deep in his heart a voice had always whispered that he himself was the true commander of the Red Ribbon Army. Although Subaltern Qing had long harbored ambitions to rebel, he could never find the right opportunity. Furthermore, in his years of service he had come to recognize the Black Marshal's formidable leadership abilities. Thus Subaltern Qing's rebellious desires had gradually faded, until just now when the Black Marshal revealed that he had been collecting the Dragon Balls merely to grow taller. That remark struck Subaltern Qing deeply. He never imagined the Black Marshal to be such a selfish and narrow-minded man. Unable to endure being second in command forever, he finally resolved to eliminate him. But he had not anticipated that the cunning old fox was wearing a bulletproof vest. Now lying in a pool of blood, Subaltern Qing glared with resentment and defiance at the Black Marshal, who slowly approached. "You traitor Subaltern Qing! Die!" The Black Marshal, now having lost everything, watched as the entire Red Ribbon Army crumbled following the arrival of Han Yunfei. Dar. Jelu had also vanished without a trace, and the Subaltern Qing he had trusted most had attempted to murder him. All of this drove the Black Marshal to madness. Aiming at Subaltern Qing's head, the Black Marshal prepared to pull the trigger. "Damn it! If this is how it ends, then we shall die together." At the last moment Subaltern Qing pulled a small controller from his pocket featuring a circular red button. "No. Stop it, Subaltern Qing." Seeing this, the Black Marshal lunged to seize it, but the next instant Subaltern Qing sneered and pressed the red button. With a deafening explosion, the entire Red Ribbon Army headquarters erupted in flames. The Black Marshal's office crumbled to rubble in an instant. "You bastard Subaltern Qing!" The Black Marshal let out a final thunderous roar before dying. Out of trust he had entrusted Subaltern Qing with custody of the building's self-destruct system. Yet the Black Marshal never imagined that the Red Ribbon Army headquarters would become his own tomb. As the building collapsed, Han Yunfei soared into the sky, gazing down at the ruins below. Just moments ago, while the Black Marshal and Subaltern Qing had been tearing each other apart, Han Yunfei had been standing outside the door. Originally he had planned to burst in and deal with both of them. But upon hearing that they were fighting each other, he immediately abandoned that idea. Adopting the mindset of a spectator, Han Yunfei witnessed their entire confrontation from start to finish. He never expected that his arrival would cause such dramatic changes in the Dragon Ball world. In his original memory, the Black Marshal had been killed by young Son Goku after being shot by Subaltern Qing. But the young Son Goku of this timeline was still training on Korin Tower. "It seems that due to my presence the gears of history have shifted in many ways," Han Yunfei mused. With the Red Ribbon Army eliminated, a major threat had been neutralized and the Briefs family was finally safe. In a few months the World Martial Arts Tournament would be held. Han Yunfei was eager to test whether he truly was the strongest in the world. Immediately after eliminating the Red Ribbon Army, Han Yunfei shared the news with Bulma. At the Briefs residence, Han Yunfei sat around a round table with Bulma and Mr. Briefs, chatting and laughing. "I never thought you could single-handedly destroy the entire Red Ribbon Army. With a reliable man like you, Bulma, I can finally rest easy about your future." Mr. Briefs held Han Yunfei in high regard, already considering him a worthy son-in-law. "Dad, what are you saying?" Bulma touched her flushed cheeks and playfully pushed her father. He, Han Yunfei, our Bulma is a fine young lady. Though sometimes fiery-tempered, impulsive and stubborn, she is overall a wonderful girl." Mrs. Briefs entered with a fruit platter, smiling. "Mom. Is that how you compliment someone?" Hearing this, Bulma immediately rose and shouted loudly, but quickly realized her outburst and silently returned to sit beside Han Yunfei like a gentle bird. Han Yunfei felt immensely pleased. With a beautiful woman by his side, he felt he owned the world. Moreover, Bulma was not only stunningly gorgeous but also incredibly intelligent, a woman one could search the heavens to find. Thinking back to the original Dragon Ball world, Krillin had failed to cherish such a precious woman, instead wandering elsewhere. Shaking his head, Han Yunfei mentally classified Krillin as a fool. "Uncle, Aunt, rest assured. I will protect Bulma with my life. To be honest, my strength now should be the greatest in this world." Han Yunfei was momentarily carried away by pride. Yet upon careful consideration his words held truth. In this timeline Piccolo Daimyo had not yet appeared. Chaozu and Tien Shinhan were already no match for him. Even the lofty Kami, when measured against Han Yunfei, paled in comparison. But just as Han Yunfei reveled in his triumph, far across the cosmos a spaceship was hurtling toward Earth. Inside the spacecraft, two strangely appearance aliens were conversing. "Soldier A, sir, the spaceship has entered normal orbit." It will take several more months to reach star M98. Soldier, be good. As a new recruit of the Frisia force you must continue to learn diligently. Soldier A, yes sir. I will give it my all. Soldier B, since we still have several months ahead, let us also enter the hibernation pods. I have already arranged for Lord Dodoria to rest. By the time we reach star M98 the fierce battle awaits. We must conserve our strength. Yes sir. The two soldiers entered their hibernation pods and fell into deep slumber. But what Soldier B did not know was that the rookie Soldier A had programmed the wrong coordinates. The spaceship was not heading to star M98, but to a blue planet within the Milky Way galaxy. Earth. During these past months Han Yunfei had enjoyed a luxurious life at the brief's residence. Wealth and beauty were both within his grasp. Han Yunfei had indeed become the greatest winner in life. But such good fortune could not last. A severely wounded man suddenly appeared at the base of Korin Tower, his vital signs barely detectable. Upon seeing Master Roshi he collapsed into unconsciousness. Master Roshi, recognizing the urgency, immediately assisted the man and provided emergency medical treatment. But when he caught a glimpse of the man's face he was utterly stunned. How can this person look so much like young son Goku? During the months of training atop Korin Tower, young Goku and Kuririn grew immensely stronger. To Korin's surprise, Goku's battle power had become so extraordinary that it even surpassed his own. After they drank the so-called ultra-divine water in one gulp, Korin finally told them it was merely ordinary water. Very good. It seems you both managed to seize the ultra-divine water. Although Kuririn resorted to a few tricks during the process, overall you both performed quite well. Meow. Korin smiled at the two, a gratified look upon his face. With the World Martial Arts Tournament drawing ever nearer, Goku and Kuririn, their strength now greatly enhanced, eagerly yearned to display their skills in the competition. Korin, so the ultra-divine water was just ordinary spring water after all. Though I'd still love to try the super-divine water that brother Han Yunfei drank. Ever since witnessing Han Yunfei consume the super-divine water, Goku felt certain he could handle it as well. Goku, forget it. That water is far too dangerous. Didn't I already drink a single drop of it before? Really, my tongue is still numb. Kuririn exaggerated, though at heart he only worried for Goku's safety, for the super-divine water was notoriously lethal. Kuririn speaks the truth. Goku, you must not act rashly. Korin's words trailed off mid-sentence as his expression abruptly shifted. Goku, what's wrong, Master Korin? There's trouble down below. Goku, hurry and take the flying Nimbus to find Master Roshi at the foot of the tower. He's just rescued a person who is on the verge of death. And that person harbors an incredible energy within his body. Goku, bring him up here at once. Hurry. Meow. Never had Goku seen Korin so anxious. Startled, he immediately summoned the flying Nimbus and shot straight down the tower. The Nimbus was blindingly fast, and before long Goku spotted the injured man. Master Roshi was tending to his wounds at that moment, and upon seeing Goku he was utterly bewildered. Master Roshi, Goku, why have you come down? Master Roshi, Korin sent me to bring this person up. He seems very anxious, so I'll take him up right away. Without waiting for Master Roshi's approval, Goku hoisted the man onto his shoulder in a flash and soared into the sky. Sensing the faint life force of the man on his shoulder, Goku urged the Nimbus to fly even faster. Flying with all his might, the two soon arrived at Korin Tower. Laying the gravely wounded man down gently, Goku felt a strange sense of familiarity. He had seen this face somewhere before. Goku, this guy looks just like you. Kuririn exclaimed in shock. Goku's features were hardly common, yet the man before them bore a 9 out of 10 resemblance to him. From his hair to his facial features it was as if they had been cast from the same mold. Ah! Ah! The severely injured man's eyes were tightly shut as though he were enduring tremendous agony. Goku, how pitiful. Look how badly he's hurt, Kuririn. Don't worry, Goku. Korin has already gone to fetch a Senzu Bean. Goku, once he eats the Senzu Bean he'll be healed, right? Kuririn, Goku, aren't you worried? What if he's a bad guy? Goku, no way, Kuririn. I'm sure he's a good person. Kuririn. While the two chattered on, the gravely wounded man mumbled faintly as if trying to say something. Damn. Damn it. Damn you. Frisia. We Saiyans will never forgive you. The injured man spoke in broken fragments, so Goku and Kuririn could not quite make out his words. Kuririn, Goku, did you hear that? Something about Frisia. You know him? Nope. But I bet this Frisia guy must be pretty strong. Goku said this with great excitement. Whenever he faced a powerful foe his blood began to boil. Kuririn, I have no idea. Oh, here comes Kuririn. Kuririn hurried over and placed a Senzu bean into the injured man's mouth. With a soft gulp the man swallowed it. The injured man suddenly opened his eyes and the power within him surged considerably. Where? Where am I? He looked around, none of the three faces before him were familiar. Where is this? The man suddenly felt a splitting headache. In his mind a dread demon appeared once more, destroying their planet and slaughtering their people. So you're finally awake, Meow. This is Kuririn Tower and I am Kuririn Meow. After introducing himself, Kuririn's expression turned to one of utter shock. For he sensed an impossibly immense power emanating from this man. Kuririn. The man glanced at Kuririn, then quickly lost interest. Instead his gaze fell upon Goku. Hey kid, what's your name? Me. I'm Sun Wukong. Do you know me, uncle? Goku blinked his wide innocent eyes at the man before him, speaking with childlike candor. Sun Wukong. This kid really does look like me. Wait, wasn't I killed by Frieza when planet Vegeta was destroyed? Why am I still alive? The man stared at his own hands in disbelief. Not only was his body fully intact, but he could feel that his power was even greater than before. Sir, we saved you. Judging by your outfit you must be an alien, right? Kuririn, knowledgeable as he was, immediately concluded the man was an extraterrestrial upon seeing his strange battle suit. An alien? What is this planet called? The man asked in return. Kuririn, don't be silly. We obviously live on Earth. Earth? The man's expression turned to astonishment at the word. Earth. Back when I learned Frieza was going to destroy the Saiyan planet, I sent Kakarot to a planet called Earth to spare his life. As this thought crossed his mind, the man studied the young Goku intently, and upon spotting the tail behind him he cried out at once. You're Kakarot. The man was indeed none other than Bardock. After planet Vegeta's destruction, Bardock too was supposed to die, yet miraculously he not only survived but had been cast into the future world. Seeing with his own eyes that his son Kakarot had grown into a young boy, Bardock felt deeply gratified. Kakarot. You really are alive. Bardock could hardly believe his eyes. His son was right before him. Uncle, my name is Sun Wukong, not Kakarot. Goku looked at the tearful Bardock with bewilderment. Meanwhile, in the distant sky a spaceship descended, landing precisely within the city limits where Bulma resided. Bulma and Han Yunfei were enjoying a sweet shopping trip when the colossal vessel suddenly crashed down from above, sending panicked pedestrians scattering in every direction. As the spaceship's hatch slowly opened, several armored aliens wielding beam cannons emerged from within. Soldier 8, not good, sir. This doesn't seem to be Planet M98. Soldier B, what? Are you sure? This is no joke. If we are off course we will be court-martialed. Soldier B was named Rooney and he was the commander of this group. Soldier A was a fellow with a lizard head. Lizard head, ah. I don't want to die. Rooney, you're the one who's going to get us killed. Still, this planet's civilization looks quite primitive. If we take it down I think we can make up for our mistake. Lizard head, really? That's wonderful, my lord. Rooney, fortunately Lord Dodoria is still asleep. Let's take this planet while we have the chance. When Lord Dodoria wakes we'll have an explanation to give. Lizard head, my lord, you are truly wise. Rooney, but first we must find the strongest people near here. The scouter over Rooney's left eye kept flickering with numbers and crackling. Found one. Not far from here there's a guy with a battle power of 190. With that, Rooney led a group of aliens flying at top speed toward Han Yunfei. At that very moment Han Yunfei and Bulma also spotted the enormous spaceship in the distance. What is that? A Frieza Force spaceship. Why would the Frieza Force come to Earth at this time? Han Yunfei, who had been holding Bulma's hand, released it at once and soared into the air. Han Yunfei. What's wrong? Down below Bulma was confused. She had never seen Han Yunfei so tense and her intuition told her something major had happened. Damn it. Does it have something to do with my transmigration into this world? If I run into the Frieza Force now things will be bad. Although Han Yunfei's power had skyrocketed over this period and he could already be called the strongest person in the world. But this was true only among Earthlings. Looking out over the entire universe, not to mention the Frieza Force, he could not even compare with the Namekians. Even though his battle power at this moment could defeat the Earth's Kami, that Kami was only a split body. If Kami and Demon King Piccolo were to merge, Han Yunfei would be no match at all. Seeing 5 figures flying over from the sky, Han Yunfei knew trouble was coming. Bulma, go home first and hide. It's too dangerous here. Seeing the 5 aliens in battle suits and oxygen masks flying rapidly toward him, Han Yunfei immediately shouted at Bulma. Having never seen Han Yunfei look so serious, Bulma nodded and ran quickly toward home. The streets had already fallen into chaos. People went up to gawk at the spaceship, but they were all shot dead by Frisia Force soldiers. After realizing that those aliens were actually demons, everyone fled in panic. In no time the police arrived, but Earth's police were no match for those aliens. Their backward weapons could not harm them in the slightest. After the police were killed as well, the whole city was immediately seized by panic. Seeing that Bulma had safely escaped, Han Yunfei was greatly relieved. With a flicker of motion he flew at full speed toward the 5 aliens. My lord, that guy is flying this way. His battle power has reached 630. My lord, let me go kill him. This spaceship's deviation from its course was all his fault. The lizard-headed soldier was now determined to make up for his mistake, so he had volunteered to fight first. Fine, but you'd better be quick. Once we kill this brat, we'll find other strong fighters on this planet and take them all at once. Rooney tapped his scouter and confirmed Han Yunfei's battle power again. Only 630. Rooney looked at the scouter reading and sneered. Never mind me, even my subordinates have battle powers of 900. This planet is full of trash after all. It looks like we can capture this planet completely before Lord Dodoria wakes up. At that thought, Rooney pressed his scouter and began searching for other strong fighters on Earth. Meanwhile, the lizard-headed soldier and Han Yunfei stood facing each other in midair, sizing each other up. Back when he watched Dragon Ball, Han Yunfei had felt those battle suits were extremely cool. Not only were they stylish and highly protective, but their material was also very soft. Even when a Saiyan transformed into a great ape, the battle suit had not burst open, which showed just how supple the material was. Besides, the laser guns in their hands were also extremely convenient to use. When used in attack, this weapon did not need charging, it could fire a powerful ray. It was light and easy to carry and could be worn on the wrist at ordinary times. The laser gun could be called the standard issue of the Frisia Force. Han Yunfei remembered that inside the Frisia Force every soldier had one. Just as Han Yunfei was silently marveling, the lizard-headed soldier across from him actually spoke in human language. Hey kid, are you by any chance the strongest person on this planet? The lizard-headed soldier looked at Han Yunfei with disdain and said flatly. Ding. The Frisia Force has been detected. Please make your choice carefully. Choice 1, turn and run. As long as the Green Mountains remain, one need not worry about firewood. Reward 1 point. Choice 2, raise your hands in surrender, join the Frisia Force and live a life of fine food and drink with Frisia. Reward 2 points. Choice 3, stand your ground and fight head-on. Since you dared invade Earth, you'll never return. Reward 6 points, 100 battle power. I choose 3. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have chosen 3, stand your ground and fight head-on. Since you dared invade Earth, you'll never return. Mission in progress. After making his choice, Han Yunfei grinned. Didn't think a lizard head like you had good judgment. That's right, I Brother Fei am the strongest king around. Today you've run into Brother Fei, consider yourself unlucky. Han Yunfei grinned and charged at the lizard-headed soldier. Ridiculous. A fool with a battle power of only 630 dares to challenge me. Go to hell. The lizard-headed soldier aimed his laser gun at Han Yunfei and a fierce beam shot straight toward him. Humph. Han Yunfei gave a cold snort, then flashed away from the spot. In that moment he had used the double Kaio-ken, causing his battle power to double in an instant. But such a sudden burst of battle power could not be caught by the scouter. What speed? Startled, the lizard-headed soldier looked around at once for Han Yunfei's trail. Beep beep beep. The scouter sounded out a battle reading. The lizard-headed soldier immediately turned around and saw Han Yunfei behind him, arms crossed over his chest, watching him with a cold smile. Damn it. Go to hell. Insulted by Han Yunfei's contempt, the lizard-headed soldier roared in anger and fired at him once more. But no matter how he fired, the laser rays never even grazed a single hair of Han Yunfei. How can this be? Why can't I hit him? His battle power is clearly only 630. The lizard-headed soldier kept looking at the battle reading, utterly confused. With lizard head firing desperately, Han Yunfei's figure kept flickering through the air. Damn it, why can't I hit him? Are you that desperate to hit me? At that moment Han Yunfei stopped moving and stood quietly in midair. Of course if you get hit you'll die without question. Lizard Head glared at Han Yunfei and taunted. Try firing again. If Brother Fei dodges I'm your grandson. Han Yunfei said with a grin. Fine, you said it. Lizard Head pulled the trigger at once and a laser beam shot straight toward Han Yunfei. Go to hell. As the laser beam drew closer and closer to Han Yunfei, Lizard Head's face lit up with glee. Meanwhile atop Corin Tower. Is that? That's a Frisia Force ship. Damn you Frisia. I won't forgive you. The enraged Bardock startled everyone around him. He had been chatting peacefully with Goku just moments ago, but now he seemed like a completely different person. Father. After listening to Bardock's account, Goku now believed every word he said. Goku had been an orphan since he was little. Although Son Gohan had found him and raised him, he had always been curious about who his real parents were. And since Son Gohan had never seen anyone with a tail, he planned to keep Goku by his side until Goku's parents came for him. Now Goku had finally met his biological father. Though he did not fully understand what fatherly love was, the bond of blood thicker than water made him feel very close to Bardock. Kakarot, you stay here. I'm going to annihilate the Frisia Force. Bardock roared and rose to his feet at once. With a blur of motion he headed straight for the spaceship. Krillin, let's go too. I sense so many powerful auras over there. Excited Goku felt his blood boil while Krillin beside him began to hesitate. Goku, I feel those enemies over there are really strong. Do we really have to go? Seeing Krillin hesitate, Goku pulled him onto the flying Nimbus and said with a chuckle, don't worry, we've gotten stronger. Besides, my father is over there, so it'll be fine. Krillin, don't you want to see a true powerhouse? Goku. Alright, I'll go with you. We've trained for so long now, I want to test my own strength too. Yeah. As he spoke, Goku stepped to the front of the flying Nimbus ready to shoot into the air. Wait, Goku. Take these 2 Senzu Beans just in case. Corin immediately handed Goku a cloth pouch. Goku, Krillin, be careful. The enemies this time are extremely powerful. Perhaps Earth's end is coming. With a solemn expression, Corin looked into the distance and Goku saw a worry on his face that he had never seen before. Yeah, don't worry, Corin. We'll be careful. Let's go. Nimbus away. The moment he finished speaking, the golden Nimbus beneath them soared into the air and caught up with Bardock not far ahead. Father, we've come to help too. Goku said with a chuckle, holding his power pole while Krillin clung to Goku's leg in fear, not daring to look down. By now the flying Nimbus had reached its top speed. The fierce wind blowing past from every direction forced Goku and Krillin to shut their eyes. Kakarot, don't be reckless. I don't know why, but even without a scouter I can sense the enemy's presence. But this enemy is extremely powerful. From his ki he should be one of Frisia's lackeys, Dodoria. Dodoria. Goku looked at his father in confusion. He had never heard of Dodoria. Yes. Dodoria is a monstrous alien steeped in evil. He does whatever Frisia says and is utterly wicked. Every time Bardock mentioned Frisia he gnashed his teeth, which made Goku very curious about just who Frisia was. Kakarot, remember this, Frisia is the eternal enemy of us Saiyans. Planet Vegeta where you were born was destroyed by Frisia. And your mother Jine also died in that explosion. At this Bardock's eyes reddened, but as a warrior he did not let any tears fall. Is that so? My homeland. My mother. Hearing this, Goku fell into deep thought. Although he had never seen his birth mother, the instinctive attachment between a child and its mother made Goku hate Frisia at once. Father, I promise, if I ever meet that villain Frisia I will definitely defeat him. Looking at his son's earnest pledge, warmth and a smile filled Bardock's eyes. Kakarot, it looks like the fight has already started ahead. I'll go on ahead. With that, Bardock's aura condensed and his speed instantly rose to an unbelievable level. His whole body was wrapped in battle aura and like a meteor he flew into the distance in an instant. Krillin, Goku, your father is amazing. He flies so fast. Yeah, my father is incredible. Goku smiled confidently and flew off into the distance with Krillin. Meanwhile the battle between Han Yunfei and Lizard Head continued. Double Kaio-ken. With a thunderous shout from Han Yunfei, red flames engulfed his body. The very next moment the laser beam arrived as expected and blasted him square in the face. Haha. Foolish brat, now you know how powerful I am, right? Haha. But in the next instant Lizard Head's laughter stopped abruptly. There was Han Yunfei blood at the corner of his mouth looking at him with a mocking gaze. What? How can this be? Lizard Head couldn't believe his eyes. His laser had clearly hit him just now. You idiot. Use your scouter and take a good look at my power level now. Han Yunfei knew these aliens had no ability to sense ki. All they relied on was the number on their scouters. Beep beep beep. Beep beep beep. What? Power level 1260. Impossible. The scouter must be broken. Lizard Head, utterly incredulous, kept backing away in fear. With a grin, Han Yunfei flickered and appeared before Lizard Head in an instant. A thunderous boom rang out and Lizard Head was sent flying backward, dead on the spot. With the force of a single punch, Han Yunfei had instantly killed Lizard Head. The remaining 4 aliens nearby were struck with shock. Beep beep beep. Sir, that brat's power level actually reached 1260. The warriors nearby gawked in astonishment and, faced with such overwhelming power, began stepping back. Shut up. It's only a mere 1260. What are you panicking for? Together we can kill him. Rooney showed not the slightest trace of grief after seeing his subordinate killed by Han Yunfei. As Han Yunfei flew over at high speed, Rooney narrowed his eyes and spotted the tail behind him. A Saiyan. This brat is actually a Saiyan. Impossible. Were not the Saiyans already eradicated by Lord Frisia? Upon seeing the tail behind Han Yunfei, Lu Ni's previously composed demeanor instantly shifted into unease. He knew those wild apes possessed extraordinary combat talent and were ruthless killers. He never expected to encounter surviving Saiyans here. Attack together, kill this kid. Upon giving the command, Lu Ni and his 3 subordinates immediately surrounded Han Yunfei. Die. Roaring fiercely, Lu Ni launched a laser beam directly at Han Yunfei. Humph. With a cold snort, Han Yunfei effortlessly dodged the attack, yet found himself encircled by the other 3 enemies. Yeah. Ha. Yeah. The 4 of them attacked simultaneously, locking into aerial combat with Han Yunfei. Lu Ni's combat power hovered around 1200 points, while his 3 subordinates each stood at approximately 800. Surrounded and pressed, Han Yunfei could hardly avoid feeling overwhelmed. The leader Lu Ni's combat strength was noticeably far superior to his companions. At full power it had already reached parity with Han Yunfei's. Fists and kicks came raining down upon Han Yunfei like a torrential storm, forcing him to gradually retreat. Haha, weren't you so arrogant just now, kid? How did you turn into a coward all of a sudden? Lu Ni and his helmet looked rather comical, though those space aliens mostly appeared grotesque. Among Frisia's entourage it seemed only Sabo possessed true handsomeness. Hee, in that case I shall drop the act. After being pushed back, Han Yunfei suddenly laughed. What do you mean dropping the act? Lu Ni assumed Han Yunfei sought to beg for mercy, but instead heard a baffling statement. I mean, you are far too weak. As he spoke, Han Yunfei clenched his fists, unleashing the Tenfold Kaio-ken. In an instant his entire body was enveloped in crimson flames. Beep beep beep. The readings on Lu Ni's scouter began surging wildly. Combat power 2000. 3000. 4000. 5000. Still increasing. How is this possible? Seeing Han Yunfei's final combat power stabilize at 6300, all 4 were instantly stricken with terror. Die. Dare to invade Earth, are you tired of living? With those words Han Yunfei punched through each of them effortlessly, and 3 of the 4 perished on the spot save for Lu Ni. Lord Dorelia, save me. Sensing the dire situation, Lu Ni turned to flee while shouting Dorelia's name. A massive shockwave streaked past from behind and his body was instantly engulfed by the blast. Trash. After effortlessly killing Lu Ni, Han Yunfei sneered dismissively. But in the next moment an unimaginably powerful presence surged toward him at terrifying speed. Dorelia. Upon seeing who flew toward him, Han Yunfei was struck with sheer panic. If his memory served correctly, this guy's combat power should have already surpassed 20000. Under no circumstances can I hope to defeat him. Even as Han Yunfei contemplated his fate, Dorelia had already arrived before him. Did you kill my subordinates? His face bristling with thick flesh and his entire body crimson, Dorelia glared savagely at Han Yunfei. So what if I did? Summoning his courage, Han Yunfei retorted loudly. Han Yunfei knew the original Dorelia well. This brute was overbearing, unreasonable and terrified of death, ultimately slain by Vegeta. You are also a Saiyan. Upon seeing Han Yunfei's tail, Dorelia immediately confirmed his identity. I have no patience for further words. Although Lord Frieza annihilated planet Vegeta, he did not exterminate all of you surviving Saiyans. Lord Frieza favors obedient Saiyans, yet your actions have already declared your allegiance. To oppose Lord Frieza is to choose death. With those words, Dorelia immediately charged at Han Yunfei at blinding speed, his pineapple-shaped head aiming directly for a devastating strike. This is over. Faced before an absolutely overwhelming powerhouse, Han Yunfei was as helpless as an ant. Confronted by the rapidly approaching Dorelia, he could not move a single limb. Just as Han Yunfei thought his end had come, a figure suddenly appeared out of thin air, blocking his way. With a thunderous crash, Dodoria collided with that figure. Ouch, my head. Dodoria felt dizzy, never expecting that Han Yunfei could block his attack. But upon closer inspection, he was astonished to discover that the Saiyan before him was not Han Yunfei. Bardock. It's you. You're actually still alive. Didn't you die when planet Vegeta was destroyed? Dodoria's face instantly turned pale with shock at the sight of Bardock. Humph. Dodoria, to tell you the truth, I'm rather puzzled by this as well. But since heaven has granted me another chance at life, I will completely annihilate the Frieza force. Bardock spoke venomously, for he had never held Dodoria in high regard. You lackey of Frieza, I'll make you die right here today. With that, Bardock charged at Dodoria with incredible speed. Oh really? Bardock, your battle power is barely over 10000. What makes you think you can fight me? Dodoria likewise charged straight at Bardock, and the two immediately engaged in a fierce battle. Faced with such a high-level fight, Han Yunfei was utterly dumbfounded. I can't even see their movements. They're too fast. At that moment, Han Yunfei strained his eyes to track the battle, but the sky ahead was filled only with terrifying impact sounds, while Bardock and Dodoria had completely vanished from sight. No, I must calm down. Gently closing his eyes, Han Yunfei began to focus on sensing the ki of the two fighters. Boom. 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 Terrifying impact sounds echoed endlessly across the heavens, but Han Yunfei had now locked onto the ki of both fighters. I can see it. After opening his eyes, Han Yunfei clearly witnessed the spectacular battle between Bardock and Dodoria. Bardock, are you not afraid that Lord Frieza will annihilate you for openly betraying him? Dodoria grew more and more alarmed as the fight continued. On his scouter, Bardock's battle power kept climbing without cease. 12000. 15000. Watching the ever-rising battle power, Dodoria panicked. At this rate, Bardock's power would soon surpass his own. Annihilate me. We Saiyans have served Frieza loyally, yet in the end this is how we were repaid. I finally understand why heaven brought me back to life. My only reason for living now is to kill Frieza. Dodoria prepared to die. As he spoke, the light sphere in Bardock's hand kept swelling while he glared at Dodoria. What? The battle power was still rising. Battle power 18000. Battle power 22000. With a pop, Dodoria's scouter suddenly exploded. Impossible. His battle power has already surpassed 22000. How can a Saiyan possess such immense strength? With his face twisted in terror, Dodoria grabbed a subordinate beside him and flung him at Bardock. Boom. Bardock, having finished charging, blasted an attack straight at Dodoria. The energy sphere struck the unfortunate scapegoat and exploded instantly, the powerful shockwave scattering everyone nearby. Dodoria seized the opportunity to flee at full speed toward his spaceship. At the same time, Goku and Krillin also witnessed the earth-shattering explosion in the distance. Goku father's ki is incredibly powerful. Krillin, Bardock is just too amazing. I've never felt such powerful ki. We're almost there. On the flying Nimbus, Goku and Krillin were speeding toward the battle site in a flash. Meanwhile, another spaceship descended from the heavens and landed on the ground. As the hatch opened, countless aliens flew out. All of them wore battle suits and carried laser ray guns, unmistakably soldiers of the Frieza force. Lord Dodoria. Seeing Dodoria, the soldiers immediately rushed over to greet him. Stop, Bardock. Dodoria knew these soldiers were no match for Bardock, but at least they could buy him time to escape. Yes, Lord Dodoria. The soldiers soared into the air and charged at Bardock. Seeing the sky thick with soldiers, Bardock sneered and plunged into their midst at an unbelievable speed. On planet Frieza, tens of thousands of light-years from Earth, a sinister-looking alien sat perched upon a floating throne with a handsome young man standing beside him. The handsome young man's scouter suddenly exploded near his ear and his face filled with shock. Lord Frisia Bardock's battle power has actually exceeded 22000. The speaker was none other than Zarbon, who was now bowing respectfully at Frisia's side. It's only 22000, hardly anything remarkable. Frisia's expression did not change in the slightest. He calmly put on a brand new state-of-the-art battle power scouter. The scouters worn by Dodoria and Zarbon were old models capable of detecting battle power only up to 22000. Once battle power exceeded 22000, the scouter would overheat and explode. The new model, however, was different. Its heat resistance had been greatly improved. Recall that when Goku's battle power exceeded 180000, the new scouter carried by Jinyu did not explode. Beep beep beep. After putting on the new scouter, Frisia's expression suddenly shifted to one of surprise. What's the matter, Lord Frisia? Zarbon immediately asked nervously. It seems these Saiyans truly have extraordinary potential. Bardock's battle power has already reached 25000. Frisia was greatly displeased. What did you say? 25000. How could a Saiyan ever have such high battle power? Zarbon was struck with fear. Are you doubting me, Zarbon? Frisia glanced at him with evident displeasure. And no, my lord. Zarbon quickly lowered his head in terror. Don't worry, it's only 25000. You can defeat him with your transformation. Set out immediately and eliminate Bardock. Yes, Lord Frisia. After a deep bow to Frisia, Zarbon departed on his mission. It seems destroying planet Vegeta was the right decision. Those Saiyans have unfathomable potential. If a Super Saiyan were to emerge among them, it would spell trouble. Frisia gazed out at the boundless universe, his expression grave. Back on Earth, Bardock was pursuing Dodoria but was blocked by a crowd of fodder soldiers. Get out of my way. With a furious roar, Bardock plunged into the enemy ranks. One punch per soldier sent the troops plummeting to their deaths. Meanwhile, a soldier named Kyuk was aiming a laser ray gun at Bardock. You despicable wretch, die. Kyuk and his two subordinates bore deep hatred for Bardock. As a minor commander in the Frisia force, Looney naturally had his own pride. In the entire universe, being able to serve under Frisia was a tremendous honor. It was like landing a job at a Fortune 500 company after an interview. The Frisia force's influence across the universe was immense. But this arrogant Saiyan who didn't know his place had dared to openly defy Lord Frisia. That was unforgivable. All Saiyans who defy Lord Frisia must die. Kyuk fired his laser ray at Bardock in the distance. But the next instant a handsome young man flashed into view and deflected the beam with a single hand chop. Your opponent is me. The young man stood in midair looking down at Kyuk with a grin. Damn it. Another Saiyan. All you Saiyans must die. Kyuk roared and immediately charged at Han Yunfei with his two subordinates. Energy disc. Han Yunfei muttered, raising one hand high. In the next instant a circular blade of flowing ki appeared in his palm. The energy disc shot toward the three of them at an unbelievable speed. Not good. Kyuk hurriedly dodged aside, but one of the soldiers, too slow to react, was sliced clean through the waist and died on the spot. His attack successful, Han Yunfei grinned and vanished only to reappear instantly in front of Kyuk. Bam! One punch landed on Kyuk's helmet and sent him flying backward. The other soldier, horrified by Han Yunfei's overwhelming strength, kept firing at him in panic. Do you pieces of trash really dare to go against a Saiyan? Die. Having become a Saiyan, Han Yunfei naturally considered himself one of them. Back when he read the comic, he had watched the Dragon Ball world as an outsider. Even then the Saiyan's fighting spirit could make his blood boil. But that had all been from a third-person perspective. Now that he himself was a Saiyan, the experience was completely different. Han Yunfei was now brimming with fighting spirit and craved battle against strong opponents. The stronger the enemy, the more excited he became. This trait, unique to a warrior race, thrilled Han Yunfei to the core. In Han Yunfei's heart, Saiyans were the strongest race in this world. They were gods. And that Kyuk had dared to blaspheme against gods. Absolutely unforgivable. With a roar, Han Yunfei flickered and vanished from where he stood. The next moment he appeared in front of Kyuk and grabbed him with one hand. His helmet shattered and his breathing ragged Kyuk was on the verge of death. Yet his eyes, still refusing to admit defeat, remained fixed on Han Yunfei. Why, you Saiyans are nothing but a pack of wild monkeys who only know how to fight. Even if you kill me, Lord Frisia will tear you apart limb from limb. In the end, every last Saiyan will be wiped out. The moment Kyuk finished speaking with a thunderous boom, a beam of light pierced his body. "Humph, you talk too much. Brother Fei knows full well how dangerous that is. But that Frisia bastard, I'll finish him off sooner or later." After his bold declaration, Han Yunfei turned his gaze to the remaining soldier. Wah! The soldier spun around in terror and ran, but in the next moment an energy beam pierced through his body. "Humph, trash." Han Yunfei lowered his hand and said coolly. Meanwhile, little Goku and Krillin had arrived at the spaceship and found that the once prosperous city surrounding it was now a complete wreck. Little Goku, Krillin, look. The city has been destroyed like this. Krillin, it must be the bad guys in the spaceship. Little Goku, Krillin, look. Down there is brother Han Yunfei. Seeing Han Yunfei, little Goku and Krillin immediately descended. "Brother Han Yunfei, where's my father Bardock?" Little Goku asked, looking around at the smoke-filled ruins. "Oh, you mean Mr. Bardock? He went after Dodoria. With Mr. Bardock's battle power, I'm sure he can destroy Dodoria." Han Yunfei truly respected Bardock, and he loved that never-say-die spirit of his. As he spoke, he pointed to the two spaceships not far away. But at that moment one of the spaceships shot into the sky with a whoosh and vanished in a flash. "Damn you, Dodoria. Don't think you can run." With that, Bardock rushed to the other spaceship, successfully commandeered it and gave chase to Dodoria. "Father." Watching the fading trail, little Goku's eyes filled with disappointment. "It's all right, little Goku. Mr. Bardock is very strong. He'll definitely take Dodoria down." Han Yunfei watched the spaceship disappear into the sky and patted little Goku's shoulder to comfort him. In the original story, little Goku had never even met his father, so this could be said to have fulfilled one of his dreams. Ding! Congratulations, host. Quest complete. Reward 6 points. Just as Han Yunfei was overwhelmed with emotion, the pleasant voice of the system rang out in his mind once more. Delighted, he opened his status panel. Name Han Yunfei. Battle power 630. Title Emerging Talent. Skills Kamehameha Flight 10x Kaio-ken No Side Effects Energy Disc. Items Senzu Beans X98. Points 11. With a base battle power of 630, Han Yunfei now stood far above all Earthlings. He itched to spend points, but the bronze shop's merchandise left Han Yunfei completely uninterested. Ding! Congratulations, host. Your accumulated points have reached 20 or more. The system will now unlock the silver shop. Ding! The silver shop has been unlocked. The pleasant system chime echoed through Han Yunfei's mind. The moment he heard silver shop, his spirits immediately lifted. He opened the silver shop at once, and every skill inside felt refreshingly new. Flight 15 points. Energy Disc 10 points. Evil Containment Wave 1 point. Special Beam Cannon 12 points. Kaioken 10x 20 points. Masenko 10 points. Spirit Ball 5 points. Solar Flare 5 points. Tri-Beam 10 points. X-Ray Vision King Kai 99 points. There are actually this many good things. I've already learned Flight and Energy Disc. Is this Kaioken? Not bad, not bad. The silver section actually has 10x Kaioken. But with my current power I'm not able to withstand Kaioken. I'd better use the no side effect version the system gave me. The evil containment wave is only 1 point. This suicidal technique is too broken, no wonder it only costs 1 point. If you use it you'll know why. Special Beam Cannon. It takes too long to charge, so it's not suitable for fighting. Masenko is Gohan's move. Spirit Ball is pretty good too. It was created by Yamcha. Among Earthlings, that guy Yamcha really is one of the best. Solar Flare, now this one's pretty good. It can save your life at a critical moment. Tri-Beam. Forget it. Its power is fine, but one shot and you're spent. It doesn't fit a man of Brother Fei's stamina. X-Ray Vision King Kai. Heh, that's worth considering. In the end, because his points were limited, Han Yunfei bought Solar Flare. After all, the Kaioken costs 20 points, and at Han Yunfei's current level, if he forcibly used even a 2x Kaioken, his body would probably explode, killing him. Baby, you just wait nicely in the shop. Once Brother Fei gets stronger, I'll come back and spend points on you. Han Yunfei snickered to himself. After learning Solar Flare, Han Yunfei finally had a skill he could use to save his life. The World Martial Arts Tournament was still a few months away. Little Goku and Krillin planned to return to Master Roshi's place to train while Han Yunfei thought of an even better training ground. Using instant transmission, Han Yunfei appeared before Bulma in an instant. Han Yunfei, are you okay? Bulma and her parents were hiding in the basement glued to the news. When she saw Han Yunfei appear and take on 4 enemies with his own strength, Bulma immediately clapped and cheered. But when Han Yunfei faced Dodoria and nearly died, she desperately wanted to rush out of the house. Now that Han Yunfei was standing before her in one piece, Bulma cried. Tears of joy ran over and hugged him tightly. Silly girl, how could anything happen to me? Brother Fei is that strong. Han Yunfei ruffled Bulma's hair and grinned. Han Yunfei, have all those aliens been beaten off? I don't hear any more noise outside. Dar. Brief sighed in relief after seeing that Han Yunfei was all right. Don't worry, uncle. The aliens have fled. Earth is safe for now. But even though these aliens are gone, I'm afraid they might come back, so I have to get stronger as fast as possible. At that point Han Yunfei changed the subject. Looking at Dr. Briefs, he asked, Uncle, do you know about gravity chambers? Gravity chamber? Han Yunfei, how do you know about the gravity chamber? It's my latest research project. I haven't told anyone about it yet. Dar. Brief looked at Han Yunfei with puzzlement. He always felt that this young man carried many secrets. Haha, I read about it in a scientific paper. They say that training in a state of hypergravity yields twice the results with half the effort. Han Yunfei rubbed his head and forced out an explanation. Exactly right. Han Yunfei, I never imagined someone so young would be so extraordinarily knowledgeable. By altering Earth's magnetic field, I have created a small sealed space. And the gravity inside this sealed space is 10 times greater than outside. However, the project is still in its final stage of debugging. Once Dr. Brief started talking about his new project, he immediately launched into a torrent of words. Watching Dr. Brief chatter on, Han Yunfei felt his own heart surging with excitement. Then it really might work. If tenfold gravity is real, my cultivation speed is bound to double. The World Martial Arts Tournament is about to begin. I need to make one more push within this period. I, Brother Fei, am also one who cares about fame. I remember that in the original story Master Roshi won this tournament. But judging by the current situation, even if Master Roshi enters, it will be futile. Because young Goku and Krillin have both climbed Korin Tower, their strength has already soared. Krillin's improvement is still hard to judge, but I estimate that young Goku's combat power has already surpassed Master Roshi's. Han Yunfei was deeply fixated on the World Martial Arts Tournament. He too wanted to win the championship once and taste what it felt like to be the strongest in the world. There is no time to lose, I must get to training at once. Seeing Han Yunfei's tightly knitted brows as if he was weighing something, Dr. Brief quickly added, actually the gravity chamber is already in its final debugging stage. I estimate it will be ready for use in just 1 week. Han Yunfei, are you thinking of training in the gravity chamber? Dr. Brief adjusted his glasses and guessed. Yes, uncle. Please finish the final debugging as soon as possible, I want to start training right away. Han Yunfei could no longer wait. Han Yunfei, don't be anxious. Father must have very important parameters to configure. Father, I can help you debug the gravity chamber. That way we can finish the work even faster. Seeing her boyfriend so anxious, Bulma immediately volunteered. Well, actually Bulma, there isn't much you can help with. The gravity parameters have already been calibrated and the voltage and current are stable. Then what's still missing, father? Shouldn't everything be done? Bulma asked in confusion. It's like this, I thought training would be very dull, so I ordered a high-end stereo system. But the system is out of stock lately, so we have to wait another week. Everyone collapsed to the ground the moment they heard this. Han Yunfei, uncle, I don't need any stereo. Please let me go in and train. Dr. Brief, are you really sure you don't need the stereo? I still think it's rather important. Han Yunfei, really I don't want it. Only after intense persuasion from Han Yunfei and Bulma did Dr. Brief reluctantly agree not to install the high-end stereo. Dr. Brief set the gravity chamber inside a capsule house with the bathroom right beside it so that one could enjoy a comfortable bath after training. This was thoughtful of Dr. Brief. After Bulma and Han Yunfei entered the gravity chamber, Dr. Brief and his wife left with smiles. Wow, this room is enormous. I thought the gravity chamber would be tiny. Bulma had never been here before. She felt the gravity chamber was no different from a gym equipped with every imaginable piece of fitness equipment. The only difference was the central control unit in the middle of the room. Han Yunfei was now standing in front of it examining the buttons. This is 2 times gravity, this is 3 times. 10 times. Seeing Han Yunfei's serious expression, Bulma felt deeply gratified. Her man was not only handsome but also supremely powerful. This was the exact image of Prince Charming in her heart. Han Yunfei. Well, you keep studying it. I'm going to my room to build the dragon radar. In a few months the dragon balls that turn to stone will appear again, and I think you will definitely need it. Bulma suddenly blushed and spoke to Han Yunfei timidly. Turning to see the bashfully blushing Bulma, Han Yunfei immediately cursed himself for being slow-witted. He had been so focused on battle these past days that he had actually neglected Bulma. Slowly closing the door of the gravity chamber, Han Yunfei put his arm around Bulma's slender waist. Bulma. Gazing at Bulma tenderly and breathing in the sweet fragrance on her body, Han Yunfei was utterly enchanted. Han Yunfei, you are so bad. When Bulma saw that Han Yunfei was about to kiss her, she gently pushed him away. Noticing that she was not disgusted but rather blushing, Han Yunfei smiled and following the momentum kissed her forehead. Do you know, Han Yunfei? Actually, you are my first boyfriend. At this moment Bulma was nestled in Han Yunfei's arms like a little bird. Gazing into his charming eyes, she whispered. Bulma. Han Yunfei gently placed his finger on her cherry lips, then closed his eyes. Understanding at once, Bulma closed her eyes too. Her cheeks were scorching hot and her breathing grew heavy. Their red lips soon pressed together. Sensing the softness of Bulma's lips, Han Yunfei's whole body burned with desire. Their sweet nectar mingled endlessly as their lips became completely fused. Han Yunfei's hands wandered over Bulma, caressing every inch of her skin. Bulma felt her whole body go weak and boneless. Panting shyly, she pressed her soft full bosom tightly against Han Yunfei. Knock, knock, knock. Just as the two were entangled in passion, an inopportune knocking came from the door. Bulma, I thought you must be thirsty by now, so I brought some fragrant sweet tea. The speaker was Mrs. Brief. It's Mom. Upon hearing that, Bulma instinctively pushed Han Yunfei away and straightened her clothes. Han Yunfei, does my hair look messy? No, it's fine. Han Yunfei was deeply sullen. Suppressing the flames of desire within him, he went over and opened the door. Han Yunfei, drink the tea while it's hot. I won't disturb you. With that, Mrs. Brief smiled and left. After taking a sip of the sweet tea, Han Yunfei gradually calmed down. Han Yunfei, be honest, where did you learn your kissing skills? Have you had many girlfriends? Bulma put her hands on her hips and said huffily. Of course not. I swear before you, I've only ever had one relationship and it ended very quickly. Han Yunfei explained nervously, but he had one hand behind his back with 2 fingers crossed. Fine, I'll believe you for now. Watching Bulma throw her spoiled young lady temper, Han Yunfei found her utterly adorable. I'm going to make the dragon radar now. You focus on your training here. Remember, you are not allowed to think about other girls. With that, Bulma walked up to Han Yunfei, pulled him closer by the neck, kissed him on the lips, and then left the gravity chamber fully satisfied. Only when the sound of the closing door came did Han Yunfei finally breathe a sigh of relief. Miss Bulma truly lived up to her reputation. He had nearly slipped up just now. Letting out a long breath, Han Yunfei recalled his romantic escapades from his school days and cold sweat ran down his back. Licking his lips, he savored Bulma's sweetness and walked over to the control switch. Let's start with 5 times gravity then. After setting gravity to 5 times normal, Han Yunfei immediately found even walking a struggle. His body weight was 120 Jin, but under double gravity it had already reached 600 Jin. Ugh, my body feels so heavy. Persevere, persevere. Let's start with basic push-ups. 1, 2, 3. Time flew by and several months passed in the blink of an eye. Although the World Martial Arts Tournament had been postponed for several months due to budget issues, martial arts masters from all over the world still flocked to participate. Today was the opening day of the world's greatest martial arts tournament. Early in the morning, Han Yunfei headed to Master Roshi's island together with Bulma and Yamcha. Goku. Kuririn. Master Roshi. As soon as the plane landed, Han Yunfei leaped out and ran into Master Roshi's house. Master Roshi, stop messing around, what if someone sees us? It's fine, Lanchi, just let me have one little look. Fine then. Lanchi blushed and lifted her skirt. It's pink. With a spray of blood, Master Roshi's nosebleed burst out and Han Yunfei, stepping through the door at that exact moment, got splattered right in the face. Oh, it's Han Yunfei. Seeing Han Yunfei, Master Roshi immediately grabbed a tissue to wipe his nosebleed while Lanchi covered her face and ran into the room. Han Yunfei. Master Roshi, I'll go wash my face in the bathroom first. Han Yunfei had assumed Master Roshi had forgotten about the World Martial Arts Tournament, but to his surprise the old master had already prepared everything yesterday. After Goku and Kuririn woke up, they put on sharp suits and set off with the group. Goku, you look weird in that suit. Kuririn tugged at Goku's pants and chuckled, seeing how much like a little adult Goku looked. Kuririn, you look weird too. Honestly, Goku and Kuririn were far too short and suits simply didn't suit them. Meanwhile, Han Yunfei, standing nearby in a black tuxedo, cut an exceptionally handsome figure. Since coming to the Dragon Ball world, he had grown another 10 centimeters and was now a handsome 180 centimeter tall young man. The tuxedo was custom made by Bulma for Han Yunfei herself. The more she looked at the dashing Han Yunfei before her, the more delighted she became. Goku, Kuririn, is your training going smoothly? Han Yunfei sat chatting with Goku and Kuririn. Goku, brother Han Yunfei, I feel a lot stronger. Ever since we went to Karin Tower, Kuririn and I have been training while carrying 100 kilogram turtle shells. Kuririn, yeah. Han Yunfei, we've fully adapted to 100 kilograms of weight now. After taking off our shells today, we feel as light as swallows. 100 kilograms, huh? Goku, Kuririn, it seems your strength has truly increased quite a bit. Your trip to Karin Tower wasn't wasted. Han Yunfei knew that in the original story Goku and Kuririn could only carry at most 40 kilogram turtle shells. Now they were carrying more than double that weight. It seems I really have made a huge impact on this Dragon Ball world. I just wonder if the villains have gotten stronger too. These past days Han Yunfei had been training hard in the gravity room. He could now withstand 10 times gravity. Han Yunfei's current weight was 140 gene. Under 10 times gravity, that was a full 1400 gene. If it were an ordinary person, they would already be dead. Opening his system panel, Han Yunfei's attribute information immediately appeared. Name Han Yunfei. Combat power 1500. Title First Sign of Talent. Skills Kamehameha, Afterimage, Fist, Instant Transmission, Spirit Bomb, Solar Flare, Spirit Ball, Sky Dancing Technique, Tenfold Kaio-ken, No Side Effects version. Items Senzu Beans X98. Points 5. During his training, Han Yunfei completed system missions, earned points and purchased the Spirit Ball. After practicing several times, Han Yunfei could already control it purely with his mind without needing his hands. This Spirit Ball is really useful. Used properly, it could win a fight unexpectedly. Han Yunfei recalled that back then even the Kami had been struck by the Spirit Ball. If Yamcha's strength had been just a bit greater, Kami probably would have lost. Chatting with Goku and Kuririn, whom he hadn't seen in a long time, the plane soon landed in front of the World Martial Arts Tournament venue. The entrance was packed with a bustling crowd. Among them were contestants, spectators and many scalpers selling admission tickets. So many people exist in this world. It was Goku's first time seeing such a spectacle and he was utterly astonished. Not to mention Goku, even Kuririn was extremely nervous at that moment. Led by Master Roshi, the group arrived at the preliminary venue. Goku, Kuririn, Yamcha and Han Yunfei all registered to compete. Master Roshi, however, wore a mysterious expression. After handing Goku, Kuririn and Han Yunfei their martial arts uniforms, he quickly hurried away. Goku, wearing this uniform really lifts my spirits. Kuririn, this uniform looks so cool. But it would be so embarrassing if we lost wearing it. Han Yunfei seems a bit small. These three uniforms had been tailor-made by Master Roshi based on their heights, but he didn't know that Han Yunfei had grown even taller. The preliminaries were about to begin as Han Yunfei and the other two slowly walked into the arena. There were over 300 contestants in total and the order of competition was determined by drawing lots. Kuririn number 93. Goku number 170. Han Yunfei number 298. The three of them happened not to be in the same bracket, which put Kuririn's mind at ease. He knew how strong Han Yunfei was. If he ran into Han Yunfei in the preliminaries, it would be over. Seeing that all the contestants were tall, burly and seemingly formidable, Kuririn immediately lost confidence. Kuririn, I think I'm definitely going to lose. Cheer up, Kuririn. You're already very strong. You have to believe in yourself. After all, Kuririn was his fellow disciple. Seeing him so lacking in confidence, Han Yunfei immediately encouraged him. That's right, Kuririn. Brother Han Yunfei is right, pull yourself together. Goku also cheered Kuririn on from the side. Alright. I'll try my best. Just as Kuririn was feeling dejected, two monk-like men walked over slowly. One was thin and the other fat, both looking ill-intentioned. Fat monk: oh, if it isn't Kuririn. What are you doing here? Thin monk: it's been a long time since you ran away from Orin Temple crying, hasn't it? You're not here for the World Martial Arts Tournament, are you? The thin monk patted Kuririn's head as he spoke, his face full of contempt. Yes. I registered. Kuririn lowered his head, offering no resistance, silently enduring it. This is going too far. Seeing this, Goku immediately wanted to rush over and send both of them flying, but Han Yunfei stopped him. Don't go, Goku. This is something Kuririn has to resolve himself. Han Yunfei grabbed Goku's hand and shook his head. If you help Kuririn today, he will never be able to stand on his own strength in the future. Meanwhile, the two monks continued mocking Kuririn. Thin monk: Kuririn, what number are you? I'm number 93. Kuririn lowered his head and answered honestly. Thin monk: aha. Perfect. I'm number 94, so you're my opponent. How amusing. Ah. Kuririn's face turned pale with shock. Haha, Kuririn, don't wet your pants in fear. With that, the two monks swaggered away. Kuririn, back at Orin Temple, they were always bullying me. They're really strong. I can't beat them. Goku, what's there to be afraid of? We've become strong now. As long as you give it your all, you can definitely defeat him. Kuririn, really? Goku is right, as long as you take the match seriously, you can definitely win. Han Yunfei patted Kuririn's shoulder and smiled. Alright, I'll give it a try. Kuririn's voice grew softer and softer, utterly devoid of confidence. Contestants number 93 and 94, please come to the stage. At the referee's command, Kuririn and the thin monk stepped onto the stage together. Can I really do this? Standing on the stage, Kuririn recalled his experiences at Orin Temple and trembled uncontrollably. Thin monk: Kuririn, are you ready? Don't wet your pants again. I'm not going to go easy on you. Ah. Kuririn, who had finally managed to step onto the ring, was shaking all over at the sight of the thin monk. Then the match begins. At the referee's command, the battle officially started. As soon as the match began, the thin monk sneered at Kuririn and without a moment's hesitation threw a punch straight at him. Ha! The skinny monk threw a straight punch, slamming directly into Shaolin's body. Hee hee. Got him. Seeing that he had hit Shaolin with such ease, the skinny monk immediately became smug and self-satisfied. Ha! Yet Shaolin remained standing right where he was. It didn't hurt one bit. What was going on? He touched the spot on his chest that had been struck but felt not a trace of pain. Could it be that the monk had been going easy on him? Staring at the skinny monk, who wore a sly grin, Shaolin was filled with question marks. Ha! Seeing Shaolin still standing there as if nothing had happened, the skinny monk's mouth began to twitch. Humph, looks like you've got some real skill after all. That was just a warm-up. With that, the skinny monk took a deep breath as if about to unleash his ultimate move. Take this. Duolin Temple Meteor Fist. With a thunderous shout, countless fist shadows came raining down toward Shaolin. Heh, how ridiculous. This is what you call a meteor fist? Skinny monk, I'm afraid you've got a misconception about what a meteor really is. Han Yunfei, watching from the side, could no longer stand it. That skinny monk was simply too pathetic. The so-called meteor fist of the skinny monk looked no faster than a slow-motion replay in Han Yunfei's eyes. There was absolutely no way anyone could be hit by it. Sure enough, when the skinny monk came at him, Shaolin was initially frightened and kept dodging. But before long he realized that his opponent's movement seemed incredibly slow. And those fists did not look all that formidable either. Acting on a whim, Shaolin threw a punch straight at the skinny monk. Ya! With a fierce battle cry, Shaolin's fist slammed directly into the monk's abdomen. The next moment, to his utter astonishment, the skinny monk was sent flying. The immense impact shattered the arena wall and the skinny monk soared into the distance with a piercing scream. Contestant No. 93 wins. Ah! Did I do that? Shaolin stood rooted to the spot, gaping at the skinny monk vanishing into the distance. After winning by such overwhelming force, Shaolin enjoyed smooth sailing, reeling off several victories in a row. At that moment, however, little Wukong had run into a troublesome opponent. Hee hee. Not far off, a brawny, stark-naked man with a fierce and fleshy face strode over slowly. So stinky. Way too stinky. My nose is as keen as a dog's, I really can't stand this smell. Han Yunfei, competing in the adjacent ring, caught the foul stench as well. Is that Bok. The legendary Bok who said never to have bathed since birth. Wasn't he supposed to be fighting Shaolin? Why is he in Little Wukong's section? Little Wukong's dog nose is even sharper than the average person's, he's definitely in for a rough time. Han Yunfei said, pinching his nose as he stepped onto his own ring to begin his match. Because of Bok's presence, everyone immediately scattered far away. Contestants No. 170 and 171, please come on stage. Upon hearing his name called, Little Wukong felt like dying right then and there. Under the assault of Bok's reeking odor, he nearly fainted. If an ordinary person could smell 100 points of Bok's stench, Little Wukong could smell a full 300. Look at that poor little fellow actually having to fight the foul-smelling Bok. That kid's going to be stunk to death. Get far away quickly, it's just too stinky. All the other contestants had retreated far from the ring, terrified of being knocked unconscious by the reek. Hee hee hee. Bok closed in on Little Wukong with a lecherous grin, flies swarming all around him. So stinky. Seeing Bok approach, Little Wukong instinctively backed away, but soon found himself with his back to the edge of the ring and nowhere left to go. Haha, you're trapped now. Come have a whiff of my bad breath. With that, Bok opened his cavernous mouth wide and a concentrated blast of stench shot straight toward Little Wukong. Ah! After inhaling that noxious gas, Little Wukong felt his head grow foggy and the world around him blur. Haha, there's more. Bok said, reaching a hand into his own crotch. His fingers rubbed and kneaded within, sending wave after wave of putrid odor rolling outward. Try this one. Drawing his fingers out from his crotch, Bok held them directly in front of Little Wukong's face. Instantly a nearly suffocating stench slammed into him. I can't take it. Little Wukong's legs gave way and he collapsed helplessly to the ground. Meanwhile, on the adjacent ring, Han Yunfei floored an opponent with a single punch, then immediately turned his gaze toward Little Wukong. Why is it so stinky here? Could it be that reeking Bok? Activating the sky dance technique, Han Yunfei drifted forward slowly. Little Wukong. How could things have come to this? Hovering in the air, Han Yunfei stared down with knitted brows at Little Wukong, whose body was twitching on the ground below. Haha, let me show you my ultimate weapon. With that, Bok actually turned around, presenting his back to the fallen Little Wukong. He's not about to fart, is he? Little Wukong, get up quickly. Fight him using your Rui staff, just keep your distance. At the critical moment, Han Yunfei bellowed at the top of his voice. The Rui staff. That's right. I need to keep my distance. Hearing this, Little Wukong instantly spun around, leaped backward and landed on the other side of the ring. With a loud "ft," Bok unleashed his most devastating trump card. A fiercely sour stench instantly flooded the entire ring, and even the referee beside him hurriedly put on a gas mask. Rui staff, extend. In the nick of time, Little Wukong's Rui staff jammed tightly against Bok's rear end. With that air vent blocked, the foul fart was forced to escape through Bok's mouth instead. So stinky. Even Bok himself was knocked unconscious by the stench of his own fart. Contestant Bok is down. 1, 2, 3, 10. Contestant No. 170 wins. As the arena had been thoroughly contaminated, the match was suspended while specialized personnel carried out air purification. 30 minutes later, the air inside the arena was completely renewed and the unbearably foul Bok was carried away from the martial arts tournament. Meanwhile, on Han Yunfei's ring, a man dressed in Indian attire with a white turban Namo was unleashing his most lethal secret technique. Sky Cross Fist. Namo vaulted high into the air, then plunged downward like a shooting star. With his arms crossed, he smashed straight toward his opponent's neck. A thunderous crash resounded and a red lizard man on the ring was battered into deep unconsciousness. Contestant No. 297 wins. Next contestants No. 297 and 298, please enter the ring. Hearing the announcement, Han Yunfei stepped onto the ring. When he saw that solemn, anxiety-ridden face before him, he was instantly at a loss for words. Isn't he Namo, the hope of his entire village? Because his homeland suffered from an extreme water shortage, Namo had no choice but to travel a great distance to compete in the world's most prestigious martial arts tournament. He had been fighting with every ounce of his strength in order to win the prize money and purchase water. But at that thought, Han Yunfei broke into a grin and walked up to Namo. Taking a capsule from his pocket, he handed it to Namo. Namo, there's no need for us to fight at all. This is a large water storage jug. Water is abundant around here, you don't actually have to pay for it. You should just forfeit now, fill this up with water and hurry back to your village. What? Is this for real? Namu looked at the referee in disbelief and the referee nodded in confirmation. Namu, your problem is that you never communicate with others. If you had talked to people earlier you would have known that the water here is free. Remember Namu, from now on learn to reach out and talk to people. Han Yunfei patted Namu on the shoulder as he spoke. Thank you. I'm so grateful. The villagers back home are saved now. With that Namu grabbed a capsule and dashed straight out of the tournament venue. Contestant No. 298 wins. Watching Namu's hurriedly retreating figure, Han Yunfei grinned and shook his head. The preliminaries of the martial arts tournament were divided into 8 rings and each ring would ultimately produce one contestant for the final 8. On the 7th ring a blue dragon man who had just sent a boxer flying with a single punch roared arrogantly. This dragon man was none other than Jinan. Now Jinan stood at the center of the ring looking down on all his opponents. Humph, an overconfident fool. A three-eyed man in the crowd snorted coldly, gazing at Jinan on the ring with disdain. Contestant No. 200, please come to the stage. The moment the words fell, the three-eyed man leaped onto the ring. Begin. At the referee's command the three-eyed man sneered and walked toward Jinan. Tien, go get him. A short child wearing a cap below the stage hovered in midair and shouted at the top of his voice. Kaiotsu, dealing with trash like this takes only 3 seconds. Turning to glance at the child below, the three-eyed man said flatly. That three-eyed man was none other than Tien Shinhan. He had come to the World Martial Arts Tournament this time to prove his own strength. Bold words. Take this. Magic gum. Having won several matches in a row, Jinan's confidence had been swelling. Insulted by Tien, he flew into a rage and unleashed his strongest technique. A massive strand of gum shot out of Jinan's mouth and instantly wrapped all around Tien Shinhan in front of him. Haha, how do you like that? You were pretty arrogant just now, three-eyed brat, weren't you? Let's see how you can knock me down within 3 seconds. My magic gum is absolutely indestructible. Seeing Tien completely bound by the magic gum, Jinan burst into laughter. But the very next moment his laughter stopped abruptly because Tien Shinhan broke free from the magic gum with incredible ease. Ha! Tien Shinhan flashed forward and appeared in front of Jinan. Before Jinan even realized it, he drove a knife hand strike into his abdomen. After the strike, Tien Shinhan turned and walked away without looking back. Jinan stood frozen in place. A second later his enormous body crashed to the ground, foaming at the mouth and unconscious. Contestant No. 200 wins. Tien Shinhan stood smiling on the ring, waiting for the next contestant to come up. The winner could choose to step down and rest or continue competing. At that moment Han Yunfei also noticed the extraordinary aura emanating from the 7th ring. Having witnessed Tien Shinhan's final strike, Han Yunfei was deeply shaken. Tien Shinhan's attack just now had not been a single strike. Within an instant he had unleashed 5 blows, each landing with pinpoint accuracy on the exact same spot, resulting in devastating damage. That Tien Shinhan is truly impressive. Hovering in midair, Han Yunfei looked down at Tien Shinhan and Tien Shinhan noticed him at that same moment. This guy can actually fly. How come I've never seen him before? As far as Tien Shinhan knew, no one outside the Crane Hermit School should be able to use the sky dance technique. Hey kid, what's your name? Tien Shinhan called out, warily staring up at Han Yunfei hovering in the air. Han Yunfei. The moment he heard the name Han Yunfei, Tien's expression tightened as if he were weighing something. Han Yunfei descended from the air and walked up to Tien Shinhan. You're Tien Shinhan, right? I saw you having a pretty good time up there. But bullying the weak isn't much of a skill. Han Yunfei said coolly with a grin. Is that so? Then let me test what you're made of. With that, Tien Shinhan's aura suddenly surged and an astonishing pressure shot straight toward Han Yunfei. A mere trick. As the pressure closed in, Han Yunfei's own aura also flared up violently. The two invisible forces clashed against each other in midair. The collision of their auras formed a small whirlwind, leaving every contestant present utterly stunned. All contestants not involved leave the ring at once. Do not obstruct the match. Seeing this, the referee immediately issued a warning. Both of them stopped their aura clash at once. Han Yunfei, you really do have some skill. So it really was you who killed Tao Pai Pai. Tien Shinhan's real purpose in testing Han Yunfei's strength was to verify whether the rumor of Tao Pai Pai's death was true. Oh, you mean that Tao Pai Pai? He overreached and came looking for trouble, so I just casually disposed of him. If you hadn't brought it up, I'd have almost forgotten that trivial matter. Waving his hand dismissively, Han Yunfei jumped down from the ring as he spoke. You. Fine kid. Han Yunfei, you'd better not run into me in the ring. By now Tien Shinhan was thoroughly enraged. Glaring at Han Yunfei below the ring, he bellowed. No problem. Brother Fei will be waiting for you. I'm just afraid you won't even make the final 8. Fine Han Yunfei, just you wait. Watching the furious Tien Shinhan, Han Yunfei turned around with a nonchalant expression and walked away. Just as he was about to return to his own ring, he ran into a very unpleasant character. Wearing sunglasses, the man was appraising Han Yunfei with a sinister look. He was none other than the Crane Hermit. So you're Han Yunfei, the Turtle Hermit's disciple. Hey, it seems the Turtle Hermit has taken on a fine disciple. Because of the sunglasses, Han Yunfei could not clearly see the Crane Hermit's expression. But Han Yunfei had always found the Crane Hermit, that sly old bastard, utterly repulsive. What does it have to do with you how many disciples the Turtle Hermit takes? Old Crane Hermit, is there anything else? Brother Fei has no time to banter with you here. Han Yunfei said irritably and then made to leave. What trick are you up to, old bastard? You think I can't see through it? Want me to join the Crane Hermit school? Not a chance. Though this was Han Yunfei's first time meeting the Crane Hermit, he had long known exactly the kind of man he was. His reason for taking Tien Shinhan as a disciple was to mold him into a cold-blooded killer like Tao Pai Pai. Poor Tien Shinhan had been brainwashed and controlled by the Crane Hermit all this time, not daring to resist. How pathetic. In fact, Han Yunfei knew that someone like Tien Shinhan could never be a killer. Don't rush off. I can see you're exceptionally gifted. I wonder if you'd be interested in joining my Crane Hermit school. My Crane Hermit school is far more powerful than the Turtle Hermit school. If you're willing to join, I'll pass on everything I've learned in my lifetime. What do you say? The sinister, cunning Crane Hermit immediately made an extremely tempting offer. Get lost, you old bastard. Brother Fei hadn't planned to curse, but seeing your old bastard face, I just can't help myself. If you don't get out of here now, do you believe I'll pull out every last hair of your beard? After being so inexplicably blasted by Han Yunfei, the Crane Hermit turned livid with anger. Fine boy, so insolent. In a while Tien Shinhan will beat you half to death and leave you a cripple. Don't think you can get off scot-free after killing my brother. I will avenge this. Bristling with fury, the Crane Hermit wished he could devour Han Yunfei alive. Ha ha ha, that's hilarious. Hearing this, Han Yunfei burst into laughter so loud that the nearby contestants all gathered to watch. What are you laughing at, boy? Are you scared? Scared? Would Brother Fei be scared of an old bastard like you? When he said old bastard, Han Yunfei deliberately stressed every word. Everyone burst into laughter, realizing that the nickname old bastard seemed to fit the Crane Hermit perfectly. If you have the guts, fight me yourself. Brother Fei will fight you without using his hands or feet. Come on then. As he spoke, Han Yunfei clasped his hands behind his back and grinned provocatively. You think I'm afraid of you? Not using hands or feet, you said it yourself, kid. Don't regret it. With a sinister cold smile, the Crane Hermit then assumed a fighting stance. Come on, if you don't fight me, you're a coward. Facing the Crane Hermit's poised to strike posture, Han Yunfei still stood with his hands clasped behind his back, exuding calm confidence. Look everyone. The Crane Hermit is actually laying a hand on a junior. And that young man even said he wouldn't use his hands or feet. Is he crazy? I heard the Crane Hermit's strength is on par with Tao Pai Pai's. That kid is going to be in trouble. All the contestants present unanimously agreed that Han Yunfei was about to get beaten badly this time. Kid, I'll give you one last chance. If you bow your head and admit your mistake now, I can still forgive you. Seeing Han Yunfei's confident face, the Crane Hermit suddenly sensed something suspicious. If Tao Pai Pai was really killed by him, then Han Yunfei's strength must be above my own. Judging by his expression, he doesn't seem to be lying. With so many onlookers around, even if I win, I'll only earn the reputation of bullying a junior. But if I lose, that would be a tremendous disgrace. I almost fell for that kid's trick. After weighing the options, the Crane Hermit immediately withdrew his stance and refused to fight Han Yunfei. Heh kid, I won't bother squabbling with you. Just wait for Tien Shinhan to settle the score. With that, the Crane Hermit turned to leave. So the world-famous Crane Hermit is nothing but a cowardly turtle. Everyone saw it. I even offered to fight without my hands or feet, yet he still wouldn't accept. So the Crane Hermit school is just a school of cowards. For some reason Han Yunfei felt like punching that Crane Hermit fellow the moment he saw him. Meanwhile Tien Shinhan, who was in the middle of a match on the ring, heard this and wanted to rush off the stage to beat Han Yunfei senseless, but since he was in a match, stepping down would mean defeat. Kaiotsu, go help. Yes, brother Tien. Obeying Tien Shinhan's order, the psychic Kaiotsu immediately flew at high speed toward Han Yunfei. The Crane Hermit's expression turned extremely ugly. Having been humiliated by Han Yunfei like that, if he still didn't act, the Crane Hermit school's reputation would be ruined. Gazing at the young man before him, the Crane Hermit gave a cold snort and then attacked Han Yunfei directly. Oh. Finally made up your mind. Then let Big Brother Fei play with you. Seeing the Crane Hermit hurtling toward him, Han Yunfei smiled faintly and with his hand still behind his back actually advanced to meet him. Die. The moment they clashed, the Crane Hermit executed a black tiger tearing heart claw aimed straight at Han Yunfei's chest. As the claw came at him, Han Yunfei smiled and dodged with ease. Ha. Yeah. Unlike the Turtle Hermit's fierce forceful style, the Crane Hermit was sinister and treacherous. Every one of his moves was viciously aimed at Han Yunfei's vitals. But to his astonishment, Han Yunfei dodged every attack with ease, giving the Crane Hermit a splitting headache. Master, let me help you. By now Kaiotsu had arrived at the Crane Hermit's side. Pointing both hands, he unleashed his psychic power. In an instant Han Yunfei felt as though his whole body was bound by an invisible force. He saw Kaiotsu floating in midair, both hands aimed directly at him. So it's psychic power. Han Yunfei looked at Kaiotsu and immediately showed alarm. He couldn't move. Seeing Han Yunfei trapped, the Crane Hermit snickered and charged at him at once. Kid, this is what you get for offending the Crane Hermit school, die. Seizing this perfect opportunity, the Crane Hermit struck with full power, aiming straight for Han Yunfei's vitals. Heh, fooled you. Seeing the Crane Hermit charging at him, Han Yunfei grinned. Then his aura exploded outward, and under that overwhelming pressure Kaiotsu's psychic power instantly failed. You sly old bastard, meet your death. In the next instant Han Yunfei shot toward the Crane Hermit and rammed him with his head, sending him flying. Under the immense impact, the Crane Hermit smashed through a stone wall and flew off into the sky. After knocking him flying, Han Yunfei felt immensely satisfied. He didn't care about the resentment from Tien Shinhan and Kaiotsu. In the end they would all see the Crane Hermit's true colors and abandon him. After the fierce battles among the contestants, the top 8 of the preliminaries had emerged: Son Goku, Krillin, Tien Shinhan, Kaiotsu, Jackie Chun, the Masked Man, Yamcha, and Han Yunfei. On the tournament ring the night was deep and silent. Han Yunfei and Bulma sat quietly together, gazing at the stars scattered across the sky. Holding Bulma in his arms, Han Yunfei felt utterly content. Reaching the top 8 was only expected. Due to months of intense training in the gravity room, his battle power had now reached 1500. With a single thought, Han Yunfei's status panel appeared before him. Name: Han Yunfei. Battle power 1500. Title: Budding Talent. Skills: Kamehameha Afterimage Technique, Instant Transmission, Destructo Disc, Solar Flare, Spirit Ball, Flight Technique, 10x Kaio-ken, no side effect version. Item: Senzu Beans X98. Points 5. Han Yunfei's battle power had now reached 1500, while that Crane Hermit fellow was only 120. With absolute power, Han Yunfei was supremely confident. Now even across the entire earth his strength was enough to tower over all others. Bulma, once you finish your studies, let's get married. Han Yunfei whispered in Bulma's ear. Hearing the word marriage, Bulma immediately blushed. I'll listen to you in everything. After we're married, let's have a baby. Would you prefer a boy or a girl? Stroking Bulma's soft hair, Han Yunfei said softly. Oh, you. Who would have a baby with you? Blushing, Bulma shoved Han Yunfei away. Haha, if it's a boy, I've already picked a name: Trunks. What do you think? Amid the teasing, Han Yunfei pulled Bulma into his arms, looked at her blushing cheeks, tapped her nose and smiled. Trunks. Not a bad name. After hearing it, Bulma seemed to really like the name Trunks too. Meanwhile, on the other side of the distant universe, inside Friesia's spaceship. Report: Lord Friesia Vegeta has returned, said a Friesia Force soldier. Oh. Back already? Let him in, said Friesia. Yes, Lord Friesia. As the spaceship hatch opened, Vegeta walked in alone. Lord Friesia, the operation to attack the planet went very smoothly. We've already occupied the planet and begun contacting buyers. After coming before Friesia, Vegeta knelt on one knee and said respectfully. Well done, Vegeta. Looking at the kneeling Vegeta, Friesia smiled faintly. The reason Friesia had kept Vegeta alive was that he valued his exceptional business acumen. After all, which race was more intimately acquainted with the buying and selling of planets? And which race was both powerful and fond of battle? The Saiyans had inherited both of these traits, but there were too many of them to control, and their potential was astonishing. Long ago, Frisia's ancestor Chilled had been severely wounded by an awakened Super Saiyan and died of his injuries. That was why Frisia was terrified that another Super Saiyan might appear among those wild monkeys. After destroying planet Vegeta, Frisia finally put his mind at ease. Only a handful of Saiyans remained now. Besides Vegeta, Nappa and the others were under Frisia's close surveillance, so no matter what they did they could never overthrow him. Frisia, Vegeta, you don't look so well. It's nothing, Lord Frisia. I've just been having nightmares a lot lately. It's nothing serious. Vegeta lowered his head and said respectfully. Frisia, oh, is that so? Does the proud prince of the Saiyans actually have nightmares? Don't tell me you dreamed of your father the king. As he spoke, Frisia's eyes suddenly narrowed and he looked at Vegeta with suspicion. And no, Lord Frisia. It's just that I've been dreaming of a woman recently. And this woman was with another man. Vegeta hastily lowered his head and explained, afraid that Frisia would become suspicious. Oh. So it's a woman. Fine, Vegeta, I suppose even you have your troubles. I have a very urgent matter. Earlier Dodoria actually encountered Bardock on Earth and clashed with him. Bardock. Hearing that name, Vegeta was startled and thought to himself, wasn't Bardock dead? I've already sent Zarbon to pursue Bardock, but Bardock is extremely battle-hardened. I'm afraid Zarbon won't be able to deal with him. Can you make a trip for me and bring back Bardock's body? With his eyes slightly narrowed, Frisia looked at Vegeta before him and said, of course, no problem. I'll leave immediately. I definitely won't disappoint Lord Frisia. Vegeta's answer was crisp and decisive, which pleased Frisia greatly. Good. You may go. Frisia waved his hand and said no more. Your subordinate takes his leave. Having said this, Vegeta left respectfully. Walking along the spaceship corridor, he gnashed his teeth. You're sending me to kill Bardock. Are you testing me? Humph. Damn you, Frisia. You underestimate me too much. Killing a comrade is easy for me. When I become a Super Saiyan one day, I'll tear you to pieces. Vegeta muttered to himself, then entered another spaceship. A spaceship tore across the starry sky, flying off to a distant galaxy. On the other side of a distant galaxy, Han, Yunfei and Bulma were still snuggled together. Han Yunfei, you know what? In the months you were training so hard, I wasn't idle either. I've now built an even more accurate dragon radar. Here, look. As she spoke, Bulma took out a watch-like device. This is a portable dragon radar, and it's much more accurate than the old one. Han Yunfei, let me put it on you and try. Without waiting for Han Yunfei to react, Bulma put the dragon radar on him. With a beep, she switched it on. See? Haven't the Dragon Balls all returned to their original state? Wait, no. Why are these 3 Dragon Balls gathered together? Could someone be collecting the Dragon Balls? Bulma turned pale with alarm. A few days before, she had used the dragon radar to check their positions, but no cluster had shown up. Han Yunfei, it seems we need to go find the Dragon Balls as soon as possible after the tournament. Didn't you want the ability of supercellular regeneration? My eternal youth can wait, and yours can be fulfilled first. Bulma, like a little bird, nestled in Han Yunfei's arms and said gently. It's all right, Bulma. My wish can be postponed. Let's make yours come true first. Han Yunfei said softly, stroking Bulma's forehead with tender affection. A night of sweet intimacy passed. The next day, the World Martial Arts Tournament finally arrived at the showdown for the final 8. To attract more advertisers, the tournament organizers spent the entire morning promoting these 8 fighters. And because these 8 fighters were so formidable, the TV station made an exception and broadcast the World Martial Arts Tournament live. With the TV station's live broadcast, advertisers swarmed in from all directions. Seeing so many advertisers arriving, the tournament organizers grinned from ear to ear. The first match was Jackie Chun against Yamcha. Though Yamcha unleashed the Wolf Fang Fist, he still lost to Jackie Chun's absolute strength. After losing, Yamcha immediately suspected that Jackie Chun was Master Roshi in disguise. He wanted to expose Jackie Chun, but he had no proof. The second match was Goku versus the Masked Man. Looking at the man wearing a rabbit mask, Goku suddenly felt a long-lost familiarity. Beside the Masked Man was an old woman sitting on a crystal ball. She was none other than Fortune Teller Baba. At that moment, Fortune Teller Baba was whispering to the Masked Man. Fortune teller Baba, are you sure you want to fight him the moment you meet? Masked man, I really want to see how much Goku has grown now. Baba, just let me fight him once and fulfill my wish. Fortune teller Baba, if that's the case I'll allow it. But we don't have much time left. It turned out that during the preliminaries fortune teller Baba had the masked man win under an assumed name and then sent him to this tournament all for the sole purpose of fighting Goku. Son Goku and the masked man, please take the stage. Then the match begins. At the referee's command the match began at once. As soon as the match began Goku took a fighting stance. The masked man however saluted Goku. Seeing that Goku immediately returned the salute. Masked man, one should salute before a match. Goku, ah. I see. My late grandpa once said the same thing. The real battle now began. Feeling the pressure from the masked man's ki, Goku fought with all his might. With a powerful stomp he shot toward the masked man. Hey! Seeing Goku rushing at him, the masked man was startled and quickly threw a punch at his head. Seeing the iron fist coming, Goku dropped down and narrowly avoided it. The next instant an uppercut flew straight toward the masked man's head. With a crack the masked man caught Goku's fierce punch. The two were evenly matched and soon they were locked in close combat. Meanwhile Jackie Chun looked at the masked man and suddenly thought of someone. Son Gohan. That's right, this man should be the deceased grandfather of little Wukong's son Wufan. But hadn't son Wufan already died? Why would he appear here? Bewildered Qinglong spotted Baba standing nearby. So this was his elder sister's doing. Qinglong knew that his older sister Baba was a fortune-telling witch. Moreover, she could not only cast divinations but also bring the dead back from the netherworld for a single day. So Baba used her divination to calculate the time of little Wukong's match and arranged this battle between son Wufan and his grandson. Seeing Qinglong, Baba immediately drifted to his side. Little brother, long time no see. I never expected you to have entered the tournament as well. Expressionless Baba floated over to the turtle hermit and greeted him. Sure. Sister, keep your voice down. I'm competing in disguise, don't let anyone hear you. The turtle hermit glanced around warily as he spoke. When he saw that no one had noticed their conversation he immediately relaxed. At that moment on the arena son Wukong and son Wufan were locked in a fierce battle. Beside him Han Yunfei suddenly remembered that the man beneath the rabbit mask should be son Wufan. In the original story son Wufan was supposed to fight little Wukong at Baba's place, but because of Han Yunfei's appearance the flow of space and time had shifted. Yet now son Wufan had appeared at the World Martial Arts Tournament. While Han Yunfei was pondering, son Wufan brought his hands together in a cup shape, slowly lowered them to his waist and began muttering incantations. Ka. Me. Ha. Me. Ha. Hearing that it was the Kamehameha, little Wukong across from him turned pale with shock. No way. How could he know the Kamehameha? While little Wukong was still wondering, the masked man finished gathering his energy. With a thunderous shout he sent the Kamehameha wave shooting straight toward little Wukong. But in the next moment the Kamehameha struck only an afterimage of little Wukong. The afterimage fist. The masked man, utterly aghast, could not understand why little Wukong's combat strength had increased so quickly. Of course the masked man knew nothing of how little Wukong had climbed Korin Tower and seized the ultra-divine water. Up there. Hovering in midair, little Wukong suddenly shouted and then shot straight downward. What was little Wukong trying to do? Wouldn't this turn him into a sitting duck? Watching from the side, Qinglong thought that little Wukong had just made a terrible mistake. Han Yunfei however did not believe little Wukong would make such a low-level mistake. Sure enough, as little Wukong fell at top speed he brought his hands together in a cup shape and slowly lowered them to his waist. Ka. Me. Ha. Me. Ha. Seeing little Wukong murmur to himself, the masked man below was startled. Could it be the Kamehameha? Just as the masked man was stunned in disbelief, a shockwave blasted over and sent him flying off the arena, crashing down below the stage. What a formidable kid. From the audience, Qinglong, watching little Wukong's performance, began to feel that he might not be a match for him after all. The masked contestant has been knocked off the stage, son Wukong wins. After the referee's announcement the entire audience erupted in cheers. None of the spectators had ever witnessed such a breathtaking fight. They felt that watching little Wukong's match was even more thrilling than watching a movie. I lost. Little Wukong, I didn't expect you to have become this strong. The masked man let out a soft chuckle, stepped back onto the stage and took off his mask. Behind the mask was an old kind face. Grandpa. Grandpa. Seeing his deceased grandfather, little Wukong rushed towards Sun Wufan without a second thought. With a single leap he grabbed hold of Sun Wufan's head. Ouch. This kid. Sun Wufan happily hugged little Wukong back. Wah. Grandpa. Silly boy. What are you crying for? Grandpa, I missed you so much. Grandpa. Little Wukong was reduced to a flood of tears. Seeing the pain in little Wukong's face, Han Yunfei suddenly felt that his origins were rather pitiful. He had been sent to Earth as a child and had never even laid eyes on his own biological parents. And the grandfather who had raised him had been trampled to death by him after he transformed into a giant ape, truly a tragedy. Little Wukong, you are so strong now that even I am no match for you anymore. Seeing how much his grandson had grown, Sun Wufan felt deeply gratified. Grandpa, the turtle hermit taught me. Oh right. Grandpa, I even climbed Korin Tower. Little Wukong was just like a child showing off excellent marks in front of an adult. Is that so? It seems my grandson has become an extraordinary person. Seeing his grandfather return to the living world, little Wukong immediately asked excitedly, Grandpa, when did you come back to life? Looking at little Wukong's thriving growth, Sun Wufan said with great pride. No, I haven't come back to life. I've been dead all along. You can tell from this halo above my head. Sun Wufan pointed to the halo floating in midair above him. It's because Baba can freely travel between the netherworld and the mortal world. I came back to the living world thanks to her. Then Grandpa, can we live together again? Little Wukong asked excitedly once more. No, little Wukong. I can only stay for one day. Sun Wufan's words immediately startled everyone present. Grandpa, I can gather all the Dragon Balls and bring you back to life. Thinking of Shenren, little Wukong said eagerly. There's no need, little Wukong. In that world there are many beautiful girls waiting for me. I don't plan to come back to life just yet, hee. At the mention of beautiful girls, Sun Wufan's old face flushed. As expected of the turtle hermit's disciple, his taste is exactly the same. Han Yunfei thought when he heard this. Krillin, so was meeting little Wukong today a coincidence? No. I simply asked Baba to divine it for me. She predicted that little Wukong would reach the top 8. Krillin, wow. So this old. I mean, this granny is really incredible. Well, little Wukong, my time is almost up, I have to go. Seeing you grow so vigorously makes me very gratified. I will watch you grow from the other world. I hope you can improve even more and become even stronger in the future. Patting little Wukong's head, Sun Wufan said kindly. I will, Grandpa. Then goodbye everyone. Let us meet again in the other world someday. With that, Sun Wufan gave Qinglong a meaningful glance, then vanished with a smile. So it really was Sun Wufan. At least he didn't expose me in public. Qinglong heaved a long sigh of relief after Sun Wufan left. The third match was Han Yunfei vs Kaiotsu. But before the match, Bulma told Han Yunfei a piece of bad news. According to the Dragon Radar, 6 Dragon Balls had already gathered together. It was obvious that someone was deliberately collecting the Dragon Balls. Just as Han Yunfei was about to abandon the tournament and go seize them, the 6 Dragon Balls vanished from the radar. What exactly was going on? Why had those 6 Dragon Balls disappeared? That's impossible. Startled, Bulma even suspected that the Dragon Radar was broken. But when she saw that Han Yunfei's radar also showed no Dragon Balls, she immediately abandoned that thought. At the same time, aboard an airship, a green-skinned man whose features were remarkably similar to those of a god was seated upright upon a throne. Beside him stood 2 demonic-looking monsters. The one whose face so closely resembled the gods was none other than Demon King Piccolo. And at this moment Pilaf and his gang were actually aboard the airship too. At this rate, only the last Dragon Ball remains. Tambourine, you've done well. Piccolo's aged voice rang out as he held the Dragon Ball up, examining it carefully. Because his frame was far larger than an ordinary man's, the Dragon Ball looked like a tiny glass marble in his hand. It was my duty, great Demon King. Tambourine was an egg spat from Piccolo's mouth, in a sense his son. Unlike Earthlings, Namekians did not need a man and a woman together to reproduce. And the way they gave birth was enough to make anyone's jaw drop. Every time Pilaf thought of that gigantic dinosaur fossil-like egg slowly emerging from Piccolo's mouth stretched to its absolute limit, his stomach would churn without end. The sight of that mucus-covered giant egg on the ground gave Pilaf nightmares every time he recalled it. Great Demon King, at this rate only the last Dragon Ball is missing. I believe Symbol should have found it by now. The speaker was a green bird man named Piano, Piccolo's chief strategist. Symbol, Tambourine and Piano were all born from Piccolo. Symbol and Tambourine were combat-type demons while Piano was the intelligent type. Then excellent. As long as I gather all the Dragon Balls I can retain my youth forever. At these words an ugly smile spread across Piccolo's face. Great Demon King, didn't you collect the Dragon Balls in order to rule the world? Pilaf glanced at Piccolo and asked cautiously. Pilaf and his two companions watched Piccolo warily, terrified that he might turn on them and wipe them out. Ruling the world is a trifling matter to me, there is no need to rely on the Dragon Balls. What I want is eternal youth. If that wish is fulfilled I can rule this world forever. When he spoke of everlasting youth, Piccolo's eyes instantly gleamed with excitement and anticipation. A fine idea indeed, but I went through great hardship to free you from that rice cooker and even told you the secret of the Dragon Balls. Pilaf looked at Piccolo, rubbing his hands together as he spoke carefully. What exactly are you trying to say? Piccolo now seemed somewhat impatient. No. It's actually nothing important. It's just that I hope you can give me half the world in the future. Heh heh heh. I also told you about the World Martial Arts Tournament. The final 8 have already begun fighting. When the time comes you just need to wipe them all out in one fell swoop. As Pilaf talked he looked at Piccolo, but Piccolo only stared back at him coldly, saying nothing. The Great Demon King isn't angry, is he? We're done for. If the Great Demon King gets angry our lives are over. At that thought Pilaf was so frightened that he immediately changed his words. Maybe you could give me 3/4. No, 1/4 of the world, that's enough. Pilaf looked at Piccolo and said in a fluster. I'll consider it. Piccolo said coldly, seemingly unwilling to pay any attention to Pilaf and his gang. Very well. I'll await your good news. Hearing that, Pilaf answered, fearfully trembling with terror. The World Martial Arts Tournament, those damned martial artists. They dared to use that strange technique to seal me inside this thing. Piccolo glanced at the battered rice cooker beside him, and with a sharp glare the rice cooker instantly burst into ashes. I will kill every skilled martial artist. Recalling the scene of being sealed by Mateto, Piccolo spoke with lingering fear. Wish you success. Seeing Piccolo's terrifying destructive power, Pilaf and his two companions were instantly scared out of their wits. Oh right. Great Demon King, just to be safe you can put the Dragon Balls in this box. Once the Dragon Balls are placed inside, no dragon radar will ever be able to locate them. As he spoke, Pilaf took out a lunchbox and said with an ingratiating smile. Piccolo glanced at the lunchbox, then at his strategist Piano beside him. Piano, since this box is so miraculous, let's put the Dragon Balls inside. Pilaf, you have been very thoughtful. This way even if others try to gather the Dragon Balls they won't be able to find them. With that, Piano placed the 6 Dragon Balls into the lunchbox. A miraculous scene unfolded. The signals of the 6 Dragon Balls that had been on the Dragon radar suddenly vanished. Now only one Dragon Ball on the radar remained, still emitting its signal. Master Piano, thank you for the praise. It is the least I could do. Pilaf said fawningly. Now that he had latched onto such a mighty backer as Piccolo, what did he have to fear from Son Goku and Han Yunfei? Thinking of the days of prosperity that lay ahead, Pilaf's eyes lit up. At the tournament, Han Yunfei and Bulma wore puzzled expressions, unaware that the 6 missing Dragon Balls had been placed inside the signal-blocking lunchbox. At that very moment, in a wild mountain forest, a stout man clad in a vertically striped kimono with a Japanese katana at his waist was searching everywhere for food. I'm so hungry. Where did all the dinosaurs and tigers go? Grumble, grumble. Rubbing his plump belly, the stout man seemed to be in a very bad mood. Yes, this fellow was the renowned Yajirobe. Suddenly a giant winged dragon man rushed down from the sky straight at him. The giant dragon man stopped before Yajirobe and immediately spotted the Dragon Ball hanging around his neck. You there. Hand over the Dragon Ball. The giant dragon man waved his hand at Yajirobe and said. You want this? Looking at the glass ball in his hand, Yajirobe suddenly wondered if it was worth a fortune. That's right. Kid, give me the Dragon Ball and I'll spare your life. The giant dragon man bared his claws and fangs, looking absolutely ferocious. He was none other than Piccolo's other son, Symbol. Spare my life. Yajirobe had already been in a bad mood, and hearing how arrogant the other was only made him angrier. You bastard. Who do you think you're talking to? If you don't get lost now, I'll cut you open and eat you. Yajirobe looked at the giant dragon man and suddenly thought he would make a very delicious lunch. What? You dare oppose me? I can see you're tired of living. Since you want to die so badly, I'll grant your wish. With that, Symbol glared viciously at Yajirobe and prepared to strike. Humph. Then try me if you dare. Should I steam you or roast you? Rubbing his chin, Yajirobe could not decide. You're courting death. Symbol swung his sharp claws straight at Yajirobe. Caught off guard, Yajirobe took the blow directly in the face and was sent flying crashing to the ground. Haha. The kid talks big, but his abilities are nothing special. Seeing that he had taken down his opponent in a single blow, Symbol burst into loud laughter. But the next moment Yajirobe stood up again as if nothing had happened. What a headache. You're tougher than I expected. Alright, I'm going to get serious now. With that, Yajirobe charged at Symbol and delivered a flying kick, sending him stumbling back several steps. For a time the two were evenly matched. Meanwhile, Han Yunfei easily defeated Kaiotsu. Seeing Kaiotsu injured, Tien Shinhan's resentment toward Han Yunfei deepened further. And he also laid this grudge at the Turtle School's door. The next moment would be his battle with Krillin. Tien Shinhan watched the eager and spirited Krillin not far away, and a cold sneer curled at the corner of his mouth. The final match of the quarterfinals, Tianjin Fan vs Shaolin. After training at Jiaoling Xianta, Shaolin's combat power had surged dramatically. Adapting to the 100-kilogram turtle shell, his power level had reached 115. Go for it, Shaolin. Upon seeing Shaolin step onto the ring, Xiao Wukong immediately began cheering him on. Don't worry, Xiao Wukong. I will definitely win. Have no doubts about me, Shaolin said with unwavering resolve. Humph, what arrogance. Do all disciples of the Guixian sect rely so blindly on their confidence? As he spoke, Tianjin Fan slowly ascended the arena. The moment he appeared, the crowd erupted in cheers. At this championship tournament, the two fighters receiving the loudest support were Tianjin Fan and Han Yunfei. Do not underestimate me, I will prove myself to you. Watching Tianjin Fan stand before him with such supreme confidence, Shaolin could sense the formidable power radiating from his opponent. Humph. Tianjin Fan snorted coldly and said nothing further. The final quarterfinal match, Shaolin vs Tianjin Fan. The contest begins now. With the referee's signal, the spectators around the arena erupted in frenzy. They chattered animatedly, most of them heavily favoring Tianjin Fan. That bald kid looks so small, he won't last long. Look at that turtle character on his martial arts uniform, he must be from the Guixian sect. Wow. It seems the quarterfinals have become a clash between the Guixian and Heisen factions. Look. The little one is charging forward. He's so fast. Even as the crowd buzzed with speculation, Shaolin struck first. In one fluid motion he launched a soaring kick aimed straight at Tianjin Fan's head. Humph. With a faint smile, Tianjin Fan casually extended his right hand and effortlessly blocked Shaolin's flying kick, then immediately thrust two fingers toward Shaolin's abdomen. Struck in the abdomen, Shaolin collapsed to the ground in pain. Seeing this, Tianjin Fan sneered with contempt. But to his astonishment, Shaolin quickly rose to his feet once more. With a sudden leap, the bald fighter sent Tianjin Fan flying through the air. Heh, how's that? I told you not to look down on me. Shaolin grinned triumphantly after landing his strike. Interesting. Tianjin Fan wiped a trace of blood from the corner of his mouth and smiled faintly. Suddenly he placed both hands before him and let out a mighty roar. Solar flare. In an instant, Tianjin Fan's body blazed like a miniature sun, its piercing radiance forcing everyone present to squint against the overwhelming light. There was only one spectator who continued watching the match with keen interest, Han Yunfei. He already knew that solar flare functioned much like a flash bomb, temporarily blinding anyone who looked directly at it. But as long as you don't look at him, you won't fall victim to it. Shaolin, careful, he's coming at you. Jump now. Shaolin's vision had been temporarily stolen and he was throwing wild punches. Upon hearing Han Yunfei's warning, he immediately leaped upward, barely dodging Tianjin Fan's attack. Referee. He's fouling. After his strike missed, Tianjin Fan immediately pointed at Han Yunfei off the field and roared. Competitor Han Yunfei, please refrain from offering further guidance. If you continue, you will be disqualified. Humph, I won't say another word. I've already given my warning, that's profit enough for me. Han Yunfei dismissively waved his hand and shook his head with scorn. Damn you, Han Yunfei. You'll pay for this. I won't let this go. Seeing Han Yunfei's shameless demeanor, Tianjin Fan's face flushed with fury. First defeat Shaolin, then talk Tianjin Fan. Otherwise losing to him would make me laugh myself sick. Watching Shaolin regain his sight in the sky, Han Yunfei grinned and said, "Damn you, you wretch." Gripping his fists tightly, Tianjin Fan thundered in anger. But the next moment from above the heavens Shaolin descended like a meteor, both fists drawn back before him as he charged straight toward Tianjin Fan. "Die, you bald fool." Dadanpa. Seeing Shaolin suspended in midair with limited mobility, Tianjin Fan immediately unleashed Dadanpa, intending to strike him down in a single blow. Ha! Seeing the Dadanpa barrage approaching, Shaolin immediately raised both hands to defend. With a thunderous boom, the energy blast struck Shaolin squarely. But what Tianjin Fan could not have anticipated was that Shaolin suffered only minor injuries and was by no means incapacitated. Witnessing Tianjin Fan's shocked expression, Han Yunfei grinned broadly. It seems that after climbing Jialing Xianta, Shaolin's strength has noticeably increased. In the past he would never have stood a chance against Tianjin Fan. "Tianjin Fan, if you lose to Shaolin, I'll be laughing myself silly." Feeling Han Yunfei's derisive smirk beside him, Tianjin Fan's mouth twisted in rage. "That was too close, I nearly lost." After blocking the Dadanpa, Shaolin managed 3 acrobatic flips in midair before barely regaining his footing. Tianjin Fan prepared to learn the power of the Guixian sect. Ka. Me. Ha. Me. With a mighty roar, Shaolin brought his palms together in the shape of a lotus and slowly lowered them to his waist. "It's the Kamehameha." "When did this kid Shaolin learn the Kamehameha?" Xiao Wukong nearby exclaimed with excitement upon seeing this. Meanwhile Cheng Long stood completely bewildered. "When did Shaolin also learn the Kamehameha? How come I don't know about this?" Watching Shaolin's power continuously surging on the arena, Gixianren was at a loss for words. Ka. Me. Ha. Me. Ha. With a tremendous shout, Shaolin unleashed a devastating energy wave that shot straight toward Tianjin Fan. "Humph. A trivial trick." Witnessing the energy wave approach, Tianjin Fan sneered with no intention of dodging whatsoever. He clenched both hands tightly, pointed his index fingers upward, and his entire aura began to surge. A thunderous explosion rang out as the Kamehameha struck Tianjin Fan. But to everyone's shock, that seemingly unstoppable energy wave was reflected right back by Tianjin Fan. "Dodge it, Shaolin!" Han Yunfei shouted urgently from the sidelines upon witnessing this. Ha! Seeing his own energy wave reflected back, Shaolin stood frozen in disbelief for a moment. Hearing Han Yunfei's cry, he snapped back to reality and leaped skyward. Pong! The energy wave struck the spectator seats behind him, and screams of agony immediately rang out. What a formidable opponent! He actually reflected the Kamehameha back. Shaolin stared at the ground in utter disbelief, but in the next instant Tianjin Fan appeared right before him. With a thunderous punch, Shaolin suffered a devastating blow to the head and was sent crashing downward. Pong! He hit the ground hard. Damn it! Clutching his head, Shaolin somehow managed to rise again. Looking up at the sky, he realized Tianjin Fan had vanished. Danger, Shaolin! At that very moment, Tianjin Fan appeared behind Shaolin in a blur of motion and delivered a kick that sent him flying. Shaolin's body hurtled forward after being struck, while Tianjin Fan's figure flashed once more, appearing directly overhead. Dadanpa. Ah! Struck by the Dadanpa, Shaolin was critically wounded and fell into unconsciousness. Humph! Satisfied with his strike, Tianjin Fan showed no signs of stopping. He unleashed another Dadanpa, shattering Shaolin's arm beyond recovery. Tianjin Fan. How could you? Shaolin is already unconscious. Why are you still attacking him mercilessly? Han Yunfei rushed onto the arena and glared at Tianjin Fan in fury. Heh heh. Not killing him is already his good fortune. Compared to Tao Bai Bai, I guess I'm still too merciful. After announcing the match result, the referee immediately had Shaolin carried away for medical treatment. But Han Yunfei intercepted the medical staff and administered a Senzu Bean to Shaolin. Upon consuming the magical bean, Shaolin's injuries miraculously healed. Tianjin Fan, wait and see, I Han Yunfei will make you understand how to write the word tragic. Staring furiously at Tianjin Fan, Han Yunfei jabbed his finger forcefully into Tianjin Fan's shoulder. Ha ha ha. I'd love to see how tragic your defeat will look. Smack. Tianjin Fan swatted Han Yunfei's arm aside, dismissed him with contempt, and walked away. Damn Tianjin Fan. Brother Han Yunfei, you must help me defeat him. In the second match of the semi-finals you'll face him. Witnessing Xiaolin badly injured, Son Goku glared at Tianjin Fan's retreating figure and said, "Don't worry, Son Goku. I won't spare that kid Tianjin Fan. Brother Fei, this time I'll definitely break his arms and legs and throw him to the dogs." Although he spoke so harshly, Han Yunfei knew Tianjin Fan was merely bewitched by Master Roshi's rival and his true nature was not evil. "I'm sorry Han Yunfei, I've caused you trouble again." Xiaolin, having recovered, walked to the group with his head bowed and whispered softly, "I watched your match earlier, it was spectacular. Xiaolin, you're far stronger than I imagined. Without realizing it, you've already surpassed human limits. Haven't you noticed that?" Watching Xiaolin's guilty expression, Han Yunfei patted his smooth head and encouraged him. "Ah. I've surpassed human limits." Hearing this for the first time, Xiaolin was startled, but thinking back on his strength, it was indeed impressive. Those ordinary weapons couldn't harm him at all. Meanwhile, the referee's voice echoed once more. The 4 finalists have been determined: Chenglong, Son Goku, Han Yunfei and Tianjin Fan. Now please welcome Chenglong and Son Goku to the ring. The semi-finals officially begin. At the referee's signal, they slowly ascended to the fighting platform. Upon seeing the two enter, the crowd erupted instantly. They adored Son Goku, so cute yet incredibly powerful. As soon as the referee signaled, Son Goku immediately engaged Chenglong in fierce combat. Far away in the primitive jungle, Jakirabe was locked in an intense struggle with Tongba. After delivering a punch that sent Tongba staggering backward several steps, his opponent finally snapped. "Brat, I'll make you fear the demon race." Suddenly Tongba's hands glowed brilliantly and a powerful lightning bolt shot straight toward Jakirabe. Whoa! Frightened by the devastating lightning strike, Jakirabe scrambled to dodge aside, but in the next moment Tongba unleashed a barrage of shock lightning in rapid succession. Jakirabe, fleeing in a panic, leapt to the side and suddenly focused his eyes. He drew his katana with a reverse grip. With a swift whoosh, Jakirabe charged at Tongba at incredible speed. "You're seeking death." Tongba immediately fired another lightning bolt, but to his astonishment Jakirabe dodged it with a single flash of movement. In the next moment Jakirabe appeared before Tongba. Swish! With a flawless drawing motion, his blade carved a perfect arc through the sky. Ah! The seemingly powerful Tongba was instantly killed. Meanwhile, Piccolo Daimao, seated on his airship, suddenly sensed Tongba's demise and immediately broke out in a cold sweat, panting heavily. "Damn it, Tongba has been killed. Unforgivable." Full speed ahead toward the last Dragon Ball. "I will personally execute my enemy." However, Jakirabe, who was busy grilling Tongba, had no idea that danger was approaching. After devouring the last piece of roasted meat, he let out a satisfied burp. Delicious. If only there were more scum like him. As Jakirabe lost himself in thought, a spaceship suddenly hovered overhead. The alert Jakirabe immediately concealed himself in nearby bushes, his eyes fixed firmly on the spaceship above. "Lord Piccolo Daimao. We've reached the destination." A loud broadcast suddenly echoed from the ship. "Piccolo Daimao. Sounds familiar. Oh right. I remember now. That legendary great demon king who was sealed away. He actually revived. That guy just mentioned Dragon Balls, could he have been one of the demon king's subordinates? This is terrible." At this realization, Jakirabe immediately removed the Dragon Ball from around his neck and hurled it far into the distance before bolting at full speed. Fortunately, Jakirabe was quick on his feet, otherwise facing Piccolo with his current strength would have meant certain death. After disembarking from the airship, Piccolo quickly located the Dragon Ball with the aid of his radar. Upon discovering Tongba reduced to nothing but bones, he let out a roaring bellow at the sky. The tremendous roar sent Jakirabe miles away, trembling in fear. "Congratulations, Your Majesty, you finally gathered all the Dragon Balls." As his advisor Pian Qin spoke, he arranged the 7 Dragon Balls on the ship's deck. "Your Majesty, you can now summon Shenron." Pian Qin squinted his eyes, gazing eagerly at Piccolo. "Perfect. With this I shall achieve eternal youth." Meanwhile, while old Piccolo on the airship was filled with excitement, an intense battle raged between Han Yunfei and Tianjin Fan at the World Martial Arts Tournament. Last time Son Goku faced Chenglong, but since Chenglong voluntarily withdrew, Goku won by default. Regarding this voluntary withdrawal, Master Roshi actually understood it perfectly well. The reason he entered the World Martial Arts Tournament was to give his disciples some life experience. But now he realized that both Han Yunfei and Son Goku had surpassed his own abilities. Even Xiaolin's strength had grown very close to his own. After witnessing Han Yunfei and their growth, Master Roshi sighed to the heavens. It seemed the era when Tenshinhan's master ruled supreme had passed. Just as Master Roshi was lost in melancholy, Tianjin Fan unleashed his ultimate technique, four-armed fist. Ack! Tianjin Fan's expression suddenly twisted in agony as a pair of additional arms erupted from his back. Everyone present was stunned by the sight, except for Han Yunfei. In truth, during their earlier exchange, Han Yunfei had only revealed a fraction of his power. To Han Yunfei now, Tianjin Fan was truly unworthy of serious attention. But to test just how strong he had become, Han Yunfei intended to push Tianjin Fan to his limits, forcing him to unleash the Kikaho. Han Yunfei was very curious about Tianjin Fan's expression once he successfully blocked the blast. The most effective way to defeat an opponent was to crush him psychologically. Seeing Tianjin Fan's four arms, Han Yunfei grinned and instantly deployed the multiple afterimage punch technique. In an instant, Tianjin Fan was surrounded by Han Yunfei's afterimages, and before he could react, Han Yunfei delivered a devastating kick that sent him flying. The very next moment, Han Yunfei appeared before Tianjin Fan, his arms blurring with speed and multiplying into 8. Overwhelmed by the 8-armed assault, Tianjin Fan was thrown into disarray. With a deafening explosion, he was sent hurtling backward once more. "Hey Tianjin Fan, it seems your techniques have failed you. Why not try the Kikaho?" After punching Tianjin Fan away, Han Yunfei grinned and strode toward him. "You actually know about the Kikaho? Since you're courting death, I'll oblige." With that, Tianjin Fan retracted his extra arms and began rising into the sky. "Han Yunfei, even if you're strong, you cannot block the Kikaho. Have the courage to stand your ground." Soaring through the air, Tianjin Fan pressed his hands together, forming a rectangular shape. In an instant, his energy surged dramatically. Below, Han Yunfei merely grinned, remaining perfectly still where he stood. "Tianjin Fan, come on. Brother Fei has been waiting so long, the flowers have wilted." Han Yunfei prepared to die. Enraged by Han Yunfei's cocky expression below, Tianjin Fan roared in fury as his entire being's energy exploded outward. Just as Tian's Kikaho was about to be unleashed, day suddenly turned into night. What was happening? Why had the sky turned dark? Could someone be making a wish to Shenron? Han Yunfei immediately activated the dragon radar on his arm and was startled to discover that all 7 Dragon Balls had converged in one location. Damn it, someone had beaten him to it. Han Yunfei had originally planned to collect the Dragon Balls after the World Martial Arts Tournament, but he never expected that the other party would have gathered all of them in such a short time. Although Han Yunfei was extremely frustrated, he soon let it go. At worst, he would wait another year, it was not a big deal. Besides, according to this timeline, Raditz would not arrive for another 6 years, so Han Yunfei was not in a rush. But what Han Yunfei could not have imagined was that the one collecting the Dragon Balls was King Piccolo himself, and after granting his wish, Piccolo had slain Shenron. As Shenron disappeared, the sky returned to its original state while King Piccolo had obtained eternal youth. After reverting to his younger form, his power surged dramatically. After laying several eggs in succession, a number of even stronger demon beings immediately broke free from their shells. Their target was none other than the martial artists of the World Martial Arts Tournament. It was not that King Piccolo feared the martial artists, but rather that he dreaded the Mafuba. Ever since being sealed by Master Matedo, he had harbored a deep psychological aversion to that heaven-defying technique. Whenever anyone performed a movement resembling the sealing gesture, he would tremble with fear. At this moment, with the spaceship traveling at full speed, Piccolo and his demon subordinates instantly appeared above the tournament arena. "Go and slaughter those martial artists. Leave none alive." Upon Piccolo's command, dozens of demons took to the sky and swooped down toward the tournament below. "Look, what is that in the sky?" At that moment, Krillin pointed toward the heavens. Above Tien's head, dozens of demons shot downward, soaring past him at tremendous speed. Tien, pale with shock, saw a winged green lizard-like creature come to a halt before him. This green lizard man was none other than Ringu, one of Piccolo's sons. A martial artist who can fight. How rare. His Majesty the Demon King has ordered that all martial artists be slaughtered, so die right now. With that, Ringu lunged forward, a green demonic claw aimed straight at Tien. "Humph, you will not succeed." Tien roared and charged straight toward Ringu. Meanwhile, above the World Martial Arts Tournament, dozens of demons swooped downward, firing powerful energy waves indiscriminately at the crowd below. Boom, boom, boom. With a series of deafening explosions, the energy waves detonated among the spectators, causing massive casualties. "Damn bastards. Upon seeing this, Krillin immediately kicked the demon midair back to the ground and engaged it in close combat. It must be said that since climbing Mount Paozu, Krillin's strength had increased substantially. He could now barely hold his own against the demons, whereas in the original story he had perished at their hands. Meanwhile, Goku was fighting two ferocious demons single-handedly and was not faltering in the least. What the hell is going on? Furious Han Yunfei watched the demons wreaking havoc above his teeth clenched in rage. Under normal circumstances he would undoubtedly have been the champion of the World Martial Arts Tournament. Yet now these ignorant demons had come and disrupted everything. Unforgivable. Thinking this, Han Yunfei's aura erupted and he charged directly toward a massive demon. Die. Moving like lightning, Han Yunfei pierced straight through the demon's body. Witnessing the enormous blood hole in his body, the demon opened its mouth wide in disbelief, then plummeted from the sky and crashed heavily onto the arena floor, dead on the spot. How dare you ruin Brother Fei's plans? I will slaughter every last one of you. At the same time, inside the spaceship, Piccolo, who had regained his youth, had a hideous and terrifying expression. My children have been killed. Who did this? Piccolo's face contorted and he rose abruptly from his throne. He had originally believed that after regaining his youth his power had grown so great that no martial artist could stand against his offspring. But to his astonishment, just now one of his sons had been killed. Unable to remain calm any longer, for these children had been born directly from his own body, Piccolo walked to the deck of the spaceship and gazed down from the heights. Below, the tournament had descended into chaos with cries of terror, pleas for mercy, and explosions blending into one cacophony. In the stands, a demon wielding a trident flew straight toward Bulma, who was attempting to flee, its killing intent palpable. No good, Bulma is in danger. Just as Han Yunfei was about to fly to her rescue, on the other side of the stands, Launch was crying hysterically and shaking Master Roshi, who had collapsed unconscious. Before Launch, another grotesque demon was extending its razor-sharp claws and letting out a ferocious roar. Launch was in danger as well. Seeing both women in peril at the same time, Han Yunfei felt a headache coming on. Ding! Danger detected. Both Launch and Bulma are simultaneously in peril. Please choose wisely, host. Choice 1: save Bulma first, after all she is my true love. Reward 1 point. Choice 2: save Launch first, I like gentle Launch as well. Reward 1 point. Choice 3: I want to save them both. Reward 10 points. Without hesitation, Han Yunfei decisively selected the third option. Ding! Congratulations, host, for choosing option 3, I want them all. Mission in progress. The system's timely appearance reminded Han Yunfei, why could he not save both at once? Grinning, his aura surged and a Kikaho energy sphere materialized in his palm. Kikaho. In the blink of an eye, Han Yunfei appeared before Bulma, and with a single punch he obliterated the demon before her, leaving a fatal hole through its body as it collapsed dead. On the other front, as Launch let out a scream, the opposing demon immediately fell motionless. The Kikaho had struck precisely at the demon's chest, piercing clean through. Han Yunfei's control over the Kikaho now surpassed that of Yajirobe in the original story. With his keen sensitivity to ki, he could direct the energy sphere with his mind alone, unlike Yajirobe, who had to use his fingers. Having perfectly eliminated both demons simultaneously, Han Yunfei scooped up the terrified Bulma into his arms, his expression softening. It is all right now, Bulma. He gazed affectionately at Bulma and smiled gently. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the mission, I want them both. Reward 10 points. Hearing the system's announcement, Han Yunfei grinned broadly. Having successfully rescued the fair maiden and gained 10 points, this was an excellent haul. Meanwhile, upon the spaceship, Piccolo's face had turned ashen. Because floating before him was a blue-skinned figure no taller than Pilaf. Are you King Piccolo? The blue-skinned man regarded Piccolo with cold eyes and spoke in a deep voice. From him emanated a powerful oppressive pressure that made it difficult for Piccolo to breathe. You. Piccolo felt a sudden premonition of dread as he stared at the blue-skinned figure before him. Piccolo, do you know you deserve to die? You actually killed Shenron. Now my wish for immortality is ruined. The blue-skinned man was none other than Garlic Jr. More than 200 years ago his father Garlic had contended with the Earth's Kami for the position of guardian. He lost and vowed to return for revenge. More than 200 years later Garlic died and his son Garlic Jr. came to exact that revenge. But the moment he arrived on Earth he saw Shenron and curious flew straight toward it. What Garlic Jr. witnessed, however, was Shenron's brutal death. From his father he had learned that the Earth's Kami had an earthly counterpart, the Demon King Piccolo. If Piccolo were killed, Kami would die as well. So Garlic Jr. decided to pick on the weakest target. Even though Piccolo had regained his youth, he was still no match for Garlic Jr. Humph. How dare you speak to the great Demon King like that? Piano standing beside Piccolo glared at Garlic Jr. and snapped. Boom. With a casual ki blast, Garlic Jr. obliterated Piano. You worthless piece of trash, who gave you permission to speak? After all, Garlic Jr.'s power level was around 420, while Piccolo, even with his youth restored, had a power level of only 210. As he spoke, Garlic Jr. flew up to Piccolo. He was less than half Piccolo's height, yet the aura radiating from him crushed down on Piccolo so heavily that he could barely breathe. Why you? Could you be Garlic? Staring at the diminutive Garlic Jr., Piccolo suddenly recalled the man who had fought Kami for the divine position over 200 years ago. So you knew my father. Unfortunately, he has already passed away. I am his son, Garlic Jr. From now on I am the master of this world. As he spoke, Garlic Jr. suddenly seized Piccolo by the throat. He slowly floated upward, dragging Piccolo into the air with him. In your dreams. With his neck trapped, Piccolo mustered all his strength and fired a shockwave at Garlic Jr. A thunderous boom rang out. The blast struck Garlic Jr. head on, but to Piccolo's astonishment, Garlic Jr. was completely unharmed. You really aren't even as strong as that Kami. You useless fool. With that, Garlic Jr. casually hurled Piccolo toward the arena. Another explosion rang out as a battered Piccolo slammed into the ground, the impact carving a massive crater into the arena floor. Damn it! Damn it all! Covered in blood, Piccolo let out a rage-filled roar, his eyes locked dead on Garlic Jr. Why is this happening? I regained my youth and acquired supreme power. It shouldn't be like this. This world is mine to rule. The instant he finished speaking, Piccolo clenched his fists and his aura exploded upward. His power level rose from 210 to 260. Oh. Piccolo, your power level went up. But you're still no match for me. Garlic Jr. smiled coldly and slowly descended from his spaceship. Seeing this, Pilaf and the others quickly brought out their humanoid mechs and fled in a flash. This is all the power I have. Garlic Jr. prepare to die. In his fury, Piccolo had eyes only for Garlic Jr. Suddenly he felt a tap on his shoulder. Turning around, he saw a handsome young man smiling at him. Though the young man was smiling, Piccolo saw killing intent in his eyes. Who are you? As the young man's hand landed on his shoulder, Piccolo felt a sharp pain and an invisible pressure swept over him. He even felt that this young man was far more terrifying than Garlic Jr. Piccolo, you're really asking for death. Brother Fei finally managed to enter the World Martial Arts Tournament once and you had to ruin it. Take a look around. Take a good look. With that, Yunfei slapped Piccolo across the face. All this goddamn destruction is your handiwork. Looking at the smoke-filled ruined tournament arena around him, Yunfei gave Piccolo another backhand across the face. You. Just die. Enraged by the humiliation, Piccolo roared and opened his massive jaws. An energy sphere shot out from his mouth and slammed directly into Yunfei. Hey, arrogant brat. You're dead now. Piccolo smiled coldly, utterly confident in that attack. It was the very move he had used to kill Shinran. That's it. As the smoke slowly cleared, Yunfei grinned and shook his head at Piccolo. What? Impossible. Are you a monster? Terrified, Piccolo kept backing away from the smiling Yunfei. The attack just now had been his full power, yet the young man was completely unharmed. Meanwhile, Garlic Jr. slowly descended and landed beside Piccolo. The moment he saw him, he sent him flying with a single punch. A miserable scream rang out, and thus the pitiful Demon King Piccolo's dream of ruling the world came to an end. Just before death, he condensed the essence of his life into an egg and spat it out from his mouth. After sending Piccolo flying, Garlic Jr. turned and walked slowly toward Yunfei. Kid, I can see you're quite strong. How about we join forces and rule this world together? Garlic Jr. spread his arms eagerly. Not interested. Run along and play elsewhere, kid. Brother Fei still has other demons to deal with. Yunfei knew Garlic Jr. was no good, so he wasn't about to be polite. Kid. You've got plenty of nerve. I am the ruler of the Makio star race. You insolent brat, how dare you ignore me? As the ruler of his people, Garlic Jr. was naturally worshipped by thousands. How could someone so exalted tolerate being looked down upon by a mere human? Just die. With that, Garlic Jr. casually hurled a ki blast at Han Yunfei. But the next moment he was stunned to see his opponent take absolutely no damage. A runt like you wants to rule the world. Wake up. Grinning Han Yunfei appeared before Garlic Jr. in an instant. With that burst of speed, Garlic Jr. couldn't even see Han Yunfei's movement. This was the result of Han Yunfei's training in the gravity chamber. His power level had reached 1500, and that was without using the Kaio-ken. Garlic Jr.'s power level by contrast was only 420. So fast. Seeing the arrogant young man before him, Garlic Jr. leapt high and rained a barrage of punches down at Han Yunfei. In an instant a dense storm of fists pounded against Han Yunfei. Huff, huff. How is this possible? He's completely unharmed. Han Yunfei's strength shattered Garlic Jr.'s understanding of the world once more. He had believed that the strongest being on earth was Kami. Is that all you've got? Then Brother Fei is going to make his move. As he spoke, Han Yunfei clenched his fists and his knuckles cracked loudly. Damn it. Garlic Jr. stared at the powerful enemy before him and suddenly made up his mind. If that's how it is, I'll show you my true strength. With that, Garlic Jr. began gathering all his strength, and then transformed into a green giant. As he became a giant, a red planet swelled in the sky above and Garlic Jr.'s power level skyrocketed. Makio star appear. All of you die. Dead zone. Garlic Jr. bellowed and a gate to the dead zone materialized in the sky. Under the power of the dead zone an impossibly strong suction force erupted and everything around was immediately dragged toward it. Seeing this, Han Yunfei, who had been calm, turned pale with shock. He knew that once someone was pulled into the dead zone they could never come out again. Unless one possessed overwhelming power, and Han Yunfei's current power level was nowhere near enough to break free from the dead zone. Since the demon star was still extremely far from Earth, Garlic Jr.'s power level had only increased by a little. Yet even so his power level had reached 9000. Under the immense suction of the hell vortex, people all around were instantly drawn into it. Little Goku and Krillin, however, clung desperately to the surrounding structures, barely managing to keep themselves alive. Under the force of the suction, Han Yunfei's body was also being dragged step by step toward the abyss of death. Damn it! This technique is terrifyingly powerful. If that's the case. With a sharp glare, Han Yunfei immediately activated the Tenfold Kaio-ken and formed his hands into a hollow cup, slowly lowering them to his waist. Ka. Me. Ha. Me. Ha. In an instant a colossal energy wave burst forth and slammed toward Garlic Jr. with devastating speed. With a thunderous boom, Garlic Jr. was struck by the Kamehameha and wounded in the shoulder, but this only made him even more furious. Now fall into the gate of hell, all of you. Full power. In his giant form, Garlic Jr.'s complete power level actually reached 12000. As his power level skyrocketed, the pull of the hell vortex became even more overwhelming. Nearby little Goku and Krillin were almost at their limit. Ah! Help! A scream rang out as Bulma's entire body was rapidly dragged toward the gate of hell. Bulma! Seeing this, Han Yunfei vanished in a flash and saved Bulma. Bulma, you're all right, he said, gently holding the beauty in his arms. That scared me half to death. That wretched villain. He's ugly and he's killed so many people. Han Yunfei, you have to kill him. Still in Han Yunfei's arms, Bulma became agitated. Without a moment's hesitation, Han Yunfei vanished from the spot and in the next instant landed steadily on a small hill in the distance. This place should be safe. Damn you, Garlic Jr. Big Bro Fei is coming right now to take your pathetic life. After gently setting Bulma down, Han Yunfei leaped into the air and charged straight at Garlic Jr. So cool. He really is my man. Watching Han Yunfei leave, Bulma's eyes sparkled with stars, her face full of admiration. Han Yunfei, you'd better beat him to a pulp. Bulma shouted at Han Yunfei as he receded into the distance. No problem. Han Yunfei looked back and flashed a grin, then picked up even more speed. Han Yunfei knew Garlic Jr. very well. In the original story, the reason Garlic Jr. had been so troublesome was entirely because he had used Shinran to gain immortality. But now Shinran had already been killed by Piccolo and Garlic Jr. Would never again have the chance to fulfill that twisted wish. Besides, Han Yunfei's power level now surpassed his by a huge margin. Confident and prepared, Han Yunfei shot straight at Garlic Jr. A single flying kick struck Garlic Jr. square in the head, and under the violent impact Garlic Jr. was sent flying backward. Whoa! I can't hold on anymore. Just as Han Yunfei was pummeling Garlic Jr., Krillin not far away suddenly cried out and was instantly sucked toward the Hell Vortex. Krillin. Seeing this, Han Yunfei abandoned his attack on Garlic Jr. and flew over at top speed to rescue Krillin. But the next moment several energy blasts struck Han Yunfei's body and pushed him toward the gate of hell. Kid, fall into this boundless darkness. As he spoke, Garlic Jr. fired blast after blast from both hands, driving Han Yunfei toward the gate of hell again. Damn it! Under the relentless barrage of energy blasts and the gate of hell's pull, Han Yunfei couldn't break free. Yah! With a mighty shout, Han Yunfei hurled Krillin far into the distance, but he himself was sucked into the gate of hell. Destructo Disc. At the final moment, a Destructo Disc flew straight out of the gate of hell and sliced Garlic Jr. cleanly in two. Little Goku cried, "Brother Han Yunfei." Krillin shouted, "Han Yunfei." With Garlic Jr.'s death, the gate of hell closed once more and Han Yunfei vanished forever from this land. Seeing the gate of hell gradually disappear, Krillin screamed madly. Han Yunfei had saved him. If not for Han Yunfei's help, Krillin would probably have died. On a distant hill, Bulma had become a weeping wreck. She slid down the slope recklessly. Her hands and feet were scraped bloody by the gravel, yet she seemed to feel no pain at all. Han Yunfei. Han Yunfei. You can't die. Han Yunfei. Desperately rushing to the place where the gate of hell had vanished, Bulma fell to her knees sobbing. Han Yunfei, you won't die. You fool, how could you possibly die so easily? I don't believe it. I don't believe any of this is real. Tears streamed down endlessly, soaking into the dust. Han Yunfei, I won't let you die. I won't let you die. While Bulma was drowning in grief, Krillin spotted the bisected Garlic Jr. and charged over in fury. You bastard, you're still alive. I'll beat you to death. The enraged Krillin blasted Garlic Jr. over and over until the already gravely wounded Garlic Jr. was left at death's door. Leave him to me. Little Goku leaped into the air and swung his power pole down onto Garlic Jr.'s head. With a thunderous crack, Garlic Jr.'s head burst apart. He was dead beyond all doubt. Tien Shinhan and Kaiotsu also rose from the ruins while the tournament arena had already been reduced to rubble. They hadn't expected that it would be Han Yunfei of all people who defeated Garlic Jr. He saved us. Kaiotsu, let's go. With that, Tien Shinhan glanced at everyone, then led Kaiotsu away from the tournament. Sob. Seeing Bulma cry, little Goku immediately stepped forward to comfort her. Bulma, don't cry. I have a feeling brother Han Yunfei won't die so easily. I believe he's definitely still alive. Really? Hearing this, Bulma quickly looked up and gazed at little Goku with hopeful eyes. Brother Han Yunfei is the strongest person I've ever met. I believe he'll come back. Little Goku said firmly, looking at Bulma, whose eyes were red from crying. I also believe Han Yunfei will definitely come back. Krillin shouted, clenching his fists. Sob. Han Yunfei. Han Yunfei, where are you? Sobbing uncontrollably, Bulma shouted helplessly at the sky. At the same time, in a pitch-black place, Han Yunfei felt himself falling endlessly. Is this hell? Han Yunfei quickly stabilized his body as he plummeted and to his astonishment discovered a massive furnace beneath him. Whoosh! 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 Han Yunfei watched as people continuously fell from above beside him, and all of them ultimately plunged into that furnace. What was happening? Fortunately, he possessed the ability to dance in the air, or he would have been burned alive. Countless people kept falling from below, screaming and flailing wildly, their limbs struggling endlessly in this dark void. Thud. 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 Those pitiful people kept tumbling into the furnace below and were immediately melted by the extreme heat, reduced to ashes and smoke. It's so hot. Why is this furnace getting bigger? Could it be? As Han Yunfei had suspected, the furnace below, which initially appeared only the size of a bowl opening, was gradually expanding until it became as large as a basketball court. It's too hot. This thing is actually flying toward me. Right, instant transmission. As long as I can sense Bulma and the other's spiritual presence I can definitely return. At this thought Han Yunfei immediately placed 2 fingers on his forehead and began searching for Bulma and the other's spiritual signatures. After a moment. Why couldn't he sense their presence? How is this possible? Han Yunfei remembered that previously even with Son Goku he could reach the Kaio-ken realm through instant transmission. But why couldn't he sense anyone's presence from the outside world here? Watching the furnace below grow larger and larger, Han Yunfei immediately shot upward at high speed. People kept falling beside him into the furnace, letting out mournful screams. And yet the furnace below continued to expand relentlessly and Han Yunfei felt like he was being roasted alive. Damn it, if this continued he was finished. He had no choice but to gamble everything. With that Han Yunfei's aura surged dramatically. 10 times the King Kai's fist. With a fierce roar he unleashed double the King Kai's power and his entire body was immediately engulfed in crimson flames. Empowered by 10 times the King Kai's fist, his combat power soared to 15000 points. Came. Haim. Ha. His hands formed a cup shape and slowly lowered to his waist, and instantly a tremendous energy surged between his palms. The furnace was now right before him, the scorching heat making it impossible for Han Yunfei to keep his eyes open. At the critical moment he immediately unleashed the Kamehameha. Boom! With a mighty shout a massive shockwave struck the enormous furnace before him. A deafening explosion rang out and under the Kamehameha's overwhelming force the furnace was blasted clean through. Without a moment's hesitation Han Yunfei immediately flew toward the hole at full speed. With a swift whoosh he shot through the opening like an arrow and vanished. As Han Yunfei disappeared the furnace reverted to its original state. Ah! A wave of dizziness crashed over him and his body began falling uncontrollably, unable to use even the dance in the air technique. As his body spun through the endless descent Han Yunfei strained to make out his surroundings, but beyond countless strange lights there was only a vast emptiness. The relentless spinning eventually knocked him unconscious. Where was he? A splitting headache forced him to struggle back to his feet. He found himself in a peculiar room, one that contained nothing but windows. Pushing through the pain Han Yunfei opened one of the windows at random. To his surprise an image appeared within it. He saw himself standing alongside Pilaf and his 2 companions inside what appeared to be young son Goku's residence. Damn, it was Brother Fei, afraid of you lot. Back in the day Brother Fei wielded 2 kitchen knives and chased the Flying Eagle gang leader through over a dozen streets without breaking a single breath. Come on then, let Brother Fei teach you a lesson. Wasn't this the day he first arrived in the Dragon Ball world and received the system? Could these windows be? Astonished Han Yunfei pushed open the second window. Humph. What nonsense, do you really think I can catch the Dodone wave with one hand? Die. Tao Pai Pai's face contorted in a grimace. The Dodone wave was his ultimate trump card and he had poured every ounce of his strength into it. This was Tao Pai Pai, the one he had killed in that battle. Watching the distorted face of Tao Pai Pai through the window Han Yunfei's mind raced with countless thoughts. Could these windows all be showing him his past? With eager anticipation Han Yunfei opened the third window. We made a promise. You will marry me. I'm Chi-Chi, the daughter of the Ox King. Do you remember now? I do remember. Then let's get married. That was when Son Goku got married. It seemed these windows connected not only to the past but also to the future. So that meant Han Yunfei couldn't wait to open another window. You little brats, the game of cat and mouse is over. Die all of you. Humph. Frieza, others may fear you but Brother Fei certainly won't. Come on then. This was. He was actually confronting Frieza. Wow, so cool, I've truly fallen in love with myself. After opening numerous windows Han Yunfei witnessed many fragments of both his past and future. But the question remained, how should Han Yunfei escape? Damn it. Damn it all. As he kept opening new windows Han Yunfei's frustration grew increasingly unbearable. Let me out. Let me out. He pounded relentlessly against the scene before him, but to his astonishment an invisible barrier seemed to block his path. No matter how fiercely he attacked it proved useless. He had become nothing more than a spectator. These windows were like segments of time itself and yet he could see them so clearly. Could this room be a 5-dimensional space? Recalling the strange furnace and the hole he had punched through it, Han Yunfei fell into deep thought. Could the hole he had entered actually be a black hole? And had he inadvertently stumbled into a 5-dimensional space within it? If that were true, how could he possibly escape? Wait. Was he going to die here? Running his hand along his chin, Yunfei grew increasingly alarmed with each passing thought. And at that very moment he heard Bulma's voice coming from one of the windows. Bulma was in a timeline exactly 4 years after Gohan's birth when Raditz attacked Earth. Meanwhile, Son Goku had brought his 4-year-old son Gohan to Kame House. Bulma stopped looking so gloomy. It's rare we're all together, just cheer up. Krillin handed Bulma a glass of beer, holding it out to her. Taking the glass, Bulma drained it in one gulp, though her expression remained troubled. Bulma, we already asked Shenlong. Han Yunfei truly no longer exists in this world. The dead cannot be brought back to life, so please don't grieve. Speaking of Han Yunfei's death, Krillin felt equally guilty, and he too drained his glass in one swift motion. It turned out that a few years ago Son Goku had visited the sacred world of the Kai and requested that Shenlong be revived, which is why the Dragon Balls on Earth could grant wishes once again. Didn't Shenlong only say he couldn't find Han Yunfei? He never said he was dead. As long as there's still a chance, there's hope. Bulma burst into tears at that. Auntie Bulma, stop crying, let's go play. The adorable son Gohan tugged at Bulma's sleeve with his small hand, smiling gently. Bulma, I'm right here. I'm right here. Inside the window, Han Yunfei frantically pounded against the transparent barrier, but Bulma showed absolutely no response. Meanwhile, a figure clad in battle armor was landing outside Kame House. Raditz. Upon seeing the menacing Raditz, Han Yunfei was utterly shocked. The arrival of the uninvited guest Raditz shattered the peace of Kame House. Ha! Who are you? The old turtle hermit, who was about to feed the sea turtle with a bucket of salt water, asked in confusion as a man of unknown origin suddenly appeared. I'm looking for Kakarot. Raditz, clad in his standard battle armor and wearing a scouter on his head, looked imposing and extraordinary. Kakarot. There's no one by that name here. Did you come to the wrong place? Sensing the powerful evil aura radiating from Raditz, the turtle hermit immediately stepped back, clutching the sea turtle. Battle power 139. Old man, you're far too aged to be Kakarot. Ignoring the turtle hermit entirely, Raditz strode straight into Kame House. At that moment Son Gohan was playing with Bulma while Son Goku chatted with Kuririn and Launch. Found you, Kakarot. You look exactly like Bardock. Raditz said as he walked up to Son Goku while Kuririn and Launch were shielded behind him. You called me Kakarot too? Eyeing Raditz with caution, Son Goku suddenly recalled that when he met his father Bardock as a child he had worn the same kind of attire. You know my father. Do you know where he is? Ever since meeting Bardock in his childhood, Goku had deeply missed his father, and the man before him somehow seemed very familiar. Unfortunately, our father is already dead. When planet Vegeta was destroyed, father perished along with it. Raditz coldly recounted the death of Bardock as he gazed at Son Goku. After listening to Raditz's account, Son Goku realized that Raditz knew nothing about Bardock's journey through time, but he had no intention of explaining it to him now. Our father. Are you saying you're also a son of Bardock? Gazing at Raditz, Son Goku asked in bewilderment. That's right, Son Goku, I am your older brother Raditz. But as a Saiyan, why are you mingling with these earthlings? Staring at Son Goku in astonishment, Raditz wore a puzzled expression. They are my friends. What do you intend to do? Seeing Raditz approach slowly, he immediately assumed a fighting stance. People from a low-class planet like this are not worthy of living alongside us Saiyans. Your task is to slaughter every last person on this planet. If you're unwilling to do it yourself, I would be more than happy to help. As he spoke, Raditz's figure flickered and he suddenly seized Bulma standing nearby. Is this woman your wife? I noticed long ago that the child also has a tail. You actually fathered a child with an earthling. A woman like this is unworthy of a Saiyan. With that, Raditz clamped down on Bulma's neck, squeezing harder and harder until she could barely breathe. Let Bulma go. Seeing Bulma in danger, Son Goku charged at Raditz only to be sent flying by a single kick. Watching Son Goku knocked away so easily, Kuririn and the turtle hermit were shaken with horror. They knew of Son Goku's immense strength. The warrior who defeated the great demon King Piccolo was being struck down effortlessly by this man Raditz. It was utterly inconceivable. Die, woman of Kakarot. Let her go. Bulma is not my wife. Son Goku collapsed on the ground, clutching his stomach, cried out. Beep 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 beep. Just as Raditz was about to deliver a killing blow, the remote control of his spaceship in his pocket suddenly blared a warning that someone was attacking the spaceship. Damn it, who could it be? If the spaceship is destroyed, I won't be able to leave this planet for the time being. Raditz let out a furious roar, hurled Bulma aside, and with a flash of movement vanished from Kamehameha, speeding off toward his spaceship. Bulma! Bulma! Are you all right? Kuririn rushed to lift Bulma up only to find her still unconscious. This is bad, her injuries are too severe. Kuririn hurried to Karin Tower and get some Senzu Beans. I'll go after that guy. I'm afraid he really will slaughter every Earthling. With that, Son Goku soared into the sky chasing after Raditz. Meanwhile, Kuririn took off in a helicopter toward Karin Tower. That alien turned out to be Goku's older brother. Watching Goku's receding figure, the turtle hermit wore a look of melancholy. Ah, the era when Master Mateto ruled supreme was truly the best. At this very moment, Han Yunfei, watching this scene unfold from within the fifth-dimensional space, exploded in fury on the spot. This Raditz has no idea how high the sky is, daring to injure Bulma. Unforgivable. Raditz, once Fei Gu can break through this window, I swear I will tear you limb from limb. He kept pounding against the transparent barrier within the window, but no matter how much force Han Yunfei exerted, the wall refused to shatter. This is bad. Bulma is almost out of breath. Master Mateto, Bulma seems to be saying something. Holding Bulma in her arms, Launch quickly called the turtle hermit into the house. Damn it, hasn't Kuririn returned yet? There's no time. Bulma is. The turtle hermit stamped about anxiously, but without Senzu Beans there was nothing he could do to save her. Han Yunfei. Han Yunfei. On the verge of death, Bulma kept murmuring Han Yunfei's name. I heard it, Miss Bulma is calling for Han Yunfei. Hearing this, Launch immediately shouted. If Han Yunfei were still alive, he would surely have a way to deal with that Raditz. Gazing at Bulma barely clinging to life, the turtle hermit shook his head with a sigh. Han Yunfei. She whispered endlessly, calling his name, and at that moment the dragon radar on her wrist suddenly blazed with intense light. Han Yunfei. Han Yunfei. Bulma, I'm here. I'm right here. Seeing this, Han Yunfei hammered against the transparent stone wall with all his might, his hands bloodied from the violent blows. Bulma, you can't die. Bulma. He roared ceaselessly, falling to his knees and pounding the ground. Suddenly the dragon radar on Han Yunfei's wrist blazed with the same intense light as Bulma's. The dragon radar. That was a gift from Bulma. As he stared at the blinking dragon radar, Han Yunfei suddenly sensed Bulma's presence. This is Bulma's presence. Could it be that the dragon radars resonated with each other, creating a subtle link between the two spaces? If that's the case. With that thought, Han Yunfei immediately pressed 2 fingers to his forehead and vanished with a whoosh. The next moment he appeared beside Bulma. It's him. It's Han Yunfei. Han Yunfei, you're alive, thank heavens. Bulma is. Seeing Han Yunfei suddenly appear, Master Roshi and Launch shouted at once. Without a moment's hesitation, Han Yunfei placed a Senzu Bean into Bulma's mouth. After taking it, Bulma miraculously recovered. When she saw Han Yunfei before her, she immediately threw herself into his arms, tears flowing non-stop. Han Yunfei. Is it really you? I thought I would never see you again. Everyone said you were dead. Bulma clung to Han Yunfei tightly, afraid that he would leave her again. Silly. How could I die so easily? We're still going to grow old together and live out the rest of our lives, aren't we? Don't worry, Bulma. I will protect you for my entire life and never let you suffer even the slightest harm again. As he spoke, Han Yunfei gently stroked Bulma's head. Feeling her body trembling with sobs, his heart ached. It's good that you're back. It's good that you're back. Standing nearby, Master Roshi was deeply comforted by Han Yunfei's return. Meanwhile, after flying back to his spaceship, Raditz discovered that the Namekian, whose power level had been only a little over 300, was destroying the ship. Stop right there. With a flick of his hand, an energy sphere shot straight toward the Namekian. A thunderous boom rang out as the sphere struck the sandy ground, sending sand and stones flying and kicking up a cloud of dust. You bastard! How dare you destroy my spaceship? Realizing his spaceship had been wrecked, Raditz roared in fury, his face twisted hideously. As the smoke cleared, Piccolo stood his ground, coldly watching Raditz while he racked his brain for a battle plan. This guy is too strong. Earlier he took my energy blast on the mountaintop and came out completely unscathed. It seems I'll have to use the special beam cannon against him. But this attack takes too long to charge, it's very hard to pull off with only one person. This is tricky. Just as Piccolo was at an impasse, Sun Wukong descended from the sky behind Raditz. Raditz, if you're willing to leave Earth, I can find someone to repair your spaceship. Sun Wukong still clung to a glimmer of hope, naively believing that Raditz would leave Earth peacefully. Leave? Are you talking in your sleep, Kakarot? As a Saiyan you refuse to side with your own brother. Kakarot, you have disappointed me greatly. I originally wanted you to join me in attacking other planets. But now you have become a disgrace to the Saiyans. You are so obstinately unrepentant that I, your elder brother, will have to kill you. With a thunderous roar from where he stood, Raditz blew Sun Wukong and Piccolo away using nothing but his ki. Damn it. This guy is too powerful. Sun Wukong, it looks like we have no choice but to join forces. Piccolo now regarded Raditz as the greatest obstacle to his conquest of the world, so he had no choice but to propose an alliance with Sun Wukong. Exactly. That is the only way to beat him. With that, Sun Wukong took off his clothes. They hit the ground with a loud clang. Sun Wukong, I see you're still training in weighted clothes. With that, Piccolo also took off his heavy garments. After the two removed their weighted clothes, their power levels immediately rose. Beep beep beep. At that moment the scouter on Raditz's face began to sound. That Namekian's power level has risen to 408. Kakarot's power level has also risen to 416. Seeing their power levels change, Raditz was not worried at all, instead he burst into laughter. How ridiculous. With that kind of power you dare to fight me? You don't know your limits. With that, Raditz flashed forward and appeared right in front of Piccolo. Piccolo couldn't even see him move. Ha! A punch shot out and before Piccolo could dodge he was sent flying. Piccolo! Seeing this, Sun Wukong charged at Raditz and drove a flying kick toward his back. All I need is to grab his tail, just grab his tail. Sun Wukong was fully aware of the Saiyans' weakness. Once their tail is grabbed they lose all their strength. Humph. Seeing Sun Wukong charge over, Raditz sneered and vanished on the spot. He disappeared. Realizing that Raditz had suddenly vanished, Sun Wukong quickly looked around. Behind you. With a flying kick, Raditz sent Sun Wukong flying. Gah. After being kicked away, Sun Wukong collided with Piccolo, who had just gotten to his feet. Damn it. I never expected the gap between our strength and his to be so huge. Sun Wukong, have you come up with any special moves in these past few years? Piccolo asked, his eyes fixed on Raditz ahead. Sun Wukong, I'm ashamed to say I haven't. Piccolo, humph. Do I have to use my special move this soon? This is a technique I painstakingly developed for use against you. Sun Wukong, now it's helping me instead. Piccolo, ha. If we defeat him, you're next. Sun Wukong, ha ha ha. Piccolo, now is not the time to laugh. Seeing the two whispering, Raditz not far away lost his patience. They're still laughing. Did I beat them, stupid? I'll make sure you never laugh again. With one hand shaped into a palm, Raditz fired an energy wave straight at the two. Danger. Seeing the energy wave coming, Sun Wukong shouted. The two barely dodged. An instant later the blast flattened a distant hill. So powerful. Piccolo turned pale with fright. Ha ha ha. With paltry strength like that you dare oppose me? All of you die. With that, Raditz flashed before the two and started fighting them head-on. Meanwhile, at Master Roshi's house. Oh right, Han Yunfei. You know what? A strange man came by earlier. He claimed to be Sun Wukong's older brother, and he's the one who hurt me. The mere thought of Raditz made Bulma burn with anger. I know. He's called Raditz and he really is Sun Wukong's older brother. But he is also a vicious criminal. Since he dared to hurt you, I'll make him pay tenfold. With that, Han Yunfei immediately got up, intending to use instant transmission to go directly to Raditz and eliminate him. Don't be careless, Han Yunfei. That man is very powerful. Seeing Han Yunfei about to charge off recklessly again, Master Roshi immediately warned him loudly. Don't worry, Master Roshi, no problem. A mere Raditz is nothing in my eyes. I'm off now. With that, Han Yunfei flashed a grin and began searching for Raditz's presence. Raditz's presence. Found it. With that, Han Yunfei flickered and disappeared. At that very moment, Sun Wukong had already caught Raditz's tail and Piccolo was charging the special beam cannon. Piccolo, quick. I've got his tail. Standing behind Raditz, Sun Wukong had a firm grip on his tail. Hold tight, Sun Wukong. It looks like we're winning. At that instant, Piccolo was continuously gathering energy, 2 fingers pressed to his brow. Humph. Just as the two thought victory was in their grasp, Raditz let out a cold snort. With a violent flick of his tail he flung Sun Wukong away. What? Piccolo turned pale with shock. The next moment Raditz appeared before him and slammed a fist into his abdomen. Piccolo immediately clutched his stomach and fell to his knees. Ha ha ha, fools. Did you really think a Saiyan would leave his weakness unattended? With that Raditz kicked Piccolo flying into Sun Wukong. All of you die. Raditz raised one hand high and a huge glowing sphere began to condense in his palm. Damn it. I didn't think it would come to this. If Han Yunfei were still alive he would surely have a way. Wounded all over, Sun Wukong's power level continued to drop and he could no longer fight. Who is Han Yunfei? Having never met him, Piccolo was utterly baffled. He is an extremely remarkable man. Every time we were in danger, as long as he was present, he could always turn the crisis around. It's just a pity that Han Yunfei. Speaking of Han Yunfei, admiration shone in Sun Wukong's eyes. But when he remembered that Han Yunfei had been sucked into the vortex of hell, his fate unknown, he let out a sigh. Just as Sun Wukong was sighing, a handsome young man suddenly appeared before Raditz. So you're Raditz? Looking at Raditz, who was about to attack, Han Yunfei said with an arrogant expression. Latzi was gathering energy when he suddenly spotted Han Yunfei appearing out of nowhere, completely bewildered. Who was this kid? How did he just appear like that? A tail. He has a tail too. Watching the bewildered Latzi, Han Yunfei grinned and pointed at the battle armor on Latzi's chest, his voice cold. Latzi, you have some nerve. You dare lay a hand on Fei Ji's woman? You're tired of living. Startled by Han Yunfei's sudden appearance, Latzi immediately dropped his energy sphere and retreated in a hurry. This kid is a Saiyan too? Impossible. Besides the three of us, only Kakarot should remain among the Saiyans. Who exactly are you? Latzi stared at Han Yunfei as if seeing a ghost, his presence clearly defied all understanding. Ding, historical key figure Latzi detected. Please make a choice. Option 1, sit back with some sunflower seeds and let Sun Wukong and Piccolo handle it, reward point 0. Option 2, join Latzi's faction to become ruler of the universe, reward points 2. Option 3, dare to touch my woman and Fei Ji will blast your head to pieces. Reward points 10, continuous Kamehameha. Does this even require choosing? System, I choose option 3. Ding, congratulations host for selecting option 3, dare to touch my woman and Fei Ji will blast your head to pieces. Mission in progress. After making his choice, Han Yunfei grinned and spoke. I go by Han Yunfei, you may call me Fei Ji. Latzi, you dared to lay hands on Fei Ji's woman and you'll die here today. Even if you beg me, I won't let you go. His words were quiet but carried an unmistakable aura of domineering authority. Latzi was momentarily stunned by Han Yunfei's presence. Han Yunfei, you really didn't die. Hehe, you finally arrived. Sun Wukong clutched his injured arm and slowly made his way over upon spotting Han Yunfei. Sun Wukong, you've grown. You've become stronger. Han Yunfei walked toward him with a smile, completely ignoring Latzi's puzzled stare, and gave his shoulder a pat. Ouch, that hurts. The wound Latzi had inflicted only ached more under Han Yunfei's pat. Sorry Sun Wukong, I'm late. This must be Piccolo, right? That's wonderful. Since you're alive, Lord Kami must still be around and the Dragon Balls can still grant wishes, correct? Han Yunfei's spirit soared upon seeing Piccolo. As long as the Dragon Balls remained, he could obtain an invincible body like Majin Buu's. Humph. So you're after the Dragon Balls too? But this isn't the time for that. That Latzi fellow is incredibly strong. Given our current situation, only by joining forces can we hope to defeat him. Piccolo coolly proposed they team up. Team up? No need. Just sit over there and watch. Fei Ji can handle Latzi with a few casual strikes. Grinning, Han Yunfei turned and waved dismissively as he slowly approached Latzi. Sun Wukong, is Han Yunfei's mind not quite right? Can't he see Latzi's true power? Piccolo watched him with a look of utter disbelief. Piccolo, you don't understand Han Yunfei. He is a combat prodigy. And he is far from the fool you think. He wouldn't dare say such things without reason. In Sun Wukong's memories, Han Yunfei was a person who feared neither heaven nor earth, capable of defeating any opponent no matter how formidable. To Sun Wukong, Han Yunfei was the supreme warrior. Meanwhile, Latzi finally composed himself from his earlier shock and immediately activated his scouter to analyze Han Yunfei's combat power. Beep beep beep. The scouter chimed and immediately displayed Han Yunfei's power level. Combat power 800. This Han Yunfei is far stronger than those two brats. Humph. But his power level is merely 800, he remains no match for me. After seeing Han Yunfei's power level, Latsi steadied himself. Though he could not explain how the young man had appeared so suddenly in the face of absolute numerical superiority, Latsi felt no fear toward Han Yunfei at all. Just an 800 power level fool. I see you are all talk, a nobody below 1000 power who dares to be so audacious. Even facing 3 opponents, Latsi's power level exceeded 1200. In the face of absolute combat superiority, Latsi radiated confidence. But Latsi had no idea that Han Yunfei was deliberately keeping his power level suppressed to conserve energy in daily life. He raised his right hand and launched a massive energy wave straight at Han Yunfei. Han Yunfei dodged it with incredible speed. Sun Wukong, watching from the side, immediately cried out. Earlier he and Piccolo had nearly been injured by this same blast. Though he had not been struck directly, he had clearly felt the tremendous energy radiating from it as it passed close by. Meanwhile, Piccolo noticed Han Yunfei attempting to withstand the energy blast head-on and began charging his Mekenkasapo. Though Sun Wukong had constantly praised Han Yunfei's prowess, in Piccolo's eyes he was merely a fool with a slightly higher power level. After all, no sane person would try to tank such a devastating blast. Humph. Han Yunfei is actually buying me time. Realizing this, Piccolo immediately pressed 2 fingers to his forehead and began gathering energy. At that very moment, Latsi's energy wave was closing in on Han Yunfei, at point-blank range. Humph. You overconfident brat have the guts to stand your ground. Latsi sneered at the sight. His opponent's power level was only 800, if that blast connected, even if he survived he would be severely wounded. Watching the energy wave hurtle toward him, Han Yunfei grinned broadly and raised his arm, shouting loudly. With a sharp cry of ha! Han Yunfei deflected Latsi's energy wave with a single palm strike. What? Impossible! How could he deflect my energy wave? His power level is clearly only 800. What had just transpired defied Latsi's understanding. He repeatedly checked his scouter, yet the display stubbornly read Han Yunfei combat power 800. Impossible! After launching another energy wave, he was once again easily deflected by Han Yunfei. Why is this happening? Watching Latsi's frantic expression, Han Yunfei grinned. Latsi, the power level you see is merely my surface reading. My instantaneous burst combat power is far greater than this. You all rely solely on scouters to gauge an opponent's strength, yet you fail to realize that so-called combat power can be altered through technique. As he spoke, Han Yunfei concentrated his breath and an astonishing power erupted from within him. 10 times Kaio-ken. So that was it. Han Yunfei had been using instant double Kaio-ken to temporarily elevate his strength in moments, and the scouter could not capture that fleeting surge in combat power. As the 10 times Kaio-ken activated, Han Yunfei's entire body was immediately engulfed in crimson flames. Beep beep beep. At this moment Latsi's eyes were wide open, he could not believe what he was witnessing. That kid's power level is rising rapidly. Power level 3000. Power level 5000. Power level 8000. Power level 10,000. Power level 12,000. What? It's still rising. This is impossible. Gazing at Han Yunfei, whose power level continued to climb, Latsi's face twisted in terror and his body instinctively retreated. His combat power has actually reached 15000. Impossible, the detector must be broken. As he watched Han Yunfei enveloped in crimson flames, Raditz kept frantically pressing buttons on his scouter, yet the reading remained unchanged. Meanwhile, inside Came House. Krillin had already returned from Korin Tower. Sitting on the couch, Krillin suddenly rose to his feet, gazing in disbelief toward a small island in the distance. Master Mateto. That's Han Yunfei's aura. Startled, Krillin turned to Master Roshi beside him and spoke. I never expected Han Yunfei's strength to be so formidable. A master like me could never catch up to this. Wearing his sunglasses, Master Roshi gazed into the distance with melancholy. What are you two talking about? Krillin, has Han Yunfei started fighting that villain? Take me there right now. Excitedly, Bulma grabbed Krillin's sleeve and kept tugging at him. Master Mateto, I actually really want to see what's happening over there too. Dazed from Bulma's constant shaking, Krillin looked toward Master Roshi and asked. Let's go, we'll all go together. Even if nothing else, this old body of mine can still be useful. As they spoke, the three hopped into the jet plane and sped straight toward Han Yunfei's location. At this moment Han Yunfei was slowly approaching Raditz, the crimson light radiating from his body instilling fear in Raditz. Impossible. The detector must be malfunctioning. Refusing to accept reality, Raditz roared and continued launching massive energy blasts at Han Yunfei. Boom. 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 Smoke billowed in all directions and Han Yunfei had vanished completely within the roiling haze. Humph. You wretched brat. You still cannot defeat me, Raditz. Ha. Watching the swirling dust before him, Raditz spoke with confidence despite sweat beading on his forehead. Having endured such an overwhelming barrage of energy blasts, Raditz was certain that even if Han Yunfei survived he would certainly be gravely wounded. From within the dust a figure slowly emerged. The man was exceptionally handsome and he now regarded Raditz with a mocking grin. Is that all? Han Yunfei grinned and said. Raditz, if this is your full strength then die. When facing someone like Raditz, Han Yunfei would not show the mercy Son Goku might have shown. In a flash of movement Han Yunfei appeared before Raditz and seized him by the throat. Raditz, you have some nerve grabbing the woman I care about by the neck. You scum, like you dare to cause trouble on Earth. As Han Yunfei spoke he slapped Raditz across the face and then hoisted him entirely off the ground. With his neck gripped by Han Yunfei, Raditz struggled to resist, pounding his fists against Han Yunfei's arm but to no avail. Meanwhile both Son Goku and Piccolo stood dumbfounded. This is incredible. Piccolo had long since dismissed his special beam cannon and after watching Han Yunfei dominate Raditz his mouth hung open in utter disbelief. Piccolo, it seems we need not intervene. I told you Han Yunfei is incredibly strong. Seeing Raditz completely powerless, Goku suddenly looked disappointed. He had been hoping to exchange a few more blows with Raditz himself. After all, it is rare to encounter such a formidable opponent, and as a Saiyan the warrior blood coursing through his veins began to surge. Meanwhile Raditz struggled to breathe with Han Yunfei's hand tightened around his throat. Do you have any final words? If not, then die. As he spoke Han Yunfei placed one hand upon Raditz's chest and a sphere of energy slowly began to form. W8. Why you can't kill me? At the brink of death Raditz summoned his remaining strength to whisper a few words. Hearing this Han Yunfei looked at Raditz with bewilderment and immediately released his grip. Thud. Raditz fell to the ground in a heap. Cough. Cough. Han Yunfei, you cannot kill me. If you kill me my companions will not spare you. Having escaped death by a thread, Raditz warily eyed Han Yunfei gradually backing away. Companions. You mean Vegeta and Nappa? Suddenly remembering that in 1 year Vegeta and Nappa would descend upon Earth, Han Yunfei surmised that the companions Raditz spoke of were likely these two. That's right. It's them. If you kill me they will not let you live. Their combat power far exceeds my own. And you stand no chance against Vegeta. Humph. What's wrong? Frightened now? Seeing Han Yunfei hesitate, Raditz immediately took to the air intending to flee. With his spaceship destroyed he planned to hide here for a year or two until Vegeta and Nappa arrived on Earth, which would ensure his salvation. Frightened? What are you talking about, Raditz? Even if they arrive they are no match for me, Fei-Ji. Han Yunfei spoke these words loudly for he knew these individual scouts had listening capabilities. He presumed that his conversation with Raditz had already been overheard by Vegeta and the others in a distant galaxy. Vegeta, Nappa, hear me. I have made up my mind to kill Raditz today. If you wish to avenge him then come at me. As he spoke Han Yunfei grinned wickedly at Raditz and pressed his hands together into the familiar seal, slowly lowering them to his waist. Ka. Me. Ha. Seeing Han Yunfei's murderous intent, Raditz fled in terror. Ha. Me. Ha. With a mighty roar a colossal energy blast surged forth toward Raditz. Damn it. I am actually going to die here. Watching the expanding energy wave approaching from below, Raditz let out a despairing scream. Ah! The Kamehameha completely devoured Raditz, reducing him to a single streak of starlight that vanished into the horizon. You dared to harm Fei-Ji's woman, Raditz, you deserve to die. Ding, congratulations on completing the host's mission. Reward 10 points. Continuous energy wave. Continuous energy wave. Could this be that overpowered technique capable of unleashing multiple energy waves in rapid succession? In the original story, during the battle between Son Goku and Cell, it was precisely through the continuous energy wave that Cell's barrier was forced into activation, draining his stamina considerably. Excellent, excellent. Such a majestic and domineering skill is perfectly suited for me, Fei-Ji. Having obtained such a divine technique, Han Yunfei immediately opened his status panel. Name: Han Yunfei. Combat Power 1500. Title: First Glimpse of Brilliance. Skills: Kamehameha, Afterimage, Punch, Instant Transmission, Spiral Sword, Solar Flash, Ki Blast, Flying 10x, Kaio-ken, Side Effect Free Version, Continuous Energy Wave. Items: Senzu Beans X97. Points: 25. Only 1 year remained until Vegeta and Nappa would arrive on Earth. These two were far more formidable than they appeared. Although Han Yunfei had spoken boldly earlier, even with the 10x Kaioken he still could not match Vegeta. He had 1 year remaining. I must train with all my might. Vegeta: Nappa, Feiji awaits you on Earth. Meanwhile, in a distant galaxy, Vegeta and Nappa were eavesdropping on the battle through Raditz scouter. Vegeta. Raditz is dead. A massive bald warrior clad in battle armor sat upon a stone pillar, his expression grave. I never expected there to be someone on Earth with a battle power exceeding 15000. Perched atop an alien corpse, Vegeta casually tore off a limb and began devouring it raw. Indeed. This is truly unbelievable. Nappa spoke with visible apprehension. Nothing to worry about, we can defeat him when we join forces. Nappa: we depart for Earth immediately. Now. Correct, Nappa. Before Raditz fell, I learned of a legendary object on Earth called the Dragon Balls. It can grant any wish. Vegeta took another bite of the flesh in his hand before tossing the remainder aside. You wish to revive Raditz? Absurd. Why would I restore such a useless pawn? A faint smile crossed his face as Vegeta rose and crushed the alien skull beneath his boot. Imagine achieving immortality, to remain forever young. What say you? This way we could savor the thrill of battle for eternity. Vegeta's lips curved upward as he declared these words, for combat was the very essence of his existence. I see. That's wonderful. Yet our mission was to pursue Bardock. Is it truly wise to abandon it so suddenly? The memory of Frisia's terrifying visage suddenly surfaced, and Nappa asked with lingering dread. We can delay the pursuit of Bardock for now. With immortality secured, capturing him becomes trivial. Besides, Dodoria and Zarbon are already in full pursuit. We merely detour to Earth first. Understood. I follow you, Vegeta. Hee. With immortality we can continue battling indefinitely. Though Saiyans outlive humans in lifespan, they too age and perish. No one can resist the temptation of eternal life. The mere thought of endless combat instantly ignited Nappa's passionate spirit. A fierce grin spread across his face as he clenched his fists in wild excitement. Let's go, to Earth. It will take us 1 year to reach it from here. Yes, Vegeta. With that they boarded their spaceship and shot into the cosmic void. Meanwhile on planet Frisia. Oh. Such a remarkable discovery. Immortality. Vegeta, you've provided invaluable intelligence. Someone. Prepare the fastest spaceship immediately. We shall depart for Earth at once. The Dragon Balls are mine. Seated in his command chair, Frisia let out a cold smirk before ascending into the vessel. With a thunderous roar the spacecraft launched from Frisia's planet, hurtling toward the distant stars. Rapidly contact Vegeta and Nappa, summon them to my presence immediately. Within the ship, Frisia observed 2 rapidly moving blips on the monitor and ordered a nearby soldier without hesitation. Yes, Lord Frisia. The soldier quickly attempted to establish contact with Vegeta and Nappa but only received a dead tone. I apologize, my Lord Frisia. Vegeta and Nappa appear to have entered hibernation. I cannot establish communication at this time. The flustered soldier bowed his head in desperation. Damn it. To fall into hibernation at such a critical moment. How long will the journey to Earth take from here? Frisia sat rigid in his command throne, his gaze fixed unblinkingly on the 2 rapidly closing blips on the screen. Even at maximum speed it would still require 1.5 years. The soldier kept his head lowered, unable to meet Frisia's eyes. Maintain constant communication attempts with Vegeta and Nappa. Contact them the moment they come online and summon them to my presence at once. Frisia's voice rose with barely concealed fury. Yes, my Lord Frisia. The attendant soldier immediately responded with deference. Had Vegeta and his party not been so far away, Frisia would have destroyed their spaceship without hesitation. But under the present circumstances he could only wait. Frisia gazed out at the dark expanse of cosmos beyond the viewport, his longing for Earth burning with every passing moment. Meanwhile on Earth, Han Yunfei was conferring with Son Goku and Piccolo. What? Han Yunfei, you wish to obtain a super cell regenerative body. Upon hearing Han Yunfei's desire, Son Goku was visibly astonished. But what exactly is super cell regeneration? Ahaha, I'm not entirely sure I understand, but it sounds quite impressive. Son Goku rubbed the back of his head with a laugh. I believe what Han Yunfei is referring to is the super cell regeneration belonging to our Mazu race. Our Mazu are unlike you humans, any body part may regenerate as long as the head remains intact. Piccolo spoke with evident pride when discussing this regenerative ability. You're correct, Piccolo. However, Majin Buu's super cell regeneration far surpasses that of the Namekians. As long as a single cell remains undestroyed, Majin Buu can regenerate, and that is something you certainly cannot achieve. Mentioning Majin Buu brought to Han Yunfei's mind that adorable yet terrifying figure, a portly being whose innocence masked genuine danger. The Namekians. Han Yunfei, setting aside who this Majin Buu you speak of might be, what precisely do you mean by Namekian? Upon hearing those 5 characters, Piccolo's face drained of color. Since childhood he had differed from others in appearance. The cloth wrapped around his head served specifically to conceal the 2 antennae growing from his forehead. Piccolo, you and Kaio-ken were originally one being. When disaster struck your home planet and your people faced extinction, your parents sent you to Earth via spaceship. After arriving on Earth, you chose to separate the evil portion of yourself in order to become Earth's guardian deity. In truth, Namekians possess pure and gentle nature. Your own darkness stemmed entirely from the corrupting influence of Earth's inhabitants. The subsequent events are clear to you. Your father became the great demon King Piccolo, and he sired you before his demise. Upon hearing Han Yunfei's explanation, Piccolo fell silent. Namekian. So I truly am an alien. Han Yunfei, I shall tentatively accept your words. Piccolo had already gleaned certain memories through his father's legacy, and combined with Han Yunfei's revelations they perfectly resolved the mysteries that had long plagued him. Namekians naturally divide into warrior and wisdom types. You and Kaio-ken were each a genius-type Namekian. Upon splitting, you inherited the combat prowess while Kaio-ken inherited the wisdom. Watching Han Yunfei speak with such conviction, both Piccolo and Son Goku listened in silence. Oh ha ha, I never knew you possessed such extensive knowledge, Han Yunfei. Son Goku ever straightforward clapped Han Yunfei on the shoulder in praise. Ha ha ha. No trouble at all, should you encounter anything unclear in the future feel free to ask me. Han Yunfei's spirits were soaring. He had escaped that eerie 5-dimensional realm, rescued Bulma, and defeated Raditz. He felt as though everything were firmly under his control. Naturally, this sense of certainty was merely his own illusion. Even as the group exchanged laughs, light years away from Earth on the distant planet, Farouk Bardock found himself locked in desperate combat against Dodoria and Zarbon. At last we have found you, Bardock. Lord Falisa has ordered us to show no mercy. Will you end your own life, Bardock, or must I do it for you? The speaker was a handsome young man clad in a battle suit, while the pineapple-headed crimson-skinned being beside him was none other than Duodolia. Sabo, stop wasting words with him, just kill him. This wretch actually injured me before. Humph. Today, Bardock, you die. Duodolia with his brutish face gnashed his teeth in fury as he recalled the scene 6 years ago when Bardock had gravely wounded him. Back then Bardock had pursued Duodolia to a desolate planet and the two had engaged in a fierce battle. But in the end Duodolia had been defeated due to his inferior strength. Had Sabo not appeared in time to save him, he would certainly be a dead man now. Over the years Vegeta, Duodolia and Sabo had all been pursuing Bardock. What baffled them was that this Bardock had actually learned to control his chi. And when he lowered his battle power to the absolute minimum, even the scouter could not detect him. Out of loyalty to Falisa, Duodolia and Sabo naturally did everything in their power to chase down Bardock. Vegeta, however, only made a show of diligence while actually letting Bardock roam free. For he knew that Bardock was determined to kill Falisa and that his potential was astonishing. During these years of constant pursuit by Falisa's army, his battle power had actually increased further. Vegeta reasoned that if this Bardock could become a Super Saiyan, it would not be a bad thing for him. As the prince of the Saiyans, Vegeta had his pride, yet his hatred for Falisa was etched deep in his bones. Having had his homeworld destroyed as a child and grown up under his enemy's rule, his heart was truly warped. The proud Saiyan prince would never allow anyone to manipulate him. Now that Sabo and Duodolia had finally cornered Bardock once more, they would not let such a golden opportunity slip away. The three-way battle raged on. Growing fiercer with every exchange, Bardock faced the combined onslaught of Duodolia and Sabo, demonstrating astonishing combat talent. Compared with Sabo, Duodolia was considerably weaker. Spotting his chance, Bardock immediately hurled a punch at Duodolia's head. With his battle power now reaching 27000, the sheer might of Bardock's punch sent Duodolia flying. Duodolia! What? Seeing this, Sabo turned and shouted, but the very next instant he too was kicked flying by Bardock. Bastard! With blood seeping from the corner of his mouth, Duodolia let out a ferocious roar and fired a massive energy wave at Bardock. Then a succession of energy waves blasted toward Bardock. Boom! 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 As the detonations thundered incessantly, the enraged Duodolia, desperate to destroy Bardock, attacked with reckless abandon. Ya! Die! After the relentless series of explosions, Duodolia showed not the slightest intention of stopping. Instead he intensified his onslaught, hurling wave after wave at Bardock ahead. Duodolia, he's behind you! Never in a million years did Sabo imagine that Bardock's battle power had reached 27000. In terror he saw Bardock suddenly materialize behind Duodolia. Reckless fool, did you truly think I would be struck by such a move? Ha! After a brief moment of gathering strength behind Duodolia, Bardock drove a heavy punch straight into his back. A thunderous crash resounded as Duodolia's battle suit split apart and his entire body was hurled backward. Ah! Damn it! Damn it! After steadying himself in midair, Duodolia whirled to look behind him, but Bardock had vanished. Duodolia prepared to die. Looming overhead, Bardock clutched a sphere of energy in his hand. With a thunderous shout, the sphere shot forth like a bolt toward Duodolia. Ah! Duodolia never even dreamed Bardock would be above him. Struck by the energy sphere, his body plummeted at terrifying speed, seemingly destined for a most intimate encounter with the ground. Bardock watched Duodolia's fall with a burning gaze. His battle strategy had succeeded brilliantly. Unlike the level-headed Sabo, Duodolia was naturally rash and therefore far easier to handle. So long as Duodolia was eliminated first, the remaining Sabo would pose no real threat. Although Bardock was not wearing a scouter at the moment, he had mastered the art of gauging an opponent's strength through his chi. By Bardock's estimation, Sabo's battle power was around 21000. In a one-on-one duel he would certainly be no match for Bardock. Duodolia, die now! With a fierce cry, Bardock thrust out a single hand and the energy sphere pressed against Duodolia on the verge of detonation plunged downward even faster. Just as Duodolia was about to collide with the ground, a colossal figure appeared out of nowhere and saved him at the last possible moment. The giant carried Duodolia back into the sky. In the same instant a massive explosion thundered below. The blast churned the surrounding air into storms, obliterated the ground beneath, and a deluge of water surged in from a colossal chasm. Huff! Huff! Thank you, Sabo, that was a close one. After being rescued, Duodolia quickly expressed his gratitude to the hideous toad-faced creature beside him. That person was none other than Sabo in his transformed state. No need for thanks. If you had died, I doubt I alone could have handled Bardock. Let's go, Duodolia, we'll attack him together. My battle power in this form is 28000, already above Bardock's. With that, Sabo shot upward, hurtling toward Bardock. Seeing this, Duodolia shouted and immediately followed in hot pursuit. As for the planet Faluk where the trio fought, its gravity was 10 times that of Earth. In his prime, Duodolia felt little under the tenfold gravity. But now, injured and drained from firing wave after wave of chi blasts, he could feel the oppressive weight of the tenfold gravity. Huff! Damn, my body suddenly feels so heavy. Huff! Trailing behind Sabo, Duodolia was beginning to struggle. Meanwhile, back on Earth, Bulma and the others piloting a jet plane had arrived near Ladizi's spaceship. Seeing that Han Yunfei was safe, Bulma rushed over to him, tears streaming down her face. Bulma knew all too well how powerful Ladizi was. Having finally been reunited with Han Yunfei, she was terrified of losing him once again. Are you all right, Han Yunfei? Nervously, Bulma scanned Han Yunfei from head to foot, touching his head and his arms, afraid that he might be missing something. It's all right, Bulma. Don't forget, I'm really strong. With that, Han Yunfei struck a muscleman pose, but the next moment Bulma gave his head a sharp knock. You idiot, stop playing the hero. From now on, whenever there's an enemy, leave it to Sun Wukong and that Duan Di. Just stay out of it, do you hear me? After a brief bout of crying, Bulma switched back to her usual self. She planted her hands on her hips and pointed accusingly at Han Yunfei's Sun Wukong and Duan Di. Heh heh. This Bulma is an enemy we can't defeat. Rubbing the back of his head, Sun Wukong said sheepishly. This woman is truly formidable. In some respects she's even stronger than Ladizi. Beside him Duan-di broke into a cold sweat and eyed Bulma with caution. After comforting Bulma, Han Yunfei told everyone about Vegeta and Nappa. What? Han Yunfei, is what you said true? If this hadn't come from your own mouth I wouldn't believe it even if you killed me. Sitting on a boulder, Goku immediately jumped up upon hearing Han Yunfei's words. Saiyan's more than 10 times stronger than that Raditz. After hearing Han Yunfei's news, Piccolo's face instantly clouded over. Thinking of the powerful enemies about to appear, Piccolo suddenly glanced toward the lookout in the sky where Kami resided, lost in thought. Piccolo, do you have a plan? How about we train together? Goku looked at the grim-faced Piccolo and suggested with a chuckle. Those who practice martial arts all know that compared with training alone, training with a partner of similar strength yields twice the result with half the effort. Are you kidding me? I'm from the Demon Clan. Do you think that just because I joined forces with you once I'm your partner? Humph. With a cold snort, Piccolo at once rose into the air and flew off into the distance. Watching Piccolo fly away, Goku said thoughtfully, I almost forgot, after all he is Demon King Piccolo. I think Piccolo has his own plans too. Now that powerful enemies are coming, he's under great pressure too. Let him have some time alone. Patting Goku on the shoulder, Han Yunfei looked at the departing Piccolo and said reassuringly. We still have a year. What plans do all of you have? As Han Yunfei spoke, he looked at Goku and the others. Apart from Goku, who was full of fighting spirit, Krillin and Master Roshi beside him were wearing worried frowns. Everyone. Just as the group was at a loss, a dark-skinned man with sausage-like lips appeared in the distance, standing on a magic carpet and flying slowly over. Mr. Popo. Seeing Mr. Popo, Goku shouted out. Since he had previously trained at the lookout, he was very familiar with Mr. Popo. Goku, long time no see. Everyone, Kami would like to see you all, come with me. With that, Mr. Popo slowly lowered the magic carpet and gestured for everyone to get on. Kami. Hearing the word Kami, Master Roshi was instantly stricken with alarm. He had heard about Kami from Korin when he climbed Korin Tower before. After that, Goku had also by a twist of fate gone to the lookout to train, which made Master Roshi full of envy. Krillin, standing nearby, was even more astonished at the sight of Mr. Popo, his mouth hanging open. I've heard Goku mention Mr. Popo and Kami before. This Mr. Popo really does look extraordinarily impressive. After hearing this, Krillin and Master Roshi immediately jumped onto the magic carpet. Han Yunfei, why don't you come along too? Standing at the front of the magic carpet, Mr. Popo suddenly turned to Han Yunfei and said. You know me. Though Han Yunfei knew of Kami and Mr. Popo, this was still his first time meeting them face to face. Han Yunfei, Kami and I have been keeping a close eye on your every move. Still, your behavior has been quite satisfactory to us. Mr. Popo said with a smile. Looking at the smiling Mr. Popo, Han Yunfei felt a chill run down his spine. Damn, so that feeling of being spied on back when I first arrived in the Dragon Ball world was real. Kami, Popo, you're both peeping Toms, you've already seen every last bit of me, brother Fei. But I've never been to the lookout. It wouldn't hurt to look around, isn't it, just on top of Korin Tower? Now that the Senzu Beans are all gone, I might as well go get some more from Korin. Getting into Kami's good graces will make it easier to train in the hyperbolic time chamber later. After turning it over in his mind, Han Yunfei finally nodded and said with a smile, then I'll come along too. And so on Mr. Popo's magic carpet, the group flew straight to the lookout. After arriving at the lookout, 3 familiar figures appeared before them on the platform. Tien Shinhan, Kaiotsu and Yamcha. As the companions met once again, everyone chatted and laughed. Kami's idea was for everyone to stay and train, for he too had sensed 3 evil auras approaching Earth. Wait, 3 powerful evil auras? Aren't those Vegeta and Nappa? Then who else? Looking at the aged Kami, Han Yunfei asked in confusion. There is another one. His aura is exceptionally strong, far above those 2 you mentioned. But because the distance is too great, my perception isn't too clear either. But one thing I am certain of, if that one makes it to Earth, Earth will be destroyed. Kami said in a grave voice, a look of fear on his face. Could it be Frieza? Impossible, why would Frieza come to Earth in this timeline? Forget it. I need to work on raising my strength first. Otherwise I can't even beat Vegeta and Nappa. After chatting a while longer with Kami and the others, Han Yunfei and Bulma flew down toward Korin Tower below. Goku meanwhile was taken by Kami to train with King Kai. The rest with Goku's help learned the sky dancing technique. Kami set an appointment for special training 3 days later, so everyone went home to get ready. After arriving at Korin Tower, Han Yunfei met Yajirobe. The chubby man carrying a samurai sword still looked as stout as ever. By now Yajirobe had taken up long-term residence in Korin Tower and become friends with Korin. Long time no see, Korin. Holding Bulma in his arms, Han Yunfei slowly landed and gently set her down. Whoa. He just came down from the lookout. Who exactly is this guy? Looking at Han Yunfei warily, Yajirobe took a few steps back. Don't be nervous, Yajirobe. I really do know you very well. If I remember correctly, it was you who killed one of Demon King Piccolo's men, right? You didn't just kill him, you roasted and ate him. What an appetite you have. Han Yunfei looked at Yajirobe with a playful smile. You. How could you know that? After hearing this, Yajirobe grew even more wary. Just kidding around. Don't be nervous. With a grin, Han Yunfei walked toward Korin. It's like this, Korin, as you must already be aware, Earth is destined for disaster a year from now. I've come to ask you for some Senzu Beans to have them on hand for emergencies. Senzu Beans are a wonderful thing. Though Han Yunfei still had quite a few, he could never have too many. Oh, so that's how it is. Korin immediately took out a small cloth pouch from behind him. There's not much from the recent harvest. Here are 6, take them first. 6 Senzu Beans, thank you, Korin. Taking the small pouch, Han Yunfei rejoiced secretly. With that, Han Yunfei bowed to Korin. I'll be going now, Korin. Yajirobe. See you around. Picking up Bulma, Han Yunfei immediately used instant transmission and vanished from Korin Tower. Watching Han Yunfei vanish on the spot, Yajirobe felt cold sweat oozing from his forehead and muttered, this Han Yunfei is no ordinary man. The fastest method of cultivation was gravity training, a technique Han Yunfei already knew from the original story. When Son Goku traveled to Namek, he boosted his power more than tenfold in less than 10 days, all through the power of gravity training. However, to Han Yunfei's disappointment, Briefs was unable to construct a gravity chamber exceeding 10 times Earth's gravity. I need high-purity gravity stones to build a 20-fold or even 50-fold gravity chamber. Those were Brief's own words. But where could one possibly find such high-purity gravity stones? Upon learning of Han Yunfei's distress, Bulma immediately spent the entire night crafting a telescope capable of detecting the purity of gravity stones across star systems. Meanwhile, Han Yunfei had gathered all the Dragon Balls while Bulma was building the telescope and fulfilled her wish for eternal youth. Han Yunfei's devotion to Bulma surpassed even his own self-preservation. As long as Bulma was happy, Han Yunfei felt utterly satisfied, and Bulma's love for him was equally profound and etched into her heart. Through the telescope, Bulma discovered that a nearby planet called Planet Farouk possessed gravity stones of exceptionally high purity. Fully equipped in his spacesuit, Han Yunfei activated instant transmission and appeared upon Planet Farouk in a flash. A colossal lizard beside him was startled by Han Yunfei's arrival but quickly opened its massive jaws and lunged at him. As the lizard attacked, Han Yunfei casually swung a punch and crushed its skull. But the next moment he immediately sensed 3 powerful auras colliding with each other in the distance. What were those auras? Focusing his divine sense, Han Yunfei quickly recognized 2 of them. Those were Bardock and Dodoria. Could he really be encountering them here? Han Yunfei's combat power was merely 1500 at this point. Even with Kaio-ken X10 he stood no chance against Dodoria. What terrified Han Yunfei most was the 3rd unfamiliar aura. Its strength even surpassed Bardock's. Could it be Zarbon? After removing his spacesuit, Han Yunfei found the oxygen concentration on this planet was identical to Earth's, so there was no need to worry about suffocation. Yet moving on Farouk with 10 times Earth's gravity significantly slowed Han Yunfei's every step. Helplessly he had no choice but to unleash Kaio-ken X10. Much easier now. Flying at low altitude, Han Yunfei soon spotted 3 figures in the sky. Seeing they all carried scouter devices, Han Yunfei immediately concealed his aura and hid behind a massive boulder. It truly was Zarbon. But he should have already transformed by now. Watching Bardock fight both of them alone, Han Yunfei desperately wanted to intervene, but the vast power gap held him back. Helplessly witnessing Bardock struggle against 2 opponents left Han Yunfei powerless, making him yearn desperately to increase his strength. Just as Han Yunfei brooded, the 3 engaged in fierce combat in the sky. In his transformed state, Zarbon radiated an astonishing killing intent, charging at Bardock and unleashing a devastating punch. Seeing the iron fist hurtling toward him, Bardock leaped backward and barely dodged it. Gazing at the grotesque Zarbon before him, Bardock was struck with shock. Zarbon, I never expected you could transform like us Saiyans. Looks like I truly underestimated you. Wary of Zarbon's frog-like visage, Bardock clenched both fists, refusing to let his guard slip. Humph, all of our spacefaring races can transform. Though we don't grow as colossal as Saiyans, it's more than enough to handle you in your current state. Zarbon's gaze hardened, and with a single sweep of his hand a shockwave shot directly toward Bardock. Child's play. Seeing the shockwave approach, Bardock sliced it clean apart with a single palm strike. I'm above you. Emerging from overhead, Zarbon brought down a mighty hammer blow that sent Bardock plummeting downward. Below, Dodoria had been waiting patiently. Seeing Bardock knocked down, he immediately opened his massive jaws and fired a colossal shockwave straight at the fallen Bardock. With a thunderous explosion, the ground where Bardock stood shattered into pieces and he was sent plunging into the sea. Humph, let's see if you survive this. Huff. Huff. Dodoria panted heavily overhead, a smug grin spreading across his face as he gazed down at the swirling waters below. Zarbon, look, Bardock's combat power has vanished. Looks like he's dead. Watching the turbulent river below, Dodoria's confidence surged back. Don't let your guard down, Dodoria. Hurry and find Bardock's corpse. Don't forget Bardock can control his aura, he may not be dead. Saying this, Zarbon reverted to his handsome form and dove from the sky into the water. I almost forgot Bardock could do that. Thanks for the reminder, Zarbon. Dodoria then rushed downward, plunging into the river. Despite searching everywhere, the two could not locate Bardock's body. Han Yunfei, concealed behind a boulder, had witnessed the entire scene. In his hand he clutched a gravity stone he had just uncovered. Having found the gravity stone, Han Yunfei wanted to return immediately. After all, against Zarbon, whose combat power neared 30000, his own strength was woefully inadequate. Staying here would be of no help whatsoever. But the next moment a man suddenly burst from the lake water nearby and collapsed onto the shore, gasping heavily. It was Bardock. Since fate has brought me to you, I suppose I must save your life. Besides, you are Son Goku's father after all. Glancing upward, Han Yunfei saw Zarbon and Dodoria still frantically searching the sky like headless flies, completely unaware of Bardock's presence below. Han Yunfei knew full well that both Dodoria and Zarbon relied too heavily on their scouter devices, that the enemy was nearby, yet they had failed to detect him. Bardock, are you alright? Pulling Bardock from the water, Han Yunfei intended to feed him a Senzu Bean and then use instant transmission to escape the planet together. But the next moment he saw Zarbon unleash a ferocious roar, followed by a colossal shockwave raining down from the sky and striking the ground. Oh no! Han Yunfei and Bardock were perilously close to the shockwave. If it detonated, they would be instantly annihilated. Seeing the blast wave about to engulf them, Han Yunfei seized Bardock's arm and immediately activated instant transmission. Damn it, planet Earth is too far, I need to concentrate. It's too late. A thunderous explosion rang out and Han Yunfei's vision went completely black as he lost consciousness. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself lying upon a wooden bed. Bardock beside him remained in a deep slumber. Where am I? Rising from the bed, Han Yunfei scanned his surroundings. He discovered the cabin was simply furnished, with only 2 wooden beds, a round table and a few chairs. You're finally awake. The speaker was a purple frog-like dwarf. Beside him stood an even smaller figure, presumably his child. You're a Planta alien. Seeing the frog-like dwarf, Han Yunfei immediately recalled the name Planta. Before being named Planet Vegeta, it had been known as Planet Planta. What the hell, have I traveled back in time? This joke has gone too far. What the hell? Don't tell me I've traveled back to the past. This joke has gone too far. Gazing at Bardock deeply asleep beside him, Han Yunfei suddenly recalled that Bardock truly possessed the ability to travel through time and space. Could it be that Bardock can only trigger his time travel when his life is threatened? Seeing Han Yunfei sitting on the bed and muttering to himself, the Planteon beside him immediately introduced himself. Hello, my name is Ipana. I'm the village doctor of this village. This is my son Belly. Ipana, who had a kindly look on his face, said with a smile. Ipana. It seems I really did travel back in time. Looking at the smiling alien in front of him, Han Yunfei was now 100% certain that he had traveled through time. Since he was already here, he might as well take things as they come. After forcing himself to calm down, Han Yunfei immediately jumped off the bed and stretched his limbs. Confirming that he was in good condition, he walked up to Ipana, smiled and extended his hand. Hello, my name is Han Yunfei. He's Bardock. Did you save us? Seeing Han Yunfei smile and extend his hand, Apana felt much more at ease. At the very least the young man before him was polite, so he probably wasn't a bad person. Little Belly hiding behind Apana kept sizing up Han Yunfei with his curious eyes. Hey there little guy. Your belly right? Hello. Han Yunfei said with a grin. Since the Planchans loved peace and were honest and kind, Han Yunfei quickly bonded with them. These Planchans knew how to produce a very special liquid. When it was poured over wounds it had a healing effect. With the Planchans' meticulous care, Bardak's injuries had also healed. During the time he spent with Bardak, Han Yunfei found that Bardak was a man who was cold on the outside but warm on the inside. He seemed indifferent to everything, but deep down he was a man of honor and a kind heart. Of course Han Yunfei had no intention of staying forever in this distant past. Judging by the timeline, Earth should not have the Dragon Balls yet, so Han Yunfei planned to try his luck on Namek and see whether there were Dragon Balls there. Although he had learned instant transmission, Han Yunfei did not know Namek's exact location, so he could not rely on instant transmission to reach it. This forced Han Yunfei to remain in the past for now. Meanwhile on Earth, inside came House Chi-Chi, and the Ox King had brought Son Gohan along for a visit. Master Roshi was overjoyed to see his disciple, and just when everyone was having a warm and happy time, 3 uninvited guests suddenly appeared outside the house. Jim led his 2 cherished disciples Mandy and Harry to Kame House. With murderous intent, Jim attacked Master Roshi on sight. Poor Master Roshi was no match for the android Jim, and everyone soon lay knocked to the ground. At that moment Piccolo sensed the clashing auras and immediately appeared in the sky above Kame House. He had only come to watch the show, not to help. After all, Piccolo was a demon, he would never help Master Roshi and the others for no reason. Seeing their lives under threat, the young Son Gohan flew into a rage and killed Jim with a single punch. When enraged, Son Gohan's battle power reached 1307 while Jim's was only a few hundred. Suffice it to say, an enraged Son Gohan was far too strong. Once Jim was taken out, Harry and Mandy were so frightened that they turned and ran. However, Piccolo up above had witnessed Son Gohan's terrifying battle power. To deal with 2 powerful Saiyans who would arrive a year later, Piccolo decided to train Son Goku's son. Amid everyone's tearful pleas, Piccolo insisted on taking Gohan away to train in the mountains. The scene returned once again to Planet Plant. Planet Plant was now calm and peaceful. Everyone went about their own duties except for Han Yunfei and Bardak, who were training desperately. In an open space not far from the village, Han Yunfei was throwing himself at Bardak with everything he had. After 6 months of Bardak's hellish training, his battle power had risen to 8000. Even though Han Yunfei had improved rapidly, he still could not match Bardak. Hiya! Hiya! Rain after rain of attacks hammered toward Bardak. Han Yunfei was using the Tenfold Kaio-ken. Hiya! Han Yunfei shot toward Bardak, kicking horizontally at his waist, but the next moment Bardak flickered and appeared behind him. Ha! With a shout, Bardak fired an energy sphere from his hand. Han Yunfei felt a sharp pain in his back and was blasted backward, smashing into a small hill in the distance. The entire hill was shattered while Han Yunfei knelt with both knees on the ground, gasping for breath. With a swish, Bardak flickered in front of Han Yunfei and immediately kicked at his body. Ah! After being sent flying by Bardak once more, Han Yunfei refused to accept it, and a stunning potential instantly burst out of him. His body trembled and then he stopped in midair. Tenfold Kaio-ken. Ka. Me. Ha. Me. Han Yunfei's entire body was wrapped in red flames. He brought his hands together in a calyx shape and slowly lowered them to his waist, and in that moment a tremendous energy gathered in his palms. Seeing that Han Yunfei was about to unleash the Kamehameha, Bardak gestured with his hand, signaling him to bring it on. Kamehame. Ha. With a mighty shout, Han Yunfei's battle power while unleashing the Kamehameha jumped all the way to 200000. A colossal energy wave blasted toward Bardak. As the Kamehameha rushed toward him, Bardak simply raised a single hand and stopped the wave dead. Huff. 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 His strength spent, Han Yunfei tumbled out of the air and landed on the ground, panting heavily and looking completely drained. Good work, Han Yunfei. You've grown. Bardak walked up to him with a smile and pulled him to his feet. Phew. Han Yunfei let out a deep breath, then grinned and shook his head. I'm still far from your level. Hey Bardak, I'm curious, what's your battle power now? During their earlier fight with Dodoria and the others, Han Yunfei had sensed that Bardak's battle power was around 27000. But ever since he had been severely wounded and brought here by time travel, Bardock's battle power had continued to rise without stopping, as if he had broken through the limits of the Saiyan race. I don't know the exact number either. I estimate it's over 500,000 now. Bardock said it casually, and Han Yunfei beside him was stunned. 500,000. Bardock, you've got to be joking. Hearing the number 500,000, Han Yunfei was shocked. That's just too strong. Bardock, I'm so envious of you. During those 6 months, Han Yunfei and Bardock had already become like brothers, and the two of them were on excellent terms. Because they were both Saiyans, Bardock felt especially close to Han Yunfei and had personally been teaching him combat techniques. Having fought on the front line for so long, Bardock had extremely rich combat experience. Under his careful instruction, Han Yunfei improved rapidly in battle power and acquired many practical fighting techniques as well. After their training was done, the two returned to the village. Just then Belly came up to them with a basket of delicious food. Uncle Bardock, brother Han Yunfei, you too must be famished. Come and eat. Looking at little Belly, Bardock's eyes were full of affection. This little fellow was very sensible, and over their 6 months together Bardock had come to see him as his own family. The days he spent on Planet Plant were the happiest of Bardock's life. He had come to regard the Plantians as friends and kindred spirits. However, happy times never last forever. With a loud boom from the sky, a spaceship descended and landed on Planet Plant. Inside the spaceship, a person who looked very much like Frisia sat in the command room issuing orders. Chabra Dobi, the two of you are to conquer this planet for me. I'll wait here for your good news. The speaker was none other than Chilled. He is Frisia's ancestor. Yes, Lord Chilled. At that, 2 aliens wearing battle armor and carrying ray guns stepped out of the spaceship. That is Frisia's spaceship. Bardock and his companions, who had been casually chatting and dining, were utterly astonished when they witnessed the spaceship descend. Bardock would never forget Frisia's hideous visage until his dying breath. Upon seeing a vessel identical to the one that had plagued his people, he rose to his feet, clenched his fists and trembled with fury. Bardock. Seeing Bardock in such torment, Han Yunfei's heart ached with sympathy. He knew that when Frisia had destroyed planet Vegeta, it had been Bardock alone who had dared to stand against the tyrant. Although planet Vegeta was ultimately destroyed, Bardock's courage was unmatched by any other Saiyan. It was the plaza. The aliens were attacking the plaza. Little Beryl, hearing the explosions from nearby, immediately turned to gaze toward the square. Their smoke billowed across the plaza as the plant people's cries and screams merged into a chorus of terror. Because the plant people were not a warrior race, they possessed little strength to resist foreign invasion. Their true expertise lay in the fields of biochemistry and scientific research. At this moment, Kaba and Dodoria were wreaking havoc upon the surrounding structures in the plaza. Listen well, all of you, a voice commanded. This planet now belongs to Lord Chilled, the galactic pirate. Those who defy me shall be put to death. The speaker was Dodoria, one of Chilled's subordinates. His face bore a resemblance to Cell, though his stature was remarkably diminutive. To be chosen by Lord Chilled is your blessing. Surrender now, you frog-brained idiots, or face destruction. Ha ha ha. Beside Dodoria stood a green reptilian warrior, continuously firing his energy gun at nearby structures to instill fear. Terrible. It really is the legendary galactic pirate Chilled. Our planet will be destroyed. Who will save us? I'm so afraid. The plant people had never encountered such vicious invaders, and under relentless attack they cowered in terror, scrambling for cover with their hands over their heads. Ha ha ha. You see now the power of Lord Chilled. The arrogant Kaba, watching the panicked plant people flee in every direction, aimed his energy gun at one particular child and fired. As the energy blast hurtled toward the child, Kaba's face twisted into a cold grin, his eyes gleaming with a cruel light that revealed his true nature as a cold-blooded killer. But before the blast could strike, a figure suddenly emerged, positioning itself between the weapon and the child. That laser beam was effortlessly deflected by the newcomer's casual gesture. Who are you? Kaba shouted in shock upon seeing the youth. In the center of the plaza stood a handsome young man, his expression furrowed with anger as he watched the plant people's desperate cries echoing around him. During his 6 months living among the plant people, Han Yunfei had developed a deep appreciation for this gentle and intelligent species. The kind plant people had been incredibly generous toward Han Yunfei and Bardock, providing them with meals daily and even offering them a place to stay. Who is he? He doesn't seem to be a plant person. Kaba was startled by Han Yunfei's sudden appearance and immediately activated his scouter to scan his power level. Upon discovering that Han Yunfei's combat power registered only at 1000, Kaba's tension melted away. Haha, what a fool with such pathetic combat power. Do you wish to play the hero? Die. With a derisive laugh, Kaba's energy gun fired directly at Han Yunfei without hesitation. His own combat power stood at 2000 points. Finding Han Yunfei's abilities vastly inferior, Kaba felt an immediate sense of security. Yet in the next instant that seemingly devastating laser beam was effortlessly deflected by Han Yunfei's casual hand gesture, leaving Kaba utterly stunned. Impossible. His combat power is merely 1000 points, how could he possibly deflect my energy blast? Watching Han Yunfei advance steadily forward, Kaba found himself involuntarily retreating in terror. Normally when not engaged in combat one could suppress their aura to conserve energy. The surge Han Yunfei had just unleashed was instantaneous, too rapid for the scouter to register accurately. Kaba, refusing to accept the situation, fired repeatedly at Han Yunfei, but every blast was deflected with ease. Fool! Don't you understand that combat power can be controlled? Han Yunfei observed Kaba's petrified expression with a look of utter disdain. Control combat power. The word struck Kaba with shock. Watch closely, this is my true combat power. Han Yunfei clenched his fists, unleashing an overwhelming surge of power. Ah! With a mighty shout, his combat ability escalated rapidly. Combat power 2000. Combat power 4000. Combat power 6000. What? It's still increasing. Kaba's maximum capacity was only 2000 points, yet Han Yunfei's power had already surpassed it exponentially. Combat power 8000. Han Yunfei's abilities eventually stabilized at 8000 points. I'm impossible. His combat power has reached 8000 points. Staring at his scouter in sheer terror, Kaba trembled violently. Don't worry, I haven't even employed the Kaio-ken yet. Han Yunfei advanced with a smirk. Sensing the danger, Kaba turned to flee but crashed into Dodoria, who was slaughtering villagers. Kaba, where are you rushing to? Why the panic? Dodoria frowned at Kaba's disheveled appearance. The man is pursuing us. What man? As Dodoria questioned him, Han Yunfei materialized before them. Have mercy. Upon seeing Han Yunfei behind him, Kaba screamed in terror, only for a steel-like fist to pierce through his abdomen in an instant. With a final cry, Kaba fell dead, killed instantly by Han Yunfei. You killed Kaba. Damned fool. Dodoria roared in fury at the sight of his companion's swift demise. Then you die too. Han Yunfei showed no mercy toward these villains, hurling an energy blast at Dodoria without hesitation. To Han Yunfei's astonishment, Dodoria crushed the energy blast in his grasp. Humph. I am Lord Chilt's elite subordinate, killing Kaba, that weakling is nothing remarkable. As Dodoria spoke, his body began to tremble with intensity. Chilled. Isn't he Frisia's ancestor? Could he be inside that spaceship? Han Yunfei's mind raced. If he is Frisia's ancestor, his power must be formidable. This is bad. Even Bardak couldn't defeat Chilled. Noticing Han Yunfei's worry, Dodoria sneered as his power surged ever higher. Ya. With each roar, Dodoria's strength escalated rapidly, his terrifying aura disrupting the surrounding atmosphere. Sorry to keep you waiting, Saiyan. Let us begin properly. I should mention, my current combat power stands at 12000. Before the words had fully left his lips, Dodoria appeared before Han Yunfei and launched a devastating punch. Han Yunfei stabilized his body after being sent flying by a careless blow, but in the next moment Dabi appeared directly above him. With another thunderous strike, Han Yunfei was knocked plummeting downward. Die, Saiyan. Dabi's energy blast grew larger and larger in his hand, and with a swift flick it surged toward Han Yunfei like a devastating projectile. With the energy blast mere inches away, at the final critical moment Han Yunfei activated the Kaio-ken X10. In an instant his entire body was enveloped in crimson flames and his battle power skyrocketed to 80000. At full power he launched himself skyward and effortlessly dodged the energy blast. What was that crimson flame? His battle power had actually increased. Crackling sounds echoed. Dabi was stunned to discover that his scouter displayed Han Yunfei's battle power had reached 80000. No way. How could a Saiyan have such immense battle power? Though he refused to believe what he was seeing, the enormous numbers on his scouter forced Dabi to confront reality. Glancing at Han Yunfei with terror, Dabi immediately turned and fled. Watching his retreating figure, Han Yunfei grinned and vanished in a flash of speed, reappearing directly before him. So fast. Even at full flight, Dabi was intercepted by Han Yunfei. Stay back. I serve Lord Chilled. If you kill me, Lord Chilled will not spare you. With death looming, Dabi immediately invoked Chilled as a shield. After all, in this universe the name of the space pirate Chilled still commanded considerable dread. Humph. Do you take me for a fool? I have already killed another one of his subordinates. Even if I don't kill you, he will never spare me. As he spoke, Han Yunfei's eyes flashed with killing intent and a ball of energy materialized in his hand. Wah! Lord Chilled. Upon seeing this, Dabi immediately scrambled and flew toward the sky at full speed, but in the next instant an energy blast pierced straight through his body. Struck by the blast, Dabi died instantly, his body plummeting rapidly toward the ground below. TCH. Useless waste. Watching Dabi's lifeless body crash to the ground, Han Yunfei spat on the ground. In the next moment he vanished in a flash and headed straight toward Chilled's location. We've arrived. Since the spaceship was not far from the town, Han Yunfei soon reached the vicinity of the vessel. Meanwhile, Bardock was already standing before the spaceship, watching it warily. Bardock, be careful. I sense an incredibly powerful presence within the spaceship. Han Yunfei, I feel it too. Stay back during the fight, I sense this opponent is unlike any ordinary foe. Understanding Bardock's veiled concern, Han Yunfei nodded immediately, knowing his companion was looking out for him. But upon seeing the enormous spaceship before him, a flash of inspiration struck Han Yunfei. That's it. As long as there is a spaceship, there must be a way to find Namek. Once I reach Namek and find the Dragon Balls, I can return to my own era. I'm too brilliant. And just as Han Yunfei was lost in his fantasies, a short alien slowly emerged from within the spaceship. This diminutive figure, who bore an uncanny resemblance to Frisia, was none other than Frisia's ancestor Chilled. Upon discovering that both of his subordinates had been killed, he was consumed with rage. Losing two subordinates meant nothing to Chilled, but the fact that they had been killed was tantamount to challenging the authority of the Space Pirate Lord, a line he would absolutely not tolerate. So it was you who killed my subordinates? Gazing upon Han Yunfei and the others before him, Chilled said in a cold tone. So he is Chilled. How does he look even shorter than Frisia? Is it true that your Frost Demon clan suffers from stunted development across the board? Just as Han Yunfei was pondering, Bardock beside him immediately spoke up. I am the one who killed them. They dared to attack the village, they deserve to die. Oh. So you are Saiyans. You wild monkeys dare to oppose me, Chilled. I think you are tired of living. As he spoke, Chilled's aura surged and he immediately charged toward Bardock. When Bardock first laid eyes on Chilled, he had mistaken him for Frisia. But upon closer inspection there were still noticeable differences between Frisia and Chilled. Bardock, that is Frisia's ancestor, Chilled. Han Yunfei whispered, gradually stepping backward. Though reckless, he was certainly no fool. Such a high-level confrontation left no room for his intervention. So he is Frisia's ancestor. The entire Frisia clan deserves to die. Upon hearing that Chilled was Frisia's ancestor, Bardock immediately erupted with astonishing power and with a thunderous roar charged directly at Chilled. Hiya! Delivering his full force strike, Bardock aimed directly at Chilled's head, but in the next moment he was caught by the other's palm. Following Bardock's attack, Chilled, refusing to be outdone, swung his fist and struck back with equal ferocity. Seeing the iron fist incoming, Bardock did not dare neglect it and immediately blocked Chilled's offense, surprisingly managing to catch his arm. The two colossal energies collided instantly, sending rocks and debris flying in every direction. A circular energy field formed around the two combatants, and under its crushing influence the ground began to collapse. Hiya! Hiya! Gazing upon Chilled before him, Bardock roared in fury, his strength pushed to the absolute limit. What? Staring at Bardock before him in disbelief, Chilled was momentarily suppressed. Humph! With a cold snort, Chilled broke free from Bardock's grasp and leaped backward, his crimson eyes coldly regarding the man opposite him. Huff! Huff! I will kill you, Chilled. Huff! Huff! Panting heavily, Bardock glared at Chilled, whom he still mistook for Frisia. The incredible battle before him had left Han Yunfei utterly stunned. Who would have imagined Bardock's strength was this formidable? That sudden explosive burst, his battle power was likely already approaching 1 million. And just as Han Yunfei was marveling, Chilled nearby was equally shaken. He never would have expected a mere wild monkey to possess such combat power. It forced him to take things seriously. Saiyan, it seems I greatly underestimated you. Very well, to show my respect I will fight you at 50% of my full strength. As he spoke, Chilled took a deep breath and then stood completely still, not moving an inch. Bluffing so openly, don't you fear your tongue might snap? Naturally Bardock did not believe Chilled's nonsense. With a single mighty roar he charged straight toward Chilled. Let me show you the power of a Saiyan. Bardock rushed toward Chilled at full speed, unleashing all his strength. Yah! His iron fist wrapped in intense battle aura rocketed toward Chilled's head with overwhelming force. Not good. Bardock is in danger. Han Yunfei hid behind a large boulder nearby, observing the two warriors battle. Though his power level was nowhere near theirs, he could sense the terrifying energy within Chilled. Amazing, amazing. That guy wasn't lying, he really had only used 50% of his power. Watching Chilled standing still in the distance, Han Yunfei estimated his current power level to be at least 2 million. Meanwhile Bardock's maximum power level was only 1 million, the disparity in strength was simply too immense. Just as Han Yunfei had expected, Bardock's seemingly spectacular punch struck Chilled square on the cheek but failed to cause even the slightest damage. Humph. This is why I hate wild monkeys. After Bardock had struck him, Chilled still stood there without moving a muscle, staring directly at Bardock. Chilled extended a single finger and lightly flicked Bardock's forehead. Bang! Bardock was sent flying by that one flick, carving a massive trench as he skidded across the ground before collapsing, unable to rise. Bardock. Seeing Bardock severely injured, Han Yunfei hesitated not in the slightest and flashed to his side. Humph. There's another wild monkey, just in time, I'll deal with both of you together. With a cold snort, Chilled flashed toward Han Yunfei. Since Chilled moved at incredible speed, Han Yunfei couldn't discern his movements at all. If he was hit, there was only one outcome: death. No choice, I'll have to gamble. Solar Flare. Without being able to see Chilled's movements, Han Yunfei unleashed the Solar Flare. What? Chilled saw Han Yunfei turn into a miniature sun right before his eyes. Under the blinding light he temporarily lost his sight. With the injured Bardock in tow, Han Yunfei shot into the air and flew off at top speed. Damn monkeys! What kind of move was that anyway? My eyes! Moments later, Chilled's sight fully recovered. I'll kill you both. Don't think you can get away. With a flicker, Chilled vanished from the spot and immediately pursued Han Yunfei and Bardock. Because of the power difference, and the fact that Bardock was gravely wounded, Chilled caught up with them quickly. Han Yunfei was just about to feed Bardock a Senzu Bean when he heard a furious roar from behind. Die! Chilled roared, hurling a glowing orb of energy. Danger! Seeing the orb incoming, Han Yunfei dared not be careless and swiftly evaded with Bardock. Although he dodged the killing blow, the sheer force of the orb's aftermath injured Han Yunfei, whose power level was far too low. Instantly defeated, he and Bardock plummeted rapidly to the ground. Boom! Boom! Two loud crashes resounded as the two fell into the village. Ha ha! So this is the end of your little tricks, you wild monkeys. Sneering coldly, Chilled landed and strolled toward them. When the villagers caught sight of him, they screamed in panic and scattered in all directions. Damn it! Chilled, I can still fight. Covered in wounds, Bardock forced himself to his feet through sheer willpower. That's right, the Senzu Bean. If he could make Bardock eat the Senzu Bean, then with a Saiyan's physiology Bardock would surely become stronger than ever. With a thought, a Senzu Bean appeared in Han Yunfei's hand. Drawing back his arm, he hurled it with all his might, sending the bean flying straight toward Bardock. Catch it, Bardock! With a swipe, Han Yunfei tossed the Senzu Bean to Bardock. Ha! What? To Han Yunfei's exasperation, Bardock actually missed catching the Senzu Bean. The green bean bounced off Bardock's body and bounced back onto the ground. Ah! Bardock, eat the Senzu Bean now. The Senzu Bean. Seeing the Senzu Bean right at Bardock's feet, Han Yunfei shouted at the top of his lungs. Senzu Bean. What's that? During the half-year he had spent on Planet Plant, Han Yunfei had lived in peace and never used a Senzu Bean, so Bardock naturally had no idea what it was. Humph. What trick are you two wild monkeys pulling now? Just die. By now Chilled had completely lost patience. He raised a single finger toward Han Yunfei and Bardock. The next moment a black ball of energy appeared at his fingertip, about to be fired. Don't bully Uncle Bardock and Brother Han Yunfei. A small pebble struck Chilled's head. Although it did no real harm, it infuriated him. Not far away, little Bailey was shouting at Chilled with a brave, angry face. Then he picked up another pebble from the ground and hurled it at Chilled. But the tiny stone was instantly blown away by the aura emanating from Chilled. Presumptuous pest die. Chilled waved his hand and an invisible surge of energy shot out, sending little Bailey flying. Ah! Poor little Bailey was no match for Chilled at all. Knocked flying, he slammed heavily into the ground and lay motionless. Bailey, wake up, Bailey. His father Ipana rushed forward and lifted him, desperately calling his son's name. Humph. Presumptuous brat. A puny plantion dares to challenge my authority. I've changed my mind. Before killing you two, I'll destroy this village and slaughter every plantion here. Ha ha ha. With a flick of his finger, Chilled released a crimson laser beam, and in the next moment a plantion dropped into a pool of blood. Ah ha ha ha. Die all of you. Boom. 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 The crimson beam lashed out again, and more plantions fell dead. The once peaceful and quiet village had become a living hell because of Chilled's arrival. Watching the plantions dying miserably around him and recalling their kind smiles, Bardock couldn't help but roar in fury. Stop. Chilled, stop. They were such good people. Clenching his fists in rage, Bardock glared at Chilled, his palms dripping blood from the sheer force of his grip. Bailey, Bailey, wake up, Bailey. Chilled, I'll fight you to the death. Clutching the dead Bailey in his arms, Ipana charged frantically at Chilled. With a swoosh, a crimson beam pierced through Ipana's body. Letting out a helpless cry, he slumped backward and died on the spot. Ipana. Bailey. Seeing his friends so brutally killed, Bardock was consumed by rage. At that moment he remembered the image of Frieza destroying planet Vegeta. It's all because I'm weak. Ah. Damn it. Unforgivable. Unforgivable. Letting out a long howl to the heavens, Bardock's entire aura began to surge relentlessly. Bardock. Such an intense aura. Seeing Bardock's transformation, Yunfei suddenly thought of something. Could he be? Staring at Chilled's disgusting face, Bardock seemed to see Frieza. Damn you, Frieza. I won't forgive you. A mighty roar tore through the air, heaven and earth seemed to change color, and countless thunderbolts crashed down from the sky. At this moment Bardock's body was enveloped in golden flame and his hair had turned golden as well. Then an unbelievable aura exploded from within him. Be Bardock. He's actually transforming into a Super Saiyan. Seeing a Super Saiyan for the first time ever, Yunfei cried out in shock. Noticing Bardock's transformation, Chilled ceased his slaughter and gazed suspiciously at him. Golden hair, green eyes. Aren't Saiyans only able to transform into giant apes? What is this transformation? Why have I never seen it before? When Chilled saw the golden Bardock, a sense of foreboding immediately surged within him. Chilled, your death has arrived. Radiating golden light, Bardock strode directly toward Chilled. Watching Bardock transform into a Super Saiyan not far away, Yunfei's face was written with immense envy. This is too cool. Watching Bardock's body radiate golden light, Yunfei was incredibly excited inside. He also yearned to become a Super Saiyan, the legendary strongest warrior. However, there are two prerequisites for transforming into a Super Saiyan. First, one must feel intense rage at the moment of transformation. Second, the quantity of S cells within the body is the most crucial factor. To become a Super Saiyan, one must rely on anger to ignite the S cells in the body, yet massive S cell production is not achieved through constant battle. To rapidly increase S cells within the body, one must maintain a peaceful state of mind. And Bardock's peaceful half-year on planet Pluto provided the perfect opportunity for his Super Saiyan transformation. When he saw Chilled's astonished expression, Yunfei found it extremely amusing. It was Chilled himself who had ignited Bardock's anger, triggering his transformation into a Super Saiyan. Watching Bardock slowly approach, Chilled felt something was amiss. With a roar, a massive shockwave shot forth and struck Bardock. What Super Saiyan? Die all of you. Yeah. With a series of frenzied roars, consecutive shockwaves exploded around Bardock. Humph. How is that? Do you understand my power now? Watching the dust rising from the explosions ahead, Chilled sneered coldly. He believed that regardless of how powerful Bardock was, he must be severely injured or already dead. But the next moment Bardock slowly emerged from the dust. Chilled, you dare to massacre innocents? Let me show you the fury of a Saiyan. Yeah. With a mighty shout, the golden warrior Bardock flashed forward, approaching Chilled at an unbelievable speed. What? Due to the incredible speed, Chilled could not even perceive Bardock's movements. He only felt severe pain in his face before being sent flying backward. After landing a successful strike, Bardak vanished from his original position in a flash, reappearing beside the sent through the air Chilled. Ha! A flying kick sent Chilled soaring into the air. Now completely defenseless against Bardak's relentless assault, Chilled was kicked upward and the furious Bardak appeared once more. Die! With both fists clenched, Bardak unleashed a devastating strike from above. With a tremendous crash, Chilled crashed heavily into the ground and the powerful impact instantly formed a circular crater. Witnessing Chilled sprawled in the crater, wounded and broken, Bardak showed no signs of stopping. A massive energy sphere was beginning to condense in his hands. Perish Chilled! With a sweeping gesture, Bardak launched the enormous energy sphere directly toward Chilled. A powerful explosion erupted in an instant, yet Chilled managed to escape the blast zone and made a desperate dash for the spaceship. The intense explosion triggered a violent storm, sending sand and rocks flying everywhere, causing planet Pluto to tremble. You think you can run? Realizing Chilled was still alive, Bardak fired a shockwave from his raised hand that struck him directly. Ah! Struck in the back, Chilled plummeted from the sky. With his last breath, he transmitted a final warning through his scouter to all the space pirate crew members. Be careful of the golden-haired Super Saiyan. Thanks to this warning, the legend of the Super Saiyan would be passed down through the ages. After discovering Chilled's death, the remaining space pirates aboard the ship attempted to flee planet Pluto but were intercepted by Han Yunfei. With combat power averaging around 1500, these pirates stood no chance against Han Yunfei. Those space pirates who resisted were promptly eliminated by Han Yunfei without hesitation. When Han Yunfei explained his intention to travel to Namek, Bardak revealed he wished to remain and live among the surviving Plutonians. Thus the two parted ways. Seated within the spaceship, Han Yunfei departed for Namek. Opening the system panel, Han Yunfei reviewed his attributes once more. Name: Han Yunfei. Combat power 8000. Title: Emerging Talent. Skills: Kamehameha, Afterimage, Fist, Instant Transmission, Ki Blade, Solar Flare, Ki Blast, Flight, Ultra Kaio-ken, Side Effect Free Version, Continuous Energy Wave. Item: Senzu Bean X101. Points: 25. Sitting in the spaceship gazing at the endless stars, Han Yunfei's thoughts swirled endlessly. He never dreamed he would become friends with Bardak, let alone witness firsthand his complete transformation into a Super Saiyan. Having witnessed the Super Saiyan transformation, Han Yunfei gained new insights into this power, laying a solid foundation for his own eventual transformation into a Super Saiyan. Months later, Han Yunfei finally arrived at Namek. For the first time on Namek, everything around him felt strangely familiar. Every blade of grass and tree here matched his manga exactly. The spaceship had exhausted its fuel after such a long journey, so the subdued space pirates immediately disembarked to search for fuel. Han Yunfei had no time to concern himself with such matters. Opening the Dragon Radar, 7 glittering dots immediately appeared on the screen. The Dragon Balls were real. It seems Namek had possessed Dragon Balls since ancient times. Just as I suspected. Upon discovering the Dragon Balls, Han Yunfei was overjoyed, but soon his brow furrowed again. Because he noticed that 5 Dragon Balls in the distance had actually converged. Could someone be collecting the Dragon Balls? Focusing intently, Han Yunfei sensed a formidable presence emanating from that direction. What incredible combat power! Even across such a vast distance, Han Yunfei could clearly perceive the opponent's formidable strength. If this person was truly collecting the Dragon Balls, that would be most troubling. But regardless, I should secure 1 Dragon Ball first. After all, as long as the 7 Dragon Balls are not gathered together, no wish can be granted. And I have the Dragon Radar, that person may not. After weighing the pros and cons, Han Yunfei immediately sped toward the nearest Dragon Ball. Along the way, the devastation Han Yunfei encountered was heartbreaking. Every Namekian village lay in ruins. Gazing down at the bodies strewn across the land, a terrible foreboding surged within him. After flying for several hours, Han Yunfei finally arrived at the village where the Dragon Ball was located. It seemed this village had not yet been attacked. Upon landing from the air, Han Yunfei discovered that those Namekians were watching him warily. Some of them had already picked up weapons. Looking at the Namekians holding weapons in their hands, Han Yunfei was instantly left speechless. What happened to the peace and friendliness that had been promised? Since when did the Namekians grow so bellicose? Everyone, I believe some misunderstanding has arisen between us. I have only just arrived on this planet and have no idea what has been happening in your world. As the Namekians tightened the encirclement from every direction, Han Yunfei hurriedly cried out. Humph. Who would believe your lies? You must be an accomplice of Calajuo. Everyone charged together. Kill him. Avenge the other villagers. Kill him. Kill him. Damned intruder, get out of Namek. Watching the furious Namekians around him, Han Yunfei began to grasp the truth. Invader. Killajuo. Dragon Balls. Piecing these clues together, an answer instantly crystallized in his mind. Could it be that this man named Killajuo had slaughtered Namekians to collect the Dragon Balls? And these people had mistaken me for Killajuo's partner, right? It must be so. Just as Han Yunfei was organizing his thoughts, the crowd suddenly parted and a slightly taller Namekian emerged slowly from among them. Village Chief Kailu. We found an intruder. He must be Killajuo's accomplice. Yes, kill him. Kill him. The crowd responded as one, and cries for blood instantly fused into a roar. Quiet, all of you. If he truly were Killajuo's accomplice, you would likely have long lost your lives. After Kailu had spoken, the Namekians fell silent. From him, Han Yunfei learned that fellow Killajuo, upon arriving on Namek a month earlier, had immediately begun searching for Dragon Balls throughout the land. He was brutally ferocious, killing everyone he came across, and in this time he had claimed the lives of many Namekians. Though Namek possessed its share of warrior-type fighters, none of them were a match for Killajuo. Han Yunfei then explained to Kailu why he had come to this world. Seeing that Han Yunfei harbored no malicious intent, Kailu was put at ease. Kailu told Han Yunfei that the reason Dragon Balls existed on Namek at all was entirely due to a genius named Falanir who had created them. After Falanir succeeded in crafting the Dragon Balls, the Namekians unanimously elected him Grand Elder. The Grand Elder. Falanir. Could he be the one who unlocked the latent potential of Gohan and the others? If so, then all I need to do is find him and my own potential can be unlocked as well. He recalled that when Gohan and the others had first arrived on Namek, their power levels were no more than about 1500. After the Grand Elder unlocked their potential, however, their power had soared tenfold, truly a terrifying feat. Kailu, where is the Grand Elder Falanir now? Besides obtaining the Dragon Balls, Han Yunfei also wished to see the Grand Elder as soon as possible. Because of the appearance of the demon Killajuo, the Grand Elder is currently out seeking traces of him somewhere. Therefore finding him will not be easy. Seeing Han Yunfei's anxious look, Kailu spoke with candor. Is that right? What a pity. Since Namek was enormous, Han Yunfei could not sense his chi unless they were within a certain range. After hearing Kailu's words, Han Yunfei let out a disappointed sigh. But then Kailu took out a Dragon Ball from a large box. Han Yunfei, I will give you this Dragon Ball. I hope you will guard it well and prevent Killajuo from seizing it. As he spoke, Kailu handed Han Yunfei a sphere many times larger than Earth's Dragon Balls. It's really huge. And far heavier than Earth's Dragon Balls. Cradling the Dragon Ball in both hands, Han Yunfei found it almost impossible to put down. Then with a mere thought, the Dragon Ball floated up by itself and began revolving around him without pause. Incredible. Han Yunfei, how did you do that? Kailu, who had never seen such a skill, asked at once. Nothing special. It is just a small trick of using chi to control objects. With a grin, Han Yunfei hugged the Dragon Ball in his arms. A thunderous boom suddenly resounded and a Namekian in the village collapsed in a pool of blood. Not far away, a large burly figure with a fierce face was slowly descending. It's Killajuo. Curses, everyone prepare for battle. At the sight of Killajuo, the Namekians charged forward at once and fought with all their might. Yet the disparity in power was too great and more than half of them were soon slain by Killajuo. Stop. Seeing the dreadful massacre, Han Yunfei flew straight at Killajuo. A Dragon Ball. Excellent. With this there are 6 Dragon Balls now. Staring at Han Yunfei, who held the Dragon Ball against his chest, Killajuo laughed heartily and activated his scouter. Beep beep beep. The scouter displayed Han Yunfei's power level at 8000. Humph, a mere 8000. Kid, out of consideration for your status as a Saiyan, hand over the Dragon Ball and I will spare your life. Strong as Killajuo was, he did not wish to offend the Saiyans over something like this. After all, the Saiyans were immense in number and warlike by nature. Once they set their sights on someone, the days ahead would be anything but easy. Spare my life. Are you telling jokes? Killajuo, you have slaughtered so many kind-hearted Namekians. Today you must die here. Gazing at Killajuo, who bore a striking resemblance to Dodoria, Han Yunfei even felt that this man must have some kind of relation to Dodoria. Ding. Discovered Killajuo, the ancestor of Dodoria. Please choose carefully. Option 1, turn and flee, your life matters most. Reward none. Option 2. Hand the Dragon Ball over to Kallajuo. You might live in disgrace. Reward 2 points. Option 3. Stand your ground and smash that pineapple head. Reward 6 points. Power level 1000. Damn it, is there even a need to choose? System, I pick 3. Ding. Congratulations, host has selected option 3 to stand your ground and smash that pineapple head. Mission in progress. Upon hearing Han Yunfei's arrogant words, Kallajuo's face twisted green with rage. He had truly intended to spare Han Yunfei because the Saiyan influence across the universe was immense. Unless there was no other choice, he did not want to make enemies of them. But this brat was too insolent. Besides, as long as he killed everyone here, no one would ever know. At that thought, Kallajuo's eyes gleamed murderously. With a wave of his hand, an energy sphere shot directly at Han Yunfei. Seeing the sphere hurtling toward him, Han Yunfei did not dare be careless. He immediately activated the Tenfold Kaio-ken and only just managed to dodge the attack. This Kallajuo is quite formidable. His power level is probably around 75000. Sensing Kallajuo's overwhelming chi, Han Yunfei dared not act recklessly. Although he was 5000 points above Kallajuo in power level, in actual combat if the enemy launched a sudden strike, even the one with higher power could fall in defeat. Beep beep beep. At that moment Kallajuo was astonished to discover that Han Yunfei's power level had actually reached 80000. While Kallajuo was still stunned, Han Yunfei hurled the Dragon Ball to Chief Kailu, then with his chi surging shot toward Kallajuo at breakneck speed. Two tremendous forces collided almost immediately. Boom. 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 The fight was nearly even and both sides suffered wounds. Han Yunfei then used the multiple afterimage fist. In an instant countless afterimages surrounded Kallajuo. Because Han Yunfei was too fast, Kallajuo simply couldn't tell which one was the real body. With a thunderous crash, Kallajuo was struck in the head and sent plummeting downward. Seeing his chance, Han Yunfei immediately unleashed the Destructo Disc, intending to finish him off in a single blow. The circular energy blade shot toward Kallajuo at an unbelievable speed, but the very next moment Kallajuo opened his enormous mouth and blew, sending it flying up into the sky. Without wasting a second, Kallajuo flashed in front of Han Yunfei and drove a punch straight into his lower abdomen. Whoosh! Whoosh! You wretched monkey! Do you really think you can defeat me like that? Kallajuo bellowed, then threw another punch at Han Yunfei's head. Han Yunfei hurriedly used the afterimage fist again and barely escaped the blow. Kallajuo, his fist hitting nothing but air, panted heavily and glared at Han Yunfei. At that moment Han Yunfei was equally frustrated. He had already unleashed the Tenfold Kaio-ken, but he still had no way to handle Kallajuo. Huff huff. Damn it. I didn't expect Kallajuo to be this powerful. Wiping blood from the corner of his mouth, Han Yunfei flashed a grin at the formidable enemy. At that moment he could feel every drop of blood in his body burning with excitement. This is getting more and more interesting. As the words left his mouth, Han Yunfei's smile sharpened and a round sphere of light condensed above his palm. Spirit Ball. Go. With Han Yunfei's loud shout, the sphere of light shot toward Kallajuo at high speed. Power level 120000. This light sphere actually had a power level of 120000. Seeing the spirit ball, Kallajuo dared not underestimate it. He flashed aside and barely dodged. Realizing how serious the situation was, Kallajuo's face hardened as though he had made a critical decision. Then his aura began to climb without end and his body started to balloon outward. Ha! With a booming yell, Kallajuo's already corpulent body swelled another size, making him taller and more massive than before. It's been a long time since I transformed. Kallajuo now looked like a small giant. He sneered at Han Yunfei as if he could swallow him in one bite. By the way, after my transformation my power level exceeds 150000 points. Die, you troublesome brat. After transforming, Kallajuo moved at blinding speed and reached Han Yunfei in an instant. Too fast. A punch came smashing toward Han Yunfei. Though Han Yunfei threw himself into the defense, he could barely manage to dodge. Because the gap between their power levels was too vast, the fight instantly turned one-sided. You worthless brat. With that insignificant power level, how dare you fight against me? You arrogant fool. You don't know your place. Kallajuo suppressed Han Yunfei completely with his terrifying power. But just as he was convinced of victory, the spirit ball that had flown off into the distance suddenly curved around and came flying back. Boom. The spirit ball struck Kallajuo square in the back and exploded at once. Intense pain lanced through his body and his huge bulging eyes flew wide open. Huff huff. How about that, you fatso? Got a taste of Brother Fei's power. By now Han Yunfei could control the spirit ball with perfect precision, allowing him to catch an opponent off guard during battle. Even though Kalado's power had dropped after being hit by the spirit ball, Han Yunfei had been pouring every ounce of his strength into the fight. His stamina was now nearly exhausted. Ah! You bastard! I'll kill you! Enraged, Kalado opened his gaping maw wide and a shockwave blast shot out from between his lips. Not good. The sudden attack caught Han Yunfei completely off guard. With no time to dodge, he crossed his arms in front of his face and took a defensive stance. Boom! A thunderous explosion resounded from the sky. Hearing the violent blast overhead, the Namekians below all knitted their brows. Damn it! Gravely wounded Han Yunfei could no longer stay aloft and came crashing down from the sky. Ha ha ha! What do you think, kid? Now you know how powerful I am. Looking down at the dying Han Yunfei on the ground, Kalado wore a satisfied smile. Meanwhile, the Namekians nearby all crowded around Han Yunfei. He's badly hurt. I know healing. Let me treat you. I can heal too. With the Namekians' powerful healing arts, Han Yunfei's wounds recovered in an instant. Seeing Han Yunfei standing again, Kalado hovered in the air, utterly bewildered. What's going on? Could those Namekians know some strange sorcery? Kalado knew nothing about the Namekians' healing arts. After all, no Namekian would ever heal him. Thank you. Rising to his feet, Han Yunfei looked at the gentle Namekians beside him and smiled with gratitude. This kind-hearted race ought to have been living in peace, and yet fate had sent them one catastrophe after another. Whether it was Kalado or Frisia, neither was anything but pure evil. Driven by his strong sense of justice and commanding spirit, Han Yunfei immediately made up his mind to protect the Namekians. After all, befriending the Namekians could only bring benefits. The Dragon Balls belonged to them, and once he had their goodwill, getting his wishes fulfilled would be much easier. Moreover, Han Yunfei still needed to ask the Grand Elder to unlock his latent potential. Therefore, no matter what, he had to ensure the Namekians' safety. Don't worry. Brother Fei is going to smash his head right now. Meeting the Namekians' expectant gazes, Han Yunfei grinned, then slowly rose into the air and floated before Kalado. Oh. You actually healed. Astonishing. I see those Namekians have such remarkable powers. But even if you've recovered your life, I will still kill you in the end. Looking at the insolent grin on Han Yunfei's face, Kalado was baffled. Hey, you stupid brat, what are you smiling about? Are you crazy because death is knocking at your door? Staring at the smiling Han Yunfei, Kalado felt a foreboding premonition and fired a light sphere at him without a second thought. With a sharp crack, the light sphere was deflected by a casual sweep of Han Yunfei's hand. What's going on? How could he knock away my attack so easily? Greatly confused, Kalado studied the smiling young man and immediately raised his scouter to check. Power level 120000. What? His power level had risen once more. How is this possible? Kalado stared at Han Yunfei with utmost caution and roared. Humph. Kalado, don't you know that every time a Saiyan crawls back from the brink of death, his power level soars to a new level? Ignorant fool, today is your death day. Han Yunfei clenched both fists and his whole aura erupted to the limit. Kill him. Kill him. Kill him. The Namekians below went wild, shouting and cheering. They hated Kalado with every fiber of their beings and wished they could tear him limb from limb. Glaring at Chi Lajuo, Han Yunfei immediately pressed his palms together in a lotus bud formation and slowly lowered them to his waist, an immense surge of energy manifesting between his hands. Came. Haim. Ha. What did you say? Watching Han Yunfei crouch and gather power before him, Chi Lajuo wore a deeply puzzled expression. Hiya. With a mighty battle cry, the Kamehameha exploded forth, fueled by every ounce of Han Yunfei's strength. What? Battle power 280000. Too close to evade in time, Chi Lajuo instantly deployed a protective barrier upon seeing the Kamehameha bearing down on him. The devastating shockwave collided with the shield, erupting in a violent explosion. Ya. A thunderous roar echoed across the battlefield, sending plumes of smoke billowing into the air. At Chi Lajuo's position, a tremendous vortex immediately began to churn. The fierce wind made it impossible for the Namekians below to keep their eyes open. That was an incredibly powerful explosion. Did Chi Lajuo die? With an attack that intense, he must be dead. That young man is truly formidable. His name is Han Yunfei, right? He's just too strong. Below, the Namekian newcomers eagerly discussed the aftermath, but the very next moment fear swept across their faces once more. Chi Lajuo's battle armor lay shattered, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth as his crimson eyes glared viciously at Han Yunfei. Huff. 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 Damn it. He's still alive. The all-out blast had drained Han Yunfei completely. His battle power continued to plummet, leaving him with only a few thousand. Even Chi Lajuo felt a chill looking at Han Yunfei before him. I never expected this guy to possess such devastating techniques. If I hadn't had my protective barrier, I would have surely died. Huff. Huff. You brat, I didn't expect you to harbor such immense energy. But it looks like you're completely spent now. This time I will kill you completely, I won't give you any chance to revive. With those words, Chi Lajuo charged straight at Han Yunfei, fist swinging. Though he had sustained damage, his battle power still held at approximately 30000. Oh no. This time I'm finished. Damn it, I should have had children with Bulma first. Watching Chi Lajuo charge rapidly toward him, Han Yunfei's despair spiraled into wild fantasies. A deafening boom echoed as a shockwave slammed directly into the charging Chi Lajuo. Damn it! Who dares to ambush me? Struck by the impact, Chi Lajuo staggered and abruptly halted his assault, his gaze snapping toward the source of the attack. There stood a young Namekian hovering in midair with 3 fellow warriors positioned behind him. It's the Elder. Elder, you finally arrived. Upon seeing the young Namekian above, village chief Ku Luo immediately cried out. That's right. It is none other than Farinil, the great elder of Namek. Though Farinil appeared aged and frail when Frisia attacked Namek, he is now in his prime, possessing formidable battle power. Farinil now glared furiously at Chi Lajuo. Since Namekians lack scouter technology and cannot conceal their ki, locating a single individual across such a vast planet is extraordinarily difficult. This is the man who shattered Namek's peace. Unforgivable. Enraged, Farinil's aura surged dramatically as he charged toward Chi Lajuo with his 3 warriors close on his heels. Seeing all 4 charging at once, Chi Lajuo immediately checked his scouter. The leader's battle power is 30000. The other 3 each measure 10000. Humph. I'll let you live today, boy, just prepare yourself or I will return to claim your life. With resentment etched across his face, Chi Lajuo fled at full speed. Already wounded, he could no longer maintain his transformation. His battle power had dropped to 30000, against the Great Elder and his warriors he stood no chance. After weighing his options, Chi Lajuo reluctantly abandoned the Dragon Balls and chose to retreat. As Duiduolia's ancestor, his personality was completely different from his descendants. If Duiduolia was a reckless brute, then Chi Lajuo was a cautious and calculating man. Watching Chi Lajuo fly ever farther away, the Great Elder Farinil immediately fired an energy blast, but due to the excessive distance it failed to connect. Damn it, he escaped. But fortunately the village is saved. Turning to Han Yunfei, who was gasping heavily nearby, Farinil smiled and nodded. I witnessed your bravery just now. Thank you for saving the Namekians. As the Great Elder, Farinil naturally prioritized the lives of his people above all else. Huff. Huff. It was nothing. I simply did what any reasonable person would do. Upon seeing the young Farinil, Han Yunfei was deeply startled. Is this really the Great Elder of Namek? He's far too young. Still thinking of that near-dead old man, Han Yunfei could hardly connect the 2 figures. Ding, since Chi Lajuo has escaped, your mission continues. Please eliminate Chi Lajuo as soon as possible. Right, I almost forgot, I still have a mission. But I can't beat Chi Lajuo right now. I didn't know that fat man could transform. Does that mean Duiduolia can transform too? Wait. I'm such an idiot. The Great Elder is right here, why not ask him to help unlock my potential? At this thought, Han Yunfei immediately broke into a grin and boldly said, Great Elder, you saw what just happened. I can't defeat Chi Lajuo on my own. Would you be willing to help me break through my limits? Once I've unlocked my potential, I will personally kill Chi Lajuo. Watching the earnest Han Yunfei before him, Farinil simply smiled and placed his hand on the young man's forehead. Moments later, Farinil withdrew his hand with a smile. So you're a transmigrator. I've encountered another one before, his name was Hanli. Hanli? He's my cousin. Where is he? At the mention of Han Li's name, Han Yunfei immediately burst out crying. The reason he transmigrated into the Dragon Ball world was entirely because of my cousin's manga. Noticing Han Yunfei's agitated expression, Farinel said gently, "Do not worry. Why don't we sit down, rest for a moment and continue our conversation over tea?" The great elder immediately led everyone back to the village and seated them around a stone table. Soon a pot of fragrant tea was served. "Drink this, it will help restore your stamina." With that, Farinel handed Han Yunfei a cup of jade green tea. Without the slightest hesitation, Han Yunfei drained the cup in one gulp. Instantly a cooling sensation spread through his entire body. "This tea is truly remarkable. My stamina is recovering so quickly. Those trees I saw along the road earlier must have been tea plants, I suppose. The Namekians really are a miraculous race." After finishing the tea, Han Yunfei smiled and nodded. "Hey young man, when you mentioned your name is Han Yunfei, I immediately suspected a connection to that Hanli. That Hanli wished upon the dragon to return to his original world, but unfortunately even the dragon could not grant such a wish. So he made another wish, for immortality. Before leaving Namek, he said he intended to travel to a place called Earth. He also mentioned that it was his homeland." After finishing his tale, Farinel took a small sip of tea. "So my cousin is actually on Earth too. After I kill Chi Lajuo and complete my mission, I'll use the Dragon Balls to transmigrate back to the modern era and find my cousin. I never expected this guy to transmigrate into this world as well, how fascinating." At this thought, Han Yunfei couldn't help but smile, while Farinel beside him showed absolutely no expression. "Han Yunfei, I can have the dragon grant your wish, but you must agree to one condition." Watching Han Yunfei's smile, Farinel said calmly. "What conditions?" "As long as I can do it, Brother Fei promises you," Han Yunfei declared, thumping his chest. "Actually, it's nothing much. I just hope you won't use the Dragon Balls to make yourself immortal the way your cousin Hanli did. After all, human lifespan is decreed by heaven, and altering it carelessly is not a good thing." Hearing Falinier's words, Han Yunfei felt greatly relieved. "I thought it might be some harsh condition. So this is all it is." Han Yunfei smiled at Falinier and vowed solemnly, "Grand Elder, I Han Yunfei can accept this condition. However, right now Kierd has killed many Planchans. I would like to ask the Grand Elder to use the Dragon Balls to bring them back to life." These were Han Yunfei's truest feelings. During the 6 months he had lived among the Planchans, he had experienced a life detached from worldly strife. On Planet Plant there was no phone and no internet, but Han Yunfei trained with Bardock every day. Whenever he had free time, he also helped the Planchans farm and work the land together. His days were utterly fulfilling. Over those 6 months he had also become close to the Planchans. Those kind and lovely Planchans were very easygoing, and living with them made Han Yunfei feel truly happy. After hearing Han Yunfei's request, Grand Elder Falinier nodded in satisfaction, but a moment later his expression turned troubled. "If we are to revive a great many people, I will need to make some adjustments to the Eternal Dragon. Originally the Eternal Dragon could grant 3 wishes, but each wish could only revive 1 person. After the adjustment, the Eternal Dragon could revive many people at once, but the number of wishes would become 2. After thinking for a moment, Falinier explained the reason. Of course Han Yunfei had already known this. In the original story, Dent had done exactly the same thing. Actually 2 wishes were more than enough for Han Yunfei. The first wish was to revive all the Planchans killed by Kierd, the second was to return to his own era. "I understand, Grand Elder. Please take care of this matter and also the matter of unlocking potential." Looking at Falinier, who resembled Piccolo, Han Yunfei plucked up the courage to speak. Seeing the eagerness in Han Yunfei's eyes, Falinier smiled and patted him on the shoulder. "Han Yunfei, you are a very fine young man. I would be more than willing to help you unlock your potential." "Really? Thank you so much, Grand Elder." Hearing this, Han Yunfei was so overjoyed he could have flown. "However, because I am still quite young, the skill of unlocking potential is still in the exploratory stage, so I can only unlock a portion of your potential." Seeing Han Yunfei's ecstatic expression, Falinier shook his head as he spoke. He did not want to pour cold water on Han Yunfei, but he was indeed still very young, and unlocking potential was no simple matter. "Only a portion." Han Yunfei was somewhat disappointed, but he quickly perked up. "Then let's try it." With that he walked up to Falinier and knelt on one knee. "Han Yunfei, let me see exactly how much there is." Saying this, Falinier placed his hand on Han Yunfei's head and closed his eyes. "What is this bottomless potential?" At that moment Falinier's consciousness had seeped into Han Yunfei's body, and what he saw was a vast boundless galaxy. Just how great was Han Yunfei's potential? Looking at the endless starry sky around him, Falinier was stunned. An ordinary person's potential would be no more than a tiny galaxy, but the galaxy inside Han Yunfei stretched out without end as if it had no limit at all. Exerting all his strength, Falanier could only light up a small fraction of the stars before reluctantly withdrawing. Gazing at Han Yunfei before him, Falanier's face was full of apology. But Han Yunfei, his potential awakened, suddenly erupted in power. A surge of aura flared from his entire body and his power level spiked to 50000 in an instant. Power. Power. Power kept surging forth. After his power level climbed from 12000 to 50000, Han Yunfei felt as though his body had endless strength. I'm sorry, but this is the most I can help you raise it. Han Yunfei, your potential is truly astonishing. I have never met anyone like you in my life. Falanier shook his head and spoke with deep apology. No need to apologize, Grand Elder. You have already awakened so much of my potential, I am more than content. This skyrocketing method of gaining power made Han Yunfei soar with joy. Now that he had obtained strength, the first person he wanted to take down was Kalado. That bastard had not only killed innocent Namekians, but worst of all, he had the audacity to claim 5 Dragon Balls for himself. Perceiving Han Yunfei's awakening, Falanier actively made way for him. Understanding the silent cue, Han Yunfei gave Falanier a solemn look, then nodded and vanished into the sky in a flash. Carrying the expectant gazes of the many Namekians, he flew at full speed toward the direction Kalado had fled. With his power level greatly enhanced, his movement speed had also increased considerably. As soon as he sensed Kalado's energy not far away, Han Yunfei used instant transmission. At that moment, Kalado was sitting atop the Dragon Balls drinking a strange green liquid. Damned Falanier, sooner or later I'll take you down too. Still, that was a real close call just now. Good thing I ran fast. If I had died it would have been a loss for nothing. At that thought, he drained the green liquid in his cup, then let out a satisfied burp. Once I transform into an immortal body, I'll take this planet for myself, and then I'll move my entire harem here. And then heh. At the thought of those gorgeous alluring beauties, a smile spread across Kalado's face and thick drool kept flowing from his fat lips. Just as Kalado was lost in his lecherous fantasies, a handsome young man flickered into view and appeared right before him. Han Yunfei. What? Seeing Han Yunfei suddenly appear, the cup in Kalado's hand fell to the ground. How did he get here? Why didn't the scouter show him? On instinct, Kalado jumped backward and stared at the young man across from him. After drinking the recovery potion moments ago, his wounds had healed somewhat and his stamina had recovered a little. Kalado, your time of death has come. Facing Kalado's brutish fleshy face, Han Yunfei charged without the slightest hesitation, an energy sphere in his hand ready to strike. Ha! Han Yunfei, I didn't expect you to come here and throw your life away. Then I'll grant your wish. As soon as the words left his mouth, Kalado's body swelled a whole size larger. He had transformed once again. Kid, this time I will never let you escape. After completing his transformation, Kalado leaped and lunged fiercely toward Han Yunfei. The two immense forces collided almost instantly, sending sand and rocks flying in every direction as thunderous roars echoed across the heavens. Ha! How does it feel, kid? After his transformation, Kila Duo's combat power exceeded that of Han Yunfei. No matter how hard the latter struggled, victory was impossible. Kila Duo's transformed combat power stood at 150000, while he well knew Han Yunfei's maximum limit was merely 120000. As long as I watch out for that kid's bizarre ki blast, I can eliminate him with ease. Filled with confidence, Kila Duo continuously pressed his assault against Han Yunfei. Yet he found the opponent facing him with remarkable composure, while he himself was already exerting his full strength. After a ferocious melee, the two separated once more. Kila Duo was now panting heavily. Transformation rapidly consumed energy and his physical condition had not fully recovered. In stark contrast, his opponent remained perfectly composed and unfazed. Huff. Huff. Why? Huff. Huff. My combat power clearly surpasses yours. Why is this happening? Breathing heavily, Kila Duo could not believe the reality before his eyes, roaring with fury. Your combat power surpasses mine. Fool. Use your scanner and check my combat power properly. Ha. With a fierce shout, Han Yunfei clenched both fists, and in an instant his entire body was enveloped in crimson flames. Tenfold Kaio-ken. Pitter-patter. Watching the combat values continuously rising within his scanner, Kila Duo was utterly petrified. Combat power 120000. Combat power 220000. Combat power 320000. Combat Power 420000. Combat Power 500000. Impossible. Why does he have such enormous combat power? It's only been a short while, how can his combat power have surged so rapidly? As he beheld Han Yunfei shrouded in red flames, Kila Duo was so frightened that cold sweat poured from his body. Kila Duo, it's far too late to be afraid now. Die. The ki blast in his hand continued to swell in size. Han Yunfei's cold gaze fixed upon Kila Duo, devoid of any emotion whatsoever. Wait. Han Yunfei, you cannot kill me. The Dragon Balls are still in my hands. I still have 5 Dragon Balls. And I've hidden them in different locations. If I die, you'll never be able to find them. Facing death, Kila Duo revealed his final trump card. He knew the other would certainly spare him temporarily and await an opportunity to escape later, a reasonable strategy indeed. Oh. Upon hearing this, Han Yunfei retracted the ki blast in his hand and looked at Kila Duo with a smile. Heh, Han Yunfei, I know you desire the Dragon Balls as well. As long as you spare me, I'll help you collect the Dragon Balls together. From then on you shall be my master, Kila Duo's lord. I am extremely familiar with Namek. Keeping me alive will be of great use to you. With each word, Kila Duo grew increasingly agitated and enthusiastic, convinced that Han Yunfei would surely agree. But the next moment Han Yunfei grinned widely, strode forward and placed one palm firmly against Kila Duo's chest. Heh, no matter how cunningly you speak today, you must perish here. To Han Yunfei, Kila Duo was nothing more than a ticking time bomb. He would never be so foolish as to keep such a dangerous individual by his side. Moreover, this man had slaughtered countless Namekians. Han Yunfei absolutely could not let him live. He possessed a dragon radar and had no need to worry about failing to locate the Dragon Balls. Furthermore, according to the dragon radar, all 5 Dragon Balls were clearly gathered in one location. Therefore this cunning Kila Duo was clearly lying to him. After a brief moment of deliberation, Han Yunfei fired the ki blast from his hand, which shot forth and directly pierced through Kila Duo's body. Ah! With a piercing scream, Kila Duo's vile existence was finally brought to an end. TCH. Trash. Gazing at the lifeless corpse before him, Han Yunfei fired another ki blast to ensure there would be no mistake. Choice 3 successfully killed Kila Duo. Reward 6 points. Combat Power 1000. After dealing with Kila Duo, Han Yunfei followed the directions of the Dragon Radar and successfully located all 5 Dragon Balls. With a flick of his mind, the 5 Dragon Balls behind him followed suit. Only one Dragon Ball remained to be found before he could summon the Eternal Dragon. The thought filled Han Yunfei with excitement. Soon he would be able to return. Bulma, wait for me. Brother Fei is coming back right away. And cousin Hanli, unexpectedly you two have transmigrated into the Dragon Ball world. I wonder when we shall meet again. Lost in countless thoughts, Han Yunfei returned to the village once more and handed the 5 Dragon Balls behind him to the elder. According to the Dragon Radar, the final Dragon Ball was nearby. Elder Zhang placed the 6 Dragon Balls together, then snapped his fingers. From within the nearby river, one Dragon Ball shot out of the water and floated before the elder. Thus all the Dragon Balls were now complete. Gazing at the 7 basketball-sized Dragon Balls before him, the elder spread his arms and uttered something bitter and incomprehensible from his mouth. Amika Marala Hamalong. After a moment the elder ceased his incantation and turned to look at Han Yunfei. With the Dragon Ball's modification now complete, the Eternal Dragon could resurrect many people at once, though the number of wishes granted had been reduced from 3 to 2. I shall begin summoning the Eternal Dragon now. You may make your wish. Thank you, elder. Han Yunfei bowed deeply in gratitude. Farinir chanted softly under his breath, Milila Hamilika. As Farinir called upon them, the 7 Dragon Balls began to emit a dazzling radiance and the sky turned black. From within the 7 Dragon Balls an eternal dragon larger than planet Earth appeared before everyone. Beholding the colossal dragon before him, Han Yunfei was left speechless with awe. Staring at this enormous dragon whose appearance resembled the genie from the Aladdin myth, Han Yunfei was overcome with indescribable excitement. Speak your wish. The glowing dragon emitted a deep and resonant voice addressing the crowd below. Hurry and state your wish, Han Yunfei. I will help you translate. Looking at Han Yunfei, Farinir smiled gently. Hearing the elder's words, Han Yunfei suddenly came back to his senses. I wish for all the people of Planet Plant who were killed by Cooler to be resurrected. Malakalong rumbling Hami Ami. Upon hearing this, the elder immediately repeated the wish in Namekian. Shenron, send me back to the era that belongs to me. Yenmi Ami Kala Kalong Hongen Igu. Your wish can be granted, but because the ages have drifted so far I cannot pinpoint the exact moment from which you crossed over. I can only make a rough estimate. As Shenren's entire body blazed with light, Han Yunfei's body slowly began to turn translucent. Watching Han Yunfei gradually fading away, the Grand Elder and the Namekians all wore reluctant, lingering expressions. Farewell, Grand Elder. Farewell, Namekians. I believe that in the not-too-distant future we will meet again. Still waving goodbye, Han Yunfei gradually vanished from the Namekian's sight. A sudden dizziness overwhelmed him and Han Yunfei found himself in a space-time turbulence. Speeding through that turbulence, Han Yunfei saw black holes like whirlpools all around him and his body was involuntarily hurled forward. Age 762. Two space pods descended from the sky, slamming into the ground at enormous speed with a deafening roar. So this is Earth. The environment looks pretty good. By now Vegeta and Nappa had already arrived on Earth and the Z fighters were waiting in battle readiness. Except for Goku, who was training under King Kai, everyone else had come before Vegeta and Nappa. Krillin, Piccolo, Gohan, Yamcha, Tien, Shinhan and Kaiotsu stood ready facing Vegeta and Nappa. Are you the strongest people on Earth? His contempt for the Z fighters was written all over Vegeta's face. Since that's the case, let the Cybermen play with you. Each of these Cybermen has a power level of 1200, a match for Raditz. As he spoke, Vegeta placed 6 seeds on the muddy ground. In an instant 6 Cybermen crawled out from the soil. 6 against 6, the chaotic battle was about to erupt. Facing the powerful Cybermen, all the Z fighters handled them with ease except for Gohan, who was still too afraid to fight. Nappa, seeing this, seemed to lose his patience and prepared to charge straight in. Vegeta, may I make a move? It seems these Cybermen are no match for the Earthlings. Seeing the Cybermen being beaten back, Nappa burned with impatience. Go, Nappa. But don't kill that Namekian yet. I still have to ask him about the Dragon Balls. Seeing Piccolo, Vegeta immediately recalled the legend that Namekians possessed the power to create Dragon Balls. If the Dragon Balls on Earth are real, then Namek must surely have them too. Yes, Vegeta. You brats, let me play with you. With that, Nappa let out a thunderous roar and erupted with tremendous fighting spirit. His power level surged higher and higher until even the ground itself began to tremble. Seeing this, the Cybermen quickly scrambled away to the sides. I'm sorry, Uncle Piccolo. I'm too pathetic. Under the Cybermen's assault, Gohan fled in terror while Piccolo had no choice but to single-handedly fight the Cybermen. Get lost, useless coward. How could I have pinned my hopes on you? Seeing Gohan weak and worthless, Piccolo spoke with bitter exasperation. Don't say that, Piccolo. This is Gohan's first battle too. Krillin immediately tried to mediate. Everyone watch out. That big guy is coming. With a loud shout from Yamcha, Nappa, shrouded in battle aura, charged at the group at an unbelievable speed. Ha! You're the first. Nappa swung a punch at the stunned Krillin. The giant iron fist was about to crush him. Dodge! In the nick of time, Piccolo kicked Krillin out of the way and Nappa's punch sliced through empty air. Ah! I almost died just now. Piccolo, thank you for saving me. Krillin sat on the ground scared half to death and thanked Piccolo at once. Don't get the wrong idea. I just wanted you to see the overwhelming strength of the Demon Clan. As he spoke, Piccolo walked up to Nappa and confronted him directly. Haha. Namekian, do you really want to fight me one-on-one? Seeing Piccolo's foolhardy presumption, Nappa burst into wild laughter. His power level is only 2800. So Namekians love making jokes too. Ha ha ha. Nappa continued laughing after seeing Piccolo's power level was far lower than his own. Behind him, Vegeta kept his arms folded across his chest, looking utterly at ease. Humph. Don't belittle me. After a cold snort, Piccolo's aura surged and his power level climbed sharply. YH. With a shout, Piccolo's power level instantly soared to 3500. Krillin, Piccolo, what a tremendous aura. Gohan, Uncle Piccolo is amazing. Yamcha has expected of Piccolo, the great Demon King. Nappa was stunned when he saw the change in his scouter's readout. 3500. Namekian, let me play with you then. So saying, Nappa shot toward Piccolo. Piccolo gave a cold snort and shot forward to meet him. At this point, Nappa's power level was 4000, slightly higher than Piccolo's. Under their exchange, Piccolo was at a slight disadvantage. The Z fighters nearby wanted to help but were cut off by the Cybermen. Overwhelmed by fear, Gohan was chased and struck by a Cyberman. Haha, this game is far too amusing. You with the tail, are you by any chance Kakaroto's son? Vegeta, watching from not far away, was studying Gohan with great interest. Whoa! Stay away from me. Help! Seeing the Cyberman charging, Gohan jumped back in fright and barely dodged the attack. Thanks to Piccolo's training over these past few months, Gohan had already learned many fighting techniques, but because he was facing an enemy for the first time and was still so young, he performed so pitifully. What a disgrace. As a Saiyan, all you can do is run. Cyberman, kill this boy for me. Vegeta sneered coldly from the side. Following the order, the Cyberman immediately went all out. Its head suddenly split open and an energy blast shot directly out from within its skull. Danger! Seeing the blast coming, Piccolo wanted to help, but he was tied up by Nappa and had no chance to move. Ah! Gohan was terrified as the blast hurtled toward him, but at the brink of life and death his expression suddenly froze, then erupted with astonishing battle power. Wah! With a roar, the aura across his entire body surged. YH! With the blast mere inches away, Gohan threw a punch and sent the energy wave flying. Crackle, crackle, crackle. His power level jumped all the way to 2000. Unbelievable, he actually doubled his battle power in an instant. This was the first time Vegeta had seen such an occurrence. Wow! The enraged Gohan suddenly charged at the Cyberman and killed it with a single punch. Ha! Ha! Did I do that? Seeing the Cyberman's corpse on the ground, Gohan regained his senses. Meanwhile, Piccolo's battle with Nappa was not going smoothly. Caught off guard, Piccolo had one of his arms knocked away by Nappa. Clutching his injured arm, Piccolo panted hard as he glared at Nappa. And now you know how formidable I am. Namekian. If Vegeta hadn't ordered me to leave you alive, my last punch would have blasted away far more than just your arm. Nappa looked smugly certain of victory, which thoroughly enraged Piccolo. I admit you're strong. Big guy, do you dare to take this move? With that, Piccolo placed his fingers against his forehead and began charging the special beam cannon. Oh. Interesting. It seems you have great confidence in your techniques. Nappa, whose battle power far surpassed Piccolo's, naturally wouldn't take his opponent seriously. Gazing at Piccolo, whose arm was severed, Nappa deemed him nothing more than a spent force. Yet as the special beam cannon continued to charge, Piccolo's battle power kept rising. Battle power 3,500. 4,500. 5,500. 6,500. 7,500. When the reading surpassed 7,500, Nappa could no longer remain calm. What's going on? His battle power has risen to 7,500. Staring at Piccolo, whose power kept climbing, Nappa was utterly dumbfounded. Nappa, what are you waiting for? Attack now. This move is no joke. This fool can't even see how dangerous that technique is. Below, Vegeta saw the situation and immediately shouted a warning. I was careless. Thanks, Vegeta. Hearing this, Nappa immediately rushed at Piccolo, spreading his arms wide to pounce on him. Meanwhile, on a distant mountain peak, two men stood atop the summit. My lord, shall I lend my aid? Asked the purple-skinned man, whose eyes resembled those of a goldfish. Not for now. Those two haven't truly threatened this planet yet. Jiren, keep your energy in check. Try not to let others notice us. The man addressed as my lord stood before Jiren, gazing expressionlessly into the distance. That man was none other than Han Yunfei's cousin Han Li. In truth, Han Li's life had been even more extraordinary than Han Yunfei's. While reading a novel titled The Legend of Mortal Cultivation, he had suddenly been transported into the book and become its protagonist. When he ascended to the spirit realm, he fell into a rift within a dimensional tear and returned to reality once more. After discovering his cousin Han Yunfei had gone missing, he picked up a Dragon Ball manga and crossed over to this world again. Since this world lacked any so-called spiritual energy, the law of conservation of energy had forcibly converted all his cultivation into battle power. His current battle power had reached an unfathomable level. No wonder even Jiren accepted him as master. And just as Jiren released a sliver of his aura, the scouter attached to Vegeta's and Nappa's heads exploded. They were wearing the latest model of scouter after all. If the scouter exploded, it meant the opponent's battle power had exceeded 200,000. Gaping in disbelief, Vegeta immediately scanned the surroundings for traces of the powerful being. It must be a scouter malfunction. How could there be someone this strong on Earth? Bewildered, Vegeta pulled out another scouter but detected no anomalous reading. Nappa too had been startled by the enormous surge of energy and halted his assault on Piccolo. That hesitation gave Piccolo the opening he needed. Die Nappa. A colossal surge of energy coalesced at his fingertip, and with a mighty shout the special beam cannon blasted straight toward Nappa. What? Seeing such a fearsome attack, Nappa was seized with panic and hurled his body to the side with all his might. A thunderous blast rang out and one of Nappa's arms vanished. Phew. Damn it, he dodged it. Regret flooded Piccolo as he realized his ultimate technique had failed to kill Nappa. Ah. You accursed Namekian. I'll kill you. Driven mad by the loss of his arm, Nappa opened his massive jaws wide and unleashed a gigantic energy wave straight at Piccolo. Stop, Nappa. Vegeta shouted from below, but it was already too late. A tremendous explosion erupted and Piccolo was instantly slain on the spot. At that very moment, high above on the sacred temple in the sky, Kami's life force was rapidly fading. Mr. Popo the Lookout. We'll be in your care from now on. Gradually Kami's body dissolved into nothingness. God. Seeing Kami perish, Mr. Popo cried out in anguish. Every Z fighter knew that once Kami died, the Dragon Balls would cease to exist. While they grieved, Vegeta standing nearby was even more furious than the Z fighters. Nappa, you idiot. Vegeta bellowed in rage. I am sorry, Vegeta. I just lost control. Enduring the pain of his severed arm, Nappa quickly apologized. Enough. Get down here. Useless fool. With that, Vegeta vanished and reappeared before Krillin. Hey Baldy, let me ask you something. Now that Namekian is dead, do the Dragon Balls disappear? Looking down coldly at Krillin, Vegeta posed the question. He asked because he wanted to prove whether Dragon Balls truly existed on Earth. If that Namekian really could create Dragon Balls, then Namek must have them too. Why do you ask? You killed Piccolo. Shenron no longer exists, the furious Krillin retorted, unaware that he had just been tricked into revealing the truth. Excellent. Hearing the answer, Vegeta seemed very pleased. Nappa, there's no reason for us to stay here. Kill them all and then we're heading to Namek. I once heard a rumor that Namekians could create Dragon Balls, but I thought it was just a legend. Now it's clear, Namek must have Dragon Balls too. Little Baldy, thank you very much. In one swift motion, Vegeta kicked Krillin, snapping his neck instantly. Uncle Krillin. Shocked Gohan rushed toward the fallen Krillin only to find he had already stopped breathing. Nappa. Kill them all. Leave no one alive. Ruthless as ever, Vegeta showed no mercy to the Z fighters. Yes, Vegeta. Nappa immediately gulped down a green liquid and his wounds stopped bleeding. Who should I kill first? Watching the Z fighters battling the Cybermen, Nappa quickly made up his mind. Meanwhile, upon the distant mountain peak, my lord, will you still not act? At this moment Jiren appeared somewhat anxious. What he valued most was the lives of his comrades. The Z fighters' mutual trust and willingness to help one another were exactly what he yearned for. No need, Jiren. Look over there. Han Li pointed toward the sky. Moments later, the previously calm heavens suddenly erupted with thunder and lightning, and a colossal black hole appeared in the sky. From within the black hole, Han Yunfei emerged. It seems Han Yunfei is back. Seeing him, Han Li smiled faintly. Earth. Ha. It looks like I really made it back. Wonderful. After a brief flash of excitement, Han Yunfei immediately sensed two powerful auras. That's Vegeta and Nappa. Damn it. Piccolo is already dead. Looks like I was too late. That Son Goku is probably still on Snake Way. Useless as always, by the time he gets here everything will be over. While grumbling, Han Yunfei locked onto Nappa's energy. Instant transmission. In an instant he appeared before Nappa, who had just killed Tenshinhan and Chaozu and was now charging straight at Yamcha. Ha! Who is this kid? Nappa felt an ominous premonition at Han Yunfei's sudden appearance. But with his scouter already destroyed, he had no idea of the man's actual strength. Vegeta, what's this guy's battle power? Nappa turned to look at Vegeta. After pulling out a fresh scouter and scanning, Vegeta's expression shifted dramatically. His battle power has reached 12000. What a monster. What? 12000? You've got to be kidding. My max battle power is only 7500. Upon hearing this, Nappa was terrified, but the next moment he felt a sharp pain in his abdomen. A shockwave blasted through his body, piercing him clean through. You deserve to die. Gazing at the fallen Krillin, Piccolo, Tenshinhan and Chaozu around him, Han Yunfei was consumed with rage. Nappa, for the record, I didn't kill Krillin. After witnessing Nappa being instantly killed, Vegeta was astonished. One blow was all it took to eliminate Nappa. Who exactly is this guy? Gazing at the handsome young man across from him, Vegeta suddenly felt as if he were looking at a romantic rival. Ding! You have encountered Vegeta, a key figure in history. Please make a choice. Option 1, hand Bulma over to him, reward 100 points. Option 2, negotiate with Vegeta and recruit him to your side, reward 1 point. Option 3, defeat Vegeta and let him go, respecting the original story, reward 10 points and the 20x Kaioken. Damn it, what does 100 points mean? System, what do you take me for? Between Bulma and 100 points, which matters more? Do you really need to test me? I choose option 1, no, I choose option 3. Ding! Congratulations, host, on choosing option 3, defeat Vegeta and let him go, respecting the original story. Mission in progress. After casually taking out the remaining Cybermen, Han Yunfei grinned and walked up to Vegeta. I never expected there to be a Saiyan on Earth with a battle power of 12000. Interesting. Vegeta was now brimming with confidence. His maximum battle power was 18000 and he still had his signature techniques up his sleeve. Against the young man before him, victory was practically assured. With that, he slowly walked toward Han Yunfei and the two stared each other down. Han Yunfei, kill him and avenge everyone. Nearby, Yamcha, who had just survived the ordeal, was filled with bitter hatred toward Vegeta. Humph. A piece of trash like you has no right to speak. A blast shot from Vegeta's hand about to strike Yamcha. Seeing the blast incoming, Yamcha was horrified, but against such overwhelming power he was utterly unable to dodge. At the critical moment, Han Yunfei moved and appeared in front of Yamcha. With a wave of his hand he deflected the blast away. Oh! Vegeta looked at Han Yunfei in astonishment. Thank you for saving me, Han Yunfei. Having just been at death's door, cold sweat poured from Yamcha. If Han Yunfei hadn't acted, he would already be a dead man. Yamcha, take Gohan and leave first. I'll handle things here. Helping up Yamcha, who had fallen from fear, Han Yunfei said with a smile. All right. It seems I really am the most useless person here. Han Yunfei, be careful. This Vegeta is extremely powerful. Even that big guy is afraid of him. Looking at the sneering Vegeta, Yamcha said warily. Don't worry, Yamcha. I know Vegeta very well. This guy's battle power isn't all that impressive right now. Patting Yamcha's shoulder, Han Yunfei turned and walked toward Vegeta. What kind of skill is bullying the weak? Vegeta, let's have a proper fight. Han Yunfei was quite looking forward to fighting Vegeta. Humph. Then come on. So saying, Vegeta immediately assumed a fighting stance while Han Yunfei merely grinned and stood still. Bastard. What do you mean by that? With a roar, Vegeta rushed at Han Yunfei and threw a punch at his head. Facing the iron fist flying toward him, Han Yunfei easily dodged with a slight shift of his body. After the missed strike, Vegeta launched fierce attacks again, but Han Yunfei effortlessly neutralized them all. Why can't I hit him? Damn it. Every attack missed and his opponent remained smiling. To Vegeta this was a great humiliation. Clenching his fists, Vegeta began to gather his power. As his energy surged, his battle power kept rising. Battle power 13000. Battle power 14000. Battle power 15000. Battle power 16000. Battle power 17000. With a loud shout, Vegeta's battle power finally settled at 18000. The immense battle power erupted, scattering even the clouds nearby. Han Yunfei, I'll kill you. With a mighty roar, Vegeta charged at Han Yunfei at full speed. Ha! His punch landed directly on Han Yunfei's cheek. Struck by the blow, Han Yunfei merely took a step back, seemingly unharmed. What? Vegeta was shocked. That had been his full power strike. Hey, is that all? Vegeta, you're clearly no match for me. With a grin, Han Yunfei wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and looked contemptuously at Vegeta, who was about to explode with rage. Impossible. I am the Prince of the Saiyans. No one can surpass me. Having been regarded as an elite warrior since childhood, he had always enjoyed smooth sailing. Vegeta was nothing like Son Goku. Born with an extremely high battle power, Vegeta, who had always been at the top of the food chain, was extremely arrogant. It could be said that among the Saiyans aside from Broly and a few other comrades he was the strongest existence. And who the hell did this Han Yunfei think he was? He's nothing but an insignificant unknown. Yet it was this obscure Saiyan who had just humbled the proud Saiyan prince. Looking at the furious Vegeta, Han Yunfei grinned inwardly, feeling delighted. This useless Vegeta, not only is his battle power weaker than mine, but your woman is now my wife. You're a total loser. Of course Vegeta had no idea what Han Yunfei was thinking. Yet from their very first meeting Vegeta had regarded Han Yunfei as a mortal enemy. It could be said that the moment he saw Han Yunfei he felt disgust, the same feeling as encountering a romantic rival. Vegeta, I know that as the prince of the Saiyans you naturally have your pride. But before absolute power you are nothing. With that Han Yunfei clenched his fists and his entire aura surged tremendously. Crackle. 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 What? Battle power 20000. It's still rising. Battle power 30000. Battle power 40000. Battle power 51000. What? Why is his battle power reaching 51000? Staring at Han Yunfei, who looked like a war god, cold sweat broke out on Vegeta's forehead. Meanwhile atop a distant mountain peak, a young man stood expressionless on the summit. The young man was named Hanli, he was Han Yunfei's cousin. Yunfei, it seems you have grown as well. Watching the steadily increasing energy in the distance, Hanli showed a gratified expression. Let's go, Jiren. It seems they don't need our help here. With his hands clasped behind his back, Hanli vanished from the spot after speaking. Yes, my lord. After saying that, Jiren disappeared as well. Meanwhile Frieza, who was speeding toward Earth, stared in shock at the reading on his scouter. The slight battle power Jiren had casually released moments ago was picked up by the latest scouter Frieza carried. When Frieza saw the astonishing number on the device, his face turned pale with shock. Battle power 500000000. Impossible. A battle power of 500 million. That's impossible. My own maximum battle power is only 120 million. What is happening on Earth? What? After hearing that the Namekians had died and the Dragon Balls had vanished, Frieza had long since lost interest in Earth. Now he had sensed such a powerful being on Earth. This made Frieza even less willing to go to Earth. Could it be that Lord Beerus, the god of destruction, was also on Earth? The very thought of Beerus's terrifying appearance made Frieza shiver all over. Since there were no more Dragon Balls on Earth, there was no need to go. Listen up, everyone. Now make full speed for planet Namek. Once I obtain an immortal body, what will Beerus amount to? At that thought Frieza gave a sinister smile and his spaceship turned into a shooting star as it streaked straight toward planet Namek. Meanwhile on Earth the battle between Han Yunfei and Vegeta was just beginning. Vegeta gritted his teeth at Han Yunfei, his eyes narrowing as if he had made up his mind. He then leaped high into the air, folded his hands in front of his chest, and an unimaginably powerful energy began to gather. Han Yunfei, I admit you are strong, but can you take this move? Humph. If you dodge, Earth will be destroyed. You had better think it over. With a cold sneer Vegeta looked down at Han Yunfei provocatively. Gallic Gun. The Gallic Gun was Vegeta's ultimate move, and he was confident that if Han Yunfei dared to take it head-on he would surely die. As his aura erupted, a massive energy wave shot straight toward the ground at high speed. Humph. Han Yunfei, if you have the guts, don't dodge. As the Gallic Gun was about to strike Han Yunfei, a cold smile crept across Vegeta's face. He could already envision Han Yunfei being reduced to ashes. At that moment Yu Ping and Sun Wufan, who were flying at full speed, sensed the powerful energy behind them and immediately stopped. Brother Yu Ping, brother, Han Yunfei is in danger. Sensing Vegeta's overwhelming aura, Sun Wufan said in panic. Don't worry, Wufan. Han Yunfei is no ordinary man. Every time he fought an enemy he had always found a way to win. Patting Sun Wufan on the head, Yu Ping said confidently as he watched the fierce battle in the distance. At the same time the fierce battle between them was reaching a fever pitch. Watching the Gallic Gun draw closer and closer, Han Yunfei suddenly let out a thunderous shout, Fivefold Kaio-ken. As he activated Kaio-ken, crimson flames enveloped Han Yunfei's entire body and his battle power shot up to 255000 points in an instant. Hey Vegeta, did you think I would dodge, which is why you deliberately provoked me? Staring at the Gallic Gun right before his eyes, Han Yunfei grinned and then let out a mighty shout. Ha! With a flawless chop Han Yunfei deflected the Gallic Gun. The energy wave plunged into the mountains behind him, triggering a violent explosion, howling winds and flying sand and stones. What? My Gallic gun. That's impossible. Unable to believe what he had just seen, Vegeta roared wildly in the sky. After roaring in the sky, Vegeta began searching for the moon. When he saw a slender crescent moon, he was instantly speechless. So Earth didn't have a full moon every day. But don't think that means I can't become a great ape. With that, Vegeta's expression hardened as a round orb of light appeared in his palm. After the orb appeared, he began panting heavily. It seemed that creating the orb had cost him greatly. Huff huff. Don't think I can't become a great ape without a full moon. Han Yunfei prepared to die. With that, Vegeta threw the artificial moon into the air, and the artificial moon instantly blazed with brilliant light. Although all Saiyans could transform into great apes, most of them would lose their true nature after transforming and become killing machines. This could be known from how a young Sun Wukong once trampled his grandfather Sun Wufan to death. But through constant transformation in battle, Saiyans could gradually master the great ape power and reclaim their true nature. This required one's self-control and the aid of bloodline. An elite warrior of noble blood like Vegeta could naturally achieve complete control over the great ape power. Watching Vegeta grow larger and larger, Han Yunfei had no intention of transforming into a great ape. For one thing, his strength was enough to defeat Vegeta, there was no need to do anything superfluous. For another, he couldn't guarantee that he would still have self-awareness after transforming into a great ape. As Vegeta continued to grow, the energy within his body also began to swell. Moments later, a great ape wearing a battle suit appeared before Han Yunfei. Did you think I couldn't turn into a great ape without a full moon? Saiyans can create an artificial moon with energy equivalent to 17 million Blutz waves. With it, a Saiyan can transform into a great ape anytime, anywhere, and fight to their heart's content. The more Vegeta spoke in his great ape form, the more excited he became, and his battle power had actually reached over 160000. Heh, it's too late to be afraid now. Die. With that, the great ape charged straight at Han Yunfei. At that very moment, Sun Wukong had already left Snake Way and arrived at the lookout. After training under King Kai for a year, his strength had improved significantly. Just as he was full of confidence and ready for a big fight, he sensed Vegeta's incredibly powerful aura. This powerful aura. Damn it, even if I use the Threefold Kaio-ken, I'm no match for him. At this moment, Sun Wukong's maximum battle power was 8000 points. Even with the Threefold Kaio-ken, his battle power would only be 24000 points. And unlike Han Yunfei's, his Kaio-ken was not the side effect-free version. The original Kaio-ken carried certain risks. Used properly, it could double one's battle power. But if one exceeded the limit their body could endure, it would cause them to explode. Sun Wukong's current limit, however, was the Fourfold Kaio-ken, which was still far from enough against the great ape Vegeta. Damn it. I trained hard for a whole year, yet I still can't defeat the invading Saiyan. Although Mr. Popo looked at him with an eager expression, Sun Wukong was frustrated inside. Mr. Popo, please, you must avenge Kami. Looking at Mr. Popo's expectant eyes, Sun Wukong left the lookout. There was also another powerful aura. This aura felt very familiar. It was Han Yunfei. Great. As long as he was here, every problem would be easily solved. Every crisis had been turned around by Han Yunfei, and Sun Wukong had grown dependent on him. He felt that there was no problem in this world that Han Yunfei couldn't solve. Just as Sun Wukong thought, Han Yunfei maintained a fivefold Kaio-ken against the great ape Vegeta. Even though it was only the fivefold Kaio-ken, his battle power had already reached 255000 points, more than enough to deal with the Vegeta before him. Grinning at the great ape before him, Han Yunfei moved and shot toward him at full speed. Seeing Han Yunfei charge forward, Vegeta's eyes flashed with ferocity as he met him head-on. With a thunderous boom, the giant ape's iron fist, as massive as a small mountain, instantly slammed into Han Yunfei's body. Humph. Die. After transforming into the giant ape, Vegeta was highly confident in his strength, but when he discovered that Han Yunfei was completely unharmed, his expression changed drastically. Impossible. He wasn't injured at all. Facing a stunned Vegeta, Han Yunfei grinned widely and flew to his side, immediately delivering a devastating punch toward Vegeta's enormous face. With a deafening crash, the towering giant ape was sent flying by a single punch. Under the tremendous impact, the giant ape could not control his body at all. Driven by inertia, he hurtled backward at great speed before crashing into a mountain range, finally coming to a stop. The powerful collision caused the mountain to crumble, and the giant ape, his face covered in blood, stared at Han Yunfei in utter disbelief. But the next moment a shockwave shot toward him and Vegeta immediately leaped upward, barely dodging the attack. Just as he thought he had escaped, a small figure appeared above his head. With a tremendous crash, that figure kicked the giant ape straight down from the sky, his colossal body meeting the ground with devastating force. Instantly the ground split open and a massive crater formed out of nowhere with the bloody giant ape lying motionless within it. Whoosh! Han Yunfei's figure shot downward like a sword of light. Sky cross slash. Han Yunfei crossed his arms and charged toward the giant ape like a shooting star. Pong! An earth-shattering impact echoed through the air. Han Yunfei, his hands forming a cross, struck the giant ape's neck with pinpoint accuracy. The tremendous force caused the already fractured ground to collapse once more, and the cracks spread even denser across the surface. Ah! Suffering such a brutal blow, Vegeta let out a piercing scream and reverted to his human form. Severely wounded, he was completely incapable of further combat. What kind of technique is this? Staring at Han Yunfei in terror, Vegeta had never witnessed such an ordinary yet overwhelmingly powerful attack. Well, this is the village's Hope Namu's signature move, the Sky Cross Slash. I had a sudden inspiration and wanted to give it a try. I never expected such devastating power. At this bronze tier skill level with Han Yunfei's current comprehension, he only needed one glance to master it. Damn it! Feeling as though his entire body was falling apart, Vegeta experienced despair for the very first time. As the Saiyan Prince, he had never been defeated so brutally, and left with absolutely no means to fight back. Meanwhile, high above in the sky, an airplane slowly descended. Bulma and Master Roshi leaped out of the aircraft. Han Yunfei. I just heard a massive explosion, are you alright? Upon seeing Han Yunfei, Bulma immediately sprinted toward him and hugged him tightly. You fool, how could anything happen to me? I was merely giving this Vegeta a little lesson. As he spoke, Han Yunfei pointed toward the battered Vegeta lying nearby. Realizing he could not defeat Han Yunfei, Vegeta immediately considered retreating. However, his injuries were so severe that even standing was barely possible. Seeing Bulma and Han Yunfei standing together in an embrace, an inexplicable heartbreak suddenly coursed through Vegeta's entire body. Immediately feelings of frustration, unease and anger flooded his mind. A spray of blood erupted from his mouth, further worsening his injuries. Damn it! Glaring resentfully at Han Yunfei, Vegeta collapsed unconscious. Who is that man? He looks so fierce. Cradling Han Yunfei in her arms, Bulma said warily as she watched Vegeta. Glancing at Bulma in his embrace and then at the bloodied Vegeta, Han Yunfei couldn't help but sigh. Fate truly has a way of twisting things. Originally, years from now, Bulma would fall in love with Vegeta and become his partner. But now that the first thing Bulma saw of Vegeta was this wretched sight, she would likely never develop feelings for him in the future. Gazing at the captivating Bulma before him, Han Yunfei pointed toward Vegeta and said, "He is the Saiyan who invaded Earth, Raditz's companion." At the mention of Raditz, Bulma immediately burst with rage. That villain nearly killed me before. If he's Raditz's accomplice, he can't be a decent person either. Han Yunfei, kill that guy named Vegeta quickly. Bold and fierce, Bulma stormed over and kicked Vegeta several times. Witnessing this scene, Han Yunfei finally felt at ease. In truth, he did not care whether Vegeta lived or died, but this troublesome system task compelled him to spare Vegeta. Otherwise he would lose the Tenfold Kaio-ken. Han Yunfei knew that only the Tenfold Kaio-ken was available for purchase in the Silver District. In other words, the Tenfold Kaio-ken was most likely sold in the Golden District. How could he pass up such an OP skill? Bulma now held nothing but utter hatred for Vegeta, and Vegeta's combat power was far inferior to his own. In that case, whether to kill Vegeta or not had become irrelevant. After weighing everything, Han Yunfei immediately retrieved a controller from Vegeta's pocket. Pressing a button, a small spaceship descended from the sky and landed beside Vegeta. Pretending to act kindly, Han Yunfei placed Vegeta inside the craft and sealed the hatch. Han Yunfei, what are you doing? Why didn't you kill him? Master Roshi and Bulma watched in utter confusion. Never mind, let him go. I've beaten him half to death, I think he's learned his lesson. Watching the spaceship speed away into the sky, Han Yunfei said calmly. Don't worry, Bulma, if he ever causes trouble on Earth again, I'll definitely kill him. These words were spoken from Han Yunfei's heart. This time sparing Vegeta was purely because of the system task. Really? Han Yunfei. You're such a kind person. I love you. As Bulma spoke, she embraced Han Yunfei and kissed him while Master Roshi's face flushed red and he silently walked away. Ding, congratulations, host. Task complete. Reward 10 points and the 20-fold Kaio-ken. Hearing the pleasant system notification, Han Yunfei was overjoyed. The 20-fold Kaio-ken was now safely secured. With a mere thought the system panel appeared. Name Han Yunfei. Combat Power 51000. Title Initial Flashes of Brilliance. Skills Kamehameha Afterimage Punch Instant Transmission Spirit / Solar Flare Ki Blast Flight Tenfold Kaio-ken No Side Effects Version Multi-Ki Wave 20-fold Kaio-ken. Items Senzu Bean X101. Points 41. Although this Kaio-ken has side effects, if his combat power continued to rise he believed the drawbacks would decrease significantly. After all, the 20-fold Kaio-ken was an outright overpowered skill. Now that Krillin, Piccolo, Tien Shinhan and Kaiotsu were dead, Han Yunfei was preparing to head to Namek once again to bring them back to life. Moreover, the Grand Elder had been far too young last time to fully unleash his potential. Han Yunfei eagerly anticipated how much stronger he might become once his potential was completely awakened. After packing the bodies of his companions into bags, Gohan finally arrived. Upon learning of the deaths of his friends, Goku flew into a rage. Fortunately his son Gohan was still alive, which brought him immense relief. Han Yunfei told Goku that there were also Dragon Balls on the distant planet Namek, and if they used them their companions could be revived. Upon hearing this, Goku was ecstatic. But Han Yunfei then warned him that there was a man called Frieza on Namek, a being of terrifying power. With his current strength Goku stood no chance against him. Goku refused to accept that, immediately demanding to know Frieza's battle power. Han Yunfei replied that Frieza was far stronger than himself, saying that if Goku couldn't even defeat him then there was no point in talking about fighting Frieza. Han Yunfei, let's have a match so I can show you what I've learned under King Kai. Knowing that his friends could be revived, Goku felt a huge weight lifted from his heart. To bring his friends back to life he had to become stronger first. And at that moment Han Yunfei was Goku's perfect benchmark. Only by defeating Han Yunfei could he hope to overcome Frieza. With that thought Goku looked at Han Yunfei with blazing determination and immediately assumed a fighting stance. Hey Goku, let's have a bout then. This seems to be our first real fight. Hey, come on. Seeing the serious look on Goku's face, Han Yunfei simply waved his hand motioning for him to attack. Han Yunfei. I'll show you the fruits of my training under King Kai. Taking a deep breath Goku clenched both fists and his battle power kept climbing. It finally stopped at 8100. Ya! With a thunderous shout Goku charged at Han Yunfei at full strength. Meanwhile on King Kai's planet King Kai was intently watching the thrilling match. I never imagined this Han Yunfei could defeat those two Saiyans. And he even knows the Kaio-ken. Where on earth did he learn it? It seems Goku is no match for him. Standing on the tiny planet King Kai watched Han Yunfei with a solemn expression, yet he could not fathom his origins. After seeing Goku hurl a punch at Han Yunfei, King Kai already knew the outcome. Hi-ya! Ha! Goku was now unleashing everything he had, but watching the rain of strikes Han Yunfei only grinned. With a pong Han Yunfei casually swung his fist and knocked Goku to the ground. Hey Han Yunfei, I didn't expect you to be this strong. How do you like this move? Kaio-ken. With a mighty roar Goku's body was engulfed in crimson flames and his battle power soared to 12150. Ya! Hey! He charged at Han Yunfei again. With his battle power rising his attack speed had dramatically improved. Too slow. After easily evading the attack Han Yunfei caught hold of Goku's incoming fist, then with a mighty heave hurled him up into the air. Goku, why don't you fight at full strength? Han Yunfei knew of Goku's bad habit. Whenever battling an opponent he would always probe first before unleashing his true power. Hey Han Yunfei, since you say so, watch closely. Triple Kaio-ken. After unleashing Triple Kaio-ken Goku's aura soared violently and the very air around him began to ripple under the immense pressure. Sensing Goku's energy Han Yunfei shook his head. He knew Triple Kaio-ken was Goku's limit, and even now his battle power was only 24300, not even half of Han Yunfei's own. Engulfed in red flames Goku shot toward Han Yunfei with overwhelming momentum, hurling a punch straight at his head. With a pong the seemingly ferocious punch was easily deflected by Han Yunfei. Ya! Seeing his attack blocked, Goku immediately kicked out, but Han Yunfei leapt into the air and dodged with ease. What a formidable guy! Realizing Han Yunfei's might, Goku instantly unleashed the Triple Kaio-ken Kamehameha. Seeing Goku's aura erupt below, Han Yunfei wore a cautious expression for the first time. Goku has such an incredible energy. Han Yunfei estimated that Goku's battle power must have already surpassed 50000. Not daring to be careless, he immediately used the double Kaio-ken. Engulfed in red flames, Han Yunfei's battle power now stood at 102000. Kamehameha. A colossal energy wave tore straight toward Han Yunfei. This was Goku's ultimate attack. Ha! Facing the gigantic shockwave, Han Yunfei showed no hint of fear. He simply threw a punch into the blast. A thunderous boom rang out and the triple Kaio-ken energy wave was deflected right back. What? Below, Goku paled in shock. In the nick of time he fired another blast to shove it away. Boom! A tremendous explosion followed, leaving a colossal crater beside Goku. Huff! Huff! No more. Han Yunfei, I concede. Hey, you're incredible, how exactly did you train? Gasping for breath, Goku withdrew his aura and the Kaio-ken faded away. Because his strength was insufficient, forcing triple Kaio-ken immediately brought on side effects. Now Goku's entire body ached and his stamina had plummeted. Actually, I met Bardock. As he spoke, Han Yunfei flew down from the sky and handed Goku a Senzu Bean. My father. On hearing it was about his father, Goku became all the more eager. Han Yunfei then recounted everything, how he had met Bardock and their journey through time to the past. When he learned they had faced a powerful foe named Chilled and that Chilled's battle power had reached 2 million, Goku was stunned. But when he heard that Bardock had finally transformed into a Super Saiyan and defeated Chilled, Goku cheered in sheer excitement. He declared that he too would become a Super Saiyan. Looking at the fervor blazing in Goku's eyes, Han Yunfei immediately told him the key to becoming a Super Saiyan. Every Saiyan is born with a certain number of S-cells. Although the initial count varies from person to person, S-cells continue to increase every year. But with so many Saiyans, why did only Bardock become a Super Saiyan? Was it because their talents were all inferior to his? That was certainly not the case. Watching Han Yunfei explain so earnestly, Goku listened with unflagging devotion. To become a Super Saiyan, one must possess a tranquil heart. That is why the Saiyans who lived amid endless conflict never succeeded in transforming. After hearing Han Yunfei's explanation, Goku suddenly saw the light. So that's how it is. Since Super Saiyans are that formidable, I need to train hard too. Actually, Han Yunfei thought Goku was the one most likely to become a Super Saiyan. Having trained for 3 years at the lookout, he had already achieved a state of emptiness. This was also why Vegeta had never been able to surpass Goku. Born an elite warrior, Vegeta's natural talent far exceeded that of the low-class warrior Kakarot. However, his explosive temper and constant immersion in battle made the S-cells in his body multiply slowly. It was only after he began living on Earth and his heart gradually settled that he finally became a Super Saiyan. Back to the matter at hand. To revive the fallen Z fighters, Goku, Bulma, Gohan and Yamcha all volunteered to travel to Namek in search of the Dragon Balls. And here's the problem. With humanity's most advanced technology, the fastest spaceship would still require 4,339 years and 3 months to reach Namek. By the time they reached Namek, it would be far too late. Just when everyone was at a loss, Han Yunfei suddenly thought of Nappa's spaceship. Wasn't it still around? There was also the spaceship Goku had arrived in as a child. Unfortunately, Raditz' ship had been destroyed by Piccolo. And if all else failed, there was the ship Kami had used to come to Earth. With modifications, these 3 ships would be more than enough to reach Namek. After handing the hard-won gravity stone to Dr. Briefs said he could build a gravity chamber capable of 20x, 50x, even 200x gravity. Han Yunfei was overjoyed. After all, with his current strength, going to Namek was nothing short of suicide. But time waited for no one. If Frieza and his men got the Dragon Balls first and made their wish, there was no telling whether he might kill Shenron just as Piccolo had done. In the end, Bulma and the others took Kami's spaceship and headed straight for Namek. The journey would take a full month. 1 month left. Han Yunfei had to drastically increase his power within that month. The thought of fighting Frieza filled him with unparalleled excitement. The blood of a battle-loving Saiyan made every cell in Han Yunfei's body come alive. Entering the gravity chamber, he immediately set it to 50 times gravity. At 100 times gravity, Han Yunfei, who weighed 70 kilograms, suddenly weighed a staggering 7 tons. I can't move. Frieza, you just wait, Brother Fei will come for you in a month. I can't take it. Let's start with 50 times gravity after all. Ka. Me. Ha. Me. Ha. Forming a calyx with his hands and slowly bringing them to his waist, a surge of immense energy gathered between his palms. Then a massive energy wave blasted forth, and with a thought the wave came hurtling straight at Han Yunfei himself. A thunderous boom erupted and Han Yunfei collapsed with severe injuries. He had ended up gravely wounded by his own Kamehameha. Damn it! Senzu Bean, Senzu Bean. He struggled to pull a Senzu Bean from his trouser pocket and swallowed it in one gulp. The next second Han Yunfei was full of vitality again. Ha ha. My power has increased again. It seems Goku's desperate training method really works. As long as I escape from the brink of death every time my strength will grow. Brother Fei may be short on everything but never on Senzu Beans. Han Yunfei still had 99 Senzu Beans left. As long as he controlled the force he could raise his battle power again and again. Training non-stop in the gravity chamber, Han Yunfei unknowingly surpassed the limits of the Saiyans. Time flew and a month passed in the blink of an eye. By then Bulma and the others' spaceship had reached Namek. Bulma, we've successfully arrived on Namek. Gohan, awesome. Goku, I heard everyone on Namek looks the same as Piccolo. I really want to see them. Yamcha, Bulma, you're amazing, we landed safely. You guys wait a moment before going outside, let me check the atmosphere. If it has a decent amount of oxygen that would be great. We've prepared oxygen masks but they have a time limit. Just as Bulma was muttering to herself and busying with the oxygen gear, Goku and the others had already stepped outside the ship. Gohan, this place looks a lot like where Mr. Piccolo trained me. Seeing the three of them already outside, Bulma shrieked in fury, you three idiots. What do you mean running out without thinking? Reckless fools. Whatever, let's confirm the Dragon Balls first. After pressing the button on the Dragon radar watch, Bulma joyfully discovered signals indicating Dragon Balls. Wow. Look at this. There really are Dragon Balls here. Haha, fantastic. But just as Bulma and the others were laughing delightedly, Goku sensed a powerful aura nearby. Gohan, Yamcha, there's a fierce aura over there. Sensing that immense power, Goku's expression drastically changed. He had never encountered such overwhelming energy before. Could it be Frieza? When King Kai learned Goku was going to Namek, he immediately used his clairvoyance to investigate the planet. Seeing that Frieza was also on Namek, King Kai immediately warned Goku to be extremely careful and not to run into Frieza. Goku had thought King Kai was joking, but now he understood all too well how powerful Frieza was. With his current strength there was no way he could defeat him. Everyone suppress your auras. Bulma, give me the Dragon radar. We'll go collect the Dragon Balls. You find a place to hide and don't get discovered. With that, Goku and the other two flew toward a nearby village. Upon arrival they discovered a hideous alien in the midst of slaughtering Namekians. Well, Chief. Still not telling me where the Dragon Balls are. If this keeps up, all of your companions will die. As he spoke, the alien hurled an energy blast at a Namekian nearby. This man was none other than Shui, one of Frieza's henchmen. With a scream, that Namekian was instantly killed. You bastard. Even if you kill us all, I won't tell you. Enraged by the deaths of his companions, the village chief shouted and fired an energy blast directly at Shui. His power level is no more than 1000. You think an attack like that can defeat me? As the blast flew toward him, Shui sidestepped casually, then appeared before the chief and seized him by the neck. I'll give you one last chance, talk. Shui stared at the chief with murderous eyes and said viciously. Even if I die, I won't say a word. Held in the air by Shui, the chief answered with unyielding determination. Fine then. I'll grant you death. With a cold smile, Shui slowly formed an energy blast in his hand. Let him go. With a thunderous shout, Gohan, who had been hiding behind a huge rock, flew out. The furious Gohan charged straight at Shui and kicked him. Ha! Never expecting that there were still enemies, Shui was caught off guard and sent flying by Gohan's kick. Gohan. Seeing his son suddenly dart forward, Goku soared after him and landed at his side. Yamcha meanwhile helped the village chief to his feet. Who are you? How dare you kick me? You must be tired of living. Kicked for no reason, Chou-E flew into a rage at the sight of Goku and the others. Beep beep beep. Power level 1300, power level 1550, power level 12000. Yet you three dare to wreck Lord Chou-Yi's plans. After discovering that none of the three had a battle power to match his, Chou-E relaxed. Meanwhile, Vegeta had arrived on Namek, attacked a village and seized a Dragon Ball. Once he had the Dragon Ball, Vegeta immediately suppressed his energy. After his trip to Earth he had learned to control his battle power. He knew Frieza and his men relied heavily on scouters. If he lowered his chi to the minimum, Frieza would never find him. Holding the Dragon Ball and searching for the next village, Vegeta suddenly spotted a familiar face before a huge tree. Tolls. So he's here too. Beep beep beep. At the same time, the scouter on Vegeta's face displayed Tolls' reading. Power level 27000. What's going on? Why has this guy's battle power increased this much? He's nothing but a low-class warrior. Why is he stronger than me? As Vegeta was lost in thought, Tolls caught sight of him. Vegeta. After spotting Vegeta, Tolls grinned and flew toward him. What a coincidence. I didn't think I'd meet you here. Staring at the Dragon Ball in Vegeta's hand, Tolls walked slowly toward him. Tolls, I never thought you were still alive. I wonder what your battle power is now. Watching Tolls warily, Vegeta guarded the Dragon Ball in his arms. He had not yet openly betrayed Frieza, and Tolls as a Saiyan was likewise in Frieza's service. His greatest fear was that Tolls would simply snatch the Dragon Ball and offer it to Frieza to curry favor. Hee Vegeta, I have my own ways to raise my battle power. Why would someone as proud as you take an interest in a low-class warrior like me? Tolls spoke with a smile, still eyeing the Dragon Ball in Vegeta's hand. Now Tolls did not take Vegeta seriously at all. Although he had once feared him, his own strength was already far above Vegeta's. Tolls, even if your battle power has risen, if you try to take this Dragon Ball by force, I'll still kill you. As he spoke, Vegeta began to power up. Calm down, Vegeta. I have no interest in your Dragon Ball. Seeing the murderous look in Vegeta's eyes, Tolls immediately waved his hands. Fight Vegeta over the Dragon Balls. Tolls had little interest in the Dragon Balls now. Ever since Frieza had summoned him to Namek to hunt for them, he had become attracted to this beautiful planet. Holding the spirit tree seed he had obtained by chance, Tolls flashed an evil smile. Namek was definitely the perfect place to cultivate the spirit tree. As for the Dragon Balls, once he ate the fruit of the spirit tree, even Frieza would be no match for him. Then the Dragon Balls would be his for the taking. Looking at Vegeta before him, Tolls knew that this man would betray Frieza sooner or later. Let them fight each other to the death, that would buy time for the spirit tree. He was afraid that once Frieza had his wish granted, he would destroy Namek and all his efforts would be for nothing. We're all working for Frieza, so I don't need to take your Dragon Ball. With that, Tolls smiled faintly, then shot into the air and left. What is Tolls really plotting? Forget him. I'd better hurry and find the next Dragon Ball. Frieza, the Dragon Balls are mine. Vegeta thought as he continued to suppress his energy and head for the next Dragon Ball. Meanwhile, faced with Chiu-Yi's fury, Goku and the others had no choice but to enter battle. How dare you kick me? Chiu-Yi rose from a heap of rubble and dusted off his clothes. You lowlifes dare to stick your noses into my business. Do you know I serve Lord Frieza? Offending Lord Frieza comes with very serious consequences. Scared now, aren't you? Ignorant fools, I'll send you to your deaths. All of you attack. Kill them. Yes, Lord Chiu-Yi. At his command, the soldiers armed with laser rifles immediately charged at Gohan and Yamcha. You, the one with a power level of 12000, your opponent is me. Flying at Goku at top speed, Chiu-Yi's ugly face twisted into a cruel smile. The two instantly clashed in fierce combat. How's that, boy? Can you only dodge? Ha. Ya. Attacking Goku relentlessly, Chiu-Yi wore an expression of utter certainty of victory. Meanwhile, Yamcha and Gohan were surrounded by a mass of soldiers. Although those soldiers' power levels were only around 800 on average, they were overwhelming in number, and for a time the two found themselves in a bitter struggle. Kamehameha. Seeing the situation turn grim, Yamcha immediately unleashed the Kamehameha wave. A column of energy shot toward a soldier, and the next instant he was blasted to pieces. At the sight of this, the soldiers panicked and no longer dared approach Yamcha and Gohan. They simply kept firing laser rifles from a distance. Masenko. With a great shout, Gohan sent out a powerful energy wave. The blast shot toward the soldiers at incredible speed, instantly killing two of them. Get out of my way, you useless pieces of trash. A towering figure stepped out from among the soldiers. Not only was this soldier enormous, but his battle power far surpassed that of the ordinary soldiers. Power level 1300. Power level 1500. You two little brats will just die. With that, the giant soldier charged at Gohan and Yamcha at full speed. Watch out, Gohan. This one's strong. Yeah, I know, Uncle Yamcha. The three clashed instantly and for a time neither side could gain the upper hand. At the same time the battle between Goku and Chio-E continued. Boy, you can blame your bad luck for running into me, Chio-E. My strength is equal to Vegeta's. As he spoke, Chio-E threw a punch at Goku. Blocking with both hands, Goku was forced to brace himself on all fours to keep steady. Hey, you really are strong. I don't know who this Vegeta you keep talking about is, but at this moment I'm getting more and more excited. Kaio-ken. With a shout, red flames enveloped Goku's body. Beep beep beep. What? His battle power suddenly increased. 18000. Impossible. He's already a match for me. Chio-Yi's face went pale with shock, but at that very moment Goku was charging straight at him. After unleashing the king's martial arts, Sun Wukong delivered a punch that sent Chio-E flying. Damn it. With a furious shout, Chio-E immediately stabilized his stance and charged at Sun Wukong once more. Boom boom boom. Explosive sounds rang out continuously. Despite being evenly matched, Chio-E was actually at a disadvantage. One punch from Wukong struck his head, sending Chio-E crashing directly to the ground. Under the tremendous impact, cracks instantly spread across the ground, yet Chio-E immediately rose to his feet. Damn it. Why, when our combat power is the same, can I not defeat him? Just as Chio-E was fuming, Sun Wukong in the sky finished charging. Kamehameha wave. With a mighty shout, a colossal shockwave surged downward. What? Combat power of 40000. Ah. Overwhelmed with terror, Chio-E immediately turned and fled. Boom. The shockwave struck the ground, instantly triggering a massive explosion. Chio-E was injured by the blast's aftershock and escaped. What a formidable opponent. Watching Chio-E flee, Sun Wukong made no attempt to pursue. Demon Flash. Upon sensing Gohan's powerful aura, Sun Wukong wore an expression of deep admiration. Below, after launch, used his spirit ball to critically wound the giant soldier. Sun Wukong immediately unleashed his trump card. Combat power of 3800. Why is his combat power so astonishingly high? Ah! With an unwilling roar, that giant soldier exploded upon being struck by the shockwave, turning to ash and dust. The remaining soldiers witnessing this were utterly terrified and scattered in all directions, fleeing for their lives. After rescuing the Namekians, they handed the Dragon Balls over to Sun Wukong and the others. Meanwhile, far on the other side of Namek, within an abandoned village. Your Majesty Frieza, a powerful combat power has appeared in the distance. Chio-E has been defeated. But he doesn't seem to be dead. Standing beside Frieza, Sabo said in astonishment as he gazed at the numbers on the scouter. I never expected this planet to harbor someone with a combat power of 40000. Clutching two Dragon Balls, De Gloria wore an equally terrified expression. 40,000 in combat power. That is somewhat troublesome indeed. At this moment Frieza sat in his hover chair, casting an irritated gaze toward the horizon. What's the latest news from Vegeta and Tao? Have they found the Dragon Balls? No, Tao is still searching and Vegeta has lost contact. Noticing Frieza's somewhat darkened expression, Sabo immediately replied in a hushed tone. Is that so? That Vegeta, I feel he will betray me sooner or later. Next time I encounter him, I'll kill him. Yes, Your Majesty Frieza. Sabo and De Gloria responded in unison. Let's go find the next village elder. As he spoke, Frieza's will moved and three enormous Dragon Balls behind him slowly began to float upward. Immediately the hover chair shot away at an unbelievable speed, with a large contingent of soldiers trailing behind. Meanwhile, hiding inside a cave, Bulma sat in her capsule corp vehicle, sipping coffee and watching television. I wonder how Han Yunfei's cultivation is progressing. Judging from Wukong and the others' expressions, there must be a powerful enemy on Namek. If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have come here. Han Yunfei, hurry up and come. At this very moment on Earth, Han Yunfei was enduring training under 200 times gravity. Fourfold body. With a mighty shout, Han Yunfei split into four. Inside the gravity chamber, the four identical Han Yunfeis exchanged knowing smiles, then instantly clashed together. The fourfold body was originally Tianjin Fan's signature technique. Although after splitting into four, each possessed only a quarter of the original strength and speed. But this technique was incredibly beneficial for cultivation. Han Yunfei had purchased it from the silver shop for 10 points, but it was absolutely worth it. As everyone knows, training with someone of equal strength yields results far greater than training alone. Now that Han Yunfei had split into four, his cultivation speed was simply astronomical. The four identical Han Yunfeis clashed furiously and the thunderous impact sounds echoed throughout the entire gravity chamber. Kamehameha Wave. Spirit Ball. King's Martial Art. Afterimage Fist. Energy Slash. Various techniques were unleashed continuously as the four Han Yunfeis fought each other fiercely. And his combat power continued to rise. Unbeknownst to him, Han Yunfei seemed to have already exceeded the Saiyan limit. Each time he was nearly beaten to death by himself, he would consume a Senzu Bean and rejoin the battle. The four Han Yunfeis fought endlessly, growing stronger with each clash. Precisely because time was pressing did Han Yunfei train so relentlessly. Having read the original story, he understood Frisia's terrifying power. If he lacked strength, going to Namek would simply be walking to his death. Without obtaining the Namekian Dragon Balls, Piccolo could not be revived, so he absolutely had to grow stronger. Stronger than Frisia. Yeah. Facing three versions of himself, Han Yunfei charged forward once more, swiftly joining the fight. Terrifying impact sounds echoed continuously within the gravity chamber. Meanwhile on Namek, Vegeta was communicating with Frisia through his scouter. Your Majesty Frisia, I have discovered a Namekian village nearby, there may be Dragon Balls there. Speaking in a lowered voice, Vegeta said respectfully. Upon hearing Vegeta's voice, Frisia's killing intent surged. Oh. Dragon Balls. Upon hearing this, Frisia's first instinct was suspicion. He knew Vegeta had already betrayed him. How could he possibly hand over the Dragon Balls so easily? Yes, Your Majesty Frisia, but that village's defenses are far too powerful, I cannot handle them alone. Please send me an additional helper. Very well Vegeta, wait there, I shall send help now. Saying this, Frisia turned off his scouter, flicked his fingers and signaled to Gloria to approach. Your Majesty Frisia, are you really going to believe that Vegeta's nonsense? De Gloria was merely a brute, he did not realize that those words had already offended Frisia. De Gloria, go over there right now and see what Vegeta is up to. If there are no Dragon Balls, kill him immediately. Do you understand? Having said this, Frisia was clearly somewhat displeased. Understood, Your Majesty Frisia. I'm leaving now. Upon hearing this, De Gloria immediately took flight and vanished into the horizon. Your Majesty Frisia, is it fine to send only De Gloria? Recalling Bardock's unfathomable combat power, Sabo asked with doubt. No problem, Sabo. Don't forget De Gloria can also transform. Even if Vegeta pulls some trick, he is no match for De Gloria. Let's go find the next village. Yes, Your Majesty Frisia. Having said this, Frisia no longer paid attention to the matter. With a single movement of his body, he transformed into a rainbow streak and disappeared into the horizon. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong and the others were lowering their presence and advancing carefully. Because they had heard from the Namekians of the previous village that this planet had an elder and the Dragon Balls were created by him. Upon learning that Sun Wukong and the others were not evil, the Namekians strongly recommended they visit the elder's residence. For the elder could not only create Dragon Balls but also help people unlock their hidden potential. Hearing of such an extraordinary opportunity, the three lowered their presence and headed toward the elder. Along the way they unexpectedly discovered two cosmic beings in battle armor engaged in fierce combat with each other. Vegeta. Upon seeing that one of them was indeed Vegeta, Launch and Son Gohan immediately ground their teeth in fury. So that's Vegeta. By the time Goku arrived, Vegeta had already been driven off by Han Yunfei, so the two had never met. That's right, Goku. He's the one who killed our friends. That contemptible wretch. Seeing Vegeta, Yamcha was about to charge forward but Goku stopped him. Meanwhile Vegeta and Dodoria traded blows, both suffering injury. Vegeta, you said you learned a new technique on Earth, what is it? At the start of their clash, Dodoria was astonished to discover that Vegeta had become stronger. What I learned is to control my battle power at will. With those words Vegeta let out a fierce shout and his battle power began to surge. What? Battle power 19000. Battle power 20000. Battle power 21000. Impossible. Vegeta, your battle power has reached 24000. How could you have done that? Seeing Vegeta's rapidly rising battle power, Dodoria's face filled with astonishment. A Saiyan's battle power grows with real combat. The stronger the opponent we face, the stronger we become. On Earth I nearly died, after recovering I became even stronger. That is what it means to be a Saiyan. We're the true warrior race. Unlike you and Zarbon, who have depended on Frisia for so long and grown too comfortable, you've forgotten the essence of battle. As he spoke, Vegeta flew straight at Dodoria, landed a punch on his abdomen and blasted him away. Curse you! After taking the hit, Dodoria let out a tremendous roar and fired a massive energy wave at the incoming Vegeta. Boom! The energy wave struck the ground in an instant, causing a massive explosion. The explosive force violently churned the air around them, whipping up fierce winds. Hidden nearby, Goku and the other two watched the scene in shock. Yamcha, that fat guy Dodoria is incredible. I never imagined this world had such powerful people. Gohan, Dad, we have to get to the Grand Elder as soon as possible to unlock our potential. Otherwise we're no match for these villains. I think they're certainly formidable, but they're not unbeatable. Goku said seriously, watching Dodoria and Vegeta. Really? Dad, can you beat them? Gohan was overjoyed to hear that. Goku, don't talk big. Never mind Vegeta being monstrously powerful, even that big guy is no pushover. After seeing the battle between Dodoria and Vegeta, Yamcha immediately felt his own weakness. It should be no problem. As long as I use the Fourfold Kaio-ken, I can defeat them. Goku's battle power had now reached 12000, allowing him to use the Fourfold Kaio-ken. Let's lie low for now. It's best if they don't notice us. Because I can sense an extremely powerful ki in the distance, a power beyond anything we can imagine. Perhaps he is the Frieza King Kai spoke of. Before we grow stronger, we absolutely must not let Frieza find us. Goku said, helplessly looking at Gohan and Yamcha. Dad, is that Frieza really strong? Very strong. Based on my initial estimate, his battle power may already exceed 300,000. Hearing that battle power, Yamcha and Gohan fell into deep thought. With Vegeta fighting at full strength, Dodoria was immediately forced back. Vegeta naturally would not miss this perfect chance to kill Dodoria. After punching Dodoria away, he leaped high into the air, placed his hands together before his chest and began gathering a power so immense it was almost inconceivable. Gallic Gun. Die Dodoria. As his entire body's ki surged, a colossal energy wave hurtled toward the ground at tremendous speed. Ah! Dodoria, still lying on the ground, was just about to get up when he saw the massive energy wave rushing down at him from above. Danger! At that moment, Goku and the others nearby were about to be caught in the Gallic Gun as well. In the nick of time, Goku unleashed the Kaio-ken, grabbed Yamcha and Gohan and soared into the air. Boom! The Gallic Gun struck Dodoria in an instant. Humph! One down. Zarbon, you just wait for me as well. Looking down at the frenzied air currents caused by the Gallic Gun, Vegeta sneered coldly, but the very next moment he spotted Goku's group. You. Having seen Yamcha and Gohan on Earth, Vegeta recognized them at a glance. You're Kakarot. Ha! You're Vegeta. This was the first meeting between Goku and Vegeta. Neither had imagined it would take place on Namek. Kakarot, you look too much like Bardock. Kakarot, what brings you here? Don't tell me it's for the Dragon Balls too? Vegeta asked with a probing smile. That's none of your business. Vegeta, you killed so many of my friends. I'll settle this score with you sooner or later. With that, Goku turned and left, taking Yamcha and Gohan with him. Kakarot, don't think you can leave. Vegeta immediately tried to chase after him, but a huge energy wave shot up from below and nearly hit him. Dodoria, wreathed in rolling hot smoke, glared up at Vegeta with furious eyes. His body had grown enormous. At the moment between life and death he had transformed. Vegeta, I'll kill you. His eyes blazing with murderous intent, the furious Dodoria charged straight at Vegeta. Crackle, crackle, crackle. Battle power 27000. He actually surpasses me. Dodoria threw a steel punch at Vegeta. Seeing this, Vegeta dared not be careless and swung his fist to meet it. Boom. The two collided in an instant. The titanic impact resounded across heaven and earth, yet Vegeta was no match for Dodoria and was sent flying by that single punch. The transformed Dodoria had not only increased his size severalfold, but his power had also skyrocketed. For a time Vegeta was beaten with no chance to retaliate. Meanwhile, Goku and the others had withdrawn from the battlefield. Goku knew very well that his true opponent was not Vegeta but Frieza, far away in the distance. He had to unlock his potential as soon as possible and find a way to transform into the Super Saiyan Han Yunfei had mentioned. Looking at the dragon radar in his hand, Goku noticed a Dragon Ball not far away, right where the Grand Elder was located. The three continued to suppress their ki, leaping forward without pause. Elsewhere, Han Yunfei had finally adapted to 200 times gravity. His power was now far greater than ever before. He restored the gravity to normal. What? Why can't I feel my own weight anymore? Staring at his hands in disbelief, Han Yunfei immediately executed the multiple afterimage fist. In an instant the entire gravity room was packed with Han Yunfei's afterimages. Amazing! He casually released an energy wave ahead of him. In the next moment, with a flicker of his body, Han Yunfei appeared before the wave and blocked it. Incredible speed. And an extremely tough body. At this rate I can easily withstand even the 20-fold Kaio-ken. Namek. Bulma, here I come. On planet Namek, Vegeta and Dodoria were still locked in fierce combat. Dodoria died. A massive energy wave shot from Vegeta's hand and struck Dodoria instantly. Boom. A thunderous explosion echoed as smoke billowed everywhere. When the haze cleared, Dodoria was seen with both hands raised defensively before his chest, his face contorted in fury. Dodoria, it seems you're not much after all. Like Zabu, you've lingered by Frisia's side too long and have long since lost your combat prowess. A cold smirk curled Vegeta's lips as he looked at Dodoria with utter contempt. Damn you, Vegeta. I'll kill you. With a fierce roar, a colossal sphere of light instantly materialized between Dodoria's palms, and with all his might a devastating energy wave was launched directly at Vegeta. Boom. Ah. Boom. Boom. Dodoria had descended into madness, unleashing massive energy waves in relentless succession as explosions erupted one after another before him. Ya. Die, Vegeta. Boom. 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 Completely disregarding energy expenditure, Dodoria continued his frenzied assault. But in the next instant Vegeta appeared behind him. Watching Dodoria's reckless attacks, Vegeta revealed a merciless smile. Humph. Dodoria, is that all you've got? I actually feared you and Zabu back when I was a child. You foolish pig, die. Boom. A devastating iron fist slammed into Dodoria's back, sending him flying through the air. Meanwhile, Vegeta vanished from his original position and reappeared above the rapidly falling Dodoria. Ha! Both hands formed into hammer-like fists, and with a single strike he sent Dodoria crashing toward the ground. Ya! Vegeta raised his palm high above his head and roared, "Continual energy balls." The moment the words left his mouth, countless energy spheres rained down on Dodoria like a ferocious storm. Meanwhile, Dodoria had been blasted into a deep crater. Struggling to rise, he looked up to see several energy blasts hurtling toward him like meteors. Ah! Lord Frisia! Boom! 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 With a series of deafening explosions, Dodoria was immediately reduced to dust and vanished without a trace. Humph! I've killed Dodoria too. It seems the battle on Earth wasn't in vain. Now it's Zabu's turn. Just wait and see. Thinking this, a smug smile spread across Vegeta's face. But in the next moment he sensed a terrifying presence rapidly closing in on him. Frisia. Oh no, I was too careless. In a flash of light, Frisia instantly appeared before Vegeta. Glancing at Dodoria's corpse on the ground, Frisia immediately wore a sinister smile. Hee Vegeta, you really have some nerve openly betraying me. Die. Saying this, Frisia extended a single finger and a crimson beam instantly shot toward Vegeta. What? Due to the vast disparity in combat power between them, Vegeta couldn't even perceive the energy attack. Death was closing in upon him. At that moment, Han Yunfei utilized instant transmission to appear before Vegeta in a flash. With a casual flick of his hand he deflected Frisia's attack entirely. Who are you? Seeing someone able to deflect his attack, Frisia was greatly astonished. Frisia, listen to me carefully. I am Han Yunfei, my surname is Han and my given name is Yunfei. Remember that. Han Yunfei pointed a finger at Frisia before him and taunted. Ho 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 ho. Excellent. Excellent. Boy, do you know how long it's been since someone dared to speak to me that way? I admire your courage. As a reward, I'll kill you first. As he spoke, Frisia's aura surged dramatically and an unbelievable combat power exploded forth. Watching this from the side, Vegeta's face instantly turned pale with shock. It's too terrifying. This overwhelming presence. I can't possibly defeat him. Overcome with fear, Vegeta temporarily lost his fighting capability while Han Yunfei offered him no assistance. Gazing at Frisia before him, Han Yunfei's figure flashed, and in the next instant he appeared right in front of him. Transform Frisia. Your current form is no match for me. Saying this, Han Yunfei casually threw a punch that sent Frisia flying. You. Having been struck and sent reeling, Frisia's eyes revealed an expression of terror. Then I'll make you taste the horrors of hell. Ha. With a fierce roar, Frisia suddenly transformed into a giant over 2 meters tall. In the next moment his neck elongated and his head grew enormously large. Ah! With an agonizing cry of pain, his previously gigantic body began to shrink gradually and finally transformed into a white blonde bald figure. In an instant Frisia completed his final form. Sorry to keep you waiting. My current combat power exceeds 4 million. Arrogant kid, die. As he spoke, Frisia immediately extended his finger, and in the next moment a crimson beam shot forth at incredible speed toward Han Yunfei. Ya! Seeing the beam approaching, Han Yunfei didn't dodge at all. Instead he let out a furious roar right where he stood. Tenfold Kaio-ken. Ha! In an instant his entire body was enveloped in blazing red flames. The beam struck against him like water splashing against stone, completely deflected and scattered. What? Seeing his signature technique prove completely ineffective, Frisia's face instantly paled with shock. Die, Frisia. Tenfold Kaio-ken impact wave. Channeling unimaginable energy, Han Yunfei pressed his palms together in a flower-like formation and slowly lowered them to his waist. Instantly a massive surge of energy erupted, hurtling toward Frisia at incredible speed. Damned bastard, you think I'm afraid of you? Ha! With a single wave of his hand, Frisia immediately unleashed a colossal shockwave. In an instant the two powerful shockwaves collided, summoning fierce winds that howled around them. So strong. This Han Yunfei is truly formidable. Watching from the sidelines, Vegeta was utterly stunned. Such a dimension of battle far exceeded his imagination. Die, Frisia. At this moment Han Yunfei was wielding his full strength. Unlike Son Goku, he harbored no mercy or softness. Facing someone as vile as Frisia, he had to eradicate him completely. Bang! 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 The two colliding shockwaves suddenly turned one-sided, overwhelming Frisia with crushing force. Damn it! Ya! 100% energy. With a fierce roar, Frisia's entire body suddenly swelled and instantly his power surged to unprecedented levels. Ha! As Frisia unleashed his full strength, the colliding shockwaves suddenly changed trajectory and came hurtling toward Han Yunfei instead. Ah! Oh no! It's over! As the shockwave approached closer and closer, a sudden flash of white light appeared before Han Yunfei's eyes, and then he lost consciousness completely. Where is this? Where's Frisia? Upon regaining consciousness, Han Yunfei discovered he had somehow returned to his room and his cousin's Dragon Ball novel lay beside him. Could it all have been just a dream? Just as Han Yunfei was lost in dazed thought, his cousin Han Li suddenly appeared beside him and watched him with a smile. You little rascal! How dare you peek at my manga? Saying this, his cousin snatched the manga away, tapped Han Yunfei on the head and turned to leave. It seems it really was just a dream after all. Just as Han Yunfei was overcome with disappointment, a white head suddenly tumbled out from his cousin's sleeve. That head's eyes were wide open, filled with terror and despair. Frisia.